Chapter 1. 10 Days Before the Apocalypse. Xiaoyang opened his eyes and felt utterly invigorated. A beautiful young woman, clad in an airline uniform, lay beside him. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Had he not perished in the apocalypse? He vividly recalled the catastrophic event that had befallen humanity, leading to its near extinction. Natural disasters and hordes of zombies had ravaged civilization. By some stroke of fortune, he had acquired spatial abilities, allowing him to survive in that desolate world for 3 years. Yet, in the end, he had fallen victim to a mutated creature's attack. In that fleeting moment, he was enveloped in a blinding white light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this astonishing scenario. He scrutinized the young woman closely. Wait, she looked somewhat familiar. Was this a dream induced by the pressures of the apocalypse? Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing how repressed he had felt in the wasteland, dreaming of an air hostess as his last thought before death. "Young Master Xiao, are you all right?" the young woman asked, her eyes clouded with confusion as she noticed his stillness. Before he could respond, she turned over with an unexpected boldness. Surprised, Xiaoyang's mind struggled to keep up, yet he did not decline her advances. Suddenly, as he reached out, he felt a sharp prick. A jolt of pain coursed through him. Wait, he could feel pain? This wasn't a dream. He was still alive. Quickly, he flipped her over and noticed that her name tag had fallen off. The pin had pricked his hand. In the midst of her bewildered gaze, he picked up the name tag and saw the name Su Xiao inscribed along with her identification number. Su Xiao? Good heavens! Xiaoyang recalled that she was an air hostess he had flirted with before the apocalypse. He turned to gaze out the oval window, where the silvery moonlight illuminated the thick clouds. Oh, this was reminiscent of his first and last flight before the world fell apart. He hastily reached for his trousers and retrieved his mobile phone. "Ah, young Master Xiao, I knew you would want to record a video," Su Xiao exclaimed, covering her face shyly. Ignoring her, he quickly powered on his phone. As he stared at the screen displaying the date, he was astounded. The date read, June 21st, 2032, 12 a.m. He had inexplicably been reborn 10 days before the apocalypse. This meant he had ample time to prepare for the impending catastrophe. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he raised his left arm to inspect it, finding nothing. However, he knew that when the apocalypse struck, he would feel a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by a series of numbers appearing on his left arm. These numbers represented the remaining energy of an individual, displayed in a countdown format of years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds. In the apocalypse, every human would possess energy sufficient for 1 year of survival, but this did not imply that one could only exist for a year. This energy could be traded. A mere handshake allowed individuals to convey the values they wished to exchange through thought. Once energy reached zero, regardless of one's prowess, death would be instantaneous. Conversely, the more energy one possessed, the longer their lifespan and the stronger their physique became. In a confrontation without weapons, a person with 100 years of energy could easily overpower someone with only 1 year of energy. Such was the disparity. Moreover, when a person's energy exceeded 10,000 years, conventional firearms would no longer pose a threat. Thus, in the apocalypse, money was worthless. Energy was the true currency. After all, time equated to life and power. However, energy could not be forcibly taken. It required the other party's voluntary mental transmission. Killing someone would result in their energy dissipating entirely, a monumental waste. Of course, it was possible to seize energy by allowing someone to be bitten by a zombie. Once they transformed, their remaining energy would coalesce in their forehead, forming a battery-like object. Eliminating the zombie would allow one to reclaim that energy. Yet, this method was fraught with danger, for once a person turned into a zombie, they became much more formidable than an ordinary human. A single misstep could lead to one's own demise. Before his rebirth, Xiaoyang had amassed over 1,000 years of energy. Regrettably, it had all vanished upon his rebirth. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was not overly concerned. With his experience, he possessed the capability to regain what he had lost, perhaps even more. After all, a millennium's worth of energy was hardly significant. If one were to categorize physical prowess based on energy levels, the year 2009 equated to the first level. The year 1099 represented the second level. The year 100999 represented the third level. The year 10009999 denoted the fourth level. 100 million or 900 million years constituted the ninth level. In his previous life, Xiaoyang had barely crossed the threshold of the fourth level. In the later stages of the apocalypse, he had been akin to refuse. This was the price of choosing to survive in obscurity. As if recalling something, Xiaoyang hastily closed his eyes. Moments later, he felt a surge of elation. His spatial abilities had not vanished. After the apocalypse, all humans would awaken some form of supernatural power, albeit at varying times. These abilities were diverse, spanning various categories. Generally, they could be classified into combat-oriented, magical, and unique abilities. Some individuals awakened exceptionally rare or even singular powers. Xiaoyang's spatial ability was one such rarity. He had never heard of another possessing it. Of course, it was also possible that others, like him, chose to keep it concealed. Abilities could be upgraded using crystals derived from mutated animals. There were 9 levels of abilities, and Xiaoyang had reached level 5. His spatial realm had expanded significantly, now encompassing the size of 10 football fields, though other aspects remained unchanged. He had always considered his abilities somewhat lacking, as it merely allowed him to store items without much practical use. In a world where resources were scarce, what good was a vast space? It felt akin to having an empty bank account, utterly disheartening. Now, with the apocalypse looming, he possessed spatial abilities. How immensely fortuitous. In his previous life, he had stumbled upon a small supermarket and stored all its supplies within his space. While the resources were limited, combining them with some wild vegetables and game had sufficed to sustain him for 3 years. This cautious approach had made him wary of forming alliances, leading him to opt for solitary survival. In the apocalypse, resources were the most coveted of commodities. A single pack of expired instant noodles could incite violent conflict, even resulting in death. He could scarcely fathom the thoughts of others if they discovered his spatial abilities. Xiaoyang understood that joining a team would enhance survival odds. However, unless one was a core member of the group, they would merely serve as cannon fodder. Thus, establishing a core team of his own was of paramount importance. Without a team, he risked succumbing to the monsters, rendering his rebirth meaningless. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he was determined to prepare thoroughly. His first priority was to utilize these 10 days to amass sufficient supplies for survival. The more, the better. As for forming a team, there was no rush. He was not particularly interested in the average person that he intends to rely on his memory to summon some remarkable individuals he encountered in his past life. Such efforts would render his rebirth meaningful. Now, everything is in place, save for one essential element: money. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiaoyang's lips as he let out a cold snort. His return to Haicheng was solely for the pursuit of wealth. In his previous life, he was deceived by his stepmother and half-brother, failing to acquire even a penny until the onset of the apocalypse. This time, will I allow you to succeed? Chapter 2. Dividing the inheritance. 6 hours later, the plane landed. In the first-class compartment, Xiaoyang had experienced a myriad of indulgences. Xiao, I must fly back now. So I cannot accompany you any longer. Remember to keep in touch. I shall belong to you alone from now on. Su Xiao, assisting Xiaoyang in donning his attire, flashed a charming smile and whispered softly in his ear. Xiaoyang glanced at Su Xiao's name tag and the unbuttoned collar, offering a faint smile in return. All right, my dear, I have some matters to attend to upon my return. I shall contact you once I am finished. He refrained from disclosing the impending apocalypse to Su Xiao. After all, she was merely a fleeting blossom in his garden of many. Nevertheless, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to forewarn Su Xiao a day before the catastrophe, thus honoring their shared intimacy. Good luck, girl. In a villa in High City, when Xiaoyang arrived, 6 or 7 individuals were already seated in the living room. His stepmother, Zhang Li, and his half-brother, Xiao Run, regarded him with indifference, failing to greet him, as if harboring some deep-seated grudge. Xiaoyang, you're back. Please, have a seat. Lawyer Chen has been waiting for quite some time. A middle-aged man rose to offer a cordial invitation. Xiaoyang needed no glance to recognize Wang Jian, his father's sworn brother. Noticing Xiaoyang's disregard, Wang Jian continued. Xiaoyang, under normal circumstances, I would not partake in such matters. However, as your father's closest friend during his lifetime, I have come to bear witness. Once again, Xiaoyang ignored him, turning directly to the lawyer across the table. Lawyer Chun, you may now disclose my father's will. It was this very Lawyer Chun who had summoned Xiaoyang back. They had communicated via video, and he was easily recognizable. Lawyer Chun rose, casting a glance at Zhang Li and Xiao Run. Madam Zhang, Mr. Xiao Run, and Mr. Xiaoyang, I am Chun Gang, the attorney entrusted by Chairman Xiao Feng prior to his disappearance. The two individuals behind me are notaries from the notary office. According to Chairman Xiao Feng's will, in the event of an unforeseen incident, his assets are to be distributed as follows. Mr. Xiaoyang shall inherit all shares of the group, while Madam Zhang and Mr. Xiaoren shall jointly inherit 2 villas and a deposit of 2 billion. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang felt no surprise. He was already aware from his previous life. However, Zhang Li and Xiao Run were taken aback, and even Wang Jian furrowed his brow in astonishment. Impossible. Lawyer Chen, have you made an error? Zhang Li was the first to voice her disbelief. Lawyer Chen remained impassive as the two notaries placed the written will and a mobile device on the table. This serves as the textual and video evidence of the will. Madame Zhang may review it at her convenience. Zhang Li hastily seized the will, scrutinizing it multiple times before playing the video, after which she despondently sank onto the sofa. Is this a mistake? My father left no shares of the 20 billion valued group to me? Xiao Run, unable to contain himself any longer, glared at Xiao Yang in fury, as if all of this was the fault of his half-brother. Though, the 2 billion in deposits was not an insignificant sum. However, when compared to the 20 billion shares, it seems somewhat unappealing. Xiao Yang observed their reactions with a cold gaze, remaining silent. The will has been announced. Henceforth, I, along with the notary personnel, shall oversee its execution. I hope everyone can cooperate with our efforts. Chen Gang, seeing no objections, prepared to enter the execution phase. Wait, Attorney Chun. The transfer of shares is of great significance. With Chairman Xiao no longer present, as the second largest shareholder of the group, I believe it is necessary to inform the other board members to prevent any internal discord within the company. Wang Jian, standing nearby, quickly addressed Chen Gang and then turned to Xiao Yang, adding, moreover, Xiao Yang has been studying abroad and is unfamiliar with the internal affairs of the group. All matters have been managed by his stepmother, Zhang Li, and his brother, Xiao Run. Therefore, we kindly request a bit more time to address this. What do you think? Xiao Yang gazed at the seemingly earnest Wang Jian, suppressing a cold laugh within. In his past life, it was this very Wang Jian who, in collusion with his stepmother Zhang Li, had evaded the issue of his inheritance, resulting in him receiving nothing before the apocalypse. When the end times arrived, streets, nearly freezing to death during a severe cold wave, Xiao Yang's resentment simmered, but this time, he would not allow the tragedy of his previous life to repeat itself. Upon hearing Wang Jian's words, Zhang Li suddenly shifted from her frown to a smile, saying, Indeed, Xiao Yang, I fear that if you take over suddenly, there may be discontent within the group. Your stepmother is merely trying to pave the way for you. After all, you wouldn't want to see any turmoil in the company your father founded, would you? Though her words appeared to convey concern, they were laced with an unmistakable threat. Xiao Yang suddenly smiled, realizing their performance had reached its peak, and it was now his turn. He had no intention of competing with them for those worthless shares. There were merely 10 days left, and it was too late to liquidate. Besides, they would surely create obstacles. What truly belonged to him could only be obtained immediately. Stepmother, there is no need for such effort. Since you and Xiao Ren are managing the group, I shall not interfere. Instead, how about this? I will inherit the villa and the 2 billion in savings, while you two take the shares of the group. At this declaration, everyone was taken aback. This young man, could he truly be a fool? Zhang Li, suspecting some trickery, warily inquired, What do you mean? Xiao Yang chuckled, Stepmother, there is no need to be anxious. If you doubt my words, Attorney Chun and the notary are present to witness. As long as you agree, we can sign the agreement immediately. Chen Gang and the others were momentarily stunned. Had this young man lost his mind? That was a valuation of 20 billion. Is this for real? Wang Jian, unable to contain his excitement, jumped to his feet. Though sensing his reaction was somewhat abrupt, he quickly added with a laugh. If that is the case, then this matter becomes quite manageable. After all, you are all family. How you divide it is your own affair. However, if we proceed as per Xiao Yang's suggestion, it would certainly alleviate a considerable amount of trouble. Xiao Yang, indifferent to his remarks, turned his gaze towards Zhang Li and Xiao Run, inquiring, What do you say, dear stepmother? Younger brother? Yet, Zhongli remained skeptical, questioning, "Do you have any other conditions?" She felt that her side had gained an enormous advantage, rendering the situation somewhat surreal. Xiaoyang chuckled, "Of course, there are conditions. First, 2 billion must be deposited into my account immediately. Second, I shall forego this villa. I only desire the one on Zijin Mountain. As compensation, an additional 500 million along with the vehicle is required. If this can be arranged, we can sign the agreement right away." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's terms, Wang Jian, who stood nearby, anxiously gestured towards Zhongli. "All right, let's proceed," Zhongli said, striving to steady her excitement. "Oh, mother, that villa on Zijin Mountain was purchased for me. It has just been renovated, and I have yet to reside in it. I promised my friends I would take them there for a party soon," Xiaoren interjected, jumping up in discontent. "Silence." Zhongli shot a glare at her son. "With your shares in the company, what villa can't you acquire?" Xiaoren glared back at Xiaoyang, seething in silence. With the agreement reached, the subsequent matters became straightforward. In the presence of Lawyer Chun and 2 notaries, the contract was signed and came into effect. The 2.5 billion was transferred to Xiaoyang's account. Gazing at the lengthy string of digits displayed in his balance, Xiaoyang smiled. Chapter 3. The villa on Zijin Mountain. Once everything was settled, it was already noon. Indeed, with Xiaoyang willingly conceding, the efficiency was remarkable. As Lawyer Chen departed, he expressed with heartfelt sentiment, "Seeing your family in such harmony, Chairman Xiao in the afterlife would surely feel a sense of comfort." He had witnessed numerous disputes among affluent families, yet today as proceedings were remarkably seamless. Xiaoyang sneered inwardly. Was it truly harmony? When he was 9, this stepmother had arrived with her son, leading to the demise of his biological mother. For 15 years, he had despised this family, and even more so, his father. Thus, when his father met with an unfortunate incident, he felt little sorrow. In his past life, he had not been able to personally dispatch the duo. In this life, could they escape him? Upon Xiaoyang's departure, within the Xiao family villa, Xiao Run was venting his frustrations. "That Xiaoyang not only took away my newly purchased Brabus G800, but also claimed the villa on Zijin Mountain, which I painstakingly renovated. I have yet to spend a single night there. Moreover, all 2.5 billion has been given to him. How am I to attend the Hai Tian banquet in 9 days? I have boasted to my friends that I would acquire this year's luxury doomsday yacht and off-road vehicle. I cannot afford to lose face." Zhongli frowned and reprimanded, "You idle boy. All you know is to indulge in pleasure. I do all of this not for you. It is merely surprising that your wretched father left such a hand behind." Fortunately, Xiaoyang is an aimless, worthless individual who has not disrupted my plans. Otherwise, matters would have become rather troublesome. Indeed, Xiaoren, your mother has acted solely for your benefit. Once we stabilize the group, we can gradually deal with that insufferable brat Xiaoyang. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, seated nearby, also offered his counsel to Xiaorun. "Humph, I care not. What belongs to me, Xiaorun, shall not be seized by anyone. Humph, Xiaoyang, you have never bested me from childhood until now, and this time shall be no different. I shall make you regurgitate what I have placed in your mouth." With that, Xiaorun stormed upstairs, leaving behind his fierce words. Zhongli watched her son's retreating figure, helplessly sighing. Turning to Wang Jian, she whispered, "How are things progressing on your end?" Wang Jian glanced at the staircase where Xiaorun had ascended, ensuring the coast was clear before rising and positioning himself behind Zhongli. His hands naturally settled on her fair shoulders, gently rubbing them. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. News has come from that side. Once we obtain the shares, we can execute a full acquisition. Once the money is in our hands, we will emigrate." Zhongli looked around cautiously, her voice laced with anger. "Remove your hands. Be wary lest Xiaorun sees." Wang Jian leered mischievously, boldly slipping his hand into the neckline of Zhongli's blouse, unperturbed. "He will find out sooner or later. After all, he is my offspring." Xiaoyang sped towards the Zijin Mountain villa in a sleek black Brabus G800. While it bore a resemblance to the Mercedes G63, its interior and power were on an entirely different level. With a press of the accelerator, the aggressive roar of the exhaust, and the engine's formidable horsepower instantly restored one's confidence. This vehicle is the ultimate dream for many men. However, in Xiaoyang's eyes, it was merely a means of transportation. In the face of an impending apocalypse, its utility would be minimal. Upon arriving at the Zijin Mountain Villa district, Xiaoyang found himself at the highest point, reaching the villa by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The villa boasted 3 floors above ground and 2 below, complete with all necessary furnishings. The garden featured an expansive swimming pool. Notably, the master bedroom on the third floor had enormous floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a sweeping view of the entire villa area, even extending to the university town at the foot of the mountain. The basement had been thoughtfully designed to include a private cinema, providing exceptional visual and auditory experiences. While Xiaoyang was relatively pleased, he noted several areas requiring renovation. Foremost among these was the installation of an independent heating system. Though it was currently summer and everyone donned short sleeves, Xiaoyang was aware that in 10 days, a severe cold front would strike, plummeting temperatures to a chilling -50 degrees overnight. Due to its abrupt onset, many who failed to return home that night would likely freeze to death outside. Those sheltering at home, without adequate blankets and warm clothing, would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. The relentless cold wave is set to persist for 10 days, during which venturing outside will be nearly impossible. Even if one were to survive the freezing temperatures, the threat of starvation looms large. In his previous life, on the very night the cold front arrived, Xiaoyang was expelled from this villa by that mother and son. He will forever remember the bone-chilling cold. Had he not fortuitously discovered a small tree hollow that could accommodate a single person, he would have perished in the wilderness. Therefore, it is imperative to prioritize the heating system. The most practical solution is a coal-fired boiler for warmth, as it is both stable and reliable. Additionally, the insulation of the walls must be reinforced, and all the glass should be replaced with multi-layer insulated varieties. Furthermore, the establishment of an independent power supply system is essential. In the apocalypse, once the power is cut off, there is no restoring it. As night falls, the entire world descends into darkness. Only a fortunate few manage to acquire generators, but these require fuel. Without oil, they become nothing more than useless scrap metal. Thus, a self-sufficient power generation system is of utmost importance. The swimming pool in the yard should also be utilized as a water reservoir, albeit requiring modifications to prevent freezing and ensure it remains functional. Moreover, the surrounding wall must be elevated and reinforced with barbed wire, and the entrance gate needs to be replaced with a thicker, impact-resistant alternative. It appears that the workload is substantial and time is of the essence. Thus, it is crucial to promptly engage a construction and renovation company to handle these tasks. Observing that there is still time, Xiaoyang quickly searched online for a reputable renovation company. Upon calling, they assured him that someone would be dispatched immediately. Anticipating a significant wait for their arrival, he decided to visit the tree hollow that had once saved his life. In his past existence, although he survived the 10 days spent hidden within, he nearly succumbed to starvation. Fortunately, he discovered a large bird's nest containing several decaying chicks. Additionally, a rabbit had sought refuge there, preventing him from starving. Reflecting on those deceased chicks, he felt they had inadvertently saved him in his previous life. Now that he has been reborn, he wishes to see if perhaps those chicks still live. If they do, he would not mind caring for a few birds in gratitude. The distance to the tree is roughly 2 kilometers, and from afar, Xiaoyang soon caught sight of the grand tree. This tree must be several centuries old, with 7 or 8 adults barely able to encircle its trunk. Adorning its bark are several large red cloths. He recalls that in his previous life, he tore down these pieces of cloth to wrap himself. Though not particularly thick, he remembers feeling relatively warm while taking shelter there. The reason for this remains a mystery. At the base of the trunk, there is a fissure large enough for a person to crawl inside. Within the hollow, a thick layer of wheat straw provides bedding for a sizable bird's nest. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang wriggled inside and peered into the nest. There lay 7 chicks in total, most of which had already ceased to move. Only one remained. Upon hearing a sound, it managed to raise its head with great effort, desperately opening its mouth and weakly calling out to Xiaoyang. Chapter 4. Constructing the Apocalypse Shelter. Xiaoyang conducted a meticulous examination and confirmed that the other 6 had already perished. He could not help but sigh. Even if he had arrived a little earlier, it would have made no difference. It seemed that the large bird had met with an unfortunate fate. Otherwise, it would not have abandoned such a nest of fledglings. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that one still lived, which made his journey worthwhile. He buried the other 6 on the spot and directly took the nest away. Upon returning to the villa, Xiaoyang found a room to place the nest with the surviving chick inside. He then went to the grassy area to catch a few insects to feed the hungry, chirping fledgling. Once satiated, the little bird was content and peacefully drifted into sleep. Xiaoyang hoped fervently that it would survive. He felt quite lonely, and having a bird as a companion would not be amiss. While others ventured into the apocalypse with a dog, why not embark on this journey with a bird? 2 hours later, the representatives from the construction and renovation company arrived. A tall and robust man in his 30s emerged from a Land Rover. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I am Mu Guang from Guanyu and Company. Here is my business card." Xiaoyang took the card and noted, "Mu Guang, General Manager." Well, the president himself had come. It appeared he valued this deal highly. Without further ado, Xiaoyang led Mu Guang into the villa and elaborated on his plans. Throughout the entire process, Mu Guang listened in astonishment. For a fleeting moment, he thought either the villa did not belong to Xiaoyang or that Xiaoyang was rather unhinged. "Ahem, Mr. Xiao, are you truly certain about transforming it as you described? Please do not jest." Mu Guang sought further confirmation. Xiaoyang shot him a glance, as if to say, "Did you think I was merely amusing you?" Noticing Xiaoyang's lack of response, Mu Guang chuckled awkwardly. "I can't help but feel that you intend to transform the villa into an apocalypse shelter, haha." Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. That is the plan, to create an apocalypse shelter." Seeing that Xiaoyang was not joking, Mu Guang believed him. "Please hold on, Mr. Xiao. I believe my sister may be able to assist you." With that, Mu Guang hurried back to his vehicle, opened the rear door, and exchanged a few words. Moments later, a young woman in a long dress emerged from the back seat. When she approached Xiaoyang, he was utterly taken aback. She was stunningly beautiful, radiating an air of elegance and aloofness. He found it difficult to find the words to describe her. She was as captivating as any top-tier actress, with an impeccable figure and beauty, perfect in every regard. Xiaoyang was curious about Mu Guang's intention in bringing his sister to meet him. Was it to entice him into accepting this deal? It truly was a challenge to refuse. As Xiaoyang was lost in thought, Mu Guang interjected, "Xiao, this is my sister, Mu Wanqing. She is an outstanding student of design at the Haiqing Art Academy. You might consider sharing your ideas with her." Mu Wanqing offered a gentle smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Xiao. I heard from my brother that you wish to transform your villa into an apocalyptic shelter." The previously aloof Mu Wanqing, upon smiling, radiated an enchanting sweetness, infused with youthful exuberance. This evoked a sense of déjà vu in Xiaoyang. He felt an uncanny familiarity, though he could not quite place her. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on the shelter project. "Miss Mu, you can call me Xiaoyang." "Yes, I indeed aspire to create an apocalyptic refuge. Could you elaborate on your vision, Mr. Xiao?" Mu Wanqing, not naive enough to address him by his first name, inquired. "Absolutely. Follow me." After an engaging discussion, Xiaoyang was utterly delighted. He sensed he had encountered a prodigious talent today. Mu Wanqing's insights surpassed his expectations, with her attention to detail reflecting her design acumen. "Miss Mu, you appear quite familiar with constructing shelters. Have you designed one before?" Xiaoyang asked curiously. With a shy smile, Mu Wanqing replied, "Not exactly. I'm actually an avid enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios. I often indulge in whimsical thoughts, designing imaginary doomsday fortresses." Xiaoyang nodded in understanding. "Brother Mu, I find Miss Mu's ideas align perfectly with my vision. Could you expedite a comprehensive construction design and provide me with a quotation? If it meets my approval, we shall commence immediately." Xiaoyang was so pleased he even addressed Mu Guang as Brother Mu. "Certainly, Mr. Xiao. I will bring in a few more people to assist in taking measurements. You and my sister can discuss the details further. I'll ensure she prepares a construction plan and design overnight, with a quotation to follow tomorrow." Xiaoyang could not have wished for more. The group toiled until after 9 in the evening, neglecting to eat, though Xiaoyang graciously ordered a sumptuous takeout for everyone. He consistently urged Mu Wanqing to treat the villa as her own home during the transformation, insisting on using only the finest materials and dismissing any concerns about budget. On their way home, Mu Guang asked his sister, "Wanqing, what do you think of Mr. Xiao? Is he merely toying with us?" After a moment of contemplation, Mu Wanqing shook her head, saying, "My instincts tell me he isn't deceiving us. However, someone who wishes to realize an apocalyptic shelter must either have ample wealth or be excessively lost in fantasy. Which category do you believe Mr. Xiao falls into?" Mu Guang continued. Mu Wanqing chuckled. "I suspect he belongs to the former, haha." Throughout the entire renovation project, Xiaoyang entrusted her with full responsibility, encouraging her to share any ideas without reservation, as if she were building for herself, rather than merely constructing an apocalyptic shelter. It was as though Xiaoyang was financially enabling her dream of creating one. At this moment, Mu Wanqing felt that Xiaoyang was quite a remarkable individual. Xiaoyang lay comfortably on the expansive bed in the master bedroom on the third floor. In the corner, a bird's nest cradled a few chicks, peacefully slumbering after being fed by him. The day passed swiftly. If all went well tomorrow, he could entrust everything to Mu Guang and his team. His next step would be to begin stockpiling supplies, a substantial undertaking that required a significant amount of resources and was time-sensitive. Had it not been for Mu Wanqing today, ended to rent several cold storage units and warehouses to receive the supplies. Enough of that. At present, Xiaoyang only wished to rest. This marked the first day of his rebirth, and he had not enjoyed a sound sleep in what felt like an eternity. The dangers of the apocalypse had left him mentally and physically exhausted, perpetually on edge. Now, he simply craved a deep slumber. The following morning at 7 a.m., Xiaoyang was awakened by the loud chirping of the chicks, demanding to be fed once more. Their calls were noticeably louder than the previous day, indicating they were recovering well. After providing them with some insects, Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing arrived, with dark circles under her eyes. Mu Wanqing handed the blueprints in quotations to Xiaoyang. Mr. Xiao, our preliminary estimate suggests that 30 million can finalize Wanqing's design proposal, Mu Guang stated. The price is acceptable, Xiaoyang remarked, glancing at the blueprints with evident satisfaction. It was clear that Mu Wanqing had indeed put considerable effort into her work. How long will the renovations take? Well, the fastest would be 15 days. Some materials and equipment need to be custom ordered, Mu Guang replied. What? 15 days? That's too long, Xiaoyang exclaimed, taken aback. With less than 9 days until the apocalypse, this timeline was untenable. I can give you a maximum of 8 days. Can you manage that? Mu Guang was taken aback. Such a time frame seemed impossible. Mr. Xiao, that might be quite challenging. I can offer more money. How about 40 million? Mr. Xiao, this isn't merely a matter of money. It's 50 million. All right, I will do my best. I require results, not just efforts. Fine, Mr. Xiao. It's a deal. I assure you, we will complete it on time. Mu Guang was stunned. Having never encountered such an extravagant individual who treated money as if it were worthless, Xiaoyang promptly transferred the funds to Mu Guang, prompting him to hasten and gather the workforce to commence construction. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing watched in astonishment, her eyes wide open. It appeared as though Mr. Xiao spent money as if it were simply lying around. Wanqing, you haven't slept all night. Perhaps I should take you home to rest? Mu Guang suggested, noticing her fatigue with concern. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing's worn appearance, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of sympathy. Although she was working for his benefit, her dedication was evident. For that alone, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Miss Mu, how about I drive you home to rest while Brother Mu stays here? I also have some other questions I'd like to consult you about. Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but thinking that Xiaoyang might indeed have something important to discuss, she agreed. Just a moment. Let me grab a few things, and I'll be right down. Before long, to the astonishment of the Mu siblings, Xiaoyang appeared carrying a bird's nest. You, at your age, are still collecting bird nests? Mu Wanqing exclaimed in disbelief. Oh no, I happened upon a nest of chicks. The others perished, and only this one survived, so I rescued it. Look how adorable it is. Xiaoyang explained while presenting the nest to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing it, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of compassion and stroked the chick, saying, It's truly pitiful. What kind of bird is this? This is a crow chick. I used to see them often at the construction site, Xiaoyang replied. Mr. Xiao, raising such a creature is inauspicious. You should dispose of it, urged Mu Guang, peering over to take a look. Upon hearing her brother's words, Mu Wanqing retorted angrily. How can you be so heartless? It's so small. Throwing it away would mean certain death. Xiaoyang chuckled. It's fine. Once it grows a bit, I'll release it back into the wild. He was indifferent to notions of luck. Did people really believe that without this little creature, the apocalypse would not arrive? Mr. Xiao has a kind heart, Mu Wanqing praised. Let us place it in the car. I'll take you home to rest first. All right. Mu Wanqing allowed Xiaoyang to drive her back to school, to the Haiqing Academy of Arts, nestled at the foot of the Purple Mountain. Xiaoyang then realized that Mu Wanqing had not yet graduated. She was merely interning at her brother's company. The imposing Brabus G800 came to a halt at the school entrance, immediately attracting the attention of numerous students. Mr. Xiao, regarding the list of supplies for the apocalypse, I'll think it over and send it to you tonight, Mu Wanqing said. Okay, thank you. As soon as Mu Wanqing stepped out of the car, there was a commotion. Isn't that our school's flower, Mu Wanqing? Why is she being driven home by a man so early in the morning? Hey, what kind of car is that? Did BYD release a new model? Fool. That's the emblem of Brabus. It could buy 100 BYDs. Is that so? Indeed, the school flower is unattainable for us mediocre students. Mu Wanxing lay on her dormitory bed, but found it impossible to sleep. This Mr. Xiao had the audacity to ask her to help him think of items needed for the impending apocalypse. He truly was deeply engrossed in this fantasy, making it seem as though the end of the world was imminent. However, thinking about it was quite amusing, and she decided to indulge him in this whimsical game. Feeling wide awake, Mu Wanxing picked up a pen and paper and began to write earnestly. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang drove straight to the largest storage facility in Haicheng City. This place boasted hundreds of warehouses and cold storage units. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storage units, designated for storing daily necessities as well as vegetables and meat. In truth, Xiaoyang did not intend to store supplies in these warehouses. It was merely a ruse to throw off any prying eyes. One cannot simply, under the watchful eyes of the public, stash away such supplies into a spatial dimension. That would surely send others into a state of shock. Thus, he made his way to the largest vegetable wholesale market, intent on procuring a plethora of vegetables. As soon as Xiaoyang arrived, the entire market erupted in a frenzy. Word spread that a wealthy patron had graced them with his presence. Items such as scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, and a multitude of greens, amounting to dozens of varieties, were gathered. Whatever Xiaoyang laid his eyes upon, he ordered 100 tons of each. In the end, the total came to an astounding 100 million. A deposit was made, with the assurance that all goods would be delivered in batches to the cold storage within 7 days, with final payment to follow. There was no alternative. The proprietor had to source supplies from across the nation. Next, he ventured to the condiments section, acquiring oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, barbecue seasonings, hot pot ingredients, and various oils. While not requiring an excessive quantity, this portion totaled 50 million, also to be delivered in batches. In the grain section, he ordered a direct bulk of 10,000 tons of rice at wholesale price, amounting to another 50 million. The owner promised that the goods would be prepared for Xiaoyang within a maximum of 8 days. Subsequently, he proceeded to the adjacent fruit wholesale market, creating yet another stir. He ordered 100 tons of assorted fruits, culminating in a total of 100 million, with a deposit made and final settlement to follow. With fruits and vegetables secured, the pivotal task remained, stockpiling meat. Xiaoyang then headed to the city's largest chain of fresh meat stores, where he felt assured about the quality. Without delay, he inquired about the prices per ton for pork, lamb, beef, and chicken. The manager, startled, asked how many tons he required. Xiaoyang responded confidently, 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of lamb, beef, and chicken, alongside 2,000 tons of lamb and beef offal. The manager was so taken aback that he nearly dropped his ledger. Surely, this could not be a mere jest. He promptly summoned the owner's son, young Master Zhou. The young master instructed the manager to calculate the total price to gauge the patron's reaction. Should Xiaoyang attempt any tricks, he would ensure that the wealthy buyer would leave empty-handed. The total came to an impressive 700 million. Without batting an eyelash, Xiaoyang paid the deposit, leaving his address, and departed with an air of nonchalance while young Master Zhou stood in stunned silence. For his final stop, Xiaoyang visited the seafood wholesale market. True to form, he placed orders for an array of seafood, various ocean fish, freshwater fish, Australian lobsters, king crabs, shellfish, abalone, and, of course, sea cucumbers. These delicacies are known to fortify the body, beloved by athletes. Ultimately, the total amounted to 200 million. Xiaoyang specifically instructed that all live seafood be killed and frozen, as his spatial storage could not accommodate living creatures. In conclusion, Xiaoyang had placed orders totaling a staggering 1.2 billion on this day alone, adding to that the 50 million for renovations and warehouse rentals. He had already expended over half of his funds. However, it was still insufficient. Such a meager supply hardly sufficed. Yet, Xiaoyang truly felt exhausted from his shopping endeavors. He decided to purchase the remainder online. Grateful for the formidable internet, he realized that with enough funds, anything could be acquired. Upon accessing a certain online marketplace, Xiaoyang commenced a delightful spree of purchasing. Chapter 6. Cape Restaurant. Once one begins to shop online, it is rather challenging to halt the momentum. Men and women are alike in this regard. Xiaoyang felt that everything was essential. After 3 hours of relentless effort, he procured the following items: liquor, beer, red wine, bottled spring water, and various beverages, spicy strips, canned goods, self-heating pots, instant noodles, and bread, a tent, sleeping bag, cookware, a lighter, flashlight, walkie-talkie, binoculars, and water purification tablets. A portable solar power generator, a portable diesel and gasoline generator, an outdoor power supply, solar-powered lights, outdoor backpacks, a first aid kit, and a projector loaded with numerous films. Among others, especially with regard to food and drink, Xiaoyang opted for the maximum quantities. The more, the better. This round of purchases cost him a staggering 100 million. A significant portion of this expense was attributed to alcohol. There was no denying that such items were in high demand in a post-apocalyptic world. The oppressive atmosphere was stifling. A release was necessary. There were cigarettes, but those could not be purchased online, necessitating alternative methods. After this shopping spree, his mind felt utterly fatigued. For the first time, Xiaoyang realized that spending money could be incredibly exhausting. At that moment, Mu Wanqing also sent a message containing a list of supplies she had prepared. Feeling too tired to read it, Xiaoyang glanced at the time and realized it was mealtime. Upon learning that Mu Wanqing had not yet dined, he decided to show his gratitude by driving her out for dinner. "Miss Mu, feel free to suggest anything you'd like to eat. There's no need to be polite." Xiaoyang smiled at Mu Wanqing, seated in the passenger seat. "Anything is fine." Mu Wanqing felt a bit shy. Since he was treating, it was only right to let him take the lead. Xiaoyang feigned a stern expression, saying, women should not say anything goes, and men cannot refuse. Isn't that common knowledge?" Mu Wanqing chuckled. "All right then, how about we go to Cape Restaurant? The food is absolutely delicious and quite affordable. Is that acceptable, Mr. Xiao?" The last statement clearly carried another implication. "Absolutely. Lead the way. How could we possibly say no?" Cape Restaurant, contrary to its name, was not located by the sea. Instead, it was situated near the university town, in a rather unremarkable area. Nevertheless, it was bustling with patrons, indicating a thriving business. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in line, waiting for a table, as it was peak dining time. "How popular it is. It seems we're in for a treat," Xiaoyang mused, believing that a place which compelled so many to queue was surely worth the wait. Of course, this is the universally acknowledged culinary hotspot of our university town, Mu Wanqing proclaimed proudly. After nearly an hour of waiting, during which Xiaoyang felt as if he might collapse from hunger, they finally reached the front of the line. "Come on, Miss Mu, you order. You're more familiar with this place than I am." It was the first time Xiaoyang had visited, and he was uncertain about what delicacies to choose. He decided to leave it in Mu Wanqing's capable hands, content to merely indulge in the meal. Mu Wanqing, realizing that allowing Xiaoyang to order would be a waste of time, did not hesitate and promptly relayed the dish names to the waiter: a serving of oil-braised prawns, a portion of mapo tofu, a dish of spicy pig trotters, and the restaurant specialty, crab meat casserole. For dishes were just right, as anything more would be excessive. Having efficiently placed the order, the waiter smiled and remarked, "Miss, you have excellent luck. Today is the last serving of crab meat casserole, and you have just ordered it. Enjoy your meal." Once the waiter departed, Xiaoyang asked in astonishment, "Are the dishes here limited in quantity?" Mu Wanqing, amused by Xiaoyang's naivete, replied, "Of course. This crab meat casserole is one of the few specialties personally prepared by the owner, and only 100 servings are made each day. If you don't reserve in advance, you might not get to taste it. Today, you are fortunate. Consider it a stroke of luck." Xiaoyang responded with a casual "oh" and chuckled. Sounds like a clever marketing tactic. Soon, the other 3 dishes arrived at the table, with the crab meat casserole expected to follow shortly. Just as the waiter was approaching with the casserole, they were intercepted by a heavily made-up girl in a short black skirt. "Which table is that crab meat casserole for?" she inquired coldly. The waiter replied, "It's for table 69. Could you give it to us instead?" the girl asked. The waiter replied, "We cannot decide that. You would need to ask the guests at table 69. The girl then followed the waiter to Xiaoyang's table. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, she expressed surprise. "Oh, Mu Wanqing. What a coincidence." Mu Wanqing looked up and recognized her as Wang Min, the belle of their dance department. "What a coincidence, Wang Min. Are you here to dine as well?" "Yes," Wang Min responded casually, her gaze shifting to Xiaoyang. Upon seeing him, She noted his handsome appearance, feeling a tinge of envy towards Mu Wanqing. However, as she observed Xiao Yang's ordinary attire, a hint of disdain crept in, and she remarked sarcastically, "How rare it is to see our department's beauty dining alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiao Yang and quickly waved her hand. "Oh, no, he's just a friend." "Well, Mu Wanqing," Wang Min began, "I had intended to treat my boyfriend to the crab meat casserole today, but I ordered too late, and the last serving was taken by you. You know, my boyfriend is the son of the owner of a chain of fresh meat stores in Haicheng. He's grown weary of dining in five-star hotels, and I thought to bring him here for a change of taste. Could you please consider letting us have it? I would owe you a favor, and in the future, I could recommend your brother for any renovation work through my boyfriend." As Wang Min spoke of her boyfriend, she cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yang, implying that he was beyond Xiao Yang's reach and advising him to be sensible. Xiao Yang remained silent, awaiting Mu Wanqing's decision. After a moment's contemplation, Mu Wanqing chose to decline. "I'm sorry, Wang Min. My friend is visiting for the first time today, and I wish for him to savor this dish as well. You may inquire about my friend's opinion." Mu Wanqing is not foolish. Xiao Yang is, after all, a major client of her brother's, and she must not allow him to feel displeased. Upon hearing this, Wang Min glanced at Xiao Yang, her eyes brimming with disdain. She could never plead for mercy from such an ordinary individual. "How about this? The dish costs over 100 yuan. I will purchase it for 5 times its price. How does that sound? It would cover the cost of your meal and leave you with a substantial remainder. What a bargain." Xiao Yang was contemplating whether to grant Mu Wanqing a favor by relinquishing the dish to her classmate, as he was on the verge of starvation and could not afford to linger any longer. However, upon hearing her words, his anger surged uncontrollably. Who does she think she is? "Waiter, bring the crab meat pot to the table," he commanded. Immediately, the waiter placed the dish before them. "Waiter, we are about to dine. Kindly shoo away the flies." The waiter, taken aback, was at a loss for words. "Sir, you are putting me in a difficult position." Wang Min, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "What did you say? You truly have no shame. Today, I shall make you an ordinary person. Remember the consequences of offending those in higher social strata." Her voice rose sharply, attracting the attention of diners in the hall. At that moment, a young man rushed towards Xiao Yang from behind, inquiring with concern, "What happened, Xiao Min? Who has angered you?" Chapter 7. The female boss Wang Min, seeing her support arrive, felt emboldened. Pointing a finger at Xiao Yang, she berated, "This pauper dares to call me a fly. I will not rest until I have smashed his mouth. You have gone too far, Wang Min. You shall not insult my friend." Mu Wanqing was genuinely incensed. To insult her friend in her presence was akin to slapping her face. Upon hearing this, Wang Min shot a venomous glance at Mu Wanqing and retorted, "I have gone too far. You wretched harlot, do you truly see yourself as the campus belle? What good is your beauty if you are merely dating a penniless man?" Pathetic. Mu Wanqing was left speechless with rage. The young man who had rushed over became entranced upon seeing Mu Wanqing. Wow, truly stunning. Although Wang Min was also quite attractive, in comparison, she seemed like a mere crow beside a phoenix, an insurmountable difference. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess and perhaps win the admiration of this beauty. "You step forward. Let me show you today." As the young man approached Xiao Yang, ready to confront him, he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yang's face and was rendered speechless. "Wow, President Xiao." Xiao Yang chuckled. "Indeed, Haicheng is quite a small place. Young Master Zhou, what a coincidence." The young man was none other than Zhou, the manager of the company from which Xiao Yang had purchased cold fresh meat earlier that day. Zhou's expression soured significantly. "President Xiao, what brings you to such a place for a meal?" Xiao Yang cast a glance at the bewildered Wang Min and let out a cold laugh. "Heh, a wretch like me, with a lowly existence, can only come here to dine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected, "Xiao Zong, is there some misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" retorted Mu Wanqing, standing up in indignation. "Wang Min insisted on purchasing our meat crab pot, and when we declined, she insulted me and my friend. Do you still consider it a misunderstanding?" Xiao Zhou grasped the situation, realizing that this woman had a knack for creating her own troubles. Without hesitation, he turned and slapped Wang Min across the face. "You wretched creature, causing a scene just to have a meal and offending my major client. What a jinx you are. Apologize to Xiao Zong and this lovely lady immediately, then get lost." With tears welling in her eyes, Wang Min covered her face in disbelief, stammering, Why you hit me? Xiao Zhou, infuriated by her demeanor, snapped back. Hitting you is too lenient. Do you really think you're someone special? Apologize at once. Or do you want me to send you to Hai Tiansheng Yin to serve as a plaything? Wang Min trembled at the thought of being a mere tool at Hai Tiansheng Yin. Suddenly, she fell to her knees before Xiao Yang, pleading, I'm sorry. Xiao Zong, I was blind to your worth and have offended you. Please forgive me. Xiao Yang didn't even glance at her, coldly stating, I believe you ought to apologize to my friend instead. Wang Min turned on her knees towards Mu Wanqing, begging, Wanqing, I'm truly sorry. I was despicable, please. For the sake of our shared past as classmates, grant me this one mercy. Mu Wanqing's heart softened. After all, they were once classmates. Since the apology had been made, she felt it unnecessary to pursue the matter further. Noticing that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing had not uttered another word, Xiao Zhou disdainfully remarked to Wang Min, Get lost, and make sure I never see you again. Wang Min, as if granted a reprieve, quickly stood up and left the restaurant in a fluster. With the melodrama concluded, the patrons in the hall returned their focus to their meals, satisfied. Xiao Yang resumed his seat and looked at Xiao Zhou, who stood hesitantly, as if searching for words. Xiao Zhou, why not join us for a bite? Xiao Zhou quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't want to intrude. By the way, you may call me Zhou Fei from now on. Also, this meal is on me. I'll settle the bill. As Zhou Fei turned to leave, Xiao Yang stopped him. Today, I'm treating my friend. So please do not steal my thunder. Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing and instantly understood. Just as he was about to take his leave, Xiao Yang inquired, By the way, what exactly is this Hai Tiansheng Yin you mentioned? And what does being a game tool entail? Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in shock, realizing that he was unaware of such matters. Xiao Zong, you don't know about that? Xiao Yang shook his head. I've been abroad for the past few years. Zhou Fei understood at once. The extravagant banquet, known as the Sea and Sky Feast, has emerged in Haiqing over the past 2 years as a collaborative exhibition hosted by various luxury brands, exclusively inviting individuals from the upper echelons of society. With only 7 days remaining until this year's event, Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing across the table, hesitating briefly before whispering to Xiao Yang. It's not quite convenient to discuss here. Let me add you on WeChat, and we can converse privately. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, realizing there was more to this than met the eye. After adding Xiao Yang on WeChat, Zhou Fei excused himself. By this time, both Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were nearly famished, and after the recent commotion, they had lost their appetite for conversation. Instead, they directed their energies toward the delectable cuisine before them. However, Xiao Yang was astounded by the exquisite flavors of the dishes presented. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that these were the most delectable dishes he had ever savored throughout his life. Were this feast to be offered in a post-apocalyptic scenario, it might ignite a significant conflict. The delightful sensations dancing upon his palate dissipated the earlier unpleasantness. Even Mu Wanqing, witnessing Xiao Yang devour his meal with such enthusiasm, felt a sense of accomplishment. Could the place I chose be anything but exceptional? They resolutely engaged in the clean plate campaign, nearly licking the dishes clean. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Yang, thoroughly satisfied, gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up, exclaiming, Thank you for bringing me here. Mu Wanqing, feeling bashful, replied, Oh, it is you, Mr. Xiao, to whom I owe my gratitude for the generous invitation. Their eyes met, and they both erupted into laughter, the earlier discontent fading into oblivion. As Mu Wanqing stepped away to the restroom, Xiao Yang approached the cashier, only to be captivated by the trophies adorning the wall. National Culinary Competition Gold Medal, Haiqing's designated reception chef, International Culinary Master Cup winner, Top 10 Outstanding Young Women of Haiqing. A young woman? He pondered. Is the owner a woman? An image flashed through his mind, a portly, round-figured woman vigorously stirring a pot. Why do I always think of such things? As long as the food is delicious, who cares about her figure? It's not like I'm eating her. However, the alluring woman seated at the cashier's desk indeed tempted Xiao Yang's appetite. Hello, may I meet your esteemed owner? He inquired. The captivating woman smiled gently, her charm irresistible. What is it that you desire, handsome? I wish to meet the culinary maestro who has conquered my palate. The enchanting woman smiled coyly, responding, I cannot claim such a title, but I appreciate your kind words. Chapter 8. The Sea and Sky Feast. Xiao Yang was pleasantly surprised. Was this alluring woman the chef? The owner of the restaurant? Shouldn't she be more rotund? Has the culinary profession become so competitive? Initially, He had been curious about the remarkable chef capable of creating such exquisite dishes. If it were you, dear lady, that would certainly make sense. Xiao Yang's relaxed demeanor immediately piqued the boss's interest. Oh, handsome, why do you say that? Xiao Yang chuckled. Because I believe that all beautiful things in this world are created by beautiful people. One must possess either external beauty or inner beauty, and dear sister, you undoubtedly embody the former. Upon hearing this, the alluring young boss erupted into laughter. This lad not only possesses good looks, but also has a sweet tongue. Handsome. With such eloquence, I must offer you a discount. She handed him a business card, saying, Here, this is my card. In the future, when you mention my name, you'll receive a 20% discount. Xiao Yang glanced at the card and noted the name, Lu Yu. Thank you, Sister Yu. Originally, Xiao Yang's intent in meeting the boss was to become somewhat familiar, hoping to win her over as a chef in the impending apocalypse. However, this Lu Yu was not only skilled in the culinary arts, but also exuded a captivating charm akin to a vixen. Keeping her close would certainly distract him from thoughts of sustenance. After escorting Mu Wanqing back to school, Xiao Yang visited the villa once more, discovering that Mu Guang was overseeing workers who were putting in extra hours. To expedite the construction, Mu Guang had employed double the workforce, divided into 2 shifts. This reassured Xiao Yang. He caught some insects to feed the hungry, squawking crows, and then decided to find a hotel near the warehouse, as he would need to receive goods early the next morning. On his way, he stopped at a large gas station to refuel, suddenly realizing he had not prepared any diesel or gasoline. Without fuel, how could the generator operate? He needed 1,000 tons of diesel and 1,000 tons of gasoline. He had the boss contact a friend who sold carbon to arrange for 1,000 tons of smokeless carbon. After finalizing the address and delivery time, Xiao Yang hurried back to the hotel he had reserved. Once in his hotel room, Xiao Yang pulled out his phone to review the supply list Mu Wanqing had sent him. He ordered everything he had overlooked online: sanitary pads, various hygiene products, clothing and footwear for all seasons, lingerie, sports bras, yoga attire, black stockings, and flesh-colored tights. As he browsed the seller's photos, he found himself entranced, unable to tear himself away. After completing these purchases, he began to acquire defensive equipment, stab-proof vests, riot shields, batons, military knives, and tang swords, among others. To be frank, these items would only be useful in the initial stages. As time progressed, the abilities of survivors would evolve, rendering such defenses and weapons ineffective. Firearms would be more advantageous, but they were currently unattainable. By the time he finished purchasing all the items, it was already midnight. At that moment, he received a message from Zhou Fei, detailing the upcoming Haitian Shengyan event. After delving into the information, Xiao Yang's excitement grew exponentially. This year's Haitian Shengyan would span a single day and was themed around the apocalypse, featuring a plethora of high-end outdoor camping products. The venue is replete with an array of off-road recreational vehicles, opulent yachts, nomadic shelters, and even small aircrafts. However, the true essence of this grand celebration unfolds during the nocturnal festivities. Zhou Fei elaborated to Xiao Yang on the concept of game facilitators, leaving him astounded with a sense of disbelief at its absurdity. Zhou Fei fortuitously had an extra electronic ticket, which he graciously bestowed upon Xiao Yang, arranging to attend the event together. Xiao Yang readily acquiesced, as he had long contemplated acquiring a suitable means of transportation for the post-apocalyptic era, with an off-road vehicle being the most fitting choice. Additionally, securing a yacht would be ideal. The cataclysmic floods of the mid-apocalypse had nearly submerged all land, forcing survivors to construct rudimentary floating platforms from makeshift rafts. If he could procure a luxurious yacht, it would be akin to living a regal existence. The mere thought exhilarated him. Thus he resolved to attend the grand celebration. As for the peculiar game, he found little interest. The image of a group of individuals taking turns scrubbing pots was rather distasteful. With the essential supplies nearly procured, the forthcoming days would be spent managing the incoming shipments. Furthermore, Xiao Yang had placed a substantial order for a variety of delectable foods via a delivery app, including fried chicken, roasted duck, cold noodles, meat-stuffed buns, rice noodles, stinky tofu, and snail noodles, among others. He even ordered several carts of ice cream. He nearly monopolized the delivery service, which cost him a fair amount of money. Time passed swiftly, and over the next few days, Xiao Yang worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, finally completing the receipt of all goods by the early hours of the 9th day. After a long night of labor, he stored all supplies within his spatial dimension, where time ceased to exist, ensuring that nothing would spoil or decay. A cup of water placed inside, regardless of when retrieved, remained warm, a feature Xiao Yang cherished immensely. With all provisions organized, a sense of relief washed over him, signaling it was time to prepare for the grand event. A glance at his bank account revealed a balance of over 1 billion, which he deemed sufficient for his indulgences. At 8 in the morning, after feeding the little crow, which had grown a glossy coat of black feathers resembling coal, Xiao Yang aptly named it Coal Ball. He even purchased a large wooden cage, crafting a cozy abode for it. Concerned that the grand celebration would consume the entirety of his day, he entrusted Coal Ball to Mu Wanqing for safekeeping until he could return. Once settled, Xiao Yang met up with Zhou Fei and set off towards the venue of the grand celebration, located at a yacht harbor by the sea. The event was adorned with lavish decorations, and the atmosphere was brimming with beauty. Due to the sweltering heat, the enchanting ladies adopted the principle of wearing less rather than more, opting for shorter garments over longer ones, and unabashedly revealing their alluring features, thus transforming the venue into a flowing tapestry of beauty. The interplay of black stockings and bikinis, the competition between bare backs and thighs, and the charm of ample chests and posteriors created a captivating scene. The exhibition area was adorned with an array of small aircraft, sports cars, recreational vehicles, and various outdoor equipment, while the harbor was lined with rows of pristine yachts. Each piece, from outdoor gear to luxurious items like planes and yachts, was uniquely crafted, representing a one-of-a-kind creation on a global scale. To underscore exclusivity and prestige, these bespoke items were not openly priced, but instead adopted a bidding system, rewarding those with financial prowess. This approach proved highly effective, as some affluent individuals would willingly pay several times the intrinsic value to secure their desired possessions, ensuring that the organizers reaped substantial profits. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the grand event commenced, with all specialized products auctioned sequentially to the highest bidder. By midday, a post-apocalyptic version of an off-road motorhome captured the keen interest of Xiao Yang. Chapter 9. The Apocalypse Edition Motorhome and Yacht. This off-road motorhome, constructed from a Mercedes-Benz heavy-duty truck, featured 8 wheels and all-wheel drive. Each tire was specially designed to be explosion-proof and resistant to wear. With a length of 12 meters, a width of 2.6 meters, and a height of 3.8 meters, it was undeniably a colossal vehicle. The body was made from specialized steel, providing excellent insulation and bulletproof capabilities, with even the windows being reinforced. The roof was adjustable, capable of transforming into a sunroom when elevated. Both sides and the rear of the vehicle were equipped with extending mechanisms that, when deployed, expanded the internal living space significantly. The vehicle's roof housed a 5,000 W solar panel, complemented by an 8,000 W silent diesel generator, and was outfitted with a lithium iron phosphate battery equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours. It also included a 1,000 L insulated freshwater tank, sufficient for several days of use, alongside a 500 L gray water tank and a 200 L black water tank, both ample for several days of disposal needs. Inside the motorhome, once the rear extension was deployed, there was a magnificent supersized double bed, and the dual-side expansions created an expansive living area. The interior was fully equipped with a bathroom, shower room, kitchen, refrigerator, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, microwave oven, and a television and audio system. For winter heating, it featured a diesel heating and hot water unit, while summer comfort was ensured by a vehicle-mounted air conditioning system. Xiao Yang was thoroughly satisfied with this configuration, particularly impressed by the 8-wheel drive capability and 7 differential locks, which were crucial in a post-apocalyptic environment. This vehicle was nothing short of perfection, albeit weighing 25 tons and consuming considerable fuel. However, for Xiao Yang, that was inconsequential. This Apocalypse Edition heavy-duty off-road motorhome, codenamed Conqueror, commenced bidding at an opening price of 30 million. Xiao Yang resolutely decided to acquire the vehicle. I will bid 30 million. My dear friends, please do not compete with me, Xiao Ren. Before Xiao Yang could utter another word, a familiar voice echoed from afar. It was none other than his half-brother, Xiao Run. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, both men and women, he certainly made a striking impression. Upon realizing it was the second young master of the Xiao family, the crowd prudently refrained from bidding against him, particularly considering the exorbitant specifications of this off-road motorhome. who, after all, would genuinely take it out for leisure on a daily basis. Seeing no one contesting him, Xiaoren nodded in satisfaction, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Just as he was about to proceed with the payment, Xiaoyang interjected, I bid 40 million. A hush fell over the room as attendees cast curious glances, seeking the source of such audacity that dared to defy the second young master of the Xiao family. When they recognized Xiaoyang, murmurs spread among them. Isn't that the eldest son of the Xiao household? Why are these two brothers at odds? It seems the rumors were true. How intriguing. Who do you think will secure the motorhome? Surely, it has to be the second young master. I heard he just inherited shares in the family business, so money is no object. Xiaoren was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiaoyang. What was this waste of space doing in such a prestigious setting? How dare he compete with him for possessions? He had yet to find an opportunity to settle the villa matter with him, and now he was stirring up trouble again, determined to prevail today. Xiaoren had borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang to participate in this event, even though all his savings had been inherited by Xiaoyang. You think you can spend like I do? Xiaoren scoffed inwardly. He had already dispatched people to discreetly track Xiaoyang's spending habits and was aware that he had hoarded a significant amount of resources. This fool wouldn't he even know how to spend his money. With just over 1 billion left, did he truly believe he could compete? With a cold sneer, Xiaoren unhesitatingly raised his bid to 50 million, casting a taunting glance at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang paid him no heed. His focus remained solely on the off-road motorhome. He was determined to secure it, and, thus, opted for a straightforward approach. Instead of fussing over increments of 10 million, I will bid 100 million. The declaration sent waves of astonishment throughout the room. The eldest young master of the Xiao family was indeed bold, albeit somewhat foolish. To spend such a sum on a mere toy, which hardly seemed worth it. Xiaoren was fuming. His elder brother must surely be out of his mind. This vehicle was not worth such a price. Truly, a classic case of a nouveau riche mentality, foolishness paired with wealth. Yet, despite his indignation, Xiaoren's friends persuaded him to reconsider. Brother Ren, there's no need to compete with him. If you truly desire this vehicle, you could simply commission the manufacturer for a custom one. They could have it ready for you in 2 months. Why engage in this futile contest? Yes, Brother Ren, we no longer wish to venture into the wilderness. Instead, we yearn for the deep sea. Let us explore the yachts. The girls surrounding him, adorned with heavy makeup and draped in flimsy garments, all chimed in with their suggestions. Upon hearing this, Xiaoren decided to gracefully extricate himself from the situation. Very well. He conceded, since you all adore the ocean, I shall certainly procure that doomsday yacht for you. Casting a fierce glance at Xiaoyang, he departed with his entourage. Xiaoyang, having achieved his desire for an off-road RV, promptly settled the payment and arranged for it to be delivered to his villa in Zijing Mountain after the event concluded. The subsequent auction featured luxury cars and airplanes that failed to pique his interest. In the afternoon, however, a doomsday luxury yacht captured Xiaoyang's attention. This vessel was not only opulent, but boasted impressive specifications. Spanning an impressive 80 meters and comprising 4 levels, its lavish interior was replete with various entertainment and living facilities, including a seawater purification system. Most remarkably, its hull was constructed from high-strength special steel and featured a semi-submersible design, complemented by a powerful independent smart control system. This yacht could withstand winds of up to force 10 and waves reaching 10 meters, ensuring unparalleled safety. Truly a one-of-a-kind marvel. The entire ship was equipped with wind, solar, diesel, and hydroelectric power generation systems, guaranteeing a worry-free power supply. Xiaoyang felt immense satisfaction, yet he harbored concerns about whether he had sufficient funds for such a grand acquisition. Indeed, the starting bid for this luxurious yacht was set at 400 million. Nonetheless, Xiaoyang was determined not to relinquish this opportunity. He must secure the yacht. In a world ravaged by cataclysmic floods, where humanity struggled to survive, having been granted a second chance at life, he refused to endure such suffering again. Doing so would betray the very essence of his rebirth. As for the possibility of insufficient funds, he mused that alternative measures would have to be employed. 450 million, Xiaoren declared. I want it. As long as no one competes with me, I will treat everyone to a deep-sea excursion another day, all expenses on me. With this proclamation, several eager young scions of wealthy families reconsidered their intentions to bid, realizing they could enjoy a complimentary adventure instead of spending their own money on a smaller vessel. Seeing the crowd acquiesce to his wishes, projection sent shockwaves through the crowd. The eldest son of the Xiao family appeared to be deliberately challenging the second son. Whispers circulated among the onlookers. Yet, it was undeniable that Xiao Yang possessed considerable wealth, akin to a gust of wind. However, despite his affluence, he could not rival the second son's fortune, who held shares worth 20 billion in a conglomerate. Surely, he would not be deterred by such a modest sum. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 10. The completion of the sanctuary. Upon overhearing the murmurs from the surrounding crowd, Xiao Ren felt a surge of humiliation. Xiao Yang, daring to compete with me? Let us see what you have to offer. He muttered through gritted teeth before bellowing at the top of his lungs. I bid 700 million. This yacht shall be mine. He surmised that Xiao Yang's funds were likely dwindling as well, and he felt utterly confident in his ability to prevail. Indeed, after Xiao Ren made his bid, Xiao Yang did not immediately follow suit. The surrounding crowd had even begun to congratulate Xiao Ren, just at the final moment before the host could close the bidding. Xiao Yang's voice rang out. I bid 1 billion. I shall secure this yacht today. Gasps echoed throughout the room as everyone turned to look at Xiao Yang, incredulous. Was he mad? Did he have money to burn? Xiao Ren, exasperated, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang, you merely shout prices. Do you truly possess such wealth? Do not make a fool of yourself here. Xiao Yang smiled calmly. I may not have that much money, but I can provide an 800 million deposit today, and the remaining 200 million shall be paid the day after tomorrow. The organizers have not stated that this is unacceptable, have they? The host replied, well, it's not entirely out of the question. The organizers, not lacking in acumen, recognized that with the price soaring to 1 billion, they were unconcerned whether the full payment was made today or the day after tomorrow. Yet, someone from Xiao Ren's side raised a concern. What if you back out? Wouldn't that jeopardize our brother Ren's desire to purchase and his plans to set sail? The organizers pondered this and agreed that a contract must be signed. As for the terms, they were flexible. Let us draft a contract. Should I fail to pay the remaining 200 million by the day after tomorrow, the 800 million deposit will be forfeited to the organizers. How does that sound? A collective gasp reverberated through the room. How audacious to so casually dismiss 800 million. It seemed that young Master Xiao had considerable confidence. Xiao Ren, suddenly furrowing his brow, wondered if Xiao Yang had a hidden strategy. Was he planning to sell off goods hoarded in his warehouse merely to purchase a yacht? Regardless, he could not raise his bid any further. 700 million was already his ceiling. The organizers readily accepted Xiao Yang's proposal, eager for a deal that guaranteed profit. Ultimately, Xiao Yang achieved his desire, and the yacht was, in name, now his. Numerous beautiful women, captivated by Xiao Yang's extravagant display, gravitated toward him, playfully rubbing against him with various parts of their bodies in an attempt to express their affection. Meanwhile, Xiao Ren seethed with frustration. Today had been a public humiliation for him, having been bested by Xiao Yang on 2 occasions. He could endure no more. Humph. Since you wish to compete with me for everything, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall ensure your downfall. With a venomous glare cast at Xiao Yang, he stormed off in anger. As for Xiao Yang, he had obtained what he desired and was elated. Later, during browsing, he ordered 100 amphibious capsules. These capsules measured 10 meters in length and were rounded, resembling oversized capsules. Each was equipped with various living amenities akin to those found in a recreational vehicle. However, each capsule contained 4 space pod sleeping arrangements, reminiscent of a university dormitory. Crucially, they were designed to withstand tsunamis, and each capsule could connect freely with others on all sides. Xiao Yang was captivated by the potential of the project. If all the components were interconnected and placed on the water's surface, it would undoubtedly create a floating base. Furthermore, this structure could also serve as a residence on land, rendering it utterly perfect. Given the bulk purchase of the wandering capsules, he would not engage in bidding. Xiao Yang paid a deposit and arranged for the delivery of 100 capsules to the warehouse the following day, planning to settle the remaining balance alongside the yacht the day after. Having accomplished these tasks, he felt it was time to return, as his funds were dwindling. During this period, Zhou Fei introduced him to several affluent young men, including the son of a tobacco company executive and the heir of a large pharmaceutical enterprise. As Xiao Yang pondered how to stockpile these goods, he seized the opportunity to leverage these connections, purchasing the remaining tens of millions in tobacco and pharmaceuticals. Much to the delight of the 2 young gentlemen, Zhou Fei and others invited Xiao Yang to partake in some exhilarating games that evening, but he declined. He maintained his stance. While he was willing to wash dishes, he had no interest in the collective endeavor of doing so, as it lacked appeal to him. When Xiaoyang arrived to collect Mei Qiu from Mu Wanqing's school, he received a call from Mu Guang, who informed him that the villa had been renovated as requested and invited him for inspection. Eagerly, Xiaoyang took Mu Wanqing and rushed to admire his creation, acknowledging that a significant portion of the credit belonged to her. Upon reaching the Zijinshan villa, he was astounded by the transformation. The swimming pool had been sealed and converted into a water reservoir, now brimming with pristine water. An insulated structure had been erected above it. As they were concerned about the noise from the generator, which was situated nearby with the large diesel generator sets, heating was installed to ensure functionality even in frigid weather. The villa's exterior walls had undergone a complete insulation overhaul. Mu Guang assured him that it would withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees. The roof was adorned with solar panels, serving as a secondary power source. All doors and windows had been replaced with insulated, soundproof variants of exceptional strength, ensuring that unless one employed artillery, no intruder could breach the villa's defenses. The basement featured a large coal boiler, with radiators installed in every room and corner, though somewhat unsightly. They were highly functional. The perimeter walls of the villa were raised to 4 meters and reinforced with barbed wire, and the entrance was fitted with a heavy steel door. The impending apocalypse. He felt an unwavering sense of security. Not only would he be free from fear, but he could also luxuriate in the warmth of his villa, relishing moments of happiness. Moreover, Mu Guang thoughtfully arranged for cleaning services, ensuring that the villa was immaculate both inside and out, allowing Xiaoyang to move in directly. Delighted, he decided to treat the siblings to a fine meal, selecting the Haijiao restaurant as the venue. This time, Xiaoyang was prudent. He had preemptively called the proprietor, Lu Yu, to reserve a private room. Indeed, upon arrival, there was no need to wait in line. The dishes were prepared by Mu Wanqing. During the meal, workers' wages and expedited materials, meaning 10 million to you. I adhere to a principle in business. I will only take what is rightfully mine. I do not desire even a fraction of what does not belong to me. Xiaoyang was taken aback, forgetting to swallow the food in his mouth. This Mu Guang was astonishingly honest. However, despite Xiaoyang's attempts to persuade him, he remained resolute in his decision. Xiaoyang mused that such individuals are rare in this day and age. After the meal, Xiaoyang was moved by compassion and secretly retrieved 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-proof vests, military knives, and flashlights from his space, placing them into 2 bags to give one each to Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing. The siblings were bewildered. In the height of summer, you present us with down jackets? Do you believe we are not warm enough? Chapter 11. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Resolutions of Grievances. Part 1. Mu Wanqing and her brother felt that Xiaoyang had lost his senses, yet they could not voice their thoughts. They could only force a smile and accept the gifts. Xiaoyang understood that they likely thought him somewhat unhinged, but he still advised. These items must remain close at hand. After midnight tomorrow, you may decide how to handle them. Xiaoyang had done all he could. The rest was beyond his control. Watching the departing siblings, he murmured, I hope that when we meet again, we can be friends. After bidding farewell to the siblings, Xiaoyang contemplated and returned to the Haijiao restaurant. Sister Yu, how many private rooms are available upstairs? 10. Why do you ask? I will reserve all the rooms on the 2nd floor for tomorrow, and I need you to prepare 10 of your finest dishes. The banquet will commence at 9 in the evening. So late. Indeed, my friends are all occupied. Having settled the payment in advance, Xiaoyang felt reassured as he departed. That night, Xiaoyang sent a VX message to Su Xiao, whom he had not contacted in a long time, urging her to take the day off and not take any flights. However, there was no response from Su Xiao. He attempted to call her, but the phone was off. Well, I've notified her. The rest is up to her fate. He reasoned that by taking such measures, he was not devoid of compassion. The following morning, staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road vehicle to the villa. After Xiaoyang and the others left, he immediately stored the vehicle in his space. He then proceeded to the warehouse to collect cigarettes, medicines, and supplies for the homeless. However, he discovered that the doors of the 10 warehouses and cold storage had all shown signs of forced entry. Was someone watching him? Fortunately, he had been cautious and had already stored the supplies in his space. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Humph. You wish to undermine me. Your demise is imminent. After securing the cigarettes, medicines, and supplies for the homeless in his space, Xiaoyang returned to the villa. As evening descended, Xiaoyang ignited the boiler, fearing that he might run out of time later that night. He also filled the diesel generator to the brim, sufficient for at least 10 days or more. Once these tasks were completed, he tended to the small coal balls before finally stepping out, for there remained much to accomplish that night. The vibrant city of Haicheng shimmered with lights, bustling with life. In the square, enthusiastic ladies danced fervently, and if all proceeded as usual, they would be vying for public transport the following morning, eager to queue at the distant supermarket for discounted eggs. In the park's wooded areas, university couples exchanged tender whispers, perhaps contemplating their future and how to create their own little homes. Yet, after this night, many would perish, and the past would be irrevocably lost. At Xiaoren's villa, he learned that someone had been sent to the warehouse last night, only to discover it completely empty, indicating that Xiaoyang had disposed of all the goods. Anger gnawed at Xiaoren's teeth. However, they had also uncovered that Xiaoyang had been spending considerable time with a female university student named Mu Wanqing from the Haicheng Art Academy, possibly in a romantic relationship. Upon hearing this, Xiaoren's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could he lure this university student into his trap? Coincidentally, a former student of his, who attended the same school, had agreed to help arrange a meeting. Xiaoren's face contorted with malice as he declared, "Xiaoyang, just wait. Tonight, you shall experience the pain of losing what you cherish." At 9 o'clock, Xiaoyang arrived punctually at the Cape restaurant. When Lu Yu saw that he was alone, she inquired with surprise, "Is it just you? Where are your friends?" Xiaoyang, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose and replied, "Let us not dwell on that. Just serve the dishes." Once all the meals from the 10 private rooms were presented, Xiaoyang instructed Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, let everyone leave. No one is to come in without my invitation." Lu Yu cast a sympathetic glance at Xiaoyang, realizing that his invited friends had all abandoned him, leaving him in an awkward predicament. However, his character seemed rather lacking. Once everyone had exited, Xiaoyang stealthily approached each room, preparing to collect the food into his storage. Finding it cumbersome to gather each dish individually, he decided to encompass the entire table in his collection. Ultimately, he managed to secure 9 tables, leaving one behind. Completing this task, Xiaoyang descended and handed Lu Yu 10,000 yuan, saying, "Sister Yu, do not clear the table. Do not let anyone come back up. My friends will arrive shortly. Consider this your overtime pay." Without waiting for Lu Yu's consent, he strode off. Lu Yu remarked, "Brother, why put on such a brave front?" Without delay, Xiaoyang hurried to the yacht harbor. The staff on duty recognized him immediately. "Young Master Xiao, what brings you here at this hour?" Xiaoyang replied, "The final payment is due tomorrow, so I wanted to come and have a look tonight." The staff, without hesitation, promptly escorted him inside. The yacht had been thoroughly cleaned, much to Xiaoyang's satisfaction. "I wish to be alone for a while. You all may attend to your own matters. I will leave on my own shortly." The staff departed with a sense of assurance, believing that such a grand yacht could hardly be stolen. Once the workers had receded into the distance, Xiaoyang extended his hand to retract the yacht into his spatial realm. The yacht's considerable size drained a fair amount of his energy, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. As he prepared to leave, the staff bid him farewell. "Young Master Xiao, see you tomorrow." To which Xiaoyang replied, "Farewell. May we never meet again." Now that all affairs had been settled, only the final grievances remained to be resolved. The clock struck 11. 1 hour was ample time. Just as Xiaoyang was about to drive to the villa of Xiao Ren and his mother, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiao Ren. Once connected, a sinister chuckle echoed from the other end. "Xiaoyang, if you wish to prevent your girlfriend Mu Wanqing from experiencing any harm, hurry to the Zijin Mountain Villa." Xiaoyang was taken aback. Why was Mu Wanqing being dragged into this? Nevertheless, since they had delivered themselves to him, it saved him the trouble of searching. He promptly drove back, remembering to call Zhang Li, instructing her to join him at the Zijin Mountain Villa for a serious discussion. Neither of the 2 women could be overlooked. Upon arriving at the villa, he noticed a commercial van and a Lamborghini parked at the entrance. As Xiaoyang returned, Xiao Ren emerged from the Lamborghini, followed by a flurry of 8 or 9 individuals from the van. Mu Wanqing was bound with tape over her mouth and her hands tied behind her back. Forcibly pulled from the vehicle, trailed by Wang Min, a classmate he had encountered at the seaside restaurant. Upon seeing Wang Min, Xiaoyang quickly deduced the situation. "Inside for a discussion?" He gestured toward the villa. Of course we're discussing inside. Look at what you've turned the outside into. It resembles a prison. I must see how you've defiled the interior. Xiaoren retorted angrily. As soon as they entered the villa, Xiaoyang was seized from behind. His entire body was searched to confirm he bore no weapons before he was released. Look at the mess you've made of my villa, transforming it into a refuge. Are you preparing for an apocalypse? Xiaoren exclaimed in frustration upon witnessing the state of the villa. Xiaoyang ignored him entirely, merely pointing at Mu Wanqing and calmly stating, "Release her. She has no connection to me. Using her to coerce me is futile." "What do you mean you have no connection? I see you two as a couple, always together, dining and sharing moments." Wang Min interjected, seizing the opportunity to avenge the previous humiliation she had suffered. Chapter 12. The Arrival of the End Times. Resentments Resolved. Part 2. Shut your mouth. When a man speaks, a woman should not interrupt. Go to the side. Xiaoren barked at Wang Min, who withdrew, shrinking back in silence. Xiaoyang, since you have no connection with her, this makes things much easier. A girl as pure and beautiful as she is has stirred my interest as well. Tonight, I shall indulge myself. You wouldn't mind, would you? Haha. As Xiaoren spoke, he loosened the buttons of his collar, remarking on the suffocating heat of the room. How about I perform for you right here and now, Xiaoyang? Upon hearing Xiaoren's words, Mu Wanqing emitted a couple of disapproving sounds, signaling her protest. However, she maintained her composure, glaring at Xiaoren with fierce intensity, as if she wished to devour him whole. Xiaoyang couldn't help but admire her. She usually appeared docile and reserved, but faced with danger, she could be quite ferocious. He himself remained remarkably calm and replied, "Xiaoren, let her go. Why not bind me instead? Let us resolve our grievances between ourselves." Xiaoren chuckled. "All right then, kneel down and beg me." Xiaoyang, filled with exasperation, retorted, "Are you truly so lacking in honor as to bully a woman?" Xiaoren immediately turned his lecherous gaze towards Mu Wanqing. "Am I not a man? Just watch my performance." With that, he reached out to tear at Mu Wanqing's clothing. "You dare? You truly are overstepping." As soon as the words left Xiaoyang's lips, he sprang into action, swiftly targeting the throats of the two men behind him. In pain, they instinctively protected their throats, and Xiaoyang seized the opportunity to strike their solar plexus with a decisive blow. The two men crumpled to the ground like shrimp, utterly incapacitated. Xiaoyang scoffed. Did they really think his 10 years of survival in this apocalyptic world were for naught? Though he had been cautious, when faced with a life-threatening situation, he was ruthless and unyielding. The combined strength of everyone in that room hardly matched his prowess. He was confident in his ability to rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiaoren's grasp. Taking advantage of their momentary disorientation, Xiaoyang charged toward Xiaoren, intent on subduing him at once. However, before he could close the distance, Xiaoren had already reacted. He suddenly drew a dark revolver from his waist, aiming it at Mu Wanqing. "Don't move. If you do, I'll kill her." Xiaoren bellowed at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang halted abruptly, taken aback that this fool possessed a firearm, a fact he had not anticipated. Although he could not ascertain its authenticity, he was unwilling to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life. With someone delivering her to him, it would be far better to rescue her and add a touch of excitement to his desolate existence. "All right, I want to move. Let us not escalate this," Xiaoyang said, cautiously stepping back. Just then, two individuals entered the villa, Zhang Li and Wang Jian. Upon witnessing the scene, they were momentarily stunned. "Weren't we here to talk? Why is it turning into a confrontation? And her son is brandishing a gun. Does he not understand the gravity of his actions?" "Xiaoren, put the gun down. Is it necessary to take such risks to deal with someone as worthless as Xiaoyang?" Zhang Li urged her son. To speak frankly, Zhang Li is solely enamored with wealth. She has no desire to jeopardize her plans due to her son's momentary impulse. Xiaoren cast a glance at his mother and said, "Mother, do not involve yourself in this matter." He then turned to Xiaoyang and declared, "Xiaoyang, if you wish to resolve this today, it is quite simple. Return all your possessions, including the villa, to me, and bow down to apologize. As for this woman, I shall keep her for one night before returning her to you. I want you to experience the bitterness of having your love taken away." Zhang Li, noticing her son's serious demeanor, was at a loss for how to counsel him. At that moment, Wang Jian interjected, "Xiaoyang, why do you not agree quickly? Must it come to the point of a life being lost for you to be satisfied? Hurry, accede to Xiaoren. If he loses his temper, he might inflict further harm, and you'll be left crawling for the rest of your life." Encouraged by Wang Jian's words, Zhang Li chimed in, indeed. And as for this girl, a fleeting encounter would not cost her much. I promise you, I will provide you with 1 million tomorrow. Take this young lady and depart far away, as a final gesture of goodwill from this stepmother. Indeed, Mu Wanqing, you wanton creature. Since young Master Xiao Run has had his way with you once, I advise you to comply willingly, lest your life be at stake. Wang Min seized the opportunity to flatter. Xiao Yang, observing their banter, was both furious and amused. A minor lapse on his part had allowed them to seize so much attention. He glanced at the time, 11:59 p.m. The moment has arrived. All of this shall come to an end. Buzz. As the clock struck midnight, everyone in the room felt a sharp pain in their heads, accompanied by a ringing in their ears, and Xiao Yang was no exception. However, having been prepared for such an occurrence, he remained unfazed. The others, caught off guard by the sudden pain, instinctively covered their heads and crouched down in discomfort. This was the opportunity Xiao Yang had been waiting for. In a flash, a baton appeared in his hand. Seizing the moment when everyone was distracted, he swiftly knocked the gun from Xiao Ren's grasp. He then took possession of the firearm, and to test its authenticity, he aimed directly at Xiao Ren's leg and fired. Bang! The gunshot, coupled with Xiao Ren's agonizing scream, startled everyone in the room. Ah, my leg! Ah! Xiao Ren clutched his leg, wailing in pain. Xiao Yang, how dare you? You actually fired a shot. You are doomed. Zhang Li shouted frantically, trying to endure the throbbing in her head. This is indeed a real gun, Xiao Yang thought with satisfaction. Now the subsequent actions would be straightforward. He glanced at his left forearm, which displayed 0 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. His previous series of actions had taken merely 10 seconds. Xiao Yang pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, untied her bindings, and pressed the gun against Xiao Ren's head, addressing the others in the room. Have you all noticed the time displayed on your left forearms? Instinctively, everyone glanced at their left arms, staring in disbelief. If you wish to avoid me firing this weapon, you will comply with my demands. Xiao Yang seized Xiao Ren's left hand with a firm grip, his voice icy as he commanded. Transmit your time to me through your thoughts. Keep only 10 minutes for yourself. Xiao Ren, already terrified from having been shot in the leg, felt a pang of dread. Although he realized that this act bore no advantage for him, the fear of death loomed large. He complied hastily, his time now displaying a mere 10 minutes. Observing the increased time with satisfaction, Xiao Yang pressed the gun forcefully against Xiao Ren's head and addressed the others. And you all, if you wish to see Xiao Ren live, follow my instructions without delay. All right. Do not act impulsively, Xiao Yang. Do not harm Xiao Ren. We will comply. Wang Jian rushed forward to placate him. Noticing Wang Jian's anxious demeanor, which seemed to surpass even Zhang Li's concern for Xiao Ren, Xiao Yang inquired with suspicion. Why are you always around? It's quite peculiar. Is Xiao Ren perhaps your son? Wang Jian and Zhang Li's faces turned slightly pale at Xiao Yang's pointed remark. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, Resolutions of Grievances, Part 2. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yang was struck with realization. Good heavens! Xiaofeng, you've been cuckolded, haha. No wonder Wang Jian appears everywhere. It seems he truly is the neighborly old Wang, utterly unguarded. Very well, today I, Xiao Yang, shall clear your path and repay your debt of gratitude. You two are indeed a disgraceful pair. I wondered why Xiao Ren had such a pig-like visage. Turns out he takes after Wang Jian. Oh no, I mean Wang Ren. Xiao Yang mocked. Wang Jian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation but could only swallow his anger in silence. Come on, let us not waste time. Hurry and transmit your time to me. You know I'm quite capable of killing him on the spot. Xiao Yang pressed the gun against Xiao Ren's head. Wang Jian hastily urged, quick, do as he says. Tomorrow, I will reward each of you 1 million. The crowd, aware that Xiao Yang was not jesting, felt apprehensive about the implications of transferring their time, but seeing that Xiao Ren had complied without apparent harm, and lured by the promise of 1 million, they each obliged. Xiao Yang beamed with delight as he absorbed the time energy transmitted from 11 individuals. You may leave now. He kicked Xiao Ren away, disdainfully stating, I truly detest having this illegitimate child's blood stain the villa. In truth, Xiao Yang could have eliminated them outright. But allowing them hope only to dash it later was far more satisfying, and it spared him the trouble of disposing of their bodies. Zhang Li and Wang Jian quickly lifted the severely injured Xiao Ren, with Wang Jian glaring malevolently at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, I don't care what confidence you possess. Just based on that shot you fired, you can expect to spend a long time in prison. With that, he hurriedly called for assistance to carry Xiao Ren to the hospital. Seizing the moment when Xiao Yang was distracted, Wang Min attempted to slip away but was intercepted by Mu Wanqing, who swiftly blocked her path. Stop! Slap! 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 3 resounding slaps struck Wang Min's face, causing blood to trickle from her mouth. My brother has always taught me that those who treat us well shall receive our kindness in return, multiplied. Those who wish to harm us shall receive double in return. I have never sought trouble, but that does not imply I am easily bullied. From this day forth, every time I encounter you, I shall strike you. Mark my words. Wang Min gazed into Mu Wanqing's cold eyes, suddenly perceiving a transformation in her demeanor. Was this truly the pure and sweet flower of their academy? She felt an unsettling fear. Wang Min, frightened, dared not even make a sound, fleeing in disarray. Yet outside, no vehicle awaited her. She had long been forgotten. A sudden chill enveloped her. Was it truly fear that chilled her? In the villa, warm as spring, Xiao Yang stared blankly at the seemingly transformed Mu Wanqing, feeling a pang of guilt. Miss Mu, I apologize. Today, I have implicated you. Rest assured. Before Xiao Yang could finish, Mu Wanqing burst into tears, turning to embrace him. The softness enveloped him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Xiao Yang was taken aback. He could only pat her back gently, offering solace. Gradually, he comprehended that this girl had been tense and frightened all along, merely holding on until now. Upon seeing the danger dissipate, she could no longer maintain her composure. Nonetheless, her psychological resilience left Xiao Yang in awe. At that moment, Mu Wanqing's emotions were also tumultuous. She did not understand why she had clung to Xiao Yang just as she was about to break down. It felt entirely natural. She, too, was frightened. Ever since being deceived by Wang Min and forced into the car, she had been terrified. However, upon disembarking and seeing Xiao Yang, she realized that those who had kidnapped her sought to threaten him, and her fear dissipated. There was no reason. It was simply an instinct, a woman's intuition. She believed that as long as Xiao Yang was present, she would be safe. After a while, as Mu Wanqing's emotions settled, she reluctantly released her grip on Xiao Yang. Suddenly noticing the time displayed on her left arm, she curiously asked, Mr. Xiao, what is this? You seem to understand it well? As the beauty withdrew, Xiao Yang felt a pang of emptiness. Couldn't they embrace a little longer? I cannot explain it all at once, but remember this. Never allow the time to reach 0, for it could be fatal. Xiao Yang stated with utmost seriousness. Mu Wanqing paused, realizing that if Xiao Yang's words were true, those individuals had less than 10 minutes left. Was that not dire? She dared not dwell on it. Though she loathed those people, she had never contemplated killing them. Was Xiao Yang perhaps too ruthless? His earlier demeanor, while firing, unhesitant and composed, suggested either formidable psychological fortitude or a history of having taken lives. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing found Xiao Yang somewhat unfamiliar, eliciting a tinge of fear. Mr. Xiao, it's getting late. I think I should return. She wished to leave this place swiftly. You cannot leave, Xiao Yang replied coolly. Mu Wanqing's heart sank. What did he mean by that? What was he planning to do? Mu Wanqing was lost in thought when she heard Xiao Yang exclaim. The temperature outside has likely plunged to minus 30 degrees. You'll freeze to death if you go out. Mu Wanqing found it amusing. How could one possibly perish from the cold in the height of summer? As she opened the door, a frigid gust rushed in, chilling her to the bone, leaving her momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in a speeding car along the winding roads of Purple Gold Mountain, Xiao Ren shouted, Mom, Uncle Wang, hurry and get someone to kill Xiao Yang. Rest assured, my son, I shall avenge you. I will ensure that Xiao Yang meets a wretched end. Zhongli replied, her teeth clenched in fury. Fear not. Tomorrow I will establish the necessary connections to have Xiao Yang apprehended, and then I shall discreetly see to his demise. Wang Jin's laughter was sinister and foreboding. Mom, it's so cold, and there's only 10 seconds left on the timer on my arm. I have an unsettling premonition. What is happening? Xiao Ren gazed at the countdown on his arm, terror creeping into his expression. Suddenly, the timer reached 0, and Xiao Ren remained frozen in his last position, eyes wide open in eternal stillness. Son, what has happened to you? Zhang Li and Wang Jian cried out in unison. Hurry, drive faster. Wang Jian shouted at the driver. Both he and Zhang Li's hearts shattered. Their son had seemed perfectly fine moments ago. How could everything turn so dire? Their spirits plummeted, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Xiaoyang, if anything happens to my son, I will ensure your suffering is unparalleled. Zhongli seethed, her eyes ablaze with rage. Yet, in the next moment, all sounds ceased abruptly, and the car careened out of control, plummeting down the mountainside. Not far from the villa, Wang Min was already shivering uncontrollably. She couldn't fathom how a day that had started so warm could suddenly turn bitterly cold. The relentless countdown on her arm filled her with dread. Mu Wanqing, how dare you threaten me? Your arrogance will not last long. The moment I see an opportunity, I will make you beg like a dog. Wang Min's voice trembled, her lips stained with frozen blood as her laughter turned grotesque. Yet, in the next instant, she collapsed, still smiling as she fell to the ground. Chapter 14. Outside, the biting wind howled, while the villa remained a warm haven. Mu Wanqing had long retreated indoors, feeling as though this entire episode was a surreal dream, utterly unreal. What was happening to the world? Why had it turned so cold so suddenly? And why was there a timer displayed on her arm? How could she explain all these anomalies? However, there was one person who could provide clarity. Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyang, who was feeding the small coal ball, and recalled the events of the past few days. The more she thought about him, the more she felt that there was something amiss with Xiaoyang. It was as if he had foreseen everything. Initially, she had considered him to be merely deluded, perhaps even mentally unstable. Yet now, it appeared he possessed an uncanny foresight. Who exactly was he? She approached Xiaoyang, seeking an answer. Hello, Mr. Xiao. It seems you were aware of everything that was to transpire beforehand. Why? How could Xiaoyang possibly reveal that he had been reincarnated? Even if he did, who would believe him? What if I told you I had a dream? Would you believe it? Xiaoyang remarked with a smile directed at Mu Wanqing. After pondering for a moment, Mu Wanqing nodded. It appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Moreover, within the dream, this was merely the beginning. Following the cold wave, half of the world's population would perish from freezing and starvation. Yet, that was not the end. The global temperatures would remain below freezing for a full 2 months. During this period, earthquakes and snow disasters would occur, the deceased would rise as zombies, and animals would undergo mutations, preying upon the lives of the survivors. Subsequently, the weather would warm, giving way to torrential rains, typhoons, tsunamis, and floods, submerging the entire landmass. Xiaoyang recounted this calmly, leaving Mu Wanqing in a state of disbelief. Her mouth agape. This was utterly absurd. Observing her incredulous expression, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and continued. But do you think this is the conclusion? The weather will continue to heat up, the water will gradually evaporate, volcanoes will erupt, and eventually, people will succumb to burning and dehydration. Ultimately, annihilation awaits. Mu Wanqing gasped in horror. This was too grim. If that were the case, what reason would there be to continue living? She focused intently on Xiaoyang's eyes, searching for any sign of jest. Yet, all she found was a calm demeanor, as if he were stating an undeniable truth. Furthermore, the cold wave had indeed materialized, serving as evidence. Would countless lives truly be lost? Suddenly, she thought of her brother, Mu Guang, and her heart filled with worry. She wished to call him, but her phone had been confiscated by that group earlier. Could you please let me call my brother? I'm concerned for him, Mu Wanqing pleaded. Of course, Xiaoyang replied, retrieving his phone and noting that there was still a signal. He located Mu Guang's number and dialed. But the call was met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. Mu Wanqing's anxiety escalated, tears welling in her eyes. What do I do? What if something has happened to my brother? Do not fret. Perhaps your brother is simply at home, resting comfortably, hidden beneath his blankets, and unable to charge his phone. Xiaoyang reassured her. Mu Wanqing shook her head. That's impossible. He called me this afternoon, saying he had taken on a renovation job and planned to invite the client to the spa for the night. There's no way he would be home. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Ah, Mu Guang, so you've taken on my renovation work too? Why didn't you invite me along to the spa? Initially, he had harbored some concern for him, but now, he thought, let him freeze to death at the spa. Despite such thoughts, he continued to comfort her. Do not worry. Spas have hot water and heating. Perhaps they even have someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be just fine. Mu Wanqing was unconvinced. How could there be anyone to warm the bed? They were all grown men. Wouldn't that be utterly revolting? Nevertheless, the presence of hot water and heating was reassuring, alleviating her worries to some extent. Xiaoyang let out a sigh, lamenting the simplicity of the situation. Observing Mu Wanqing's delicate attire, he said, Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch you a thicker nightgown for your bath. For the next few days? It would be best if you remained here quietly until the cold front passes, after which we shall venture out together to find your brother. How does that sound? Mu Wanqing understood that any impatience would be futile, so she acquiesced to his plan. Xiaoyang hurried to the basement, replenishing the boiler with ample coal. He then retrieved a lady's nightgown from his space for Mu Wanqing, urging her to take a bath. Thankfully, the villa's extensive renovations permitted the luxury of bathing. While Mu Wanqing refreshed herself, Xiaoyang busied himself, placing an assortment of vegetables and meats into the refrigerator, alongside an array of snacks, beverages, fruits, and even some beer and wine, all neatly arranged on the dining table. Ah, how cozy it all looks, he thought with satisfaction, wishing for a few candles to enhance the ambience. To be candid, the recent turn of events had indeed caught him off guard. He had initially intended to resolve matters with that mother and son duo, returning alone to relax in peace. However, the unexpected presence of Mu Wanqing had disrupted his solitary plans. Nevertheless, he found this arrangement quite pleasant, as her company added a delightful charm to the atmosphere. And, of course, there was his adorable little coal ball. As he watched the curious crow, coal ball, exploring its cage after a hearty meal, he felt an overwhelming affection. This little creature had already recognized him as its caretaker and was quite clingy. During the day, if it lost sight of Xiaoyang for even a moment, it would squawk until he reappeared. Ah, this little ball of affection. Just as Xiaoyang was preoccupied with entertaining the little coal ball, Mu Wanqing emerged from her bath, clad in her nightgown. Upon turning to look, Xiaoyang was taken aback. My heavens, this freshly bathed woman is simply enchanting. The phrase like a lotus emerging from the water came to mind, perfectly encapsulating her essence. Her damp hair fell loosely, exuding a languid allure, complemented by her stunning features that left Xiaoyang momentarily dazed. The fitted black nightgown accentuated Mu Wanqing's elegance and graceful figure, prompting Xiaoyang to marvel at the unfairness of fate. Why bestow such beauty upon a single individual? Feeling somewhat self-conscious under Xiaoyang's gaze, Mu Wanqing adjusted her hair and attire, inquiring, "What is it? Is something amiss?" Regaining his composure, Xiaoyang replied, No, it's just that you are so breathtakingly beautiful that I was nearly captivated by your charm." He smiled warmly. Yet Mu Wanqing sensed a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Ah, by the way, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table. And if you desire something more substantial, the refrigerator holds some ingredients. However, you would need to prepare it yourself, as I am not particularly skilled in the culinary arts." Following Xiaoyang's gesture, Mu Wanqing's gaze fell upon the spread of snacks, fruits, and drinks, and she was taken aback by the delightful surprise. Did Xiaoyang really prepare all this food so soon after the villa's renovations? Some snacks remain favorites of mine. Could it be that he has indeed procured all the items on his apocalyptic supply list? My admiration for Xiaoyang grows increasingly profound. This man must harbor countless secrets awaiting my discovery. Returning to the present, I glanced at Xiaoyang and noticed bloodstains on his clothing. I suggested, "Perhaps you should take a shower and change into something fresh?" Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with delight. "Absolutely," he exclaimed. Sensing his mischievous intent, I quickly added, "I mean no offense. I merely believe a shower would be refreshing." Chapter 15, The Apocalypse Revelry, Part 1. Xiaoyang chuckled heartily. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm off to shower. Feel free to eat or drink as you wish. Consider this your own home." As he entered the bathroom, still damp from the previous occupant's use, the thought of me bathing there filled him with a flutter of excitement. After a soothing hot shower, he retrieved a set of pajamas from his space, deliberately choosing a pair that closely resembled mine, making our attire appear more like that of a couple. When Xiaoyang entered the living room, he found me gazing thoughtfully out the window. Hearing his approach, I turned to see his outfit, momentarily taken aback. Was this a deliberate choice? He was dressed remarkably similarly to me. Yet, he pulled it off quite well. Standing at 6 feet tall, though not overly muscular, his physique was well proportioned, complemented by a visage reminiscent of a star, sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding a sunny charm. Such appearance aligned perfectly with my aesthetic preferences. This was one of the reasons I had agreed to dine with him. Had he been a greasy middle-aged man, even as my brother's esteemed client, I would have declined. "What were you thinking so intently?" Xiaoyang inquired. "Nothing much, just reflecting on my good fortune. Outside is so cold, yet I find myself unexpectedly blessed. Spared from the biting chill and hunger of the night," I replied earnestly, looking into his eyes. Xiaoyang smiled, pulled out a dining chair, and gestured for me to join him. Then stop dawdling and come eat something. I returned his smile, gracefully taking my seat, and playfully remarked, well, I must thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Xiao. Please, don't call me Mr. Xiao anymore. It feels so formal, he suggested. I blinked in curiosity. What then? After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, how about you call me Brother Xiao? I considered this briefly, then nodded. All right. After all, you are older than I. Xiao Yang beamed at my response and continued, what shall I call you then? How about Sister Qing? My cheeks flushed slightly at the suggestion. That sounds rather inappropriate. Why not just call me Wan Qing? Very well, Wan Qing, he replied, laughing as he opened a bottle of red wine, pouring 2 glasses. He handed me one, saying, here's to you, Wan Qing. Let us toast. I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the glass. I am not much of a drinker, but I shall partake in this toast tonight. She raised her glass, clinking it with Xiao Yang's, saying, this drink is for you. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yang quickly advised, if you can't handle it, please don't force yourself. Just sip a little and stay with me for a while. Mu Wanqing smiled shyly. All right. She obediently took a small sip, while Xiao Yang raised his head and downed his drink in one go. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, causing the glass to buzz incessantly, starkly contrasting the warmth inside the villa. Throughout the entire villa complex, lights flickered on in almost every residence, likely roused by the sudden chill that had awakened everyone. In the university town at the foot of the mountain, the dormitories were filled with a cacophony of noise and screams. The entire city, plagued by the initial bout of headaches, experienced countless car accidents. Following closely was a cold wave that plunged the already chaotic city into further disarray. All emergency calls flooded in, yet to no avail. Most of those wandering outside, unless they found suitable shelter, succumbed to the freezing temperatures, with even those hiding in their cars failing to escape the bitter cold. Gradually, the city grew quieter until it was utterly silent. However, for people around the globe, that night was marked by sleeplessness. For instance, within the confines of the Zijin Mountain Villa, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing felt no trace of drowsiness. Mu Wanqing had switched her drink to a soft beverage, continuing to share toasts with Xiao Yang. As their conversation flowed, they grew more familiar and comfortable in each other's company. Xiao Yang learned that Mu Wanqing had lost both parents at a young age and was raised by her brother, Mu Guang. The siblings relied on one another, with Mu Guang having dropped out of school early to support his sister's education. Their journey together had been fraught with challenges, and thus, they both persevered in their efforts to alter their destinies. Mu Guang worked tirelessly to earn money and had yet to start a family, while Mu Wanqing devoted herself to her studies, never having experienced a romantic relationship. Despite the numerous admirers at her academy, including suitors from other institutions, she had never acknowledged any of them. Conversely, Mu Wanqing also learned of Xiao Yang's familial grievances. United by their shared hardships, their hearts seemed to draw closer. They continued their exchange of words until the first light of dawn, at which point fatigue began to set in. Let us retire for the night, Xiao Yang proposed as he stood. Mu Wanqing's heart raced. It sounded as though they were meant to sleep together. She hurriedly inquired, which room will I sleep in? Xiao Yang chuckled. With so many rooms, you may choose any you desire. However, I suggest the 3rd floor. The view is splendid, and it places us closer together. Should you need anything. Mu Wanqing's face flushed. Xiao Yang's words often led to misinterpretations. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, feeling that this arrangement would provide her with a greater sense of security. Xiao Yang then descended to the 2nd basement level to replenish the boiler with coal. Accompanying Mu Wanqing to the 3rd floor, he settled her in the adjacent bedroom next to the master suite, ensuring the room was warm and draft-free before returning to his own quarters with a sense of ease. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already past 5 in the morning, yet the device still had signal. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yang opened a mapping application and downloaded the 3D maps of the entire Haiqing city and a mountainous town in the southwestern region of Longhua. After completing these tasks, he nestled into his blankets and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of persistent knocking jolted Xiao Yang awake. Xiao Gij, are you awake? Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, he checked the time and realized it was already noon. He hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. What's the matter, Wanqing? Xiao Gij, I cooked a pot of noodles. If you're hungry, come down to eat. Xiao Yang, pleasantly surprised, asked, You can cook? With a hint of shyness. Mu Wanqing replied, I can only make instant noodles. I'm not very skilled at cooking. Xiao Yang, feeling somewhat helpless since he too lacked culinary prowess. Remembered his abundant supplies, self-heating pots, hot pot ingredients, and more. Wanqing. Would you like to have hot pot? Mu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. I see there's plenty of vegetables and meat in the fridge. Do you have hot pot ingredients? Xiaoyang chuckled, of course. On such a cold day, enjoying a hot pot would be delightful. Let us divide the tasks. You can prepare the soup and seasonings, and I'll handle the ingredients. How does that sound? Hot pot was Mu Wanqing's favorite, so she eagerly agreed. That sounds wonderful. Descending the stairs, they worked with great enthusiasm, and soon enough, a lavish spread of hot pot adorned the dining table. Xiaoyang brought out some beer, while Mu Wanqing grabbed a drink. Cheers to the hot pot. Chapter 16. A raucous celebration in the apocalypse. Part 2. Outside, the frigid winds howled, with countless souls grappling for survival. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing reveled in warmth and nourishment within their cozy villa. On the third night following the onset of the cold wave, a power outage occurred. The sudden darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was seated on the bedroom sofa listening to music. Peering out the window, she noticed that the lights throughout the entire villa community had extinguished, plunging everything into pitch blackness. In a flurry, she rose, guiding herself along the wall to the door, instinctively seeking out Xiaoyang. Just then, she heard him also stepping outside. Is there a power outage? Yeah, don't worry, I'll go start the generator. As he turned to leave, Mu Wanqing reached out. Wait, have you worn enough layers? It's freezing outside. However, upon feeling Xiaoyang, who was bundled up like a ball, she couldn't help but smile. He truly had prepared for everything. As her hand brushed against the collar of his jacket, she noticed the zipper was not fully fastened and instinctively helped him secure it. Be quick and come back safely. Xiaoyang paused, feeling a warmth envelop him. Since his mother's passing, no one had shown such considerate concern for him. Suddenly, he grasped Mu Wanqing's hand. It felt soft and warm. Mu Wanqing appeared visibly flustered. Yet she did not attempt to break free. Rest assured, I shall return shortly, Xiaoyang said gently. He descended the stairs and opened the villa's small side door. A gust of frigid wind rushing at him. It was indeed cold, the chill biting into his face like a knife. He couldn't help but wonder how those without heating or electricity managed to survive. He swiftly entered the generator room, which was relatively warm. After considerable effort, he managed to start the generator, a wave of relief washing over him. Fortunately, it had not malfunctioned. The villa's lights flickered back to life. Xiaoyang hurried back to the villa, opening the door just in time to see Mu Wanqing anxiously waiting at the entrance. Are you all right? Did you get too cold? She scrutinized him from head to toe. Yes, my hands are frozen. Xiaoyang feigned distress, intending to amuse her. Oh, let me see. Mu Wanqing, believing him, quickly grasped his hand and examined it meticulously. Observing her earnest expression, Xiaoyang chuckled. However, after your touch, it seems to no longer hurt. As Mu Wanqing turned to face him, seeing his mischievous grin, she promptly withdrew her hand, appearing quite miffed. You trickster. I shan't speak to you anymore. With that, she spun on her heel to leave. Xiaoyang playfully seized her arm, grinning. Oh, come now, do not be angry. I was merely jesting, otherwise, each day would be rather dull. Mu Wanqing continued to ignore him. Are you feeling tired? How about we watch a movie together? Xiaoyang persisted in his coaxing. Indeed. Mu Wanqing was intrigued. A movie? But there's no internet now, how can we watch? Huh, what challenge could possibly deter me? Xiaoyang waved his hand dramatically, revealing a USB drive. Look, I purchased this online. It contains 1,000 HD movies for our viewing pleasure. Mu Wanqing's face instantly brightened. She had been feeling quite bored, and the prospect of a movie was simply delightful. Come, let us celebrate our continued access to electricity by watching a film. The two joyfully made their way to the private cinema on the basement level. In the following days, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing indulged in a routine of eating, sleeping, and watching movies. When they grew weary of films, they amused themselves with the little crow, Coal Ball. The crow had learned to fly and no longer wished to remain in its cage. It delighted in perching on Xiaoyang's shoulder, its curious little eyes constantly observing him. At times, it would even land on Mu Wanqing's head, playfully arranging her hair, often eliciting peals of laughter from her. Over time, the little crow had likely come to see them as its parents. In the warmth of the villa, the trio coexisted in blissful harmony. By the 9th day, the winds outside had ceased. However, the sun remained elusive. After nearly 10 days of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing found themselves growing closer. For beauty and charm often foster affection, particularly in such an intimate setting. Moreover, Xiao Yang was not only well provided for, but also undeniably handsome. However, the two began to fret over their meals. Daily hot pot, instant food, and snacks had become tiresome. They could hardly muster any enthusiasm for it. Mu Wanqing nostalgically remarked, "I just remembered the dishes from the seaside restaurant. How I long for them." She swallowed hard, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "Hee hee. I feel that if someone were to present me with a few plates of seaside restaurant's cuisine right now, I would undoubtedly marry him." Mu Wanqing's jest, however, sparked an immediate interest in Xiao Yang. Wait, is she saying that for my benefit? Is she hinting at me? In his space, he indeed had the dishes from the seaside restaurant, 9 tables, untouched. Even the tables were included. This was a splendid opportunity to win her heart. Aside from Su Xiao on the plane, it had been a long time since Xiao Yang had been with a woman. During the apocalypse, he had bartered with a woman once using a sausage, but she was solely focused on the sausage, hastily devouring it, leaving him speechless. After a hasty conclusion, he had never sought her out again. Yet now, with a stunning beauty fluttering around him daily, he found it increasingly difficult to resist. If he could make Mu Wanqing his woman, everything would fall into place. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Yang planned to take advantage of Mu Wanqing's bathing time that evening to retrieve a table of dishes from the seaside restaurant from his space. As for how to explain it to her, he would leave that for when she became his. The food was still warm, fragrant, just as it had been when first served. He quickly poured 2 glasses of red wine, one for himself and one for Mu Wanqing. It would be even better with a couple of candles. With everything prepared, he awaited the moment to surprise Mu Wanqing. Indeed, when she emerged from the bathroom, she caught a familiar scent. Rushing into the living room, she beheld a table laden with food, all specialties from the seaside restaurant, personally crafted by Chef Liu. She could hardly believe it, rubbed her eyes, and moved closer to confirm its authenticity. In disbelief, she gazed at Xiao Yang and exclaimed, "Heavens, where did you get this? It's still warm, and even the plates are from the restaurant. Xiao Gu, how did you manage this? Where have you been hiding it? I never noticed." Xiao Yang smiled at the exuberant Mu Wanqing and coughed lightly, stating, "Wanqing, I believe that might not be the focal point you should be concerned with." Mu Wanqing suddenly froze, looking at Xiao Yang in astonishment, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "You mean?" "Yes, that is precisely what I mean." Xiao Yang refrained from being explicit, watching how Mu Wanqing would respond. Clearly flustered, Mu Wanqing was filled with excitement. She had long harbored feelings for Xiao Yang. Yet, she feared she was unworthy of him. He was handsome, affluent, and so considerate, while she felt she could offer him nothing in return. Chapter 17. Harvesting Mu Wanqing's heart. However, Xiao Yang had already gone this far. Should she still be pretentious? With so many suitors at university, she had never consented to any of them, for she had yet to encounter her Prince Charming. Yet, upon meeting Xiao Yang, she felt her heart flutter. Subsequently, she found herself inadvertently trapped in Xiao Yang's villa. This must be what they call fate. Therefore, she should take the initiative and win Xiao Yang's heart. Resolving to do so, Mu Wanqing earnestly inquired, "Xiao Yang, may I be your girlfriend?" Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiao Yang finally smiled. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Yes." Noticing the blush that adorned Mu Wanqing's cheeks, Xiao Yang gently lifted her chin, eager to seize the moment with a kiss. However, as he leaned in, the sound of a crow's caw interrupted them. They both jolted in surprise. "Be quiet." The romantic atmosphere shattered, and Xiao Yang felt a wave of frustration. This little creature had ruined his moment. The little crow cawed a couple more times, expressing its dissatisfaction with Xiao Yang. Both he and Mu Wanqing exchanged awkward smiles. It was clear that any further intimacy was now out of the question. With a table laden with a sumptuous dinner before them, they decided to eat first. The dinner unfolded pleasantly, as both gradually acclimated to their new roles, shedding their initial awkwardness. Xiao Yang indulged in glass after glass of red wine, while Mu Wanqing surprisingly refrained from switching to another beverage, sipping quietly alongside him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite dishes prepared by Ruyu. Each dish was distinctive, leaving a lingering taste. It seemed he would have to visit the seaside restaurant again, wondering if Ruyu was still confined there. When he left, he had tossed Ruyu 1,000 yuan to keep the restaurant open a little longer, intending to keep her there. It was an ideal place, with food and drink, ensuring she wouldn't starve, and it would conveniently allow him to find her. If he could bring Ruyu to the villa, He would never have to worry about meals again. In this apocalypse, savoring such culinary delights was undoubtedly a luxury. After finishing their meal, Mu Wanqing tidied up the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and then, without a word, hurried upstairs. Xiaoyang paid her no mind, thinking there was no way she could escape him in the villa. After meticulously showering and brushing his teeth twice, Xiaoyang felt satisfied and ascended the stairs. Noticing that Mu Wanqing's door was closed, he knocked gently. "Wanqing, are you asleep?" "I'm already sleeping. You should go to bed too," came her somewhat awkward reply from within. Xiaoyang chuckled to himself, thinking, trying to hide, "No way. Oh dear. I might have had a bit too much to drink, and I feel a bit dizzy. Could you help me back to my room?" Mu Wanqing covered her head with the quilt, expressing her disbelief. Oh dear, I can't take it anymore. Why am I walking along the wall while you aren't?" Xiaoyang continued to feign his drunkenness outside the door. Mu Wanqing lifted the quilt, revealing her concerned expression. "Did you really drink too much?" Xiaoyang chuckled to himself. "When have I ever deceived you? Oh no, I can't take it anymore. I suppose I'll just sleep in the hallway." Mu Wanqing felt uneasy at the thought of him truly being intoxicated and freezing on the floor. "Fine, I'll just help him. He can't possibly devour me." She hastily got out of bed to open the door, finding Xiaoyang leaning against the wall, his eyes glazed with drunkenness, gazing at her. "It seems you are indeed drunk. I'll help you inside, and then I'll quickly return outside. Make sure to cover yourself properly with the quilt." "All right," Xiaoyang exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulders as they slowly made their way to his bedroom. The gesture was rather intimate, causing Mu Wanqing's cheeks to flush. Yet she felt unable to pull away, enduring the moment. Upon entering the bedroom and approaching Xiaoyang's expansive double bed, Mu Wanqing intended to let him down. However, unexpectedly, Xiaoyang exerted force, catching her off guard and pinning her beneath him. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, prompting Xiaoyang to take a deep breath. Mu Wanqing, feeling flustered, attempted to rise, but found herself utterly immobilized. "Xiaoyang, you deceiver," she began, but before she could finish, he captured her lips in a kiss. In an instant, her mind went blank. Her first kiss had been taken away so abruptly. The night stretched long, while dreams felt fleeting. It was not until the following afternoon that Xiaoyang awoke leisurely, only to find Mu Wanqing gazing at him with tender affection. Upon realizing he was awake, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she huffed, "You trickster." Xiaoyang laughed heartily. "What have I deceived you about? Do tell." Mu Wanqing giggled uncontrollably at his teasing. You tricked me, humph." Ultimately, she felt too shy to voice her thoughts. After a brief period of rest, they finally rose from bed. After enjoying a warm shower, Xiaoyang thoughtfully presented Mu Wanqing with a fresh meal, encouraging her to indulge. Observing the still warm food, Mu Wanqing hesitated, wanting to speak but finding herself at a loss for words. Xiaoyang understood her curiosity, yet he pondered how to explain. "Well, Mu Wanqing is now part of my life. Under the same roof, I can't keep avoiding her. I have awakened my spatial abilities. I have stored some supplies," Xiaoyang proclaimed, as if conjuring magic, producing a down jacket from thin air. Mu Wanqing stared at him in disbelief, struggling to accept such a miraculous occurrence. Nonetheless, Xiaoyang chose not to reveal all the resources contained within his space. Certain matters could wait until he became sufficiently powerful to disclose them. Regaining her composure, Mu Wanqing seemed to have an epiphany and joyfully inquired, "So you have indeed stored the supplies from the list I provided?" "Yes, I have stored a bit of everything," Xiaoyang replied. Mu Wanqing gazed at him, softly stating, "You truly continue to surprise me. Is it merely because of a dream that you have undertaken so much? Are you not afraid that this dream may be a mere illusion?" Mu Wanqing inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. Xiaoyang rubbed his nose, choosing to remain silent. Some matters, he believed, were better left unsaid. A beautiful lie, after all, is harmless. Indeed, this dream feels incredibly vivid. Regardless, what I have done is surely right. Is it not? Mu Wanqing pondered, ultimately conceding that the outcome was what truly mattered. Even if Xiaoyang harbored some secrets, they were perhaps his to keep, and she had no right to pry. "When will I awaken my extraordinary abilities?" Mu Wanqing asked eagerly. Xiaoyang contemplated, recalling that he had awakened his powers after a cold wave in his previous life. While he was uncertain if everyone awakened on the same day, it likely would not be far off. Do not fret, it should happen within the next few days. He too was curious about what powers Mu Wanqing would manifest. Calculating the timeline, He noted that the 10-day cold front was nearing its end, with tomorrow's temperatures expected to rise to around -30 degrees. With the formidable off-road vehicle at his disposal, he was unconcerned about the cold. He had two pressing tasks. One was to assist Mu Wanqing in locating her brother, and the other was to visit the Sea Corner restaurant to see if Lu Yu was present. Of course, even if she were there, if fortune did not favor him, she might merely be a lifeless corpse. Nonetheless, Xiaoyang felt inclined to take a chance. Chapter 18. A half bucket of water for 20 days of energy. Early the next morning, Xiaoyang retrieved the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road vehicle from his space, starting it in advance and activating the air conditioning to ensure warmth upon departure. He also took out the revolver he had seized from Xiaoren, which still contained 5 bullets. Firearms were quite useful in the early days, allowing for swift and efficient means of eliminating threats, though the ammunition was somewhat lacking. Such weapons were commonly issued to officers at police stations, so he thought it prudent to visit a station in hopes of acquiring more bullets. After rousing the fatigued Mu Wanqing, they began donning their outerwear. Xiaoyang had initially intended for her to remain at the villa to rest, as it was a secure location. However, Mu Wanqing was resolute in her desire to accompany him. If her brother happened to be home, she would want to see him without delay. Primarily, she felt a sense of security only in his presence. Xiaoyang retrieved 2 tang swords from his space, handing one to Mu Wanqing for self-defense. "Should any danger arise, you know what to do," he said, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Mu Wanqing accepted the sword, nodding solemnly. With all preparations complete, they boarded the vehicle and set off. As Xiaoyang navigated the substantial vehicle for the first time, he felt somewhat out of his depth. Possessing only a standard C license and having never driven such a lengthy vehicle before. Fortunately, the roads were devoid of other vehicles and pedestrians, alleviating his concerns. He cautiously maneuvered the car out of the villa, observing that not a single soul was in sight. The biting cold renders it nearly impossible for anyone to venture outdoors without exceptional warmth. However, he is acutely aware that the commotion caused by the vehicle has surely attracted the attention of numerous survivors in the surrounding villas. As they navigate the winding mountain road descending, a frozen corpse in the middle of the path catches Mu Wanqing's eye. That appears to be Wang Min. The vivid memories of 10 days prior flood her consciousness, yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Min has transformed into a lifeless body. Mu Wanqing reflects. Such is the fate of life. She casts a grateful glance at Xiaoyang, who is intently focused on driving. Had it not been for his kindness in taking her in, she might have met a similar fate. Sensing her gaze, Xiaoyang smiles but remains silent, accelerating the vehicle and driving over the corpse, leaving a gruesome trail behind. In the university district at the foot of Zijin Mountain, streets are cluttered with numerous parked cars. Scattered along the roadside are several bodies, and many more can be found within the vehicles. In this bitter cold, seeking refuge inside a car proves futile. Without pausing, Xiaoyang follows Mu Wanqing's directions to the community where Mu Guang resides. The community is not far from the university town. Xiaoyang crashes through the gates and drives inside. Arriving at the building where Mu Guang lives, Mu Wanqing eagerly knocks on the door. As expected, no one responds, confirming that Mu Guang is indeed not home. To ensure that Mu Guang has not succumbed to the cold within his residence, Xiaoyang retrieves a crowbar from the space and pries the door open. The interior is desolate and empty. Mu Wanqing feels a mix of joy and concern. She is relieved that her brother isn't frozen to death at home, yet worries that he may have perished in a bathhouse. The city of Haiqing is dotted with countless bathhouses, making it impractical for Xiaoyang to search them one by one. It would not only be a waste of time, but also fraught with peril. Aware of this, Mu Wanqing refrains from insisting further. Just as they prepare to leave, the door across the hall suddenly opens. A disheveled woman, wrapped in a quilt, stands shivering in the doorway. "Hello, are you here for rescue?" she inquires, her voice trembling with cold. Mu Wanqing recognizes her as the neighbor of her brother, someone she occasionally encounters but has never formally greeted. "No," Xiaoyang replies tersely. The woman's disappointment is palpable, yet she presses on. "Do you have any water? If you do, could you spare some? My child is desperately thirsty." Mu Wanqing recalls that her brother has half a barrel of bottled water left, which, although frozen, could thaw if kept warm in bedclothes. "Yes, wait a moment," she exclaims, turning to retrieve the water from the house. Just as she steps forward to offer it to the woman, Xiaoyang intervenes. "Water is available, but it is not free. You must exchange something for it," he states coolly, eyeing the woman. The woman was taken aback, then hurriedly replied, "There is truly nothing to exchange at home. My phone is out of battery, and I cannot transfer money." Xiao Yang smiled gently, stating, "No need for items or currency. We shall trade your time for that water." The woman, astonished, inquired, "Is that really possible? How does one exchange time?" Xiao Yang took the water from Mu Wanqing's hands and asked, "How much is your monthly salary?" The woman, unsure of his intent, instinctively replied, 3,000. He continued, "In such a case, how much would you be willing to pay for this half bucket of water?" He raised the bucket for her to see more clearly. The woman licked her lips, pondering, "I could offer 1,000. No, I can offer 2,000. Xiao Yang remarked, "That amounts to 20 days of your salary. Very well. If you transmit 20 days of time from your arm to us, this half bucket of water shall be yours." The woman extended her left arm from under the blanket, observing that she still had over 354 days remaining. Uncertain of what this meant, she felt that trading 20 days for half a bucket of water was a worthy exchange, preventing herself and her child from dying of thirst. All right, under Xiao Yang's guidance, the woman transmitted the 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, who gratefully received the half bucket of water. Just before leaving, the woman suddenly asked, "Could you tell me what this time truly represents?" Without turning his head, Xiao Yang replied, "It represents life. Just remember, do not let it reach zero, or you shall perish." The woman stood there, stunned. In the vehicle, Xiao Yang noticed Mu Wanqing hesitating to speak and smiled, saying, "Are you wondering why we do not help them without charge?" Mu Wanqing nodded, realizing it was merely a small effort for them. Xiao Yang's smile faded as he solemnly stated, "Wanqing, remember, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To acquire what you need, one must pay the appropriate price. To survive well, we must grow stronger. The only path to strength is to obtain more time energy. Do you understand?" Mu Wanqing contemplated Xiao Yang's words carefully, grasping his intentions. If, as Xiao Yang suggested, this world was on the brink of total destruction, then survival would provide a chance to find a way out. Feeling pity for strangers was a grave irresponsibility towards oneself. Moreover, without Xiao Yang, that half bucket of water might have been even more crucial for her. Chapter 19. The encounter of Lu Yu inside the Cape restaurant. Lu Yu and a female server found themselves trapped in a small room on the second floor. This was a room Lu Yu had reserved for her own rest, equipped with a bed and sofa. However, there was only one blanket in the room, which Lu Yu wrapped around the server. While she took the mattress from the bed to cover herself, both huddled closely on the sofa. At that moment, Lu Yu gazed blankly at the door, reminiscing about the night the cold wave struck. After Xiao Yang left that night, she indeed did not allow anyone to ascend to the second floor, anticipating his possible return. She even requested 2 waitstaff to work overtime. At that moment, there was still a table of patrons downstairs who were drinking and showed no intention of leaving. As midnight approached, the inebriated diners settled their bills and were about to exit when suddenly, everyone experienced a wave of headache. Once the pain subsided, they all noticed changes in their bodies, and just as they were left bewildered, a cold front swept in. The warm weather had prompted them to dress lightly, and the sudden chill made them shiver uncontrollably. Although the cause of the phenomenon was unclear, Lu Yu kindly invited the table of patrons to seek refuge inside the restaurant and closed the doors, initially hoping that the situation would improve shortly. She was taken aback as the temperature continued to plummet, becoming increasingly frigid. Fortunately, there was no power outage, and Lu Yu adjusted the air conditioning to warm air, but the effect was minimal. With no other options, Lu Yu and the 2 waitresses retreated to their lounge on the second floor, while the patrons took shelter in a storage room on the ground floor. Although it was cold, the restaurant was not lacking in food, and they could still sip on some white liquor to warm themselves. Lu Yu inspected the private rooms on the second floor and found all 9 rooms to be completely empty, even devoid of tables, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, she had little time to ponder, as she discovered that the last room still had an untouched table of dishes. This meal proved to be a significant help, sustaining them for several days. All seemed relatively peaceful until the power went out, causing the indoor temperature to drop sharply to an intolerable level. The 5 patrons left downstairs were evidently not upstanding individuals. Once they finished their liquor, they drunkenly attempted to cause trouble. They insisted on cramming into the same room as Lu Yu and her colleagues. She was aware of their ulterior motives in wanting to enter. After being firmly rebuffed by Lu Yu, the 5 remained undeterred and, taking advantage of a moment when one of the waitresses went to the restroom, forcibly dragged her away and assaulted her. Tragically, that waitress succumbed after being exposed to the air for too long and sweating profusely. Following this incident, the five became increasingly brazen, shifting their attention to another waitress. However, this second waitress was severely ill with a fever and on the brink of collapse, emboldening the five to prepare to target Lu Yu. Their initial hesitation to harm her stemmed from her connections in Haicheng, as they feared the repercussions of such actions. These five were local bullies, accustomed to wielding their power without fear of consequence. Given their habitual inebriation, they were capable of unspeakable acts. Fortunately, Lu Yu had taken precautions. The door was sturdy, preventing their advances. Yet today, as the temperature unexpectedly rose, the five once again grew restless. The mere thought of Lu Yu's voluptuous figure ignited their desires. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent kicks against the door echoed through the space. Lu Yu flinched, her hands trembling as she snatched an empty liquor bottle from the floor, eyes locked on the door. "Open up, you bitch." A drunken voice slurred from outside. "Let us in, we just want to blow off some steam. We'll make sure you enjoy it too." "Yeah," another man jeered. "You're not some innocent girl anymore. Quit acting so pure." "You listen here," a third voice growled. "Around these parts, we are the law. Keep us happy, and we'll protect your little diner. But if you don't, well, you saw what happened to that waitress, didn't you?" Lu Yu stood inside, shaking with fury. "You animals," she shouted. "I took you in out of kindness, gave you food and shelter, and this is how you repay me? You'll all pay for this. Every last one of you. Pay." One of them laughed bitterly. "It's been days, no cops, no help, not even a working phone. Where's your justice now? Enough talk." Another snapped. "Break the damn door down. I can't wait any longer." The pounding began, fists, shoulders, boots slamming against the wood. Dust and plaster rained from the frame as cracks spiderwebbed across the door. It wouldn't hold much longer. Lu Yu's expression hardened. She slammed the bottle against the floor. It shattered, leaving her gripping a jagged, glass-tipped shard. "If I'm going down," she thought, "I'm taking a few of them with me." With a thunderous crash, the door gave way. The men surged in, eyes wild with aggression. The first lunged at her, only to cry out in pain, stumbling back. Blood bloomed across his abdomen. "Come closer," Lu Yu snarled, brandishing the broken bottle, "and you die." "Damn it," one of them cursed. She cut Liang. "Get her." They split into two groups, circling her like wolves. Lu Yu's heart sank. There's no way out. She raised the glass to her own throat. Better death than what they do to me. But before she could act, a man grabbed her wrist and yanked the weapon away. "Thinking of checking out early?" He sneered. "Not happening. You're not going anywhere until we're done with you." Two of them pinned her onto the sofa. "Boss, you first." The so-called leader grinned, stepping forward. "Gladly." Meanwhile, another man pulled back the blanket covering the unconscious waitress. "Hey." She's still breathing, warm, even. "I'll take her first." "Wait." The wounded man groaned from the floor. "What about my wound? I need bandages." "Shut up," someone snapped. "It's just a scratch." We waited long enough. As a few individuals tore open Lu Yu's clothing and began their assault, the sudden blare of two horns echoed from outside the restaurant, startling them into a momentary freeze. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what was amiss. Had help arrived? "Old Five, go check the situation at the window." The man poised to inflict violence, clearly displeased, rose and made his way to the window, muttering under his breath about the intruder disrupting his plans. Chapter 20. The rescue of Lu Yu. Xiaoyang drove directly to the entrance of the Haijiao restaurant, honking twice in an attempt to gauge the restaurant's response. If Lu Yu were inside, she would undoubtedly respond. However, after a brief wait, there was no movement. Was she not at the restaurant? Or had she succumbed to the cold within? He could not simply leave after coming this far. He needed to ascertain her fate, whether alive or deceased. Resolute, Xiaoyang exited the vehicle, followed closely by Mu Wanqing. Upon reaching the entrance, they began banging on the door while calling out, "Sister Yu, are you inside? Can you hear me?" At that moment, a man peering from an upstairs window hurried back into the room. "Boss, a young man has arrived driving a large truck. It appears he is here for Lu Yu. There's also a woman accompanying him." Upon hearing this, the lead man realized that only two individuals were approaching, one of whom was a woman. Crucially, they were in possession of a large truck. Should anything go awry, it would certainly prove useful for a quick escape. "It seems fortune favors us." He chuckled. Old 2 and Old 3 gagged this woman to prevent her from making a sound, and remain concealed in this room. Old 4, take a seat to avoid being spotted when they arrive. Old 5, go downstairs and usher them up here. I will hide in the opposite booth. And upon hearing my signal, we will strike and subdue them together. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had narrowly escaped immediate danger, pondered who could be seeking her at such an hour. Regardless of their identity, this might be her singular chance to escape from her captors. She could not allow these men to succeed. Failure would mean her ultimate doom. Standing at the restaurant's entrance, Xiao Yang grew impatient at the lack of response and was about to pry open the door with a crowbar. Just then, the shutter of the restaurant suddenly lifted, revealing a scruffy-looking man inside. Taken aback, Xiao Yang wondered why there was a man present. The man's intimidating demeanor and the scent of alcohol suggested he was no mere staff member. Who are you? Where is Sister Yu? Xiao Yang inquired cautiously. Oh, I am a friend of Sister Yu, fortuitously trapped here. She is unwell and unable to come down from upstairs. She sent me to guide you to her. The speaker was none other than Old Five, who attempted to maintain a semblance of a smile, though it appeared more grotesque than welcoming. After a moment's deliberation, Xiao Yang responded, "Very well, lead the way." The individual before Xiao Yang was indeed not worthy of his concern. The man bore no weapon, rendering him no threat whatsoever. As they entered the restaurant, Lao Wu's eyes sparkled with sudden interest upon beholding Mu Wanqing's exquisite beauty. Such a lovely and youthful woman. Today was indeed fortuitous. Sensing the man's lecherous gaze, Mu Wanqing shot him a disdainful glare. Lao Wu, encouraged by her fiery temperament, felt even more exhilarated. How charming, how spirited. As the two entered, Lao Wu hastily pulled down the roller shutter, plunging the restaurant into dimness. "Why are you closing the door?" Mu Wanqing questioned warily. Isn't it cold? Come on. Let us head upstairs. Your friend Yu Jie is waiting for you." Lao Wu rubbed his hands together, urging them forward. Noticing Lao Wu turning towards the staircase, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and whispered, "I sense something is off about this man. He does not seem trustworthy. Rest assured, with me around, everything will be fine." Xiao Yang reassured her. Yet, he too sensed something amiss. However, if this man were indeed a friend of Lu Yu, any aggressive action might sour their relationship. Just then, as they reached the top of the stairs, a sudden crash echoed from above, the sound of a shattering cup. The three of them halted in their tracks. Lao Wu, taken aback, turned to the two, smiling with feigned innocence. "Perhaps your Jia accidentally knocked over a cup. Let us hurry up and check." Yet internally, he was musing, what are the others doing? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing fixed her gaze intently on Lao Wu. A fleeting moment of disorientation washed over her, as if Lao Wu's words echoed in her mind. What are the others doing? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing was taken aback. What was happening? Was she merely overthinking due to anxiety? After Lao Wu spoke, he fell silent. So where did that voice originate? She dared not take it lightly and leaned closer to Xiao Yang, whispering, "Be careful. There are others upstairs. He is not a friend of Boss Lu." Xiao Yang looked at her with confusion and asked quietly, "How do you know?" Mu Wanqing frowned, unsure how to explain, and simply replied, "I can't quite clarify. But it's best to stay cautious." Xiao Yang glanced at Lao Wu, pondering, if he were indeed a friend of Lu Yu, that would be one matter. If not, should he dare to act against him, he would not hold back. "Wanqing, you wait here. I'll go check on Yu Jie." Recognizing the potential danger, he decided it would be best for Mu Wanqing to remain downstairs. Should anything unforeseen occur, her presence might impede him. Understanding his intent, Mu Wanqing stepped back a few paces and replied, "All right." Lao Wu, feeling impatient at Mu Wanqing's decision to stay behind, thought to himself that it would be a simple task to subdue Xiao Yang, who bore no weapon. Once he had him under control, ensuring the woman would not escape would be trivial. Xiao Yang followed Lao Wu upstairs, discreetly retrieving a military knife from his spatial pocket, readying it in his hand. When Xiao Yang was brought to the entrance of Lu Yu's room, suddenly, a figure darted out from behind him. Attack! Lao Wu also abruptly turned and lunged at Xiao Yang. Anticipating this, Xiao Yang swiftly drew his military knife and struck behind him. The leader of the group, taken aback by Xiao Yang's possession of a weapon, was caught off guard and was stabbed in the thigh, letting out a howl as he stumbled backward. Seeing this, Lao Wu, frightened, attempted to retreat, but before he could react, Xiao Yang kicked him away, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "Be careful. He has a knife." The injured leader shouted loudly into the room. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang approached and plunged the knife into the leader's other leg. "Ah!" The leader screamed in agony. "Everyone come out," Xiao Yang commanded. Instantly, The room erupted into chaos, and soon two men dragged a woman to the doorway. The woman was Lu Yu, her neck held hostage by a man known as Lao Air with a shard of a broken bottle. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of shock. How could he be here? Your sister Yu is in our hands. Put down your knife, or I will kill her. Lao Air threatened fiercely. Xiaoyang, however, was not one to be intimidated. He scoffed. It seems you have it backward. You should release Sister Yu, or I shall take his life. He pressed the knife against the leader's throat. Both Lao Air and Lao Sen were taken aback. How could they be threatened in return? Don't think we won't act. Lao Air exerted pressure, causing the shard to pierce Lu Yu's neck slightly, hoping to coerce Xiaoyang into submission. Enraged, Xiaoyang once again drove the knife into the leader's leg. Don't push me. I can strike hard. Chapter 21. Lu Yu joins the fray. The leader, racked with pain, gritted his teeth and addressed Lao Air and Lao San. Do you want me dead? Let her go? Lao Air, with no other choice, replied. We can release her, but you must first let my brother go. Xiaoyang shook his head, remaining silent as he raised his military knife to strike the leader's leg once more. All right, let us talk. Lao Air and Lao San panicked. This young man was ruthless, ready to strike hard at the slightest provocation. Sister Yu, hurry downstairs. I'll handle this. Xiaoyang called out to Lu Yu. Lu Yu gazed deeply at Xiaoyang, puzzled as to why he would come to her rescue when they had only met twice. Yet, this did not diminish her heartfelt gratitude. If it were not for him, she dared not imagine her current fate. Clad in tattered clothing, she shivered as she made her way toward Xiaoyang. At that moment, Mu Wanxing rushed upstairs, holding a tang knife. Having heard the commotion downstairs, she hurriedly retrieved the knife from her car and rushed back. Wanxing, keep an eye on Boss Lu and wrap her in something warm, Xiaoyang instructed. Glancing at the expanse of Lu Yu's exposed skin, Mu Wanxing hastily removed her coat and draped it over Lu Yu, relieved that her attire was sufficiently thick, rendering the absence of one coat inconsequential. Well, we have released the person. You can let our elder brother go now, remarked the second one. Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. Patience. My friends, I still require a few items from you. With that, he grasped the eldest's left hand firmly with his left. Do you see the time on your arm? Now, keep half an hour for yourself and transmit the remainder to me through your thoughts. The group was bewildered, instinctively glancing at their own arms, still unable to comprehend the nature of this peculiar phenomenon. What is this? The eldest stammered. Do not ask so many questions, just comply, Xiaoyang replied impatiently. The eldest, though reluctant and uncertain of the significance of this time, sensed its importance. Otherwise, this young man would not insist on it. You scoundrel, don't test our patience, otherwise I will fight you, the third one shouted, observing Xiaoyang's refusal to release them. In response, Xiaoyang swiftly drew his pistol and shot each of the second and third ones in the legs. They howled in agony and collapsed. Everyone, except Mu Wanxing, was stunned by the gunfire. The second and third groaned in despair. If you had the gun, you should have used it earlier. We could have transmitted the time sooner. Can this be done now? Xiaoyang coldly inquired. The eldest, no longer hesitant, complied promptly and decisively. Subsequently, Xiaoyang abandoned him and approached the second and third, extending his left hand. They offered no further resistance, enduring their pain as they transmitted the time energy to Xiaoyang. He then moved to the unconscious fifth, kicking him lightly. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Hurry and comply. Earlier, during the gunfire, Xiaoyang had observed the fifth shivering on the ground. Yet he persisted in feigning death. Upon collecting the fifth's time energy, Xiaoyang entered the room to find an injured man sitting in the corner, while a half-naked female attendant lay on the sofa. Approaching the man, Xiaoyang assessed him. He had succumbed to excessive blood loss and low temperature. What a pity, he thought, then moved to the female attendant, checking for signs of life, but finding her already cold. Shaking his head, he exited. Lu Yu, the female attendant inside has passed away. Lu Yu sighed and nodded, acknowledging, I understand. Thank you for saving me. Xiaoyang smiled. It was a mere trifle. Let us depart. Wait, Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the groaning thugs on the ground, her eyes filled with hatred. Give me the chance to slay these beasts with my own hands. Otherwise, I shall remain unsettled. Xiaoyang considered mentioning that they would not last long anyway. But recognizing Lu Yu's desire for personal vengeance, he decided to indulge her. He handed her the tang knife that Mu Wanxing held, and with the knife in hand, Lu Yu advanced, while Xiaoyang followed closely behind, gun drawn. The boss. Boss Liu, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. However, Liu made no effort to allow him to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, she severed half of the boss's head. Liu was taken aback by the swiftness of the strike. Xiao Yang was astonished as well. This woman was truly ruthless. The remaining three, witnessing this scene, scrambled away in terror, incessantly pleading for mercy. Yet, Liu remained unmoved. These individuals had nearly sullied her, and they had slain 2 of her attendants. She could not quell her wrath without exacting vengeance. With another decisive blow, the remaining assailants met their demise. Even the lifeless body of the 4th man was not spared from Liu Yu's retribution, his lower half brutally mutilated. Liu Yu covered the body of the female attendant with a blanket, and then retrieved another to conceal a corpse in the restroom downstairs. It was then that Xiao Yang noticed the presence of another victim on the 1st floor. Liu Yu had indeed encountered a stroke of misfortune, crossing paths with such ruthless thugs. After completing these grim tasks, Liu Yu returned the knife to Xiao Yang, expressing her gratitude. Though I am but a woman, I understand the debt of gratitude must be repaid with my life. You are my savior. Henceforth, my life belongs to you. Xiao Yang accepted the knife with a nod, replying, very well. Let us return home. Naturally, all the remaining alcohol in the restaurant was loaded onto the RV by Xiao Yang. Such treasures must not go to waste. As Liu stepped out of the restaurant, she cast a lingering glance at her establishment, reluctant to part, before resolutely boarding Xiao Yang's RV. Inside the vehicle, she had changed into a thick outfit, concealing her long, snowy legs. She gazed absent-mindedly out at the chaotic street, where abandoned cars lay unmoved and the frozen bodies of the deceased were visible along the roadside. The reality was far more severe than she had anticipated. Xiao Yang felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have offered her clothing sooner, for the RV was warm and would have shielded her from the cold. Seemingly struck by a thought, Liu Yu withdrew her gaze and turned to the driver, Xiao Yang, saying, by the way, my benefactor, I do not yet know how to address you. She recognized him, but had yet to inquire about his name. You may call me Xiao Yang, he replied. Liu Yu responded with a soft acknowledgement, yet felt somewhat embarrassed to address him directly, fearing it might come across as disrespectful to her benefactor. Sensing her discomfort, Xiao Yang chuckled, sister, you must be older than I. Henceforth, you may call me little brother to make it less formal, huh? Liu Yu found this agreeable. Well, I am 35 years old, so I must be considerably older than you. From now on, I shall call you Xiao little brother. Xiao Yang was delighted. This was indeed the best arrangement. Mu Wanxing exclaimed in surprise, sister, you certainly do not seem old at all. What is your secret? If you hadn't mentioned your age, I would have thought you were merely 28. Liu Yu smiled, appreciating Wanxing's compliment. Mu Wanxing paused. How did you know my name? Liu Yu replied, just earlier in the restaurant. Didn't Xiao little brother refer to you as such? I overheard. Chapter 22. The extraordinary ability of Mu Wanxing without pausing. Xiao Yang drove directly back to the villa. The entire villa district remained eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Flurries of snow began to drift from the sky, and Xiao Yang understood that once this snowfall ceased, another calamity would inevitably descend. Following the heavy snow, temperatures would plummet to around -10 degrees Celsius, establishing a grim norm, often accompanied by blizzards. Yet, this was not the most perilous aspect. The true threat lay in the transformation of the deceased. A virus within the bodies of those who had perished would become activated, capable of commandeering the nervous systems of the deceased and turning them into zombies. These creatures, devoid of self-awareness, would launch attacks on any surviving humans or animals, thereby spreading the virus and turning the bitten into zombies themselves. Although these zombies lacked the agility of the living, they were not easily vanquished. They felt no pain. No matter how much one assaulted them, they remained unperturbed. To completely eradicate them, one must strike directly at their foreheads, where a crystalline entity resides, containing the residual temporal energy of the deceased. Obtaining this energy could rejuvenate oneself. However, should a person perish due to the depletion of temporal energy, they would not transform into a zombie. Without the sustenance of the crystal, the virus could not survive. Xiao Yang lamented that after this zombie apocalypse, humanity would be left with scarcely a remnant. Having parked the car in the courtyard, Xiao Yang and his companions disembarked and entered the villa. Liu Yu was astonished by the layered defenses of the villa. This had to have been prepared in advance, she mused. Upon entering, an overwhelming warmth enveloped them. Astonishingly, the villa was equipped with heating. Mu Wanqing switched on the lights in the living room, leaving Lu Yu momentarily dumbfounded. There was electricity? The little crow, upon seeing Xiao Yang return, squawked excitedly and flew to his shoulder, pecking at his hair with its long beak in a display of discontent. Where have you been all day without bringing me along? It seemed to complain. Oh, this pesky bird. Xiao Yang chuckled while dodging its beak. I went to add some coal to the boiler. Wanqing, please take Yujia and let her have a hot shower. Lu Yu felt a sense of numbness. In comparison to her own restaurant, this villa was akin to paradise. Not only was there electricity and heating, but also hot water, an absolute blessing for someone who hadn't tea-bathed in 10 days. Moreover, these two seemed to live with such leisurely grace, even caring for a bird. What an unattractive creature it was, dark and unremarkable. After leading Lu Yu to the bathing area, Mu Wanqing retrieved a nightgown and placed it at the bathroom door. Once Xiao Yang had replenished the coal, he ascended the stairs and was greeted by the sight of Lu Yu emerging from the shower. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, mature women indeed possess an enchanting allure." Lu Yu, with her voluptuous figure, clad in a form-fitting nightgown, evoked a myriad of enticing thoughts. As Lu Yu caught Xiao Yang's gaze, she smiled gracefully and said, "So, what do you think, dear brother Xiao? Do I look good in this outfit?" At her age, she had certainly experienced much and would not act coy like a young girl simply because of his glance. Encouraged by her words, Xiao Yang responded enthusiastically, "You look splendid." "Ah, how delightful it is to see a mature woman." Then, recalling something, he added, "Oh, by the way, sister you must be hungry. Let's have something to eat." After a brief moment, he deftly shifted the topic. Upon Xiao Yang's mention of food, Lu Yu's stomach growled audibly. Embarrassed, she chuckled, realizing she was indeed hungry. "Thank goodness the feast you ordered hasn't been cleared away, otherwise." Suddenly, Lu Yu paused, as if struck by a thought, and asked in confusion, "By the way, you ordered 10 tables worth of dishes. What happened to the other 9? I thought I was seeing things when I noticed they were all gone." Xiao Yang chuckled but remained silent, waving his hand as a table laden with dishes appeared in the living room. Lu Yu stared in astonishment, bewildered by this remarkable feat. "And these dishes, they're all signature dishes from my restaurant," she exclaimed, her mouth forming an astonished O. "Brother Xiao, are you performing magic?" With a playful smile, Xiao Yang replied, "Indeed. You could say that." Taking a deep breath, Lu Yu inhaled the enticing aroma of the dishes, touched one of the plates, and exclaimed in surprise, "Goodness! The food is still warm." She simply could not fathom how Xiao Yang managed to pull this off. "Come, sister Yu, welcome to our family. This meal is a gesture of hospitality for you." Xiao Yang invited her to take a seat. Producing several bottles of wine and calling down Mu Wanqing from upstairs to commence the feast, he poured a glass for everyone and raised his cup, saying, "Let us toast to Sister Yu. From now on, we are all family." Lu Yu quickly raised her glass in response, declaring, "No, this toast should be mine. Thank you all for saving me. Otherwise, I would not be here, enjoying such a wonderful moment." With that, she downed her glass of red wine in one gulp to show her respect. Seeing her boldness, Xiao Yang followed suit, while Mu Wanqing, who had a lower tolerance, managed to take a hearty sip. Setting down her glass, however, Mu Wanqing appeared pensive. Xiao Yang noticed and asked with concern, "Wanqing, what's troubling you? You seem distracted." She replied, "I was reflecting on what happened at the Sea Corner restaurant today. I distinctly heard that person's voice. There were indeed others upstairs." Furrowing her brow, Mu Wanqing continued, "When you mentioned it, I almost forgot." Intrigued, Lu Yu asked, "Wanqing, what happened?" "I'll explain," Xiao Yang interjected. "At that moment, we were being led by that man, preparing to go upstairs to find you. Upon hearing the sound of breaking glass, we became quite cautious. At that moment, Wanqing seemed to hear the voice of someone speaking, realizing that there were indeed people upstairs, even controlling you. Yet, I knew that person had not uttered a word." Xiaoyang interjected with an explanation. "I thought it was merely auditory hallucination, but the situation upstairs truly aligns with what I perceived. It is utterly perplexing." Wanqing shook her head in bewilderment. Lu Yu also felt astonished. "Could it be that you possess some extraordinary abilities?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's eyes brightened. Indeed, it must be that Wanqing had awakened her latent powers. However, he had never encountered such abilities before, so he remained hesitant to confirm. Verification was necessary to ascertain the truth. "Wanqing, if I am not mistaken, you have awakened your powers. Why not let us verify this?" Upon hearing this, Wan Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I have powers now. How shall we verify it? Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. I suspect that what you heard was the person's thoughts. Focus your mind on me while I think of something, and see if you can hear it. All right. Wan Qing eagerly replied. Xiaoyang gazed at the abundant spread of dishes before him, thinking repeatedly, Sister U.S. dishes are truly delectable. Wan Qing, concentrating intently on Xiaoyang, suddenly heard his voice resonate in her mind. Sister U.S. dishes are truly delectable. Chapter 23. From now on. Sister will be in your care. Wan Qing was once again taken aback by the sudden voice in her mind. The sound was vivid and unmistakable, and she knew that Xiaoyang had not spoken aloud. What you just thought was Sister U.S. dishes are truly delectable, correct? Wan Qing sought confirmation. Wow. Incredible. Xiaoyang gave Wan Qing a thumbs up. Absolutely right. Congratulations, Wan Qing. You have awakened your powers, and they are indeed unique. Xiaoyang had encountered and heard of various abilities, the majority of which belonged to combat or magical categories. For instance, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many physically strong survivors had developed skills in swordsmanship and martial arts, which fell under the combat category. These types of awakeners relied heavily on weapons. Although their combat prowess was formidable, the reliance on weaponry was substantial. Those capable of conjuring lightning or fireballs belonged to the magical category. Then there were abilities like Xiaoyang's spatial powers, which were classified as rare and peculiar. Wan Qing's abilities seemed to belong to a special category as well. The strength of such powers lay in the ability to hear others' thoughts, leaving no room for privacy in their presence. Xiaoyang felt a surge of excitement. He had unexpectedly stumbled upon someone as remarkable as Wan Qing, which felt like a fortunate gain. With her assistance, he would be able to discern the hearts of others when forming his future team. How advantageous. Wait, are you two conspiring to play a trick on me? Do such powers truly exist? Lu Yu expressed her skepticism, as she was entirely unaware of the existence of such abilities. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, you can also try. Let Wan Qing listen to your thoughts, Xiaoyang suggested with a smile. All right. Ryu could no longer contain her curiosity and was eager to give it a try. Wan Qing once again focused her attention on Ryu, and after a moment, Ryu's voice echoed in her mind. However, Wan Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaoyang, intrigued, wondered what Wan Qing had heard that made her shy. What on earth was Ryu thinking? Noticing Wan Qing's silence, Ryu grew anxious. So, Wan Qing, did you hear my thoughts? Do share to confirm. Feeling a bit bashful, Wan Qing replied. Rujia, you must be thinking that Xiao Laodi is indeed quite fortunate to have won over such a beautiful sister like me, right? Ryu exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. Absolutely spot on, without a doubt. She then turned to Xiaoyang and asked, Laodi, was that magical transformation you performed just now also a special ability? Xiaoyang felt there was no need to conceal anything from Ryu, so he candidly explained everything to her, though he refrained from disclosing the exact amount of resources within the space. He also recounted his past experiences, fabricating them as a dream, which left Ryu gasping in shock. Xiao Laodi, if what you say is true, I almost regret being rescued by you. Living on would surely be quite a burden. Ryu couldn't help but feel apprehensive about the future. Xiaoyang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Rujia. With me around, I promise you will live comfortably. Trust me. Gazing into Xiaoyang's steadfast eyes, Ryu felt an inexplicable sense of trust. It was as if his presence brought a measure of security. The warmth of the villa and the lavish spread before them were comforts that few could provide. Ryu raised her glass to Xiaoyang, declaring, Come, let me toast you, Laodi. From now on, I shall entrust you with my care. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, as it sounded like she was suggesting he would be responsible for her in the future. He wondered if Ryu was being intentional. Entrust me? You can count on it. Xiaoyang raised his glass as well, his words laden with significance. Oh, by the way, Rujia, I need to trouble you with one more thing. After downing his drink, Xiaoyang set the glass down. Speak. Ryu replied straightforwardly. Well, neither Wan Qing nor I can cook, so we will be relying on you for our meals from now on. Is that all right? Upon hearing this, Ryu chuckled. Is that even a problem? Xiao Laodi, I won't boast about much, but cooking is my forte. Since you saved my life, this is the least I can do. I assure you, I will make sure you both are well fed and healthy. Of course, you must ensure there are sufficient ingredients, haha. Xiaoyang was pleased and mimicked Ryu's gesture, thumping his chest. Rest assured, Rujia, there will be no shortage of ingredients. As the snow fell heavier, transforming into a flurry of goose feathers, The dining experience in the villa came to a close. Mu Wanqing, having used her abilities several times, felt fatigued and excused herself to rest upstairs. Unfortunately, her current energy levels were low, and her physical condition was still rather poor, unable to withstand the mental strain from her powers. She hoped that in the future, with more energy, things would improve. Time energy is akin to the levels in a game. Can the first level truly compare to the 100th? Of course not. Therefore, the next step for Xiao Yang is to strive to accumulate more time energy. With the imminent outbreak of the zombie virus, an opportunity has presented itself. Ryu chose to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor, while Xiao Yang had initially intended for her to rest in the room on the third floor that once belonged to Mu Wanqing. However, Ryu declined, citing the convenience of preparing breakfast in the morning. Xiao Yang did not insist further, preparing a fresh set of bedding for her and stocking the refrigerator with various ingredients before heading upstairs. Ryu lay in her room, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and the sudden transition to such a comfortable environment left her restless. Perhaps it was due to her own experiences, having taken a life, or perhaps it was the apocalyptic scenarios Xiao Yang had described. In any case, slumber eluded her. She rose unsteadily and made her way to the living room, gazing vacantly at the heavy snow outside. Suddenly, indistinct sounds drifted from upstairs. Ryu paused, and a charming smile crept across her face. Young people are capable of such antics, working tirelessly without a thought for rest. She mused. 10 minutes passed, then 20, 30, and 50. Ryu was bewildered. Was Xiao Yang truly so remarkable? Her throat felt parched, yet she could not resist the urge to listen in. After an hour and a half, tranquility finally descended upon the upper floor, while Ryu below felt her cheeks flush. She, Ryu, had experienced a few romances and endured a failed marriage, thus she was no stranger to men. Yet, she had never encountered someone like Xiao Yang for such an extended period. After her divorce, she had devoted herself entirely to her career, abstaining from romantic pursuits. The sounds from above seemed to awaken a latent desire within her, eliciting an unexpected physiological response. Images of Xiao Yang's handsome face flooded her mind, stirring a yearning within her. How could I entertain such thoughts? How could I betray Wanqing? Ryu quickly quelled her burgeoning desires, steadied her rapid breathing, and hurried back to her room. By chance, as she passed the staircase, she encountered Xiao Yang descending bare-chested, preparing to stoke the boiler. Xiao Yang, taken aback upon seeing Ryu, asked, "Sister Yu, why are you standing here in the dark instead of sleeping?" Ryu, momentarily flustered, hurriedly replied, "I just needed to use the restroom." Chapter 24. Ryu's superpower. The following morning, Xiao Yang awoke feeling extraordinarily invigorated. Glancing at the time energy manifested in his arm, he noted it had already exceeded 15 years. He could distinctly sense considerable changes within his body. Prior to his rebirth, he had accumulated over a millennium's worth of temporal energy, rendering ordinary blades and instruments utterly ineffectual against him. He had encountered individuals who possessed millennia of temporal energy. For them, conventional firearms merely felt like a gentle tickle. Thus, enhancing his own power necessitated the acquisition of temporal energy, which would become his primary focus moving forward. This pursuit was not solely for himself, but also for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Their strengths must be fortified as well. However, he resolved to prioritize his own enhancement first. Glancing at the slumbering Mu Wanqing beside him, he noted her continued repose. Outside the window, snow continued to fall, blanketing the earth in a resplendent white. He leaned down to bestow a gentle kiss upon her cheek, tucking her in before making his way downstairs. As he approached the first-floor living room, he caught the enticing aroma of cooked dishes wafting through the air. Upon entering the room, he discovered 2 dishes elegantly arranged on the dining table, stir-fried kidney and okra drizzled with oil. The culinary artist behind these creations was still busy in the kitchen. "Lu Yu, is it really necessary to prepare such a lavish spread so early in the morning?" Xiao Yang inquired, puzzled. Lu Yu poked her head out from the kitchen, smiling as she replied, "It's only 2 dishes, hardly extravagant. Young men need ample nourishment. I have a health porridge nearing completion." What do you mean by that? Is this kidney and okra truly necessary for nourishment?" He shrugged, ultimately content with the prospect of a delicious meal. After washing up, he emerged just in time to see Lu Yu placing the porridge on the table. "Where's Wanqing? Call her down for breakfast," Xiao Yang suggested. He rubbed his nose, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "She seems a bit tired. Let her rest a little longer. Lu Yu shot him a reproachful glance. Oh, young men these days are so reckless, lacking an appreciation for delicate beauty. When she awakens, I shall prepare something for her. For now, let us eat. Agreed. The dishes were soon devoured by Xiao Yang with remarkable speed, while Lu Yu barely touched her meal. Sated, he let out a contented belch and exclaimed, "With you around, Lu Yu, life feels truly complete." She chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as she began clearing the table. Xiao Yang quickly rose to assist. "Allow me to handle this." Lu Yu. She firmly pushed him aside. "What business does a man have with such tasks? Leave it to me. You should tend to your own affairs. And don't forget to feed your little bird. It has been calling for quite some time this morning." Xiao Yang couldn't help but marvel at the fortune of having a woman who not only cooked, but also willingly managed household chores. The hours passed pleasantly as he entertained the little crow, Cobalt, who had become increasingly clever. The creature was beginning to comprehend much of what Xiao Yang said, and had grown remarkably obedient. Crows are known for their high intelligence, often employing tools, with drinking water being a prime example of their ingenuity. Xiao Yang resolved to nurture Cobalt, keeping it close. If well trained, it could make for a splendid companion. The morning slipped by, and at noon, Mu Wanqing finally descended the stairs. "Oh, Wanqing is awake. Hurry and freshen up. I shall prepare a meal for you." Lu Yu exclaimed cheerfully. "Thank you, Lu Yu," came Mu Wanqing's grateful reply. Mu Wanqing entered the washing area, while Lu Yu busied herself in the kitchen with a clatter of utensils. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa directly opposite the kitchen, observing Lu Yu's diligent figure. It must be said that Lu Yu possessed an admirable physique, curvaceous and alluring. While it is often said that chefs tend to be round and stout, Lu Yu only fulfilled the part about having a generous posterior. However, her waist was astonishingly slender, defying conventional expectations. From this vantage point, she resembled a ripe peach, evoking a sense of longing. Suddenly, Lu Yu let out a shriek, interrupting Xiao Yang's reverie, prompting him to rush into the kitchen to assess the situation. Mu Wanqing hurriedly followed, asking, "What happened, Sister Yu?" Lu Yu appeared visibly flustered, having flung her spoon aside. With wide eyes, she exclaimed, "I was just holding the spoon when an immense electric current surged through it." Mu Wanqing swiftly grasped Lu Yu's hand, concern etched on her face. "Did you get electrocuted? Are you all right, Sister Yu?" "I don't feel anything particularly wrong, but the intensity of that current startled me," Lu Yu replied, still shaken. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang pondered thoughtfully as he approached the stove, noticing that the vegetables in the pan had burnt to a crisp. He unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pan, the sound of crackling electricity resonating, sending a slight tingle through his hand. He picked up the spoon, discovering it too was charged with electricity. "Sister Yu, are you saying that while you were cooking, an electric current emerged from the spoon and struck the pan, causing the food to burn?" "Yes, exactly." Lu Yu nodded vigorously. Xiao Yang smiled, realization dawning upon him. "Congratulations, Sister Yu. You have awakened your latent powers." "What? Me? With powers?" Lu Yu's expression was one of disbelief. "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, you have manifested electrical abilities. That current was inadvertently released by you." Having witnessed electrical practitioners in his previous life, Xiao Yang knew that lower-tier abilities resembled what Lu Yu had just exhibited. Higher-tier practitioners could unleash orbs of lightning with explosive force rivaling that of conventional weaponry. It was indeed a surprise that a beautiful chef like Lu Yu had awakened such magical powers. "This electrical energy originates from your hand, not the spoon. You should attempt to release the current again." Xiao Yang encouraged Lu Yu on how to harness her ability. Focusing intently, Lu Yu extended her palm towards the frying pan, gently striking the air. Crackle! Boom! A visible bolt of electricity, as thick as chopsticks, shot forth from Lu Yu's hand, striking the frying pan a meter away. The pan was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the might of her electrical powers. This was merely a first-level ability, yet it could likely incapacitate an adult. One could only imagine the sheer power if she were to advance to the 9th level. Lu Yu trembled with fear, wondering if this extraordinary ability was a touch too perilous. She examined her palms repeatedly, utterly perplexed by how the lightning was unleashed. Such marvel. "Sister Yu, now that you have awakened this power, no one will dare bully you again. If someone is foolish enough to provoke you, just give them a taste of this, and I assure you they will be thoroughly charred." Xiao Yang remarked with a smile, genuinely pleased for Lu Yu, as this inadvertently bolstered his own strength. With this newfound ability, She should be capable of self-defense in critical moments. Once she mastered the art of lightning and elevated her skills, she would undoubtedly become an indispensable asset in future battles. Lu Yu was overjoyed. She had finally awakened her own powers, ensuring she would not be a burden to Xiaoyang. I shall not only conquer the kitchen, but also the battlefield. Chapter 25. The zombie virus. Lu Yu remained in a state of exhilaration, attempting to harness her lightning a couple more times. Each attempt weaker than the last until she felt utterly drained. The original frying pan was rendered unusable, prompting Xiaoyang to procure a new set for her. The lunch consisted of reheated leftovers from the previous night, with Lu Yu additionally preparing a bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. Upon tasting the food, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. It felt as though his mouth was filled with popping candy, crackling with every bite. He glanced at Lu Yu, who was equally astonished, staring at the top of his head. "What's wrong?" he inquired, puzzled. "Your hair is standing on end." Lu Yu pointed at his head, astonished. Xiaoyang quickly touched his hair, eliciting a crackling sound as static electricity sparked at his fingertips. "Wow, it really is." Mu Wanqing giggled, lifting her bowl to sip the chicken soup, only to suddenly freeze. Lu Yu cautiously asked, "What's wrong, Wanqing? Is it not to your liking?" Mu Wanqing promptly placed her bowl back on the table, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister Yu, this chicken soup has static electricity." "Does it? I didn't notice," Lu Yu replied, somewhat incredulous. Xiaoyang extended his hand over Mu Wanqing's head, and her hair inexplicably adhered to his palm. "Goodness, this static is quite strong. Sister Yu, did you discharge electricity while cooking?" Xiaoyang chuckled helplessly. Caught in the act, Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Well, during cooking, I got a bit distracted and didn't realize." Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing exchanged exasperated glances. "Sister, please exercise restraint in the future. This meal almost zapped us." Lu Yu's face flushed crimson from the teasing. "I'll definitely be more careful next time." A sudden, mournful caw of a crow echoed through the air. The trio quickly turned their attention to the little coal ball, which lay flat on its back with its paws in the air. Xiaoyang hurried over to inspect, discovering its two dark eyes spinning in circles, with a fresh pile of droppings behind it. Xiaoyang reached out and grasped it, a spark of static electricity tingling at his fingertips. He lifted his gaze to Lu Yu, who, flustered, stammered, "I saw it had no water, so I poured some for it." The snow had ceased falling, and the outdoor temperature had risen to approximately -10 degrees Celsius. For most, as long as they had sufficient means to stay warm, the suffering was lessened. Just as everyone was privately rejoicing that the calamity was nearing its end, a far graver disaster struck. From beneath a thick blanket of snow on the street, a frostbitten hand suddenly emerged. Gradually, a body, reminiscent of a mechanical dance, began to rise from the snowdrift. Clad in summer attire, this figure, who should have perished days ago from the cold, inexplicably returned to life. Its eyes were vacant, movements rigid, yet a faint white light flickered at its brow. It stood there, dazed, swaying left and right, oblivious to its surroundings. Within a small room of a nearby hotel, a female university student trembled under the covers, chilled to the bone. Beneath the bed lay a cold corpse, her university boyfriend. They had just checked into the room to ponder life together when the temperature plummeted. Amidst their fervent discussion, he broke into a sweat and caught a cold. The outcome was predictable. He did not survive beyond 3 days, his life extinguished. Fear and despair engulfed her, yet she felt powerless. Fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water in the room, preventing her from starving. A raspy sound emanated from her throat. Nervously, she lifted the corner of the blanket and beheld her boyfriend standing in an eerie posture. Confusion washed over her. Wasn't he dead? A mix of fear and hope surged within her as she whispered, "Darling?" Her boyfriend abruptly turned, his eyes hollow, his face a ghastly shade of purple, devoid of any expression. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. It was as if he had heard a summons. He paused momentarily before lunging at her, sinking his teeth into her throat. Meanwhile, the nearby streets had become overrun with these zombie-like monstrosities. Upon hearing her scream, they surged towards the source of the sound in a frenzy. Such scenes unfolded in every corner of the world, transforming humanity into a hellish nightmare. The zombie virus had officially erupted. Within Xiaoyang's villa, the little coal ball awoke and immediately cried out at Lu Yu in distress. "What have you done to me?" Lu Yu rolled her eyes, exasperated. She hadn't done it intentionally. The little coal ball glared at her from its perch, brimming with indignation. Suddenly, a chorus of screams erupted outside the villa. The three exchanged startled glances. Xiaoyang hastily rose and declared, "Let us head upstairs. It seems the zombie virus has broken out." Mu Wanxing followed closely, while Lu Yu hesitated briefly before deciding to join them. Upon entering Xiaoyang's master bedroom, one is greeted by an expansive floor-to-ceiling window that offers a panoramic view of the entire villa district. At this moment, the area is engulfed in chaos, filled with anguished cries. Some individuals, disregarding the biting cold, emerge wrapped in blankets, pursued by ravenous zombies. Those who stumble or fall victim to the frenzy are swiftly overtaken, their bodies marked by the relentless bites, staining the snow with vivid patches of blood. Xiaoyang observes this scene with an icy detachment, akin to a bystander engrossed in a dramatic performance. Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu, witnessing this horrific tableau, turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Although they had heard Xiaoyang recount the outbreak of the zombies, witnessing the gruesome reality firsthand overwhelms them with a visceral shock. Xiaoyang turns to pat Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Such events are inevitable. You will adapt in due time. We must prepare. Tomorrow we commence the energy harvest." With that, he descends the stairs, intent on gathering supplies for battle. My heavens, could it be that Xiaoyang was indeed correct? Is this what zombies truly are? Lu Yu exclaims, her voice quavering with disbelief. Mu Wanxing stares blankly at the unfolding scene, sorrowfully lamenting, "They are filled with despair. Yet we are powerless to assist them." Lu Yu sighs, expressing her growing curiosity about Xiaoyang. "Without him, I might have been among those being chased, ultimately becoming mere flesh in the jaws of a zombie. Indeed, I might have ended up as one of those pursuing others." Mu Wanxing responds with a bittersweet smile. The two stand in silent contemplation, grateful that they are not among the unfortunate souls outside. In their hearts, they silently thank Xiaoyang for providing them with a warm and safe refuge. Chapter 26. Clearing the zombie infestation in the villa district within his space. Xiaoyang retrieves several sets of winter training attire, military boots, and gloves. These garments are robust enough to resist zombie claws and bites. He then produces 3 tang swords, 3 military knives, and the sole revolver with 3 remaining bullets. The tang sword is an optimal weapon for dispatching zombies, its length and sharpness allowing for lethal precision. One well-placed strike can sever a zombie's head. Having prepared these items, he calls down Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu, who are still reeling from their earlier shock. With a serious demeanor, he instructs them, "You both must try on the equipment. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to hunt zombies." The two are taken aback, their anxiety palpable. "Do we really have to go?" Xiaoyang, with a stern expression, replies, "Of course you must. This confrontation is unavoidable. I do this for your own good." This villa district comprises only 100 villas, with an estimated population of around 700, resulting in a relatively low population density. A lower density signifies that the zombies are dispersed, making this an ideal training ground for you both. However, Mu Wanxing hesitates, her words cut short by Xiaoyang's cold interruption. In this apocalyptic world, there exists no alternative. One must continuously strengthen oneself to enhance the chances of survival. "I do not wish for you to perish before me." Mu Wanxing gazed into Xiaoyang's cold eyes, suddenly filled with trepidation, for this man approached everything with such brutality. Was he not gentle before we became involved? Lu Yu observed Xiaoyang's demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely declared, "My life was saved by you. For your sake, I am willing to do anything." Xiaoyang looked at her and shook his head, correcting her, "Remember, it is not for me, but for us." Lu Yu gazed deeply at Xiaoyang, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it is for us." During the remaining time, the trio tested their equipment and weapons. Xiaoyang explained the techniques for dispatching zombies and repeatedly cautioned them, regardless of what transpired, to refrain from shouting, as that would attract more zombies. That evening, after their meal, the 3 retired early for rest. The next morning, Lu Yu rose early to prepare a lavish breakfast, ensuring everyone had their fill to possess sufficient strength for combating zombies. After satisfying their hunger, they donned their attire, armed themselves, and prepared to venture out. "Remember, once we step outside, I will lead, Wanxing will be in the middle, and sister you will follow. We will search each villa systematically. Should we encounter any zombies on the way, do not engage. Observe how I handle them first. Only when we face a solitary zombie within the villa should you practice your skills." Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu nodded eagerly. As they exited the villa, Xiao Yang surveyed the pristine snow on the path, unmarred by any footprints, indicating that no zombies had traversed this vicinity. He resolved to begin clearing the villa directly ahead and proceed methodically. Upon reaching the entrance of the first villa, he found the door closed. Yet such barriers were no match for him. He produced a crowbar and deftly pried the door open. Suddenly, a zombie, perhaps alerted by the noise, lunged toward the entrance. Xiao Yang remained unperturbed, swiftly drawing his tang knife and plunging it into the creature's forehead. The zombie ceased its advance, and upon retracting his blade, it collapsed, lifeless. Xiao Yang approached, skillfully prying open its skull and extracting a white cylindrical crystal from its brow. Turning, he displayed the crystal to Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu, only to find them covering their mouths, their faces ashen, gazing at him in astonishment. Perplexed, Xiao Yang wondered why women tended to either scream or cover their mouths when anxious. Have you seen clearly? It is imperative to retrieve this item. He waved the crystal before them. As they beheld the red and white object oscillating in front of them, they could no longer contain themselves, and both retched uncontrollably. Xiao Yang stood there, bewildered. Surely their stomachs were far too delicate. Yet, reflecting on his own past experiences, he realized he, too, had once reacted similarly and chose to say nothing. Fortunately, the two managed to exercise great control over their movements, thus avoiding attracting the attention of the zombies. The distance between each villa was considerable. As long as they kept their voices down, safety was assured. Once the two had regained their composure, he quickly beckoned them to enter the villa. The door was ajar, and Xiao Yang meticulously searched each room, discovering two zombies, a larger female and a smaller one, presumably a mother and daughter duo. The male zombie they had dispatched earlier at the entrance indicated that this family had not escaped their grim fate. Xiao Yang swiftly dealt with the mother zombie and, retrieving his baton, pinned the smaller zombie against the wall, rendering it immobile. Sister Yu, eliminate it using my method, he commanded Lu Yu, acknowledging her experience with a blade. Yet, she hesitated, her grip trembling as she struggled to steel herself. Xiao Yang admonished her, remember, they are no longer human. They are mere shells of their former selves. Hurry. With no alternative, Lu Yu gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and swung the knife towards the clawing small zombie. The blade sliced through, cleaving the creature's head in two. Satisfied with her execution, Xiao Yang remarked that her proficiency was evident, and he stowed his baton as the small zombie collapsed lifelessly. Well done, Sister Yu. However, you must not close your eyes next time. Such a tactic is perilous, he encouraged, albeit with a warning. Lu Yu, slightly dazed, muttered an acknowledgement. Wanxing, retrieve the crystals from the foreheads of these zombies. Xiao Yang turned to the terrified Mu Wanxing, gesturing toward the fallen zombies. Me? She stammered in a fluster. Yes, quickly, he urged. Although she felt a strong aversion, Mu Wanxing understood that Xiao Yang was guiding her to overcome her disgust. Reluctantly, she approached the zombie, unsheathed her military knife, and after a lengthy moment of hesitation, mustered the courage to plunge the blade into the zombie's head. A swift motion allowed her to extract a white crystal. Approaching the second zombie, she tilted her head and awkwardly retrieved another crystal. After completing the task, Mu Wanxing felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by the grotesqueness of the act. Xiao Yang observed quietly, feeling satisfied with her performance. Good. However, next time, be more efficient. Also, these crystals are of paramount importance. Once extracted, they must be secured immediately, as they are our lifeline. Mu Wanxing nodded in agreement, hastily clutching the two crystals. Noticing that the two were still acclimating to the situation, he allowed them a moment's respite. After all, women differ from men. They deserved a little time to regroup. Chapter 27. Absorbing crystal energy after a full 30 minutes of rest, Xiao Yang deemed it time to proceed, leading Mu Wanxing and Lu Yu to continue their exploration of the next villa. The front door of this villa remained shut, but Xiao Yang skillfully pried it open and stepped inside. They discovered a total of 5 zombies within, 2 of which were aged and 3 were youthful. Curiously, none bore any wounds, suggesting they had perished prior to the outbreak of the virus. This should have been a blissful family, yet they have all succumbed to despair. Xiao Yang dispatched 4 of them, leaving 1 young zombie for Mu Wanxing to practice her skills. Mustering her courage, Mu Wanxing emulated Xiao Yang's stance and aimed for the zombie's head. However, her aim faltered, and she struck its neck instead, resulting in a gruesome spray of blood upon her face. Alarmed, She dropped her dagger and retreated hastily. Retrieve it. One must remain composed at all times. A missed strike can be followed by another, but never abandon your weapon. If you were to confront a zombie alone, you would likely be reduced to a bloody pulp by now, Xiaoyang reprimanded sternly, with tears welling in her eyes. Mu Wanqing reluctantly picked up the fallen dagger and once again raised it, this time aiming for the zombie's forehead. With determination, she plunged it in. The sound of shattering bone echoed, and the zombie collapsed, motionless. Mu Wanqing stared at her handiwork in a daze. This was a true milestone for her. Yu Yuyo. Retrieve the crystal from its forehead. Lu Yuyo did not hesitate and promptly extracted all the crystals, feeling a twinge of disgust, but managing quite well. Let us proceed. On to the next building. Without pause, Xiaoyang led them to another villa. Following the same pattern, the trio had cleared 10 villas by noon. Inside each, all usable supplies were gathered into Xiaoyang's space. During this time, he intentionally left 2 young zombies for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yuyo to defeat on their own, refraining from intervening, merely observing. This posed a significant challenge for them. In a moment of panic, Lu Yuyo missed her first strike, only severing one of the zombie's arms. Yet, the creature continued its assault, though fortunately, its strength was not overwhelming. With her second strike, she swiftly decapitated it. Mu Wanqing's performance, however, astonished Xiaoyang. When a zombie lunged at her, she delivered a precise strike to its forehead, efficiently eliminating it. Over the course of the 10 villas, they vanquished a total of 50 zombies. Satisfied with their accomplishments for the day, Xiaoyang decided to return home, fearing that Mu Wanqing and Lu Yuyo might be overwhelmed if they continued. Upon returning to the villa, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yuyo eagerly shed their outer garments and headed to the bathing room. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang cleaned all the crystals, and once the two had finished bathing, he proceeded with the distribution. Mu Wanqing had previously acquired 20 days of energy, leaving her with just over a year. In contrast, Lu Yuyo had been depleting her reserves, possessing only around 350 days, less than a full year. Xiaoyang himself had amassed over 15 years, nearing 16, the most among the three. 10 for Wanqing, 10 for Yuyo, and 30 for myself, he declared as he allocated the crystals. As Lu Yu beheld the abundance allocated to her, she hastily declined, exclaiming, "I cannot accept this. It is all your merit, Xiao Laodi. I have merely hindered your progress. Indeed, you should keep it for yourself. The task of vanquishing zombies relies heavily on you." Mu Wanqing also pushed the crystal back. Xiaoyang shook his head and pressed the crystal into their hands, saying, "Remember, from now on, we are united in purpose. If you can elevate your time energy to over 10 years, it will be much easier to combat the zombies, and you will no longer be a burden to me." Upon noticing that the two were about to refuse again, Xiaoyang waved his hand, insisting, "Enough. No more objections. Simply follow my instructions. Now, allow me to demonstrate how to absorb this crystal." Xiaoyang picked up one of the crystals and pointed to the numbers inscribed upon it. "Do you see this? It indicates the remaining time energy. The only distinction between this crystal and the time on our arms is that the time inscribed on this crystal is static." He extended his left arm, drawing a comparison for the two. To convert the time energy contained within the crystal into your own, you must first memorize the time displayed on it. For instance, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Commit this time to memory, grasp the crystal tightly with your left hand, and then use your mind to absorb the time energy. As he demonstrated, he opened his hand, and the time on the crystal became 0, with all the energy transferred into his body. However, remember this: you must be precise with the time. If you overestimate it, the transfer will fail due to insufficient energy. Conversely, if you underestimate, you will need to transfer the remainder once more. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu watched in astonishment, nodding in unison. "All right, now attempt to absorb your crystals." After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he proceeded to absorb the remaining 30 crystals one by one. His time energy now displayed over 45 years. Stretching his limbs, he noted a marked enhancement in his physical condition. This improvement was comprehensive, boosting strength, agility, physique, and mental acuity. Of course, one's intelligence remained unchanged. The foolish would still be foolish. As Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu embarked on their initial attempts, their progress was relatively slow. It took them a full 5 minutes to completely absorb their 10 crystals each. Nonetheless, the changes in their physical condition were palpably noticeable. After all, Progressing from 1 to 10 represented a significant breakthrough. Lu Yu rose, stretching lazily and shaking her arms. This is truly remarkable. I feel as though I can lift a pot weighing 20 jing with one hand. Xiaoyang chuckled, remarking, a chef's heart is never far from the kitchen. Mu Wanqing also stood up, her expression brimming with joy. I feel so much lighter and more spirited. I can manage 3 bowls of rice now. You, sister, you should prepare more today. Absolutely, no problem. Lu Yu replied with a smile. By the way, have you noticed these crystals that have expended their energy? They can actually be reused. It resembles a storage card. One can also transfer temporal energy into it. If one wishes to trade temporal energy without a direct handshake, this can serve as a substitute. Xiaoyang gestured towards a pile of used crystals on the table. Oh, I see. The two exclaimed in unison. All right, Yu Jia, please prepare the meal. After dining, let us rest and thoroughly review today's combat experiences. By the way, Yu Jia, tomorrow, try using your lightning ability against the zombies. That is your trump card. Understood, Xiao Laodi. Lu Yu energetically dashed towards the kitchen. Once Lu Yu had departed, Mu Wanqing, with misty eyes, looked at Xiaoyang with a sense of shame and asked, Xiaoyang, did I perform poorly today? Am I particularly foolish? Xiaoyang's heart softened. He embraced her tightly, gently stroking her hair, and reassured her, no, you did wonderfully. I was merely too anxious, but it was for your own good. Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiaoyang's embrace and quietly responded, I understand. Suddenly, Xiaoyang recalled something and leaned down to whisper in her ear. Did you not say that absorbing energy has enhanced your mental acuity? How about I test it for you tonight? Chapter 28. Assaulted by zombie dogs, Mu Wanqing blushed furiously from his breath against her ear and playfully punched his chest, exclaiming, You rascal! You only know how to bully me. Humph. Xiaoyang laughed heartily. I indeed take pleasure in teasing you. While the two exchanged flirtatious banter, Lu Yu completed the meal. After the trio had dined, with the sky still bright, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing retired to bed early. Meanwhile, Lu Yu endured another grueling auditory feast downstairs. The following morning, the three rose early, and after breakfast, they prepared to set out. Lu Yu took a moment to observe Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing, noting their vibrant complexions and boundless energy. She couldn't help but reflect. Youth truly has its advantages. This time, they would clear the villas sequentially from where they had left off. Compared to the previous day, their progress was significantly faster today. Firstly, both Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing had experienced substantial enhancements in their physical capabilities. Secondly, they had overcome the psychological barriers, their resilience growing ever stronger. As time passed, their coordination became increasingly seamless, making it a non-issue to confront 3 zombies simultaneously. Lu Yu also seized this opportunity to unleash her lightning ability. Although her level was still low and unable to eliminate a zombie in one strike, she could stun or knock them down, allowing for an easy follow-up attack. The struck areas often turned charred, accompanied by a waft of meaty aroma. Goodness, do you smell that? It resembles the scent of grilled meat, Xiaoyang teased. Get lost. Can you refrain from being so disgusting? Mu Wanqing shot him an annoyed glare. After clearing the 48th villa, the trio finally paused. Upon rough estimation, they had dispatched approximately 300 zombies today, which was indeed an impressive harvest. After clearing 2 villas, we shall return. This time, we shall part ways. You two will independently clear 1 villa. Upon finishing his statement, Xiaoyang proceeded towards a distant villa, with no choice but to comply. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu steeled themselves and entered the nearest villa. Upon crossing the threshold, they unexpectedly encountered a teddy dog. Though it was typically an adorable creature, it now appeared quite sinister. Its body was marred with wounds, and its lower lip was torn, exposing menacing teeth. Unquestionably, this teddy had succumbed to zombification. Upon sensing their presence, the creature emitted a low growl and lunged at them with its decayed jaws agape. Lu Yu, unwilling to hesitate, recognized that a dog, unlike a human, possessed agile reflexes, even in its undead state. Shielding Mu Wanqing behind her, she swiftly drove her knife into the advancing teddy zombie. However, as it did not succumb immediately, it resorted to its living instincts, emitting a cacophony of anguished howls. The sound was grating, relentless. Mu Wanqing cursed the wretched creature under her breath and swiftly raised her tang knife, plunging it into the creature's forehead. At last, the teddy fell silent. Yet the commotion had already attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Hearing the noise, Xiaoyang rushed over. But he soon detected a multitude of rapid footsteps converging upon their location. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Xiaoyang sensed the precariousness of the situation and shouted to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Alas, it was too late. Before them, a pack of zombie dogs was racing towards them, while another group had blocked their retreat. Xiaoyang inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. How could it be that after clearing so many villas, they had not encountered a single pet zombie, only to now face a horde? Examining the throngs of dogs, he saw golden retrievers, teddies, Pomeranians, Labradors, border collies, Alaskans, Huskies, Akitas, Corgis, German Shepherds, Mutts, and even a tiny Pekingese. It was indeed a zombie dog mobilization. Some had bulging eyes, others had gaping holes in their noses, some had patches of skin torn away, revealing raw flesh, and a few had their intestines trailing behind them. The sight was utterly gruesome. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang had no time for sympathy. If these numerous zombie dogs launched a simultaneous attack, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would be in dire peril. Suddenly, the two packs of undead hounds, as if sensing their masters, lunged frantically towards Xiaoyang and the two women inside the villa. Close the door. Xiaoyang shouted urgently to Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. However, the villa's front door had been damaged, leaving Lu Yu to barricade the entrance against the oncoming zombie dogs. Xiaoyang, in a rush, retrieved an explosion-proof shield from his space and braced it against the attacking creatures, seizing the moment to swing his knife and cleave half of a border collie's head away. The shield clattered under the impact, while Xiaoyang seized the opportunity to systematically dispatch the advancing zombie dogs. Suddenly, Xiaoyang witnessed a German shepherd leaping over Lu Yu's head and entering the villa, startling both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. Sister Yu, strike it with lightning. Xiaoyang shouted in haste. Regaining her composure, Lu Yu saw the German shepherd rolling on the ground before it sprang up to pounce, prompting her to unleash a current of electricity towards it. Crack! The bolt struck the dog's head, rendering it motionless on the ground. Mu Wanqing rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow. The sound of the electric shock seemed to incite the zombie dogs outside, driving them into a frenzy as they lunged towards the villa. Lu Yu quickly retreated and zapped an Akita attempting to jump inside, but she felt herself growing weaker. I can't go on, brother, I'm out of strength, Lu Yu exclaimed weakly. Initially, she could only unleash a few bolts of lightning, and having managed two was already her limit. Xiaoyang swiftly dispatched a corgi with a precise strike to its brow, commanding, Sister Yu, fall back. Wanqing, take the front. I'm coming right away. Mu Wanqing responded without hesitation, stepping forward to sever the head of a husky that had just poked its head through. However, moments later, a golden retriever and a Labrador bounded into the villa alongside her, causing even Xiaoyang to feel alarmed. Then, an Alaska Malamute leaped in as well. Xiaoyang realized the gravity of the situation. Lu Yu was exhausted, and Mu Wanqing was left to fend for herself, surrounded by the zombie dogs. He found it difficult to break free. With a fierce swing of his blade, he killed two of the approaching dogs and charged towards the villa recklessly. At that critical moment, a melodious sound of instruments suddenly filled the air. The snarling, agitated pack of dogs, poised to attack, abruptly turned as if enchanted and raced towards the source of the music. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to see a woman playing a flute from the window of a neighboring villa. His first thought was that she was a survivor. The reason these zombie dogs were drawn to her flute playing remained a mystery to him. The woman pulled the flute from her lips and called out to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, Run. I can only distract them for a short while. Realizing she was their unexpected savior, Xiaoyang bowed in gratitude and hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu towards his villa. Once the flute-playing woman ensured their safe escape, she sighed in relief, patted her chest, and promptly closed the window, retreating back to her bed. Chapter 29. The crystalline core within animals. Xiaoyang and his companions returned to their villa, shaken by the day's perilous events, where his trusted chef Lu Yu had nearly lost her life. Had it not been for the flute-playing woman's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire indeed. It appears that one must not be careless in the future. It is imperative to enhance our defenses and swiftly elevate our strength. The mere thought of the enchanting woman playing the flute evokes a sense of curiosity within Xiaoyang. What extraordinary power does she possess that can lure the undead? She must have awakened some unique abilities. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to her villa to glean more information. If feasible, I would like to invite her to join our ranks. After all, her abilities could prove invaluable to me. After all three had refreshed themselves, Xiaoyang refrained from allowing the frail Ruyu to cook. Instead, he retrieved an assortment of instant foods from his storage, self-heating pots, sausages, spicy strips, and more, all laid out upon the table. He poured some wine for each of them, suggesting they enjoy a little to ease their nerves. As they sipped their drinks, Xiaoyang took out the crystals they had acquired that day, counting precisely 300. Here, 10 for each of you. Absorb them after dinner, he instructed, distributing the crystals to his companions. This time, Mu Wanqing and Ruyu did not decline. They understood Xiaoyang's decisiveness and simply followed his lead. With this arrangement, all three would surpass the 20-year mark in terms of temporal energy, thereby enhancing their capabilities. Confronting those zombie hounds would become significantly easier. Of course, one must still avoid being overwhelmed. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of regret. Had he known he could absorb the energy at will, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Currently, very few possess a century's worth of temporal energy, as many have yet to communicate with one another and remain oblivious to the means of its transmission. Even if they managed to slay zombies and discover crystals, they would not know how to utilize them. Xiaoyang recalled that in his previous life, he learned about the function and application of temporal energy only after a full month of hearing it from others. The identity of the first person to uncover this knowledge remains a mystery. Thus, he must seize this opportunity, understanding the value of information disparity, and capitalize on it. After their meal, the three of them absorbed all the crystals. At the moment their temporal energy surpassed the century mark, their bodies trembled, and they sensed a profound transformation within. They felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through them. Their skin grew smoother, and their senses sharpened. Ultimately, Xiaoyang's temporal energy reached over 300 years, while Mu Wanqing and Ruyu each attained 20 years. Very well. We shall retire early tonight and visit the flute-playing woman's villa first thing tomorrow. She assisted us today, and we must express our gratitude. If she is willing, having her join us would be splendid. Xiaoyang conveyed his thoughts to his companions. Both Mu Wanqing and Ruyu nodded in agreement. That night was remarkably tranquil. The following morning, the three awoke rejuvenated, and Ruyu prepared 3 fried chicken legs and a pot of sea cucumber soup. After the three of them enjoyed a delightful breakfast, they donned their gear and set out towards the villa of the flute-playing woman. Passing by the villa where they had battled the previous day, Xiaoyang extracted the crystal from the forehead of the zombie dog he had slain. Unlike human crystals, animal crystals are spherical and entirely black. Xiaoyang referred to them as crystal cores. Although these crystal cores cannot convert time energy, they do enhance human abilities. The crystal cores are categorized into 9 distinct levels, with the differentiation based on the presence of golden stars upon them. 1 star signifies level 1, 2 stars level 2, and so forth. Generally, animal zombies lack stars unless they are anomalies. For instance, in his past life, Xiaoyang fortuitously acquired a 6-star crystal core, which elevated his spatial abilities to a remarkable level 5, just shy of reaching level 6. The reason he did not attain level 6 was due to the slight imperfection of that crystal core. The crystal cores found within animals can be ingested directly, unlike the more complicated process required for human crystals. Curiously, despite their hardness, these cores are particularly vulnerable to saliva and gastric acid. Upon ingestion, they dissolve gradually, akin to sugar. However, Xiaoyang found it impractical to consume the cores he held, as they bore no stars and thus offered no benefit to his abilities. It takes 10 1-star crystal cores to elevate one's abilities from level 1 to level 2, and similarly, 10 2-star cores to advance to level 3. By the same token, 100 1-star cores can also facilitate a transition from level 2 to 3. Consequently, Xiaoyang's spatial abilities were currently at level 5, with a progression of 999, merely a step away from advancement. He estimated that acquiring a single 4-star crystal core would enable his breakthrough to level 6. However, such cores are typically found within 4-star anomalies, which, given Xiaoyang's current strength, he could not hope to defeat. He would need to amass at least 1,000 units of time energy to contend with a 4-star anomaly. Contemplating the crystal cores in his possession, Xiaoyang decided these could be beneficial for Little Cole, as they serve as excellent nourishment for animals, promoting growth and enhancement of their abilities. After securing the cores, he, along with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, arrived at the villa of the flute-playing woman. The villa's entrance stood wide open, and the snow-covered ground bore the chaotic imprints of numerous paw prints, likely from the pack of zombie dogs encountered the previous day. The trio stealthily entered the courtyard. where they spotted two zombie dogs, a small terrier and a Pekingese. Observing the diminutive Pekingese, which was no larger than his military boot, Xiaoyang was incensed. How dare such a tiny creature bully him? In a fit of anger, he drew his tang knife and swiftly dispatched both dogs with 2 precise strikes. After surveying the courtyard and confirming that no other dogs were present, the 3 of them proceeded into the villa. There were no zombies on the first or underground floors. So Xiaoyang ascended directly to the 2nd floor. He recalled that the flute-playing woman had been situated on the 2nd floor the day before, in the 2-story abode. Only one room remained closed, while a zombie golden retriever and a middle-aged zombie wandered at the entrance. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang approached and swiftly eliminated them, while Lu Yu deftly retrieved the crystal and core. Once assured of the absence of any zombies, Xiaoyang knocked on the door. "Hello? Is anyone there?" he inquired tentatively. "Who is it?" came a cautious voice from within, unmistakably that of the woman from the previous day. "Greetings. We are the ones who were besieged by the zombie dog yesterday. We have come to express our gratitude," Xiaoyang replied earnestly. Before long, the door opened a crack, and a disheveled woman peeked out. Upon noticing the 2 other women accompanying Xiaoyang, she fully opened the door. Xiaoyang scrutinized the woman before him. She was wrapped in a quilt, holding a flute in her left hand. Though her complexion was wan, her undeniable elegance marked her as a striking beauty. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing, the woman playing the flute brightened up, exclaiming, "Wanqing." Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then recognized her, exclaiming in delight, "Sure." Chapter 30. Lin Sure, Xiaoyang, and Lu Yu were equally astonished. What were the odds of encountering an acquaintance here? Lin Sure joyfully remarked. "I'm so glad to see you, Wanqing." Mu Wanqing hurried forward to embrace Lin Sure. Sure, you're alive. This is wonderful," though they were both bundled in layers. The embrace was somewhat humorous as their heads could not quite meet. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiaoyang inquired curiously. Mu Wanqing quickly released Lin Sure and turned to Xiaoyang, saying, "Oh, let me introduce her. This is my college roommate and dear friend, Lin Sure." Xiaoyang and Lu Yu promptly greeted Lin Sure. "Hello, Miss Sure." Lu Yu smiled warmly. "Greetings, Miss Sure. Thank you for your assistance yesterday," Xiaoyang added with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Sure regarded Xiaoyang and Lu Yu, then asked Mu Wanqing, "Who are these 2? "Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is Xiaoyang, my boyfriend," Mu Wanqing said with a hint of shyness, as their relationship was still fresh and somewhat private. Lin Sure's eyes widened in disbelief as she appraised Xiaoyang from head to toe. "Goodness, Wanqing, when did you start dating? How come I didn't know?" Mu Wanqing, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "It's only been a few days. I'll tell you more about it later." She quickly changed the subject, pulling Lu Yu closer. "This is Lu Yu. We all call her Sister Yu. She's the owner of the Haijiao restaurant, remember?" Lin Sure's eyes widened again as she scrutinized Lu Yu, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, that's why you look familiar. Owner Lu, I adore your dishes." Receiving such praise, Lu Yu smiled happily and patted Lin Sure on the back. "Miss Sure, since you are Wanqing's dear friend, you are also mine. Just call me Sister Yu." Lin Sure obediently nodded and said, "All right, Yojia." "Miss Sure, please feel free to express any needs you may have. We will certainly accommodate you," Xiaoyang responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Sure hesitated for a moment, ultimately feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, "Honestly, I shouldn't ask for anything in return for helping you, but I am simply too hungry. I haven't eaten in several days. Could you possibly spare me some food? I don't need much, just a few buns or some instant noodles would suffice. I am truly famished." By the end of her plea, tears were nearly welling up in her eyes. Xiaoyang and his companions exchanged glances, astonished at how modest her request was. Seeing their silence, Lin Sure assumed they were also struggling with food shortages and, feeling embarrassed, added, "I understand if food is tight for you as well. Miss Sure, don't worry about it. There's plenty to eat at my place. Come on. Let me take you home for a feast. Eat to your heart's content." Xiaoyang interrupted, his heart aching at the sight of her distress. "Really?" Lin Sure exclaimed, glancing at Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing in surprise. "Do you have that much food?" "More than enough, I assure you." "Come on, let us go," Mu Wanqing said, pulling her along. As they passed by the middle-aged male zombie that Xiaoyang had dispatched, Lin Sure cast a sorrowful glance downward. However, she did not linger and followed Mu Wanqing out. "Do you live in this villa area as well?" Lin Sure inquired. "Yes, in the very top building," Xiaoyang replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishir couldn't help but admire Xiao Yang even more. Not only was he handsome, but he was also quite wealthy. At such a young age, he already owned a villa. Furthermore, she had witnessed his courageous battle against zombies the previous day. He was truly a valiant warrior with commendable strength. How fortunate Mu Wanqing was to have found such a perfect boyfriend, one who was handsome, wealthy, and capable. She felt genuinely happy for her friend. As they made their way back to Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shishir was astounded by the security measures in place. With such high walls and a sturdy iron gate, it seemed unlikely that anyone or any zombie could breach the premises. Upon entering the villa, Lin Shishir was further astonished, rendered speechless. The warmth, electricity, and running water made it feel as though nothing had changed since the disaster struck. For her, this place was akin to paradise on earth. Xiao Yang stepped into a room, retrieving a set of pajamas and a variety of food from his space before bringing everything into the living room. At that moment, Lin Shishir had removed the cotton blanket wrapped around her, revealing a stunning Chong Sam underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. What a sight! The Chong Sam was exquisitely suited for a girl, especially one with a figure like Lin Shishir's. The design of the garment accentuated the feminine silhouette beautifully, with slits extending up to the thigh, igniting a man's desire and evoking an irresistible urge to explore further. At this moment, Lin Shishir held her flute, and at a glance, she resembled an ethereal fairy. Xiao Yang found himself utterly entranced. Xiao Yang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring over the food. Mu Wanqing called out urgently upon noticing Xiao Yang standing still. Oh right, coming. Xiao Yang snapped back to reality and hurried over, presenting a plethora of food to Lin Shishir. Eat. Indulge yourself. Upon seeing the large assortment of delicacies in her hands, Lin Shishir felt overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Thank you, but I can't possibly eat all this. Just a few will suffice. She sensed that this might be their entire ration and felt deeply touched, yet hesitant to overindulge. Don't worry, Shishir, just enjoy. There's plenty more. This is merely to tide you over until dinner, when we'll feast. Xiao Yang encouraged her with a smile. What? A feast tonight? Lin Shishir's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yes, go ahead. Mu Wanqing chimed in, eager to coax her. Seeing the confident gazes of Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing reassured Lin Shishir, and she ultimately began to eat ravenously, her hunger undeniable. Wanqing, once Shishir finishes, take her for a bath and help her change clothes, Xiao Yang instructed, handing a set of pajamas to Mu Wanqing. Stay with her and explain the current situation. I'll go with you, Jia, to continue clearing the zombies. We'll return for the grand dinner. Upon hearing that Xiao Yang and Lu Yu would be venturing out, Mu Wanqing felt a twinge of concern for their safety. However, recalling that Xiao Yang had amassed over 3 centuries of energy, she realized that these zombies posed little threat to them. Moreover, with Yu Jie's formidable combat prowess surpassing her own, she decided there was no need for worry and agreed to Xiao Yang's plan. As Xiao Yang prepared to leave, he cast a lingering glance at Lin Shishir in her qipao, noticing how it accentuated her curves, particularly her well-rounded figure, and swallowed hard before reluctantly exiting the villa. Chapter 31. The duo team Xiao Yang and Lu Yu resumed their progress from the previous day, embarking on the task of clearing the remaining 50 villas. With Mu Wanqing absent, the duo focused on enhancing their synergy, striving to become proficient partners. They alternated positions, sometimes advancing one after the other, sometimes side by side, and at times back to back, rotating and attacking in turns. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Lu Yu was already perspiring profusely, both of them feeling the heat and compelled to shed their outer layers. Within this particular villa, they encountered a congregation of 5 zombies and a zombie cat. Habitually, they positioned themselves back to guard against a potential ambush from the feline adversary. With their backs pressed closely together, Xiao Yang could feel the soft curves and resilience of Lu Yu's form. In moments like these, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. The 2 individuals collaborated to eliminate 4 zombies. After Lu Yu struck down the final zombie with a bolt of lightning, suddenly, a zombie cat launched an attack from the side. This cat was inherently more agile than a dog and moved with remarkable speed, having just activated her special ability. Lu Yu was unable to react in time to defend herself. Xiao Yang, having just dispatched another zombie, noticed the zombie cat charging at Lu Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and embraced Lu Yu from behind, pressing her to the ground to shield her with his own body. With his knife in hand, he swung it sideways, striking the cat's head perfectly. The zombie cat let out a pained screech, collapsing to the ground in silence. That was indeed a close call. The cat's attack was exceedingly cunning, Xiao Yang remarked, positioning himself atop Lu Yu. Being pinned beneath Xiao Yang, Lu Yu felt an undeniable ambiguity in the situation. Hearing the warm breath of Xiao Yang so close to her ear caused her cheeks to flush. "Brother, could you please get up? I can hardly breathe," she gasped, feeling the pressure. "Oh right." Xiao Yang, realizing the awkwardness of the position, quickly rose and helped Lu Yu to her feet. Upon noticing the slight blush on Lu Yu's face, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. The way she appeared shy was undeniably enchanting, especially following their earlier contact. Although separated by fabric, he could still sense her alluring figure. Lu Yu, now in her 30s, possessed a form that was more voluptuous than slender, embodying a perfect balance of fullness, just the right amount of softness without excess. Lu Yu dared not meet Xiao Yang's gaze. She felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart, an emotion she had not experienced in years. She instinctively extracted the crystals and cores from the zombie's body and turned to exit the villa. "Let us call it a day. It's getting dark and I'm utterly exhausted," she declared, not looking back. Xiao Yang contemplated for a moment. With only 10 villas remaining, it would not be too late to clear them tomorrow. Besides, he had 2 lovely women waiting for him at home. The thought of Lin Shishir in a Cheongsam filled him with anticipation. Ahem. Primarily, he was intrigued by her special ability. Thus, he followed closely behind Lu Yu as they made their way toward his villa in the Zijin Mountain Villa district. The last 10 villas Xiao Yang had yet to clear were located at the entrance of the entire area, where the property management office was also situated. In one of the storage rooms, more than 20 individuals, both men and women, were seated along the walls. The room had only a small window, making it particularly dark as night fell, but it was relatively warm. "Don't shove any further in, do you hear me?" a man shouted in frustration. "Stop pushing. Can't you hear our captain speaking?" Another person echoed. "Exactly, what a nuisance. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken you in." Someone else added, "I'm so sorry. It's just too cold by the door, and I wanted to move a bit closer." A woman weakly explained. "Cold. Who isn't cold? Your incessant crowding is disrupting our captain's rest. Who will fetch food for you tomorrow?" One individual retorted loudly. "Fetch food? We were involved as well. It is not solely your security team's merit." Another countered. The first speaker, upon hearing this, became irate and exclaimed, "And you think you participated? Who was it that wet themselves when those monsters appeared? If not for our captain, you would have been devoured long ago." "I understand. And we are indeed grateful for your assistance. Once help arrives, we will make sure to express our gratitude properly," the woman at the entrance cautiously replied. "Help? What assistance are you talking about? There's no signal on our phones, and outside, those walking monstrosities abound. Have you seen any living souls in the entire villa area besides us?" The security captain scoffed. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the woman at the door, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes. Her hair was disheveled, yet she appeared relatively youthful, wrapped in a banner. The security captain leered at her, saying, "Oh, you're feeling cold, are you? Then come over here." The woman, upon hearing this, turned pale with fright and hastily waved her hands. "No need. I can endure for a while." The captain, unfazed, ordered the 2 men beside him. "Bring her to me." 2 burly men in security uniforms rose and approached the woman, seizing her and dragging her to the captain's side. The captain yanked the banner from her body, scrutinizing her closely, and lifted her chin, saying, "Didn't you say you wanted to thank me? No need to wait for assistance. Let us do it now." The flashlight abruptly turned off, and the woman's terrified voice echoed, "What are you doing? Your hands are so cold. Let go of me." A tearing sound followed. "No, I beg you." Yet the captain did not relent, and soon, the room was filled with indescribable noises. The others present felt rage, but dared not voice it. Survival hinged on the security team. They had witnessed the security team of 5 eliminate a monster that had attempted to attack them. Most of those present were owners of the first 10 villas, who once bowed and scraped before them. Yet now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to curry favor with the security team. Night fully descended, and the moans within the room continued unabated. Silence enveloped them all, as they relied on the security team to procure food the following day. Alternatively, they could eliminate the dozen or so zombies lurking at the villa entrance, allowing them to venture down the mountain in search of help. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Lu Yu had finished cleaning themselves, meticulously washing the crystals and cores they had acquired, stacking them neatly on the coffee table. Lu Yu was weary, and Xiao Yang, feeling sympathy for her, refrained from asking her to cook. Instead, seizing the moment when Lin Shishir was absent from the living room, he brought out a complete meal. The table was lavishly set with an array of delectable dishes, and when Lin Shishir entered the living room, her eyes sparkled with delight, nearly causing her to drool. My goodness, to indulge in such culinary delights, I would have no regrets even if I were to perish. Chapter 32. Never abandon, never surrender, never betray. Come, Miss Shishir. This banquet has been prepared especially for you. Please, help yourself, Xiao Yang said with a smile, pulling out a chair for Lin Shishir, gesturing for her to sit. Once seated, Lin Shishir felt a wave of astonishment. But why such lavishness for me? Surely, you have saved the finest for my sake. Xiao Yang chuckled, glancing at Mu Wanqing, realizing that she had not disclosed the fact that she possessed spatial abilities to Lin Shishir. He poured himself a drink and raised his glass towards Lin Shishir, saying, "Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Let me toast to you first." He downed his drink in one gulp, followed by Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who also raised their glasses in acknowledgement and drank heartily. Lin Shishir, accustomed to drinking, tilted her head back and finished her glass, feeling honored by their respect. You truly needn't go to such lengths. It makes me feel rather bashful, Lin Shishir shyly remarked as she set her glass down. All right, then let us feast, Xiao Yang declared. Throughout the meal, most of the time was spent with Xiao Yang and the others watching Lin Shishir eat. During their conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shishir was a student at Haiqing Art Academy, majoring in flute performance, and she was a close friend and roommate of Mu Wanqing. The villa she was in belonged to her aunt. That fateful night when the cold wave struck, she had just come to visit and found herself trapped there. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to the bitter cold. When the temperature slightly rose, she wrapped herself in a blanket and ventured out in search of food, only to stumble upon her uncle at the stairs, viciously attacking her aunt. The sight terrified her, prompting a scream that redirected her zombie uncle's attention towards her. Reacting swiftly, she dashed back to her room and shut the door, but her uncle continued to batter at it, threatening to break through. Habitually, she picked up her flute and began to play, attempting to ease her fear. To her astonishment, the moment the music filled the air, her undead uncle fell silent. Uncertain of the cause, she remained inside, too afraid to venture out. One time, she accidentally knocked over a lamp by her bedside, and the sound incited her uncle to resume his violent assault on the door. In fright, she played her flute once more, and as expected, the outside fell quiet again. It was then she began to suspect that her flute could pacify the zombies. Until yesterday, when she heard sounds of a struggle between survivors and zombie dogs outside her window, curiosity led her to peek, and she witnessed the scene of Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lu Yu being besieged by the ravenous, undead canines. She was profoundly struck by Xiao Yang's combat prowess and bravery. Thus, at a critical moment, she summoned her courage, opened the window, and aimed to assist them. Indeed, upon hearing her flute's melody, the zombie dogs fell silent and dispersed, running towards her direction. After calling out to Xiao Yang and ensuring their safe retreat, she finally felt a sense of relief. The zombie dogs gathered beneath her window, remaining quiet and looking up at her obediently. She quickly closed the window, and before long, she heard the zombie dogs downstairs begin to growl again and scamper away. The group stood in a daze, realizing that Lin Shishir had awakened her unique abilities, which intriguingly seemed to bewilder the zombies. Miss Shishir, I trust Wanqing has briefed you on the current situation? Xiao Yang inquired. Yes. Is it truly as you say, that the world will become such? Lin Shishir remained somewhat skeptical, yet the rampant zombies outside left her no room for contradiction. Indeed, it will be far worse than you can imagine. Fortunately, you have also awakened your abilities, Xiao Yang stated solemnly. Abilities? What is mine? Is it this flute? Lin Shishir asked eagerly, inspecting the instrument. Not the flute. Yours is a type of mental ability. With this power, whatever you play will be effective, Xiao Yang elucidated. Miss Shishir, given the perilous state of this world, you might as well join our family. I, Xiao Yang, can assure you that you will not suffer from the cold or be bullied, and there will be delicious food. Xiao Yang directly invited Lin Shishir to join them. Lin Shishir glanced at Mu Wanqing, then turned to Xiao Yang, saying, Well, Wanqing has already mentioned this to me. In Haicheng, I have no relatives. My parents are in a distant city, and I have no idea how they are faring. I find you all to be exceptionally kind, especially with Wanqing here, so I am willing to join you. Excellent, Xiao Yang exclaimed, pleased with her decision. With Lin Shishir's addition, their future endeavors in combating zombies for resources would be significantly safer. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and stated, "But I must inform you that joining this family is not merely child's play in times of peace. We are a community bound by fate, responsible for our duties and obligations. We must not abandon, forsake, or betray each other. This is our bottom line. Furthermore, you must comply with my directives. Can you accept this?" As Xiaoyang spoke, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu listened attentively, both in agreement with his sentiments. Suddenly, Lu Yu raised her right hand and declared, "Xiaoyang, I, Lu Yu, will forever heed your command. My life belongs to you. I shall never betray you." Lu Yu was astute. She understood the importance of making a formal declaration, especially since she relied on Xiaoyang for sustenance and support. Moreover, his profound understanding of the apocalypse surpassed her own novice knowledge, and she was more than willing to follow him. Upon hearing Lu Yu's declaration, Mu Wanqing raised her hand and said, as Xiaoyang's girlfriend, "I shall undeniably stand united with him. Those who regard Xiaoyang as family are, by extension, my family as well." Lin Shishir observed the solemnity with which Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu spoke, understanding that Xiaoyang held a particularly esteemed place in their hearts. This indirectly attested to Xiaoyang's considerable abilities. Reflecting on her current surroundings, warm as spring, with complete amenities, an abundance of delightful cuisine, and cherished friends, she recognized the stark contrast to her situation prior to meeting Xiaoyang and the others. What reason had she to waver in her loyalty to them? Mimicking the gestures of the two women, she raised her hand and proclaimed, "I, Lin Shishir, vow to join this family and heed Xiaoyang's guidance. I shall neither abandon nor betray. Should I transgress, may I suffer dire consequences." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the outcome. Though this vow might hold little weight in a world fraught with peril, maintaining a resolute attitude was essential. "Very well, from now on, we are all one family. We shall share in both glory and adversity. Come, let us raise our glasses and welcome Miss Lin Shishir," Xiaoyang proposed, and the four of them lifted their cups in unison, drinking heartily. Chapter 33, A Wealthy Man's Connections After a Satisfying Meal. Xiaoyang gathered the group around the coffee table in the living room and gestured toward the substantial pile of crystals before them. "Today, Sister Yu and I have acquired a total of 320 crystals. Let us divide them." Lin Shishir gazed at the collection in astonishment. Earlier that day, Mu Wanqing had informed her of the crystal's significance, as well as the implications of time energy. Thus, she comprehended the weight of such a vast accumulation of crystals. "Brother, I have a suggestion," Lu Yu suddenly interjected. Xiaoyang looked at her quizzically. "Oh, what is it, Sister Yu?" "I believe it would be best for you to absorb these crystals yourself. We cannot expect you to share them with us every time. I feel that the 20+ years of time energy would be more than sufficient to handle those zombies. However, you, as our cornerstone, should prioritize enhancing your own strength. Did you not mention that once your time energy exceeds 1,000 years, your physical capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap? I propose that you wait until your time energy surpasses 1,000 years before distributing any excess crystals to us. What do you think?" After hearing Lu Yu's suggestion, Xiaoyang contemplated her words. Indeed, if his time energy were to breach the 1,000-year mark, his physique would experience a significant transformation, rendering conventional weaponry ineffective against him. At that juncture, only high-tier mutated entities or individuals with superior time energy, or those wielding formidable firearms and abilities, would pose a threat. While it was certainly advantageous to elevate the physical capabilities of his team members, the crux of their safety ultimately rested on his own strength. With him in their midst, they would undoubtedly be more secure. Moreover, both Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu have accumulated over 20 years of temporal energy, a level of vitality that is unparalleled. "Well, do you both have any objections?" Xiaoyang inquired, glancing at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Mu Wanqing shook her head in negation, while Lin Shishir chimed in. "I haven't contributed a single ounce of effort, so I certainly won't accept anything." Xiaoyang chuckled, pulling Lin Shishir's left arm to examine her temporal energy, which was still under 350 days. He handed her 20 crystals, saying, "You truly must accept these. With these, you will absorb over 20 years of temporal energy, significantly enhancing your constitution. When we venture outside, you won't hold us back." "But how can I accept this?" Lin Shishir hesitated, feeling guilty about receiving without giving. "Take it. Xiaoyang is right." Mu Wanqing encouraged her. Indeed, Shishir, Strengthening your constitution is essential if you wish to accompany us in combating the zombies. Otherwise, with your petite frame, you'll struggle to keep up. Lu Yu added with a smile, patting Lin Shishir's shoulder. Well, all right then. In the future, when we have more crystals, you can share them with me. With everyone urging her, Lin Shishir ultimately accepted the offer. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu took her aside to instruct her on how to absorb the crystals. Xiao Yang then glanced at the little crow, Coalball, hiding in its cage. He retrieved over 30 non-stellar crystal nuclei from his pocket and approached. This little crow seemed intimidated by Lu Yu. As long as she was present, it would not dare approach Xiao Yang. Come here, Coalball. Look at the delightful treats I've brought for you. Xiao Yang opened his palm, presenting the crystal nuclei before the attentive Coalball. Initially lethargic, the moment it spotted the nuclei, its eyes brightened with excitement. Perhaps it was instinct, but it seemed to recognize the value of the crystals, promptly swallowing one whole. After consuming the nucleus, Coalball stretched its glossy black feathers in delight. It quickly devoured another, but then found itself unable to consume more. It is worth noting that the sizes of these animal crystal nuclei varied. The two it just ate were the smallest among them, likely from a small pug or cat, about the size of peanuts. The others were akin to the size of marbles, far too large for it to swallow. After collecting the remaining nuclei and playing with Coalball for a while, Lin Shishir, under the guidance of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, successfully absorbed her crystals. Xiao Yang observed the transformation with satisfaction. Lin Shishir's complexion now radiated a rosy glow. Her skin smooth and increasingly fair, appearing as if one could squeeze water from it. Standing alongside Mu Wanqing, they resembled sisters, sharing similar heights. If only she were in a qipao instead of pajamas, it would be even more splendid, Xiao Yang mused. He never imagined that upon his rebirth, he would be graced with the company of such enchanting beauties, a truly delightful sight. Indeed, strength holds great significance. Without this villa and its provisions, would I have ever forged such a bond with them? The answer is undoubtedly negative. In a previous life, he had never encountered them. This sentiment echoes a certain adage, does it not? When a man possesses wealth, he finds connections with anyone. In the apocalypse, resources equate to currency. Regardless of one's prowess, one still requires sustenance. And all of this, Xiao Yang possesses. Having absorbed all the crystals, his time energy has now reached an impressive 620 years, and his physique has nearly doubled in strength. Presently, he radiates vitality, exuding charm and vigor, with a physique that is more proportionate than ever. Coupled with his handsome visage, it leaves the three women opposite him momentarily entranced. It's still early, let us go watch a film together, Xiao Yang proposed, relishing the infatuated gazes of the three women. Lin Shishir, realizing that the villa had a cinema, exclaimed in excitement, absolutely. I haven't used my phone to watch short videos for over 10 days. Watching a movie would be delightful. Lu Yu did not decline either, feeling that after a long day, a film would provide a pleasant respite. The four descended to the private cinema on the lower level, where Xiao Yang thoughtfully prepared fruits, snacks, and beverages, while he himself brought a bottle of red wine and a box of cigarettes. When it came to selecting a film, they unanimously chose one with an apocalyptic theme, believing that given the current world backdrop, such a movie would resonate more deeply. Xiao Yang promptly played I Am Legend. Amidst the occasional shrieks of the three women, he savored his red wine and indulged in his cigarettes, relishing this splendid moment. As the film concluded, they all gazed at Xiao Yang with lingering anticipation. Considering that only 10 villas remained in the area and that his workload for the next day was light, he decided to play another film, Waterworld. This also served to enlighten them about the harsher calamities they would inevitably face in the future. As they watched the film, the three women were engulfed in various concerns about the future. Yet, observing Xiao Yang's nonchalant demeanor and enjoyment, they thought, this man will surely find a way. At least on this frigid night, amidst the chaos of zombies, they found solace in the warmth of the private cinema, watching a film, all thanks to Xiao Yang. Chapter 34, Call Me Daddy-ya. Xiao Lao Di, come downstairs quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Yang was roused by Lu Yu's voice from downstairs. He opened his eyes, glancing around the expansive double bed, which was empty save for himself. Mu Wanqing had spent the night in the adjacent room with Lin Shishir, evidently choosing to stay there for the night. He got up and hurried downstairs to inquire, "What is it, Yujia?" Upon seeing Xiao Yang, Lu Yu, in a state of panic, pointed toward the corner of the living room where the birdcage was situated, exclaiming, "Quickly look, your bird has grown." Following her pointed finger, Xiaoyang glanced in that direction and was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Yesterday, the little crow, coal ball, was merely the size of a palm. Yet today it has astonishingly doubled in size, now comparable to that of an adult crow." Coal ball. Xiaoyang found it hard to believe. Tentatively, he called out the crow's name. Upon hearing Xiaoyang, coal ball excitedly soared towards him and landed on his shoulder. Relieved, Xiaoyang confirmed that it was indeed coal ball. He had been worried that a window had been left ajar, allowing another crow to take over coal ball's nest. However, the rapid growth of coal ball was truly astonishing. Could it be due to the crystal core he had fed it last night? Surely that must be the explanation. Noticing Xiaoyang's stillness, coal ball tilted its head to gaze into his starry eyes, and suddenly, full of energy, it lunged to peck at Xiaoyang's eyes. Fortunately, Xiaoyang, quick on the draw, swatted it away. "Go away. Those are my eyes, not crystal cores. What do you think you're doing?" he scolded, his frustration evident. Coal ball seemed to sense Xiaoyang's ire and, in an attempt to placate him, began to groom his hair, which made Xiaoyang chuckle as his scalp tingled. All right, come here. Time for your crystal cores." Xiaoyang's mood brightened as he pulled out 2 crystal cores the size of glass balls to feed coal ball. Without hesitation, coal ball gobbled them down, then fixed its gaze on Xiaoyang, indicating it wanted more. With a stern expression, Xiaoyang declared, "You can only have 2. Any more, and you won't be able to digest them. Be obedient." Coal ball listened attentively, as if it understood, and flew back to its perch. Mimicking Xiaoyang's voice, "Be obedient. Be obedient." Xiaoyang and Lu Yu were left speechless. "Sister Yu, can crows talk?" Xiaoyang inquired. Lu Yu shook her head. "I don't know." Xiaoyang was puzzled. He had heard that mynas and parrots could mimic speech, but he had never heard of crows doing so. Could it be that he had raised a faux crow? At that moment, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, hand in hand, descended the stairs, drawn by the commotion. "What is happening, Xiaoyang?" Mu Wanqing asked curiously. Xiaoyang pointed to coal ball on the perch, prompting Lin Shishir to exclaim, "How did your bird grow so large overnight? Not only has it grown, but it can also talk." Xiaoyang replied, turning to coal ball, "Come on. Say daddy." Coal ball tilted its head, turned its eyes, and chirped, "Daddy, daddy." Xiaoyang's expression darkened instantly. Once Lu Yu finished preparing breakfast, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing, along with Lin Shishir, concluded their delightful time teasing the bird. After breakfast, Xiaoyang said, "There are still 10 villas left to clear in the estate. Perfect for Shishir to practice." He handed Lin Shishir a set of gear, urging her to change. Although nervous, she obediently returned to her room to don the equipment. She aspired to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, determined not to lag behind. Once everyone was geared up, they headed directly to the area of the last 10 villas. Under the meticulous guidance and practical demonstrations of Xiaoyang and his companions, Lin Shishir swiftly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully dispatched a zombie. To expedite her self-improvement, the remaining villas were entrusted to her for thorough cleansing, while Xiaoyang and the others trailed behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. By noon, all 10 villas had been meticulously purged. However, upon noticing a dozen zombies lingering at the entrance of the villa complex, Xiaoyang refrained from allowing Lin Shishir to approach. Instead, he instructed her to utilize her abilities to play a tune on her flute, drawing the zombies closer. Indeed, as Lin Shishir played, the zombies seemed to respond to an unseen summons, gradually converging towards her. Strangely, they approached in eerie silence, showing no intent to attack. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden assault. Remarkably, the zombies halted a few meters away from Lin Shishir and began to dance to the lively melody. Everyone was momentarily perplexed. Were zombies not devoid of consciousness? How could they possibly sway to the rhythm of the music? However, this peculiar behavior did not persist for long, as the zombies abruptly launched an offensive against Lin Shishir and Xiaoyang. Yet, they were swiftly neutralized by the prepared group. Xiaoyang speculated that Lin Shishir's powers had awakened the latent instincts of the zombies from their former lives, prompting them to dance in response to the music. However, due to the relatively low level of her abilities, the effect was fleeting, and the zombies soon reverted to their aggressive tendencies. Nonetheless, this brief interlude was impressive. It provided a crucial window for a safe retreat. After collecting the crystals from the defeated zombies, Xiaoyang discovered an office building that he had previously overlooked. Leading his companions to the entrance, they encountered a dismembered zombie sprawled on the ground. Was there still a survivor? Xiaoyang stirred the remains of the zombie and extracted a crystal from its forehead, realizing that these survivors were oblivious to the secret of the crystals. At that moment, the security team, hiding in the storage room of the office building, was guiding other survivors in search of food. They chanced upon Xiaoyang extracting an item from the zombie's head and placing it into his pocket. The sight of the three beautiful women behind him caused the security team members' eyes to widen in astonishment. "Goodness, Captain, there are stunning beauties," one exclaimed. "They are as striking as the stars on television. Their figures must be just as enticing. Look, there's only one man with them, and he resembles a pretty boy. Captain, why don't we seize him and claim the three ladies for ourselves?" "Yes, boss, I'm still a bachelor. To be with such women, I consider it a worthy end." The captain, surrounded by his enthusiastic team, felt his resolve waver in the face of such beauty. "This is far superior to the woman I played with yesterday. Let us go." With a wave of his hand, he led 4 security guards and a group of men and women out of the property management office. What did you take from that creature? Hand it over." "We 5 killed it." The head of the security team looked down at Xiaoyang, clearly unaware that the creature was a zombie. Chapter 35. Instant elimination of the security team. Mu Wanqing and her companions, upon seeing such a large group emerge, immediately became vigilant, brandishing their tang knives. The security personnel, noticing the weapons, hurriedly raised their makeshift arms, including steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches. The 5 leading security guards wielded more formidable weapons, such as machetes, riot forks, rubber rollers, and astonishingly, the team leader even possessed an electric baton. "Captain, they have knives," one guard whispered. "What nonsense. Mere decorations. I doubt they even have their blades sharpened. Look at you all, such cowardly appearances," the captain scolded in a low voice. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang regarded the tense standoff with a relaxed and disdainful demeanor. He chuckled as he retrieved a crystal from his pocket, asking, "Is this what you're referring to?" Upon seeing the object, the captain scoffed. "What is that? Useless, inedible." He feigned anger, saying, "I clearly saw you pick up a pack of ham sausages. You dare to fool me with this." He then gestured to several guards, instructing, "You lot, go search them, see if they've hidden anything in their clothes." Xiaoyang was taken aback. Are there truly those reckless enough to threaten me? As 3 guards leered and approached Mu Wanqing and her companions, they hesitated, uncertain whether to strike. After all, killing zombies and humans were not the same concept. Although Lu Yu had killed before, it was against enemies. These individuals held no significant grievance against her. She awaited Xiaoyang's command. Xiaoyang swiftly struck, his blade cleaving through the neck of one guard, whose head rolled away while his body remained standing, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This scene instantly stunned everyone. Lin Shishir gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had witnessed Xiaoyang's prowess before, were momentarily dumbfounded. They hadn't anticipated his decisive and clean execution, not a word uttered. The headless guard collapsed, creating a thunderous noise that jolted everyone back to reality. The remaining security guards screamed and retreated into the property building. The captain turned around, cursing, "A bunch of useless fools. Not one of you is competent." "Captain, his blade is sharpened." A guard stammered. "I'm not blind, I can see that." The captain disdainfully shoved the guard aside, squinting at Xiaoyang and the others, declaring, "You all are impressive. How about joining me? I won't mistreat you. I can overlook the matter of you killing my men." The captain of the security team exuded an air of unwarranted confidence, having unleashed his pent-up frustrations on the woman the previous night, only to discover a sudden enhancement in his agility and speed. Although he could not fathom the cause, he felt empowered enough to take down a zombie single-handedly. However, he chose to keep this newfound strength to himself, intending to astonish everyone during today's foray for supplies, instilling greater fear in his subordinates and solidifying his position as their leader. Little did he know, before he could even exit the property, he encountered the brash Xiaoyang. Yet, he was certain that he could deliver a lethal blow to Xiaoyang when his guard was down. As for the 3 women remaining, a mere jab from his electric baton would incapacitate them with ease. Xiaoyang found amusement in the notion that it took 5 of them to slay a single zombie and questioned why he would associate with such a group. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing discreetly employed her ability to eavesdrop on thoughts. "These 3 women are exquisite. I must savor their presence. And as for this pretty boy, humph. I shall never allow a man more handsome than myself to survive. Upon hearing the captain's thoughts, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of disgust and warned Xiaoyang. He harbors ill intentions. Be cautious. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's warning, the captain sneered contemptuously and suddenly raised his electric baton, thrusting it towards Xiaoyang at an alarming speed. While indeed faster than an average person, it was insufficient against Xiaoyang, who perceived it as merely a standard speed-type ability. Such abilities belong to the realm of martial prowess, emphasizing victory through swiftness. In the later stages, when paired with a formidable weapon, such power could not be underestimated. However, in the early stages, one must tread cautiously, for recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Just as the electric baton was mere centimeters from Xiaoyang, he struck with decisive precision. The captain's hand, still grasping the baton, was severed with a single stroke, eliciting a cry of agony. His eyes widened in terror as he realized that Xiaoyang's speed surpassed his own. Coldly, Xiaoyang gazed at the retreating captain and remarked, "I truly wonder where your confidence stems from." Without hesitation, he delivered another blow, severing the captain's head entirely. Turning to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir, he instructed them, "You must remember, if anyone displays hostility towards you, your only recourse is to eliminate them before they strike. Do not show mercy, for it may very well be your lives at stake." Xiaoyang was displeased. After dispatching one security guard, Mu Wanqing and the others had not taken action. If the adversary had been formidable, they would have faced grave consequences. "Now, there are 3 guards remaining. You shall deal with them," he commanded, gesturing towards the paralyzed guards on the ground. Lu Yu wasted no time, drawing her Tang Dao and swiftly dispatching one guard before he even had the chance to retaliate. Now, for her, taking a life is as trivial as chopping a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir hesitated, but Xiaoyang suddenly, with a stern countenance, interjected. "Have you forgotten that they were about to attack you just moments ago? Spare us. We were only following orders from the security captain." The remaining 2 security guards were utterly terrified, begging for mercy. "Hurry," Xiaoyang urged. Understanding his good intentions, Mu Wanqing finally steeled herself, disregarding the guard's pleas. And with a single stroke, one of the security guards fell silent. The last guard, upon witnessing this, felt despair wash over him and, in a fit of madness, lunged at the still conflicted Lin Shishir. Just as he was about to close the distance, Lin Shishir instinctively raised her knife, piercing through the guard's chest. After 20 years of enduring hardships, such insignificant figures could not harm her. She merely struggled with her own conscience. With all the security guards dealt with, Xiaoyang addressed the 3 women. "Remember, once an adversary harbors thoughts of murder or malice against you, do not expect them to change. Given the opportunity, they will not hesitate to strike again. In this world, there are 2 things one must never gaze upon directly: the sun and the human heart. To show weakness towards an enemy is tantamount to suicide." Faced with Xiaoyang's icy gaze, the 3 women bowed their heads. Chapter 36. Securing 2 gatekeepers. I do not offend others, nor shall I be offended. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. This has always been Xiaoyang's principle. Under normal circumstances, who would relish taking a life? However, in this apocalyptic era, if someone dares to seize resources from him, then they must face the consequences. Observing that Mu Wanqing and the others were receptive to his words, he chose not to elaborate further. He strode directly into the property management office, where the group of survivors immediately descended into panic, raising their belongings defensively. Xiaoyang chuckled. These ragtag individuals were as easy to dispatch as chopping vegetables. Yet, he was not a cold-blooded killer. These people had clearly been coerced by the security team and had not assisted them against him. Thus, he had no intention of harming them. "There is no need for alarm. Put down your belongings. I shall not harm you," he said, sheathing his knife to ease their anxiety. The group had witnessed Xiaoyang's prowess and ruthlessness. If he wished to eliminate them, it would be but a simple task. They were already terrified. Upon hearing his words, they immediately discarded their weapons onto the ground, submitting to his authority. "I have cleared all the zombies in this villa area. From now on, this entire estate is under my control. Therefore, you cannot remain here." Xiaoyang had long contemplated this. The Zijing Mountain Villa area was strategically advantageous, easy to defend and difficult to attack, with numerous villas making it an ideal base. This was precisely why he had chosen to acquire a villa here. "Can we descend the mountain now?" someone inquired cautiously. Many had long desired to leave this desolate place, where sustenance was scarce, perhaps in the city below. They could procure something to eat. However, the entrance was teeming with monsters, zombies, as Xiaoyang referred to them, and they dared not stir. Forced to seek refuge in the property management office. Now that the zombies had been eradicated, their eagerness to descend was palpable. Certainly, but there is a condition. Xiaoyang's words sent a wave of tension through the crowd. In such situations, conditions were often unfavorable. You must first clear away all the zombie remains from the villa area before you leave. He pondered the grotesque sight of the decaying corpses. How long would it take for him to clean them up? With this manpower at his disposal, he decided to extract some free labor first. Upon hearing his words, the crowd exhaled in relief. Contributing some effort entailed no loss on their part, especially since it was their own safety that hinged on eliminating the zombies. Of course, they chorused in unison. However, Xiaoyang cautioned, I must make it clear that I will not provide food. You must fend for yourselves. He was unwilling to squander his provisions on them. The villas contained remnants of meals, sufficient to satiate their hunger. They reasoned that with so many villas, surely they could find something to eat. Consequently, they all readily agreed, with no dissent. Then let us not dawdle. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can descend. With Xiaoyang's urging, everyone surged forward with renewed vigor. Yet, gradually, regret began to seep in. The villas appeared as though they had been plundered, leaving only spoiled fruits and vegetables. Discovering a single packet of instant noodles felt like an extravagant fortune. Even more intolerable were the zombie remains. Half-heads and spilled intestines made for a nauseating sight. The meager junk food they had just consumed quickly returned to haunt them. Enduring this torment, they toiled until nightfall, finally clearing the villa area of the grotesque remains. At that moment, the gazes of the crowd towards Xiaoyang were filled with reverence. What a formidable individual he must be to have vanquished so many zombies, most with a single strike. They felt fortunate to have not opposed him. Otherwise, they might not have survived intact. All right, you may leave now, Xiaoyang declared, thoroughly satisfied with their efficiency. The crowd, in turn, bid him farewell, save for two women who lingered behind. Why do you not depart? He asked. This is my only home. I truly do not know where to go, spoke one of the villa owners. I have always worked in property management, and my hometown is leagues away. I too am at a loss as to where to go, the other woman added. The two women were not foolish. They recognized that Xiaoyang was undoubtedly a person of considerable strength, and remaining in his presence would be far safer than venturing elsewhere. Have you both awakened your powers? Xiaoyang scrutinized the two women closely. Aside from their youth, their attractiveness was rather average, and their figures were merely passable, failing to capture his interest. However, if they had indeed awakened any abilities, having them assist with menial tasks could prove beneficial. What do you mean by powers? One of them inquired. It refers to any noticeable changes in your physical state compared to before the disaster struck, he explained. After pondering for a moment, the two women concluded that aside from feeling hungrier than before, they had experienced no discernible changes, and thus both shook their heads. With a sigh, Xiaoyang replied, Then there is no other option. I do not harbor the useless. As he prepared to expel them, the female proprietor suddenly pleaded, Big brother, I beseech you. How about this? The villa area is so vast, and you have no one to guard it. I could watch the entrance for you. Yes, brother. I'm willing to do anything if you allow me to stay. Xiaoyang contemplated this and realized that a gatekeeper was indeed needed. It was impractical to have Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir serve that role. In such a large villa area, if someone were to sneak in, he would be unable to prevent it at all times. Nodding in agreement, Xiaoyang said, Very well, you may stay temporarily as guards. You are responsible for sourcing your own bedding and clothes. I will not provide for your basic needs. As he spoke, he tossed them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find your own firewood for warmth. And contact me directly via the walkie-talkie if anything arises. Lin Shishir, overhearing Xiaoyang's stringent treatment of the two survivors, could not help but reflect on her own fortunate circumstances. In comparison to their treatment, hers was night and day. Oh, by the way, when we descend the mountain to gather supplies, one of you may accompany us to forage for food and, in turn, enhance your abilities. Your stay here is only provisional. If you fail to show any improvement, I will not harbor the useless. The two women nodded eagerly. Although the conditions were somewhat harsh, the opportunity to remain was indeed a stroke of good fortune. They promptly scoured the villa for bedding, warm clothing, and toiletries, and gathered some firewood. Settling into the guard station on the second floor, They even organized a schedule to ensure that there was always someone on duty. Satisfied with their arrangements, Xiaoyang led Mu Wanqing and the others back to his villa. Chapter 37. Prioritizing beauty over friendship. Upon returning to the villa, the group took turns enjoying hot showers. The coal ball hurriedly flew onto Xiaoyang's shoulder, yearning for crystal cores to consume. After providing 2 cores to the coal ball, Xiaoyang produced hot pot ingredients, instructing Lu Yu to prepare a meal to ward off the chill. With the assistance of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, they had everything ready within an hour. In this warm restaurant, the hot pot exudes a billowing steam, and the air is infused with the tantalizing aroma of spicy broth, whetting one's appetite. Observing this cozy scene, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir fell into contemplation. They recalled the 2 female survivors tasked with guarding the entrance, likely enduring the biting cold in the sentry post, suffering from hunger and despair. Meanwhile, they were in a state of abundance, free from worries about food and utilities, enjoying a varied feast at every meal. This fortunate circumstance was solely due to their recognition by Xiaoyang, who regarded them as family, thus granting them such privileges. While they lamented the inequities of fate, they felt a profound gratitude for Xiaoyang. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and eat," Xiaoyang urged as he noticed the 3 women lost in thought. They snapped back to reality, casting grateful glances in his direction. Xiaoyang, puzzled by their expressions, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I forget? No hot pot feast is complete without beer. Were you hinting for some?" Haha. With a clang, he retrieved a case of Brave Journey from his space and placed it on the floor. After uncorking a bottle for each of them, he raised his bottle and declared, "Cheers to our brave adventures." With that, he swiftly spun his bottle open. The 3 women, taken aback by his misunderstanding, were nevertheless swept up in his enthusiasm and raised their bottles, tilting their heads back for a deep gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Xiaoyang watched as their fair necks moved rhythmically with each swallow, finding it quite alluring. Girls who could chug beer possessed a certain charm. Lu Yu was the first to finish, showing her empty bottle to Xiaoyang. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, being younger, drank more slowly, with the carbonation making them giggle. Beer occasionally spilled from the corners of their mouths, trickling down their necks into their collars. Xiaoyang wished to catch it with his hands, lamenting the waste. After finally finishing their bottles, both were left with damp collars. Xiaoyang quickly handed them napkins, saying, "If you can't handle it, then don't. Look how wet you are, hurry up and wipe it." Embarrassed, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir blushed, feeling quite foolish. "All right, let us eat. The lamb is cooked." "Oh, what is this? There are still 2 kidneys in the pot." After a satisfying meal, Lu Yu took the lead in clearing the table with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang reclined on the living room sofa, leisurely absorbing the more than 70 crystals he had acquired that day. This hot pot feast had been a joyous occasion, with Xiaoyang consuming an entire case of beer on his own, while the 3 women collectively drank 1 case. He realized his tolerance for alcohol had significantly increased, likely tied to his enhanced physique. If his energy reserves were to reach 10,000 or even 100,000 years, one could only imagine how much he could drink in a single sitting. If this continues, the limited resources in my space will undoubtedly be insufficient for my consumption. Oh, resources are truly of paramount importance. Upon seeing that the 3 had completed their tasks, Xiaoyang beckoned them closer. "Come, I have something to discuss." He sat up, adopting a more formal demeanor. "The entire villa community has been thoroughly cleared. From now on, this will be our sanctuary. Each of you has undergone varying degrees of training, and with your current abilities, you would undoubtedly excel in any setting. However, we must remain vigilant, for our present strength still falls significantly short of the pinnacle we aspire to reach. Therefore, starting tomorrow, we shall descend the mountain to eliminate more zombies and acquire additional crystals to continually enhance our capabilities. Moreover, we must gather supplies. We cannot merely survive off our current stock. In truth, the resources within Xiaoyang's space could sustain them for centuries without issue. Yet, Xiaoyang would never disclose this. Wealth should remain concealed, a principle he is well aware of. Mu Wanqing and the others naturally obeyed without question. At this moment, Xiaoyang's words held the weight of imperial edicts for them. He was the guiding light of their journey, the leader of their shared destiny. Regardless of the circumstances, they would follow his lead. Observing the increasing obedience of the 3 before him, Xiaoyang felt a sense of pride. Nevertheless, he maintained a serious expression and solemnly admonished them. "However, I must impart one final warning. There are always greater mountains and more formidable individuals beyond our own. The world outside is vast, teeming with all manner of beings. While we do not seek to become ruthless killers, we must act decisively when the situation demands it. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to leave a single threat unaddressed. His gaze was piercing as it swept over Mu Wanqing and the others. His voice firm. Do you understand? At the tone of his voice, the three straightened their postures, their chests lifted, and in unison they replied, understood. Good. Now, off to bed. We depart at dawn. Xiaoyang, along with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, ascended to the third floor. Lin Shishir insisted on having Mu Wanqing sleep with her. Xiaoyang, feeling a surge of irritation, thought, if you insist on taking my girlfriend to sleep with you, I shall join you both. Do you believe it? Lin Shishir flushed, taken aback by his boldness. She simply felt a bit frightened being alone. Well, Shishir, we'll be right next door. Just call out if you need anything. Mu Wanqing, recognizing her own commitment, felt it inappropriate to neglect her boyfriend. Prioritize your love life, she teased, urging them to share their intimacy. Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, huffily retreating to her room and shutting the door behind her. Xiaoyang smiled gently, quickly taking Mu Wanqing's hand. Come, Wanqing, let us hurry to bed. Having spent a night apart, I've missed you dearly. Mu Wanqing smiled shyly. Just how much do you miss me? Lin Shishir's room doors suddenly swung open, and she exclaimed, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection at my doorstep? Xiaoyang chuckled heartily. Come on, Wanqing, let us return indoors to continue our display. Humph. Lin Shishir, fuming, promptly shut the door. Half an hour later, as Lin Shishir tossed and turned in bed, struggling to find slumber, she heard commotion from the adjacent room. She perked up her ears to listen intently. Gradually, her cheeks flushed crimson. Oh dear, these two are utterly shameless. Surely, this must conclude soon? I must endure. I must endure. An hour and a half later, Lin Shishir was beside herself with frustration. Is Xiaoyang even human? His approach is far too intense. No, tomorrow I must insist that Mu Wanqing shares my bed, otherwise, I shall never find rest. Chapter 38. Let us play a square dance tune. The warm sun on a snowy day is simply delightful. Upon awakening early in the morning, Xiaoyang felt rejuvenated. He gently shook the slumbering Mu Wanqing, who merely responded with a nasal sound, turning away to present Xiaoyang with her perfect back. A sudden surge of desire coursed through him, but he swiftly quelled it and descended the stairs. Although Mu Wanqing possessed a physique brimming with energy from over 20 years, she could not withstand his antics. Downstairs, the diligent Ru Yu had already commenced breakfast preparations. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, she turned and remarked, look at your little coal ball. It's grown. Xiaoyang glanced over at the coal ball and gasped. Its size was nearly that of a hen. The coal ball, upon spotting Xiaoyang, excitedly rushed towards him, chirping, Daddy, Daddy. Xiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Ru Yu turned her head in disbelief. Xiaoyang exclaimed joyfully, you finally dropped the title. That wasn't easy. Come here, good son, and have 2 crystal cores as a reward. Wait a moment. How can I be certain it's a son? What if this coal ball is a little hen? Xiaoyang scooped up the coal ball, turning it onto its back, scrutinizing it for a considerable time. The coal ball squawked in protest, its elongated beak incessantly pecking at Xiaoyang's hand. Alas, I have no idea how to determine this. I shall assume you are my son. Xiaoyang released his grip, and the coal ball hurriedly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal cores. After freshening up, Xiaoyang settled onto the living room sofa, directly facing the kitchen, admiring Ru Yu's diligent figure. Ah, so voluptuous, especially when she bent over. She was no less captivating than the beauties often seen twisting their waists in short videos. After half an hour of this appreciation, breakfast was ready. Upon seeing the spread, Xiaoyang exclaimed in delight. There was stir-fried kidney, plump sausages, fried eggs, milk, and lean meat congee with century eggs. He cast a knowing glance at Ru Yu. How is it that every time he indulged in a late-night escapade, she prepared such nutritious breakfasts? Is she intentionally catering to his needs? How could she predict so accurately? Could it be that she is eavesdropping? As Lu Yu observed Xiaoyang gazing intently at her, she playfully waved her hand before his eyes. What are you doing? Hurry and call them down for breakfast. It's one thing for Wanqing to sleep in, but Lin Shishir as well. Xiaoyang dashed upstairs, rousing Mu Wanqing and casually knocking on Lin Shishir's door. Lin Shishir opened the door, yawning incessantly, her dark circles casting a resentful glance at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing. Tonight, I shall move to the second floor. And Wanqing, it's a pity your voice isn't gracing our music department's soprano class. With a huff, Lin Shirshir stormed downstairs, leaving a rather embarrassed Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in her wake. Mu Wanqing shyly whispered, "Is my voice too loud?" Xiao Yang comforted her by wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Don't pay heed to her nonsense. Eavesdropping has its consequences. Breakfast concluded amidst a subtle tension, as the three women tacitly avoided the stir-fried kidney dish, which seemed to be a specially prepared nutritious meal for someone. After satisfying their hunger, they felt invigorated. Even Lin Shirshir no longer felt drowsy. The four donned their gear, each receiving a blast shield, which not only protected against zombies, but also bullets. When venturing afar, caution was paramount. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone, examining the 3D map of Haicheng he had previously downloaded. The university town beneath Zijing Mountain was the closest, merely 10 kilometers away in a straight line. The surrounding residential buildings were plentiful, especially with the high student population, making it an ideal location to gather crystals. There were also large shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, ensuring ample supplies. "This is it, let us go," Xiao Yang exclaimed as they boarded the rugged off-road vehicle. Accelerating out of the villa while the gates slowly closed behind them, the electric door proving quite convenient. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa community, the two female guards, alerted by the commotion, hurried down from their guardhouse to open the gate. Xiao Yang leaned out of the window, surveying them. "Which one of you is coming today?" One of the female residents replied, "I just finished my shift. I will go." She added, "Just to be clear, this trip carries a degree of danger. Once we arrive, stick close. I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise." Xiao Yang cautioned. The woman nodded, understanding. "Get in the car." Half an hour later, the rugged vehicle halted in front of a cluster of residential buildings. This was the outskirts of the university town, characterized by older residences primarily inhabited by the elderly. Xiao Yang chose this location based on his experience, knowing that there would likely be numerous zombies here. The cold wave had claimed many elderly lives, as their frail bodies could hardly withstand the elements, rendering their attempts at square dancing futile. However, clearing this area posed a slight challenge, as most zombies remained indoors, requiring them to open doors and eliminate them one by one. The few wandering in the community garden were easily dispatched by Xiao Yang and his companions. After clearing an entire building, Xiao Yang realized that such an endeavor was an utter waste of time. The confined indoor space necessitated both the gathering of supplies and the defense against zombies. What exacerbated the situation was that these elderly individuals were quite self-sufficient, with their homes scarcely stocked with provisions. They favored fresh food, opting for immediate purchases and cooking. Within the household, apart from an abundance of medicine, there was little else of value. The irony was that the medicines were of no use to Xiao Yang and his companions. Pondering for a moment, a sudden spark illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Lin Shirshir. "Shirshir, please take out your flute. Play a lively dance tune to see if we can lure out those zombie grandmothers." The others gazed at Xiao Yang in astonishment. What a peculiar idea. What is that song called again? Ah, yes, the most dazzling ethnic style, that's the one. The grandmothers adore it. Go on, play it. Lin Shirshir chuckled softly. That tune is so outdated. Nowadays, the grandmothers enjoy Old Dream. Xiao Yang chuckled awkwardly in response. Is that so? Well then, let us go with Old Dream. Play it energetically, aiming to draw the attention of all the grandmothers in the neighborhood. All right, I will give it a try. Lin Shirshir retrieved her long flute, pressed it against her crimson lips, and the enchanting melody of Old Dream resonated through the air. Indeed, as the music played, the entire community began to stir. From the nearby buildings, Xiao Yang could already hear the frantic pounding of zombies on doors. Before long, the small garden square of the community was swarmed by no fewer than 200 zombie grandmothers. Some of them brandished broken door frames, for the wooden doors of this dilapidated community could not withstand the rampage of the undead. They encircled Lin Shirshir, swaying rhythmically to the music, their movements surprisingly synchronized. Evidently, the essence of square dancing had been ingrained in their very being. Chapter 39. Scavenging the mall. Seeing the opportune moment, Xiao Yang found a suitable position to commence his harvest. He nudged a zombie grandmother standing too close and occupied her spot. The zombie, momentarily thrown off, lost her rhythm and became enraged. "Young man, how dare you steal my spot?" she snarled, instantly reverting to her ferocious state, lunging towards him. With a swift stroke, Xiaoyang dispatched her in an instant. Really? Even as zombies, still competing for positions? How amusing. In less than half an hour, this horde of zombies was dispatched with the ease of slicing fruit. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Such efficiency was commendable. The female security guard who had been trailing them was utterly astonished by the display. The prowess of Xiaoyang and his companions surpassed her wildest expectations. She became increasingly convinced that her decision to remain in the villa district as a guard was indeed the right choice. Being surrounded by such formidable individuals was far preferable to facing the dangers alone. Although they perceive themselves as lacking strength and feel like failures, she is determined to strive and enhance her abilities in order to become a part of their group. In doing so, she believes no one would dare to bully her again. Thus, she musters her courage and approaches Xiaoyang, nervously inquiring, "Excuse me, could you lend me a knife? I wish to search for supplies." Xiaoyang hands her the tang knife, stating, "Make sure to return before we finish collecting the crystals." The female gatekeeper accepts the knife, bows to Xiaoyang, and hastily dashes into the nearest building. Xiaoyang and his companions decide against the tedious task of scavenging from house to house, opting instead for the more practical approach of visiting a supermarket or mall. Approximately half an hour later, the female gatekeeper returns, carrying half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour, just as Xiaoyang and his group complete their collection of crystals. She approaches them, producing a crystal from her pocket and saying, "Here, I thought this might be useful for you since I noticed you were all collecting them, so I retrieved it." Xiaoyang is genuinely surprised to see the crystal in her hand. "Did you kill a zombie in the building?" The female gatekeeper nods and replies, "Yes. I happened upon one and mimicked your technique to defeat it." Xiaoyang begins to regard her with newfound respect. Perhaps she is not entirely useless after all. She shows a willingness to learn and possesses a certain boldness. "What is your name?" he asks, as he had not previously taken notice of her. "Sutong," she responds. "Very well. Keep this crystal for yourself. Shortly, I will have the others teach you how to utilize it." "Oh, all right. I will return this knife to you." Sutong senses that Xiaoyang is not particularly impressed by her crystal, so she obediently puts it away and prepares to return the knife. "Since you have the courage to slay zombies, keep it for now. Take the opportunity to practice your skills." Xiaoyang does not reclaim the knife, believing that since she is eager to learn, she should have the chance to hone her abilities. Sutong casts a grateful glance at Xiaoyang and expresses her thanks. The group returns to their off-road vehicle and proceeds to the next neighborhood. Along the way, Sutong learns how to absorb crystals, noticing that the time on her arm has doubled, and she feels her vitality slightly improved. "What is the significance of this time?" she inquires, curious. "I'll explain it to you gradually. Just remember not to let the time reach zero." Xiaoyang refrains from offering too much explanation, as she is still not considered a true member of their team, but rather a contracted ally for now. Throughout the morning, they continue their methodical work, clearing 3 more dilapidated neighborhoods and collecting over 600 crystals in total. Sutong manages to kill 3 zombies, earning herself 3 additional crystals. However, Lin Shishir is experiencing significant mental fatigue, and her effectiveness is diminishing. Xiaoyang resolves to continue their efforts the following day. In the afternoon, they prepared to visit a large shopping mall to procure some supplies. At noon, they took a brief respite in their RV, enjoying a light meal, while Xiaoyang unapologetically absorbed all the crystals he had acquired. When the number of crystals dwindled to 300, his temporal energy surpassed the 1,000 year mark. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation, rendering him no longer fearful of ordinary weapons. In his previous life, he had to endure for a decade to accumulate over 1,000 years of temporal energy. However, now, having been reborn, he was on the verge of achieving this prowess in just over half a month, a testament to his astonishing progress. If this trajectory continued, it would not be long before Xiaoyang surpassed the 10,000 year threshold, elevating his strength to an even higher realm. At that point, he mused, he would be able to navigate the city of Haicheng with ease. This thought brought a smile to his face. Subsequently, Xiaoyang distributed the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shishir. Upon absorbing the crystals, their temporal energy also crossed the century mark, resulting in a significant enhancement of their abilities. The 3 women were overjoyed. After their rest, Xiaoyang drove the RV directly to the largest shopping mall in the university town. Due to the height of the off-road vehicle, it could not enter the underground parking, so he parked it at the entrance. "Sutong, Stay with the vehicle. Use the intercom if you need anything, he instructed, handing her a walkie-talkie. With the car keys in hand, he led Mu Wanxing and the others toward the mall. The outer doors of the mall were open, but all interior areas were secured with iron gates. The gates showed no signs of having been tampered with, indicating that no one had ventured inside yet, or those who did had discovered their inability to enter. This was encouraging news, suggesting that the supplies within remained untouched. The iron gates were sturdy, but they posed no challenge for Xiaoyang. He retrieved a crowbar and, leveraging his enhanced physique, effortlessly pried open a corner of the gate. Once inside, he made a beeline for the supermarket on the first floor. The supermarket was expansive and well-stocked, and Xiaoyang wasted no time, swiftly absorbing all items along with the shelves into his spatial storage. The sight left the three women in awe. While they had witnessed Xiaoyang retrieving supplies from his space, they had never seen him collect items into it. In less than 2 hours, he had entirely emptied the supermarket. The three women marveled at the vastness of his spatial storage, astonished by its capacity. After clearing the supermarket, they proceeded to the clothing sections on the second and third floors. Xiaoyang was equally thorough, collecting every piece of clothing into his space. Although the garments were predominantly summer attire, they would certainly prove useful in the future, especially items such as bras and underwear, which Mu Wanxing and the others would certainly need and regularly change. Xiaoyang even organized the bras by size into several categories. The breathable fabric, in a shade of black, is perfectly suited for Wanxing. This one, slightly smaller, fits Lin Shishir well. As for this larger size, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate for Yojia. Chapter 40. The female Captain Tang Ying. After collecting all the garments, the group ascended to the fourth floor, where the space was dominated by dining establishments, leaving them with scant usable resources. Thus, they ventured up to the fifth floor, which housed a cinema alongside several gyms and clubs. Xiaoyang deemed the fifth floor devoid of anything useful, while Mu Wanxing and Lin Shishir, under Lu Yu's guidance, each acquired a yoga mat. Lu Yu proposed conducting a yoga session with Mu Wanxing and Lin Shishir, which piqued Xiaoyang's interest. What a delightful prospect. He promptly declared his intent to sponsor yoga attire for them, recalling the ample yoga outfits he had purchased online before the apocalypse. Just as he indulged in this pleasant imagery, the intercom crackled to life. This is Su Tong. A few individuals are being pursued by a horde of zombies and are heading towards our RV. What should I do? Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Were they being targeted? Or was it merely a coincidence? Regardless, it was prudent to investigate. Stay inside the vehicle and do not emerge. We will be there shortly, he replied, hastily leading Mu Wanxing and the others downstairs. However, upon exiting the mall, they were greeted by the sight of their off-road RV encircled by a throng of zombies. A glance around revealed only the undead, with no living souls in sight. Had they sought refuge within the RV? Su Tong, Xiaoyang called over the intercom, eager to ascertain her status. I'm here. Our RV is surrounded by zombies. Su Tong's voice, deliberately subdued, came through shortly thereafter. What about the others? Xiaoyang pressed. They're in the vehicle, Su Tong replied, her tone tinged with anxiety, indicating her awareness that admitting several individuals into the RV was a questionable decision. Irritation surged within Xiaoyang. Su Tong, not discerning between friend or foe, had invited them inside without caution. Observing the swarm of nearly 100 zombies around the RV, he resolved to eliminate them first. Those inside, if they knew what was best for them, ought to make a swift exit. If they chose otherwise, they would have only themselves to blame for their misfortune. For Xiaoyang and his companions, 100 zombies were a trivial challenge. They unsheathed their broadswords and engaged in a flurry of strikes, swiftly dispatching the undead. Upon reaching the RV, Lu Yu discreetly raised her hand behind Xiaoyang, ready to unleash her power should the situation turn dire. Su Tong, open the door, Xiaoyang commanded. The door to the RV swung open, and the steps extended as Su Tong descended. Seeing that Su Tong appeared unharmed eased the group's worries. It seemed the intruders bore no malice. Why did you take it upon yourself to let them in? Xiaoyang's tone was stern. They, the officers of the security team, were the reason Su Tong could not finish her sentence when a woman descended from the RV. With her short hair, fair complexion, and clear gaze, she exuded an aura of righteousness. Her presence commanded respect, radiating a remarkable spirit. Was she a police officer? Xiaoyang had encountered officers before, yet he had never seen one as striking and graceful as this female officer. Greetings, I am Tang Ying, the captain of the city police's security team. The two behind me are my colleagues, and here is my identification. Tang Ying introduced herself, presenting her credentials. Xiaoyang took the document, glancing at it, noting that the photograph hardly did her justice. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the situation. What was the point of showing identification at such a time? Nevertheless, he acknowledged that it did hold some merit, as before the apocalypse, they were indeed trustworthy. He believed that, at least for now, she bore no ill intentions. Hello, Captain Tang. Xiaoyang greeted her with a smile. Tang Ying observed Mu Wanqing and the others behind him with admiration, saying, "You are truly remarkable. 4 of you managed to effortlessly eliminate so many zombies. Had we not been injured and concerned about being a burden, I would have joined you in battle much sooner." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang scrutinized Tang Ying's attire, noticing several torn areas that hinted at a recent fierce encounter. A glance inside the RV revealed a woman bandaging a man's hand. Suddenly, Xiaoyang became alert, asking, "Has anyone been bitten by a zombie?" He understood well that if they had been infected, leaving them alive was out of the question. The zombie virus was highly contagious, and a bite or scratch could result in a transformation within 3 hours at most. Tang Ying was perplexed by Xiaoyang's sudden vigilance. After all, injuries were common in such circumstances. My female colleague and I were injured while combating zombies. That male colleague was accidentally bitten on the hand, but it was just a minor wound with little blood. He will be fine. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression soured. Captain Tang, you need to have your colleague exit the vehicle immediately. We must leave. Tang Ying did not comprehend why Xiaoyang's demeanor shifted so drastically upon hearing about her colleague's bite. Could we possibly arrange for you to drop us off at the police station in the university town? She tentatively requested. Xiaoyang promptly rejected the idea, stating, I can take you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must exit right now. Tang Ying frowned at the outright refusal, surprised by Xiaoyang's abrupt change in attitude. Meanwhile, the female colleague inside the vehicle rose in anger, exclaiming, How can you be like this? Our captain has already stated that we just need to be taken to the nearby police station. If we hadn't fought off over 50 zombies today and gotten injured, we wouldn't be troubling you. Cough. Captain, how about I exit the vehicle? You and Comrade Xiao Jiang can go ahead. I can walk, she suggested. Tang Ying's male colleague, upon hearing Xiaoyang's reluctance to stay in the vehicle, proactively requested to disembark. Suddenly, a dog sprang out from the RV, barking furiously at Xiaoyang. Startled, he took a closer look and discovered it was a German Shepherd police dog, which had likely been hiding in a corner of the RV, unnoticed by him until now. Yang, quiet. Tang Ying commanded sharply. Just as Xiaoyang was about to speak, he noticed the police dog obediently standing at Tang Ying's feet, ceasing its barking. Goodness. This dog is named Yang. When he was a child, Xiaoyang's biological mother would affectionately call him Xiaoyang. Upon hearing the name, he instinctively thought it was directed at him. Who would have imagined that this dog shared the same nickname? Cough, cough. Is your dog named Yang? Xiaoyang pointed at the police dog and inquired of Tang Ying. Indeed, I named it. Tang Ying replied. Xiaoyang's expression turned dark. How embarrassing to share a name with a dog. Noticing Xiaoyang's silence, Tang Ying felt that further pleading would be overly impolite. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, disembark. We shall walk to the police station. After addressing her colleagues in the RV, she turned back to Xiaoyang and offered him a respectful nod. Nevertheless, we owe you our gratitude. Without you in this vehicle, we might have perished. With that, she led her colleagues and the police dog away. Wait. Xiaoyang suddenly called out to Tang Ying and the others. Do you have any further instructions? Tang Ying turned back, her tone indifferent. I can escort you to the nearest police station, but your colleague must be watched closely. If bitten by a zombie, he will undoubtedly become one himself. There's no saving him. Xiaoyang's change of heart was not born from compassion, but rather from the recollection of Tang Ying's name and her identity. In his past life, he remembered her as the renowned goddess of archery. What is the goddess of archery? A master marksman who could take down enemies from miles away. This was the epitome of the goddess of archery in the apocalypse. It was said that before the end of the world, she served as a captain of a security team. The Tang Ying before him perfectly matched this description. If he could recruit her, wouldn't their chances of survival be significantly enhanced? Thus, he felt compelled to assist her. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's offer to take them to the police station, Tang Ying's expression softened. However, upon learning that their injured colleague might turn into a zombie, their faces grew tense. Tang Ying approached Xiaoyang, her demeanor serious, and whispered, Is what you said true? Xiaoyang nodded. Is there any way to save him? Tang Ying gazed at him with a glimmer of hope. Although she had witnessed her colleague being gruesomely attacked by a zombie, she still clung to the belief that a minor bite might still leave a chance for survival. If he is bitten and we sever his arm immediately, there might still be hope. At this moment, Xiaoyang shook his head, certain of their impending doom. Tang Ying, taken aback for a brief moment, swiftly composed herself. Let us set off promptly, so as not to inconvenience you further, she declared, turning immediately to assist her injured colleague back onto the RV. Xiaoyang hurriedly called for everyone to board the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as they raced towards the precinct in the university town. Within 20 minutes, the rugged RV entered the police station's compound, which had evidently also fallen victim to a zombie attack. The courtyard was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the undead, their heads shattered. The glass doors of the precinct building lay in ruins, indicating that the situation inside was equally dire. As the group disembarked, Tang Ying and her female colleague, Xiao Jiang, each drew a dagger for protection. Thank you for bringing us here. You may leave now. Tang Ying saluted Xiao Yang, and then instructed her colleagues, Xiao Jiang, take Xiao Lu and find a room to stay in while I check the armory for ammunition. Suddenly recalling something, she approached Xiao Jiang and whispered a few urgent words in her ear. Listening intently, Xiao Jiang exchanged glances with Xiao Yang and Xiao Lu before nodding solemnly. Supporting Xiao Lu, she led him into the nearest office. Tang Ying, accompanied by a police dog, ventured deeper into the precinct in search of supplies. Xiao Yang had no intention of departing. His goals remained unfulfilled, and he too sought ammunition. This was a prime opportunity not to be missed. Addressing Mu Wanqing and the others, he said, "Stay here and keep watch while I investigate." He drew his Tang sword and followed suit. Surprised to see Xiao Yang trailing behind her with a weapon, Tang Ying exclaimed, "Did I not instruct you to leave?" With a chuckle, he replied, "Captain Tang, we are all in this together. I noticed you were short-handed, so I came to lend a hand. Once we ascertain the safety of this place, we shall depart." Tang Ying scrutinized Xiao Yang with a discerning gaze, but his earnest expression revealed no ulterior motives. Considering his combat prowess, which was on par with her own, she relented. The police dog, Yang Yang, cautiously sniffed ahead, with Tang Ying in the middle and Xiao Yang following closely. Observing the unfolding scene, Xiao Yang mused, "With two Yangs protecting you, you should consider yourself fortunate." They pressed onward until they reached the end of the corridor, where a staircase led down to the basement level. The keypad door at the staircase was ajar, and without hesitation, Xiao Yang followed Tang Ying as they descended. Upon entering the basement, the absence of windows cast a shadowy gloom over the area. Xiao Yang retrieved a powerful flashlight from his belongings, illuminating the path ahead. The sudden brightness startled Tang Ying, who turned to glance at the flashlight in Xiao Yang's hand, silently acknowledging his well-equipped nature. With a disapproving glare, she communicated her annoyance at his lack of prior warning before turning on the light. Xiao Yang offered a helpless smile, realizing that his well-intentioned gesture had inadvertently caused a stir. Observing Tang Ying's cautious demeanor, he found her pace excruciatingly slow. He approached her and gently tapped her shoulder, signaling her to step back. Then, he lightly rapped on a nearby door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, resonating clearly throughout the entire basement level. Tang Ying immediately raised her dagger, bracing herself for any potential threat. After a moment of silence, noticing no response, Xiao Yang relaxed his vigilance, declaring, "All right, there are no zombies on this level. Remember, zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. If there were any here, they would have emerged upon hearing that noise, saving us the trouble." Understood. Tang Ying humbly accepted Xiao Yang's guidance, though she was curious about his wealth of experience and who he truly was. However, it was not the right moment to inquire. So she continued the search for the equipment room. Once assured of their safety, their search quickened, and soon they located the equipment room. The door to the room was ajar, bringing a mix of emotions for both Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The positive aspect was that the door was immensely sturdy. Had it been closed, they would have had to exert considerable effort to open it. The downside, however, was that an open door indicated someone had previously entered, potentially depleting the ammunition within. Overthinking was futile. They decided to enter. Tang Ying stepped in first, with Xiao Yang closely following, illuminating the room with his flashlight. He noted the disarray. Cabinets lay open, and several handguns were strewn across the floor, with some bullets displayed atop the cabinets. Tang Ying promptly approached to collect the bullets, and Xiao Yang followed suit. Seizing the opportunity while Tang Ying was distracted, he utilized his spatial abilities to discreetly appropriate several boxes of bullets and a handgun. Uncertain of their compatibility, he decided to take them regardless. He also gathered various useful items such as handcuffs and batons into his spatial storage. Tang Ying finished packing the bullets and loaded her handgun, feeling a surge of confidence. Turning to the dazed Xiaoyang, she admonished, "What are you standing there for? Look for anything useful and take it." Upon hearing her, Xiaoyang chuckled inwardly. Had she not noticed that the equipment room was nearly emptied by him? Nevertheless, he feigned surprise and picked up a handgun from the ground. "Can you even use that?" Tang Ying mocked upon seeing him with the gun. "Come on. Who hasn't he had a first time? It's just firing a shot," Xiaoyang retorted, feeling irked by her tone. "Haha, without bullets, you can't fire a gun." Tang Ying teased back. With a raised eyebrow, Xiaoyang noted her growing boldness. He stepped closer, leaning in towards her, and playfully remarked, "Without bullets, it's still hard. If I poke you, will it hurt?" Tang Ying felt the warmth of his breath brush against her prominent nose, sending a slight tickle through her. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's words, it seemed as if there were underlying meanings hidden within. Casting a glance at him, she pushed him aside with force and raised her firearm, declaring, "Keep your distance. It's easy to accidentally discharge the weapon." Just as Xiaoyang was about to retort, a sudden scream echoed from upstairs. Exchanging a glance, they immediately dashed towards the upper floor. Upon reaching the entrance on the first floor, they discovered Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, along with others, gathered around the door of an office where Tang Ying's colleagues were located. The police dog, Yang Yang, was the first to scurry into the room beneath the legs of the crowd. "What happened?" Xiaoyang inquired hastily. "The male officer has turned. He bit the female officer," Lin Shirshi replied. Hearing this, Tang Ying swiftly pushed past them and entered the office. The scene inside was chaotic, with a pool of blood on the floor. The transformed male officer lay still, his head punctured with a large hole. Meanwhile, the female officer, Xiao Jiang, had a gaping wound on her neck, blood gushing from it. Yang Yang was softly whimpering as it licked her face. Tang Ying immediately rushed to Xiao Jiang's side, cradling her while pressing down on the wound in an attempt to stem the flow of blood. "What happened?" Xiaoyang asked Mu Wanqing. "We heard the screams and came to investigate, only to find that the male officer had already bitten her neck. She had a knife, but couldn't bring herself to use it. It was I who ultimately dispatched the transformed officer." Mu Wanqing recounted the events that had unfolded, leaving Xiaoyang feeling a profound sense of sorrow. Tang Ying, holding Xiao Jiang, choked back tears, saying, "Did I not tell you? If Xiao Lu transforms, do not hesitate. Protect yourself." Xiao Jiang weakly replied, "Captain, Xiao Lu was my comrade. I couldn't do it." A collective sense of regret enveloped the group. "Oh, foolish girl." Tang Ying wept. "Captain," Xiao Jiang queried, "am I destined to become like Xiao Lu?" Tang Ying remained silent, merely holding Xiao Jiang tighter. "Captain, I do not wish to become that kind of monster. Please, grant me a swift end." With her final strength, Xiao Jiang gazed at Tang Ying, her eyes filled with pleading desperation. The strong-willed Tang Ying, upon hearing her colleague's last request, could no longer contain her tears. "I beg you." Xiao Jiang's gaze began to fade as the virus commenced its insidious invasion of her mind, showing signs of a grim transformation. Watching anxiously, Xiaoyang thought to himself that Tang Ying must not follow in her colleague's tragic footsteps. "Captain Tang, I know. Please, everyone, step outside." As Xiaoyang attempted to offer a warning, he was promptly ushered out by Tang Ying. Once outside, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu, and Lin Shirshi found their eyes glistening with tears. Xiaoyang was left speechless. They had witnessed too little of the world. Such scenes were all too familiar to him. In the apocalyptic realm, human life had become the least valued. Where there was compassion, there was also indifference. The undead were utterly merciless. Thus, one must be resolute to endure longer. A gunshot echoed from within the room. Xiaoyang nodded. "Captain Tang, once you surpass this hurdle, you shall truly evolve." After a considerable pause, Tang Ying emerged, accompanied by a police dog. Her eyes were reddened, and she remained silent. After gently closing the office door, she offered a salute to it. Subsequently, she retrieved 2 handguns, bestowing one upon Mu Wanqing and the other upon Lin Shirshi. "These belong to my colleagues. Keep them for self-defense. The chambers are fully loaded, so remember to safeguard yourselves." With that, she ascended the stairs with the police dog in tow. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshi stood there, bewildered, as they had never handled a handgun before, let alone fired one. We don't know how to use these. Mu Wanqing exclaimed. Who hasn't had their first time? One shot, and you'll figure it out. Tang Ying retorted without looking back. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang suddenly found himself intrigued by Tang Ying. This woman, seemingly under duress, was learning on the fly. Secure the firearms. Wait here while I accompany her upstairs. Xiaoyang instructed, following her assent. Tang Ying led the police dog through each room, with Xiaoyang trailing closely behind. After searching the second floor, they proceeded to the third. Why are you still following me? Are you here to mock me? To laugh at my inability to protect even my colleagues? Tang Ying finally erupted, her eyes aflame as she vented her frustration at Xiaoyang. He had not anticipated her outburst and felt utterly baffled. Captain Tang, I merely wish to assist you. There is no ulterior motive. Tang Ying scoffed. Do you think yourself formidable? Huh, you are indeed strong. But I do not require your assistance. Xiaoyang was left speechless, realizing the futility of his efforts. If it were not for her being the goddess of marksmanship in this apocalypse, he would not be following her at all. Suddenly, from the innermost office, the moans of a zombie pierced the air. Both Xiaoyang and Tang Ying froze momentarily, then instinctively moved toward the source of the sound. They reached the director's office at the end of the corridor, where they halted. The noise emanated from within. Xiaoyang kicked the door open, revealing a zombie clad in a uniform, presumably a police officer from its former life. On the ground lay another zombie, dressed in ordinary attire. Upon seeing the uniformed zombie lunging towards the doorway, Tang Ying raised her weapon to shoot, but Xiaoyang intervened. Just this one? Don't waste bullets. He advanced, delivering a swift strike that severed the zombie's head, causing it to collapse to the floor. After inspecting the fallen zombie, Xiaoyang discerned that it had been dead for quite some time. It appeared that a zombie had attacked this location, and the officer had slain it, only to be bitten in the process and ultimately succumb to the transformation. It appears that the entire police station has succumbed to despair, with no survivors remaining. As Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing prepared to depart, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Is that the rescue team? Following the sound, Xiaoyang and Tang Ying discovered a concealed door within the office. With a decisive kick, Xiaoyang forced the door open, startling the occupant within, who exclaimed, I am Li Gang from the city police. Who are you? To Xiaoyang's astonishment, the room was an unexpected sanctuary, furnished with a bed and a sofa. At that moment, a uniformed man cowered in the corner, shouting at him. Upon seeing this man, Tang Ying gasped, Li Yang? What are you doing here? The man, Li Yang, upon recognizing Tang Ying, erupted with joy. Tang Ying, is it truly you? Did you come to rescue me? I knew you still cared for me. Tang Ying's expression hardened, and she responded coldly, Comrade Li Yang, I am relieved you are alive. However, please do not misconstrue my intentions. Li Yang, undeterred by Tang Ying's frosty demeanor, approached her with a smug grin. Tang Ying, I know you have feelings for me, don't you? Tang Ying stepped back, clearly repulsed. I'm sorry, you are mistaken. Xiaoyang felt a wave of disgust at Li Yang's sycophantic behavior, finding it beneath the dignity of a police officer. The young woman had made her disinterest abundantly clear. Was there any merit in his delusions? Perhaps sensing Xiaoyang's scrutiny, Li Yang sized him up and begrudgingly acknowledged that Xiaoyang was indeed more handsome. A pang of jealousy surged within him, and he straightened his posture, attempting to project an air of superiority. Comrade, you are also part of the police system, right? Do you know who my father is? Xiaoyang scoffed. At a time like this, you still cling to your lineage? I am not a police officer, nor do I care to know who your father is. My father is Li Gang, Li Yang declared proudly, but Xiaoyang remained perplexed. What relevance does your father being Li Gang hold for me? If he were Wang Gang, that would be a different matter altogether. With a dismissive retort, Xiaoyang turned to leave, unwilling to waste another moment on this insipid individual. Tang Ying nearly succumbed to laughter at Xiaoyang's remark, stifling it out of respect for Li Yang's presence. Incensed by Xiaoyang's disregard, Li Yang felt his temper flare. Suddenly, he noticed the dagger in Xiaoyang's hand, and his expression darkened. Wait, you said you aren't a police officer, yet you wield a controlled weapon. Do you realize that is a criminal offense? Just as Xiaoyang was about to exit, he was struck with amusement at Li Yang's absurdity. Even Tang Ying looked at him as if he were a fool. Fool, Xiaoyang retorted, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. Enraged and humiliated, Li Yang chased after him, shouting, Who are you calling a fool? I'll report you for insulting an officer. Suddenly, Li Yang's voice fell silent. Xiaoyang turned around to see Li Yang, who was so frightened by the two zombies lying on the ground that he could scarcely utter a word. Observing his demeanor, Xiaoyang realized that he was nothing but a coward. Glancing at the zombies, a thought dawned upon him. Is this what fear looks like? If you hadn't hidden away in the shadows and instead assisted your colleague, perhaps he wouldn't have met his tragic fate. Xiaoyang voiced his suspicion, and upon hearing it, Li Yang crumbled, repeatedly muttering apologies as he stared at the corpse of the police officer who had become a zombie. Observing Li Yang's reaction, Xiaoyang was confident in his conjecture, casting a disdainful glance before turning to leave. Tang Ying, witnessing Li Yang's behavior, understood the situation all too well. This man was a disgrace to the police station, and her irritation grew with each passing moment, prompting her to follow Xiaoyang out. Hey, Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me. Li Yang, recovering from his shock, hurriedly trailed behind them. As they reached the entrance on the first floor, no one acknowledged Li Yang. It wasn't until he spotted the off-road vehicle and the presence of Mu Wanqing and her companions that he suddenly froze. To his astonishment, 3 of them were strikingly beautiful, rivaling Tang Ying in appearance. Since when did the police station welcome new recruits? How come I wasn't informed? Are they part of Tang Ying's public security team? Energized by the sight of so many alluring women, Li Yang straightened his posture, attempting to exude a more refined demeanor. Clearing his throat, he pretentiously inquired, Ahem, Captain Tang, are those female colleagues from your public security team? Not at all. Tang Ying replied curtly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Then who are they? Li Yang pressed. They are my people. What of it? Xiaoyang retorted coldly. Li Yang squinted at Xiaoyang, realizing not only was he handsome, but he was also surrounded by such captivating women. A wave of envy washed over him. Noting that the women were all armed with knives, he threatened, Your people are wielding controlled weapons. Are you part of a gang? Do you dare to challenge me? Everyone was taken aback by Li Yang's words. Was he out of his mind? Did he truly remain oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside? Go ahead, try. Xiaoyang's expression turned icy. He had encountered fools before, but none as foolish as this. Li Yang took a step back, intimidated by Xiaoyang's gaze. He sensed that this man had likely taken lives, for such a presence could not be merely fabricated. Fine. You outnumber me now, so I won't engage. Once order is restored in society, I will ensure you are apprehended, allowing me to shine in my duties. As for those lovely ladies, they must have been coerced by him. I shall be the one to rescue them from their plight. Then, utilizing certain means, several individuals would have no choice but to comply, overflowing with gratitude towards him. Contemplating this, he let out a cold smile, thinking to himself that time would reveal all. He dared not gaze at Xiaoyang's face any longer, opting instead to bypass him and approach the off-road vehicle. Whose vehicle is this? It is also mine. Xiaoyang turned to face him, his expression devoid of emotion. Li Yang felt a surge of anger. How could this person possess everything? No wonder he was surrounded by so many beautiful women. This very vehicle could attract a multitude. In the current chaotic city, owning such a vehicle was akin to having a mobile castle. If only he had a vehicle like this, he could return home safely. Excuse me, as a police officer, I must inform you that your vehicle has been requisitioned. Tang Ying, get in, I'll take you home. Li Yang declared with utmost seriousness, as if his mere words could transform the vehicle into his own. Noticing the silence from the crowd, he smugly addressed Mu Wanqing and the others. And to these lovely ladies, my father is the chief of the Haiqing Public Security Bureau. Should you choose to accompany me, I will ensure my father provides you with ample protection. Li Yang cast a triumphant glance at Xiaoyang, relishing the thought of stripping him of everything. He turned to open the vehicle door, preparing to climb inside, only to suddenly realize a knife had appeared at his throat. Dare to step up and try? The voice was chilling yet melodious. Li Yang, in disbelief, slowly turned his head to see Mu Wanqing, her face a mask of frost. Xiaoyang's eyes reflected admiration. Indeed, she was his woman, showing remarkable progress. Stealing a glance at Tang Ying, he noted her cold demeanor, observing everything without intervening. It seemed she too disapproved of Li Yang's actions. Miss, do not act impulsively. You must understand that such behavior constitutes an assault on a police officer, which could lead to imprisonment. Li Yang stood frozen, attempting only to verbally caution Mu Wanqing. Were it not for your uniform, I would have already dealt with you. She retorted with disdain. All right, I won't act rashly, I'm leaving. Chapter 44. If dogs can enter, why can't you? Li Yang cautiously retreated to Tang Ying's side, feeling considerably safer. and then pointed at Xiao Yang and the others, shouting, "Captain Tang, do you see? This group of rebels wishes to revolt. As the captain of the municipal security team, will you simply stand by and watch them act with impunity?" Tang Ying shifted slightly to the side, maintaining some distance from Li Yang. "Li Yang, you are truly embarrassing our police department." Xiao Yang observed the spectacle with amusement, akin to watching a monkey perform. Were it not for Tang Ying's presence, he would have already dealt with Li Yang. Nevertheless, since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had silently sentenced him to his doom. He would certainly not allow Li Yang to leave alive. With his father's background and his malice towards our side, keeping him alive would only sow the seeds of a tremendous peril. "Captain Tang, what are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Yang, disregarding Li Yang entirely, approached Tang Ying and inquired. "At present, I remain uncertain. My colleagues have either perished or scattered, and I have yet to contemplate my next course of action." Tang Ying replied, her voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang sensed an opportunity. "Captain Tang, since you have yet to devise a plan, why not accompany us back? Our place is spacious, the zombies have been thoroughly cleared, and it is quite safe. We can settle in first and deliberate further at our leisure." Xiao Yang was eager to recruit Tang Ying into his team, but he understood that someone of her caliber would not easily submit to others. However, if he could manage to keep her by his side, it would present an opportunity. Xiao Yang was determined to win her over. Tang Ying, upon receiving Xiao Yang's invitation, felt a flicker of interest. She had witnessed the impressive abilities of Xiao Yang and his companions. Being with them meant no burdens, making survival significantly less arduous. Moreover, the presence of numerous young women willing to follow Xiao Yang indicated his commendable character. Most importantly, she harbored no aversion towards Xiao Yang. Her earlier outburst was merely a reaction to her wounded pride in his presence. She believed that if given the choice of teammates, she would unhesitatingly select Xiao Yang. There was no particular reason, but a woman's intuition told her that Xiao Yang was indeed reliable, far more so than Li Yang. "Captain Tang, come with us. I assure you will be pleasantly surprised upon your arrival." At that moment, Mu Wanqing stepped forward, extending her invitation, her impression of Tang Ying notably positive. It was not solely due to Tang Ying's position as the captain of the security team, but also because she had felt genuinely touched when Tang Ying had gifted her a gun earlier. Yes, our group consists of just a few of us. It would be lively with you, Captain Tang." Lin Shishir also chimed in with an invitation. "Captain Tang, if you choose to return with us, I can prepare delicious meals for you," Lu Yu added, hoping to entice Tang Ying with the promise of culinary delights. At the mention of food, Tang Ying's stomach betrayed her, rumbling audibly. In the past few days, she had consumed only 2 packets of instant noodles, nibbled on some snow, and engaged in combat with zombies, leaving her utterly famished. Casting an apologetic glance at Lu Yu and noticing the sincerity in the eyes of the others, Tang Ying softly conceded, "Very well then, I shall impose upon you." "Splendid. Come, Captain Tang, let us get in the car." Xiao Yang felt a surge of joy. These women were truly becoming more perceptive. He awarded them full marks for their assistance. Meanwhile, Li Yang, witnessing this group blatantly ignore him as if he were invisible, rushed forward to seize Tang Ying before she could leave with them. "Captain Tang, you cannot abandon me. After all, we are colleagues within the same system." Observing Li Yang's pleading expression, Tang Ying felt a pang of sympathy. Abandoning a colleague was, after all, not in her nature. She swatted Li Yang's hand away in annoyance and turned her conflicted gaze towards Xiao Yang. She was acutely aware that among this group, it was Xiao Yang who held the authority. Xiao Yang chuckled softly, understanding Tang Ying's unspoken plea. As he contemplated how to deal with this individual, he decided to grant Tang Ying a favor. Once Li Yang entered the villa area, Xiao Yang was certain he would not allow him to survive the night. Since Li Yang was a colleague of Captain Tang, he might as well accommodate him. Their place had no shortage of rooms. With a jovial demeanor, Xiao Yang looked at Tang Ying, making her perceive him as a magnanimous man. Despite Li Yang's earlier treatment of them, he bore no grudge and was willing to take him in, sparing her any discomfort. At that moment, Xiao Yang standing in Tang Ying's eyes soared considerably. Seeing Xiao Yang's acquiescence, Li Yang eagerly boarded the RV, fearing Xiao Yang might renege on his word and abandon him. Everyone present felt a wave of disgust at Li Yang's actions. They had never encountered such despicable behavior. Ugh. Along the journey, several women engaged in casual conversation, enhancing their mutual understanding. Noticing that Xiao Yang was solely focused on driving and ignoring him, Li Yang attempted to initiate a topic. This vehicle requires a Class A license to operate, right? Do you possess one? I must inform you that driving without the appropriate license is illegal. Scram. Xiao Yang thought that uttering a single additional word to him would be a waste of time. Having struck out, Li Yang, feeling bored, turned his attention to Tang Ying's police dog, Yang Yang. However, the police dog showed little interest in him, occasionally baring its teeth in response. Xiao Yang found this amusing. How pitiful it was that even a dog found him unworthy of attention. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zijin Mountain Villa area, the heavy-duty RV came to a halt. The female gatekeeper had been waiting at the door, which she opened promptly. Su Tong exited the vehicle, carrying a half-bag of rice and flour. Xiao Yang advised Su Tong to engage more with the other gatekeeper to exchange experiences, suggesting she accompany him next time. Su Tong nodded earnestly, and Xiao Yang, satisfied, continued towards his villa. Arriving at his villa's entrance, the electric gate opened slowly. We are home. You may disembark. Xiao Yang issued an eviction notice to Li Yang. Taken aback, Li Yang responded in confusion. On such a cold day, where do you expect me to go? With so many villas around, go wherever you please. Xiao Yang replied impatiently. No, I am staying with Captain Tang. Wherever she goes, I go. If she doesn't leave, neither will I. Li Yang suddenly resorted to stubbornness. Refusing to exit the vehicle, Tang Ying frowned, growing increasingly annoyed with Li Yang. Observing his shameless demeanor, Mu Wanxing stepped forward, yanked him out of the car, opened the door, and unceremoniously tossed him out. Li Yang tumbled onto the snow-covered ground, his head buzzing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Yang drove into the villa's courtyard, and the gates slowly closed behind them. Inside the vehicle, Tang Ying was astounded by Mu Wanxing's earlier display of strength. Despite Li Yang's considerable weight of over 100 pounds, he had been effortlessly lifted and tossed aside by Mu Wanxing. Was this young woman truly so formidable? Her skills seemed to rival her own. As several individuals invited Tang Ying to exit the car, she gradually regained her composure from the shock. At that moment, they heard Li Yang's furious shouts from outside the gate. How ridiculous! Even that dog can enter, yet I am barred. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang glanced at the police dog Yang Yang and burst into laughter. Indeed, you are correct. The dog can enter, but you cannot. Chapter 45. An exquisite feast. No one paid any mind to Li Yang, who was left outside, as Tang Ying was warmly welcomed into the villa by Mu Wanxing and her companions. Xiao Yang discreetly took out his walkie-talkie to call Su Tong. Su Tong, keep an eye out. If that fellow Li Yang makes a run for it out of the villa district, contact me immediately. Understood. Inside the villa, Tang Ying was still in a state of disbelief. The place was simply beyond imagination. From the moment she arrived and saw the automatic gate, to stepping inside the villa with its electricity and heating, she was utterly bewildered. After so many days of turmoil, this was the happiest and most secure she had felt. Even her police dog, Yang Yang, was joyfully frolicking about. However, it wasn't long before it became fixated on the coal ball, suddenly confronted with another dog. The coal ball sensed a threat and became agitated, flaring its wings and barking at Yang Yang in a show of defiance. Yang Yang, too, was greatly intrigued by the coal ball, circling beneath it and occasionally barking up at it. Yet each time, Tang Ying reprimanded her, and Yang Yang would lay down, whimpering in dismay. Xiao Yang had initially worried that the boisterous Yang Yang might harm the coal ball, but seeing Yang Yang's obedient demeanor, he felt reassured. Once Mu Wanxing and the others had finished bathing and changed into fresh clothing, they called for Tang Ying to wash up. The prospect of bathing thrilled Tang Ying immensely. It had been nearly 20 days since the disaster struck, and she had not had a single wash, leaving her feeling quite unclean. For a woman, this was an unbearable predicament. Xiao Yang thoughtfully offered her a set of pajamas. I'm not sure if they'll fit, but Wanxing and Shishir are of similar height to you, so they should be close enough. Try them on after your bath. Tang Ying accepted the pajamas, feeling a touch shy. After all, it was intimate apparel from a man, which made her blush slightly. Thank you, she said, lowering her head and hurriedly entering the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it amusing that the formidable captain of the security team, a valiant woman, could actually feel shy. Xiao Yang, what do you wish to eat tonight? The refrigerator is nearly empty. Lu Yu glanced into the fridge, noticing its desolation, and turned to Xiao Yang with a question. After some contemplation, Xiao Yang realized it was Tang Ying's first visit. Thus, the meal should be somewhat lavish. After all, if she turned out to be a foodie, A single delightful meal might capture her heart. After pondering for a while, Xiaoyang suddenly recalled that it had been quite some time since he had indulged in a seafood feast. Fortunately, his storage contained a wealth of seafood, so he decided today would be perfect for a seafood banquet. Coupled with a touch of red wine, it would surely exude elegance. Seizing the opportunity to head to the basement to add coal to the boiler, he retrieved an assortment of seafood from his storage: king crab, Australian lobster, abalone, sea urchin, and giant conch. He also added a wild yellow croaker, some slices of salmon, and caviar. All right, it's all set. Sister Yu, we shall feast on seafood today. When Xiaoyang brought the bountiful array of seafood into the kitchen, everyone was taken aback. Brother, this is far too much, Lu Yu exclaimed, astonished by the high-end ingredients. Questioning if he intended to consume it all, Mu Wanqing remained silent, well aware that Xiaoyang's storage was abundant. A seafood dinner was quite acceptable for a change of palate. Li Shishir gazed at Xiaoyang with curiosity, unable to fathom that he possessed such a wealth of ingredients. This man radiated an air of mystery, and his physique was remarkably strong. Oh dear, what was she thinking? Lin Shishir promptly shook off her thoughts and assisted Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing began to set the table, creating a scene of serene harmony. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Xiaoyang retreated to the master bedroom's bathroom on the third floor for a hot shower. Upon finishing and donning his pajamas before heading to the dining room, he discovered that Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir had already taken their seats. The table was lavishly adorned with an abundance of seafood, vibrant and appetizing. Just as Lu Yu presented the final dish, braised wild yellow croaker, everything was ready. Upon seeing Xiaoyang descend, Tang Ying immediately stood, her demeanor slightly bashful as she expressed, "Xiaoyang, thank you for your hospitality. I hardly know what to say." Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had yet to introduce himself, yet she already knew his name. Evidently, Wanqing had informed her. Looking at Tang Ying in her pajamas, he noted that they seemed a tad snug. Being of a police background, she was undoubtedly more robust than Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Moreover, her well-defined figure was accentuated by her prominent chest, which had been less noticeable beneath her outerwear, but now appeared quite striking. Her physique was comparable to Lu Yu's. However, Tang Ying stood taller than Lu Yu, and with her mid-length hairstyle, she exuded an undeniable charm, particularly with her hair tucked behind her ears, enhancing her allure. The only aspect that feels somewhat disjointed is the sharpness of the eyes and eyebrows. However, this very intensity serves to ignite a man's desire for conquest. Ahem. My dear fellow, please take your seat. Without you, dinner cannot commence. Upon noticing Xiaoyang's captivated gaze, Lu Yu gently reminded him. Oh, Captain Tang, please do not stand on ceremony. We consider you one of our own, and thus we shall present the most sumptuous feast to honor you. Come, do not be shy. Eat. Xiaoyang took his seat and poured the prepared red wine into glasses for everyone. Let us raise a toast to welcome Captain Tang. Tang Ying lifted her glass, standing once more, and said, I must express my gratitude for your warm hospitality. I shall drink first. With her toast, Xiaoyang and the others naturally followed suit. There is no need for such formality, Captain Tang. Consider this place your home. Xiaoyang poured her another glass of wine, smiling cheerfully. Now, let us not merely gaze at the food. We must eat before it cools. He broke off a leg of the king crab and placed it into Tang Ying's hand. Observing the crab leg, she disregarded any semblance of decorum and sensually bit into it. It was utterly delightful, a true delicacy. She then cracked open an Australian lobster, stuffing the entire meat into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out with the succulent morsel. This manner of eating was simply too indulgent. The sea urchin was fresh and juicy, with a silky smoothness upon entry. The large abalone and conch were firm, elastic, and satisfying to bite into. What a delight! Each person present was reveling in this luxurious feast, even experiencing a fleeting illusion of life before a calamity. Such ease, such exquisite flavors seemed utterly disconnected from the impending apocalypse. Soon, the seafood on the table was devoured, and every face displayed pure satisfaction. Even the police dog, Yang Yang, beneath the table, shared in the spoils. The shells of the shrimp and crab were simply delectable. Chapter 46. The Archer. While the atmosphere inside the villa was harmonious, outside, Liang found himself in a dire predicament. Realizing that gaining entry into Xiaoyang's villa was futile, he sought refuge in a nearby dwelling. This place was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the brilliance of Xiaoyang's abode. by the light of the moon. He rummaged through cabinets, but found nothing to eat. Overcome by thirst, he resorted to scooping snow from the ground and stuffing it into his mouth. As he glared at Xiao Yang's villa, his teeth ground in frustration. "You wait, kid. Once I find my father, I will ensure you are the first to be detained. And you, Tang Ying, you wretched woman, how could you favor another man? Do not blame me for being ruthless, unless you strip and offer yourself willingly. I shall never forgive you. As for those other girls, prepare to endure my fierce onslaught." Upon reflecting on these vivid scenes, Li Yong felt a wave of comfort wash over him, a lascivious smile spreading across his face as if all that he envisioned was on the brink of realization. Xiao Yang absorbed all the crystals he had yet to take in today, causing his temporal energy to surge to an astonishing 1,100 years. He stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks throughout his body. His skin, now firmer and more resilient than before, bore no visible signs of drastic change. Nevertheless, he was aware that even a knife would struggle to pierce his flesh. To him, conventional weaponry had become inconsequential. Having reached this level of fortitude, he no longer feared the assaults of ordinary zombies. Should one attempt to bite him, it would likely shatter its own teeth in the process. It is no exaggeration to state that, barring encounters with firearms, Xiao Yang was nearly invincible. At that moment, he radiated an aura of dominance, exuding an irresistible charm. Tang Ying, sensing the transformation in Xiao Yang, displayed an expression of astonishment. Although she had learned of the crystal's effects from Xiao Yang himself, she had not anticipated that such temporal energy could lead to such a remarkable metamorphosis. Conversely, Mu Wanxing and the others had already grasped the underlying reasons and were thus unfazed. Nonetheless, they were undeniably captivated by the allure emanating from Xiao Yang. Mu Wanxing felt a delightful warmth in her heart, thinking, "My boyfriend is indeed the epitome of perfection." Lu Yu felt a swell of pride, affirming, "Yes, this is my dear brother." Lin Shishir felt a sense of pride as well, thinking, "Well, my best friend's boyfriend is practically my half-boyfriend. By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened any special abilities?" Xiao Yang inquired, noticing Tang Ying lost in thought. What do you mean by special abilities?" Tang Ying snapped back to reality, somewhat bewildered. "I mean, have you felt any sudden emergence of extraordinary capabilities or changes in certain functions?" At this, Tang Ying's eyes brightened. "Now that you mention it, I do feel somewhat different from before." "In what way?" Mu Wanqing and the others inquired with curiosity, while Xiao Yang already understood. However, he wished to confirm. "Well, I've noticed that my shooting accuracy has improved significantly, almost several levels beyond what it was before. Moreover, I have found that I can throw objects with remarkable precision. Look." As she spoke, Tang Ying picked up a crystal from the table and placed it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then she returned to grab another crystal, declaring, "See, I can hit it from this distance." With that, she raised the crystal in her hand, took a brief aim, and tossed it. Thwack! It struck the crystal in the corner with pinpoint accuracy. Mu Wanqing and the others gasped in awe at her precision. "Honestly, I believe I could hit even further, as long as I have the strength to throw it," she added, unsure if this constituted a special ability. The other women turned to Xiao Yang for confirmation. In Xiao Yang's heart, a sense of joy blossomed. He had confirmed the identity of Tang Ying, the goddess of archery. This exceptional ability, belonging to the realm of martial prowess, uniquely enhanced one's precision and perception. A bearer of such a talent is akin to a sniper within an army. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had heard tales of Tang Ying's formidable skills, with merely a bow in hand. She could effortlessly strike down a squirrel from a distance of 10 kilometers. Is that not impressive? To have such a sharpshooter within the team would significantly bolster their safety. In the latter stages, a master archer could indeed eliminate foes without them ever realizing it. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Tang Ying grew increasingly fervent. He was determined to recruit her, for she would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. When a great flood arrived, nearly all firearms would become ineffective, and teams and factions would lose their long-range capabilities. At that moment, the true significance of a sharpshooter would manifest. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Xiao Yang's intense scrutiny, Tang Ying cleared her throat and asked, Xiao Yang, would this be considered a special ability?" Awakened from his reverie by her voice, Xiao Yang's mind raced with possibilities. "Captain Tang, this indeed qualifies as a form of special ability. However, without a formidable team to aid you in rapidly enhancing your prowess, it may be challenging for this ability to develop." He continued, Upgrading one's powers consumes a considerable amount of crystal cores, and dealing with mutated animals is no easy task. Hearing that her awakening was deemed a special ability brought Tang Ying joy, yet the mention of the challenges in its development left her feeling somewhat despondent. Oh, I see. By the way, since you seem so knowledgeable, have you awakened any abilities as well? Her curiosity about Xiao Yang and his companions piqued. Come on, Yujia. Show us what you've got. Xiao Yang chuckled, realizing it was time to showcase his team's strength. Without further ado, Lu Yu dashed into the kitchen, wielding a pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, and unleashed her lightning ability. With crackling sounds, she carefully controlled the intensity of the electricity to avoid damaging the frying pan. Tang Ying was left speechless, utterly amazed by the spectacle. Yujia, that's incredible. What about Wan Qing and Shi? What abilities do you possess? Before Mu Wanqing and Lin Shi could respond, Xiao Yang interjected. Their abilities are a bit unique. You'll find out soon enough. Noticing Xiao Yang's mysterious demeanor, Tang Ying chose not to press further. And what about you? What abilities do you have? She asked with keen interest. Me? Huh. My ability is to ensure that all of you remain plump and well-fed in this apocalyptic world. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Xiao Yang subtly conveyed this to Tang Ying, only to receive a dismissive eye roll in return. Forget I said anything. Xiao Yang deemed it prudent to refrain from revealing everything at present, especially since Tang Ying had yet to make a genuine commitment to join him. All right. It's getting late. Let us all retire for the night. Xiao Yang was the first to rise, producing 2 crystal cores to feed to the little coal ball. The police dog, Yang, sniffed the air, seemingly sensing the peculiarity of the crystal cores. It wagged its tail and gazed expectantly up at Xiao Yang, yearning for a taste as well. Do you desire it? Xiao Yang teased the police dog. Yang watched as Xiao Yang held the crystal cores, drool trickling down its chin. Not so fast. You shall receive it only when you have changed your name. Suddenly, Xiao Yang concealed the crystal cores, leaving the dog bewildered. Disappointed, it trotted over to Tang Ying, nudging her leg in search of solace. As Tang Ying petted the dog's head, she glanced at Xiao Yang and remarked, You big man, even bullying a dog. Captain Tang, we ought to rename this dog. Yang does not suit it. Xiao Yang suggested earnestly. Why change it? I pondered long and hard for that name. Yang is delightful, representing the sun. Tang Ying, perplexed, questioned why he insisted on changing the dog's name without cause. Suddenly, she recalled Xiao Yang's name. Xiao Yang, with a burst of laughter. She couldn't contain herself. Look at this, we share a name. Haha, dear comrade Xiao Yang, my Yang's Yang signifies the sun, unlike your Yang. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and the others, seated on the sofa, seemed to grasp the humor as well. They erupted into laughter, unable to contain themselves. All right, Yang up. Yang, lie down. Ah, Yang, you actually licked me. The excited police dog dashed between the women, oblivious to their sudden warmth towards it. You women are truly incomprehensible, Xiao Yang remarked, somewhat speechless. He perceived that they were intentionally using the dog to tease him. Quickly, return to your rooms to sleep, or else. Xiao Yang grinned mischievously, raising his right hand and gesturing at them. Or else, shall I make your nightgowns vanish? Do you believe me? As soon as Mu Wanqing, Lin Shi, and Lu Yu heard this, their laughter ceased abruptly. Oh dear, Xiao Yang is incorrigible. He truly possesses the ability to whisk away their garments to another realm in an instant. Xiao Yang stepped forward, prompting the 3 to flee in disarray. Only Tang Ying remained, chuckling at the scene, observing her nightgown, which was stretched tightly over her curves. A sudden thought crossed Xiao Yang's mind. If I were to collect her nightgown into my space, would she retaliate? Huh, are you frightened? Tang Ying was taken aback by how the others had genuinely run off, finding humor in the fact that Xiao Yang's words could incite such fear. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Xiao Yang sighed, ascending the stairs. That evening, Lin Shi indeed did not return to the 3rd floor, instead choosing to reside on the 2nd floor alongside Tang Ying. The 2nd floor contained 3 rooms, each occupied by one of them. Lin Shi sighed with relief, finally able to enjoy a restful night's sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Ying lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, her mind racing with a myriad of thoughts as she replayed the harrowing experiences since the onset of the disaster. It all began on the night the cold front struck, when she led a group of over 10 individuals on a mission, only to find themselves trapped in a garment factory. Fortunately, they were not lacking in clothing, and their physical resilience prevented them from succumbing to the freezing temperatures. As for sustenance, one of the team members took a perilous trip to the cafeteria, returning with a bag of potatoes. This single bag sustained them through the harsh cold. However, the situation took a dire turn when the zombie outbreak ensued, transforming nearly all the factory workers into the undead. During their struggle against the zombies, they suffered significant losses, with half of their team perishing. Eventually, the remaining members managed to return to the city's main police station, only to discover that it had already fallen. Witnessing former colleagues morph into monsters and attack their own team members left her heartbroken, just as they narrowly escaped. They were pursued relentlessly by the wandering zombies until they encountered Xiao Yang and his group, which ultimately spared them from disaster. Tang Ying found herself perplexed by the state of the world, unable to comprehend the unfathomable calamity that had befallen them. For the first time in many days, she could lie in bed and ponder these issues with a semblance of ease. Although she was the captain of the city's security team, she was still a woman. The monumental changes in the world had far surpassed her capabilities. With none of her team members surviving, a profound sense of helplessness engulfed her. As she witnessed the camaraderie within Xiao Yang's team today, especially how the women rallied around him, she felt a pang of envy. If only her own partner were as formidable, she mused. Perhaps she wouldn't have had to adopt the role of a hardened warrior. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Tang Ying decided to put aside her thoughts. All she desired now was a good night's sleep. To hell with duty. She wished to reclaim her identity as a woman who relished indulgence and lazy mornings. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the third floor, Wan Qing inquired, Xiao Yang, have you used your ability to eavesdrop on Captain Tang's thoughts today? Yes, Xiao Yang replied with a smile, impressed by Wan Qing's perceptiveness. What did you hear? I listened twice. The first time was at the mall entrance, where she thought about how strong our team is and how much she admires us. The second time was just now during dinner, when she wished that every day could be filled with such wonderful moments. Resting her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder, Mu Wanqing gazed up at him, her eyes sparkling as she playfully traced circles on his chest, igniting a stirring within him. Do you wish for Captain Tang to stay? Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's question, Xiao Yang's mind instantly conjured an image of Tang Ying's striking figure. Indeed, he replied, possessing both beauty and charm, alongside remarkable talent and an innate sense of integrity, she exudes a unique allure that evokes an overwhelming desire for conquest. The thought of overpowering her stirred an ache in Xiao Yang's chest, compelling him to utter a sound of distress. Mu Wanqing, with her brows furrowed and a fierce demeanor, exerted her strength, vehemently declaring, in my presence, you dare to think of other women. I know that men are nothing but trouble. Xiao Yang lamented his oversight, realizing that this spirited young woman had uncovered his thoughts, leaving him utterly exposed, devoid of any semblance of privacy, a situation utterly intolerable. It was outrageous that she would even dare to pinch him. He swiftly removed her delicate hand, acknowledging that the flesh upon his chest was indeed a vulnerable point for any man. Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions towards Shir and Yujia. I simply chose not to confront you about it. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth, speaking with fierce determination. Every man possesses a natural inclination towards beauty. I am merely an ordinary man. Xiao Yang asserted earnestly. It seems your energy is excessively abundant. I must devise a strategy. Chapter 48. I must await your demise. Hey, the individual I previously denied entrance to our security post has now infiltrated the property management office. Late at night, having just completed a few tasks, Xiao Yang heard Su Tong's voice over the intercom. Understood, he responded with a smirk. Just as he contemplated searching for Li Yong, the latter appeared, thus alleviating his burden. Glancing at the now limp and slumbering Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang smiled softly. He donned his clothes and quietly exited the bedroom. Li Yong, awakened by hunger in the dead of night, hesitated to approach Xiao Yang's villa and instead meandered to the security post where Su Tong was stationed, hoping to scrounge some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong paid him no heed. He contemplated banging on the door, but it was too sturdy for him to make an impact. Frustrated, he sought refuge in a storage room within the property management office. Just you wait. There will come a time when you all will need me, he muttered, filled with envy and resentment. Particularly fixated on that man, he vowed, I will make you kneel and beg for my mercy. As Li Yong chuckled sinisterly to himself, the door to the storage room suddenly swung open. Bathed in moonlight, he beheld a towering figure standing in the doorway. The abrupt appearance of someone in the darkness startled him. Were you referring to me, the man you just mentioned? The figure spoke coldly, none other than Xiaoyang. Li Yang had never anticipated that Xiaoyang would materialize here at such an hour. Moreover, he overheard his own harsh words. With a hint of guilt, he stammered, I didn't say anything about you. No sooner had he uttered these words than a blinding light suddenly illuminated his face. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself from the dazzling brightness. Xiaoyang approached Li Yang, wielding a flashlight, and with an impassive expression, demanded, Transfer the time displayed on your arm to me. Taken aback by Xiaoyang's request, Li Yang understood the time shown on his arm. Yet he remained oblivious to its significance. Reflexively, he retorted, Why should I give it to you? Why? A sardonic chuckle escaped Xiaoyang's lips. Then, with a flourish, he produced a baseball bat from his spatial pocket, grinning as he declared, Because if you refuse, I shall shatter your skull. Do you believe me? Although Li Yang could not discern Xiaoyang's facial expression, the tone of his voice left no room for jest. Yet, unwilling to appear overly cowardly, he bravely pointed at Xiaoyang with his right hand and challenged, Dare you? However, before he could finish the phrase, a pain scream erupted from Li Yang's lips. Clutching his right hand with his left, his face contorted in agony, for Xiaoyang had struck his right arm without hesitation, leaving him with the sensation of shattered bones. Now you comprehend whether I dare or not, do you? Xiaoyang sneered. After enduring the blow, Li Yang realized that Xiaoyang was indeed serious. Trembling, he muttered, I understand. Then quickly extend your left hand and transfer that time to me. Xiaoyang stepped forward, extending his left hand. Li Yang, sensing the urgency, promptly extended his left hand. How do I transfer it? He stuttered, grasping Li Yang's left hand. Xiaoyang rolled up his sleeve to examine the time energy accumulated on his arm for less than a year. Ensure you keep 30 seconds for yourself. Transmit the remainder to me with your mind. Hurry. Li Yang was momentarily stunned. He had not realized that the time could be transmitted in such a manner. Moreover, observing Xiaoyang's demeanor, he felt the time held considerable importance. Although he hesitated, the fear of receiving another blow from Xiaoyang compelled him to comply. After all, a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Resolving to proceed, Li Yang steeled himself and transmitted the time energy to Xiaoyang, leaving only 30 seconds remaining on his arm. Watching the diminishing seconds, an inexplicable anxiety began to overwhelm him. Meanwhile, having acquired the time energy, Xiaoyang leisurely produced a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his spatial pocket. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, noticing that Xiaoyang showed no intention of departing. Li Yang, now anxious, inquired, I've given you the time. Why do you not leave? Xiaoyang, with a serene smile, replied calmly, I must wait to collect your remains. Upon hearing those words, Li Yang was instantly struck dumb with fear. He tremulously inquired, Do you wish to kill me? However, to his surprise, Xiaoyang merely shook his head, stating, You seek your own demise. I am simply here to collect your remains. Li Yang was bewildered by Xiaoyang's words and attempted to threaten him. Yet, before he could utter a sound, the temporal energy coursing through his arm was depleted, causing him to collapse to the ground, his face contorted in a grimace of rage. Observing this, Xiaoyang discarded his cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with a foot. He gazed at Li Yang's lifeless body and muttered, Blame yourself for your ignorance and arrogance. How could I possibly allow such a threat to linger? You should be grateful to have lived a few additional hours. Following this, he let out a cold chuckle and stored Li Yang's corpse within a spatial realm. Having completed these tasks, Xiaoyang returned to his villa with a sense of relief. Once back, he lay down on his bed and succumbed to sleep. After several nights of arduous work, particularly the previous night's excessive exertion, despite his robust physique and abundant energy, weariness inevitably caught up with him. Especially after venturing out again that night, he was utterly exhausted. Yet, at the break of dawn, he awoke. Casting a glance at the disheveled hair of the still sleeping Mu Wanqing beside him, Xiaoyang sighed with a chuckle. Foolish one, why must you do this? Lacking the capacity to withstand the might of thunder, yet seeking to drain my energy. What a self-inflicted plight. Who was it that begged for mercy last night? He mused with a smirk. Gently smoothing Mu Wanqing's tangled hair, he placed a kiss upon her face before rising and approaching the window. Pulling back the curtains to gaze outside, snow continued to fall, obscuring his view. Alas, the weather is unpredictable, much like a tangled intestine. This is the norm for the next 2 years. The wind and snow will come unannounced. One must simply acclimate. Grasping the intercom, Xiao Yang descended the staircase. As he passed the second floor, he noted the rooms of Lin Shishir and Tang Ying remained closed, indicating they were still enjoying their slumber. Upon reaching the first floor, he discovered Lu Yu seated on the living room sofa, laughing exuberantly. Curious, Xiao Yang approached to find her watching a coal ball play with a police dog. He chuckled, realizing it was less a game and more the coal ball tormenting the police dog. The coal ball would sneak up behind the unsuspecting dog and nip at its tail. Whenever the dog turned around, the coal ball would scurry back to its perch. Despite the dog's rigorous training, it was no match for the mischievous coal ball, which provoked the dog into a fit of howling. This continued in a delightful cycle of play. Chapter 49, A Territorial Dispute. Yujia, you're up so early. Lu Yu looked up at Xiao Yang, her expression a teasing blend of amusement and scrutiny, and remarked, some individuals cannot refrain from causing a ruckus at night. Just when it seemed peaceful, these two little ones have begun their antics again. I didn't rise early. I simply couldn't sleep. Xiao Yang sheepishly ran a hand through his hair and offered an awkward smile. Indeed, it is far better to share joy than to revel alone. Otherwise, resentment may arise. Why are you up so early when you should be resting? Lu Yu inquired with a smile. Alas, it has become a habit, Xiao Yang replied with a grin. Since his return to life, he had indulged in slumber only during the 10 days of the severe cold. At all other times, he arose early. This might be linked to his past experiences. In his former life, amidst the apocalypse, he lived in constant trepidation, with each day uncertain, leaving no room for leisurely sleep. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then expressed her concern. Let me prepare you breakfast. Since it is snowing outside, we need not venture out today. I shall make you a delightful meal. Before Xiao Yang could respond, Lu Yu hurried to the kitchen to busy herself. He gazed silently at her retreating figure for a long while, reflecting on what a virtuous woman she was. When Lu Yu brought breakfast to the table, Xiao Yang was once again astonished. Stir-fried yam, goji berries, walnut black rice, and a pot of seafood soup made from last night's leftovers awaited him. Come, young man. Nourish yourself well, she encouraged. Truly, Lu Yu's efforts were deliberate. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang could not decline her kindness as the meal was simply exquisite. He devoured it with great enthusiasm, finishing every last morsel. After a satisfying burp and a gentle pat on his belly, he felt rejuvenated. At that moment, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing descended the stairs. Lin Shishir was taken aback to see Xiao Yang seated at the dining table, leisurely picking his teeth. Is this person powered by nuclear energy? Doesn't he ever tire? Tang Ying, however, displayed little reaction. She had been exhausted the previous day and slept soundly, unaware of the happenings. Good morning, everyone. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare something for you, Lu Yu inquired with genuine warmth. Sister Yu, whatever you decide to make, we shall eat. There is no need to ask us, Mu Wanqing replied, empathetic towards Lu Yu, recognizing that Lu Yu worked far harder than they did. Very well, I shall make something at my discretion. Just as the women enjoyed their breakfast, an urgent voice crackled through the intercom. Hello. Several delivery trucks have arrived at the entrance of our villa community, and they insist on being let in. Upon hearing Su Tong's report, everyone became alert. How many are there? About 50. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It seemed the intruders were well prepared. Whether their intent was directed at him or the villa community remained unclear. Those who had conflicts with him could be dealt with, but it appeared they were primarily targeting the villa. Well then, let us investigate, Xiao Yang decided, donning his combat gear. The women swiftly retreated to change into their own gear, arming themselves before following Xiao Yang out of the villa. The snow outside was quite heavy, and there remained a considerable distance to the entrance of the villa community. Xiao Yang drove the off-road RV directly towards it. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were confronted by a throng of people who were shouting towards Su Tong and her companions. Since Su Tong had locked the gate, they could not enter for the time being. Upon seeing Xiao Yang, the two women rushed over to him. What is happening? Xiao Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. I don't know, Su Tong replied. A few delivery trucks suddenly arrived, and a crowd got out, insisting that we open the gate. However, I recognized one person from that group. They resemble someone who was trapped in the property building a few days ago. Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Xiao Yang quickly deduced the situation. It was undoubtedly the group he had previously released, and now someone among them had brought acquaintances to encroach upon his territory. Damn it. I showed them mercy, and now they repay kindness with malice? The crowd outside immediately erupted into raucous shouts upon spotting Xiao Yang and the others. Wow. There are quite a few lovely ladies here. These ones are far superior to the last two. A voice called out, "Hey, beauties, are you hungry? We have delicious food. Let us in, and we will surely satisfy your appetites. Ha ha. Indeed. On such a cold day, would you like us to warm your beds? Seeing you, I am feeling quite hot." The group outside continued to taunt, whistling and inciting further annoyance among the women inside. Xiaoyang, however, remained unfazed. Those daring to seek trouble on his turf were, in his eyes, mere dead men walking. He was simply observing the strength of this group with meticulous attention. Most of them appeared to be in their 30s, armed with an assortment of weapons, steel pipes, machetes, axes, nothing extraordinary. Such weapons did not concern Xiaoyang. After all, they posed no real threat to him. He contemplated that since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he ought not to squander the energy they carried. 50 individuals equated to at least 50 years' worth of energy. As Xiaoyang continued to scrutinize the crowd outside, one individual brandished a large package and called out, "Hey, inside. Do you know what is in here?" Receiving no response, he placed the parcel on the ground and opened it, declaring, "Look, it's filled with delectable treats. You must have been deprived of such delicacies for quite some time. Our leader, Boss Qian, has stated that if you open the door, this will merely be a token of our meeting. Should you wish to join us, we can offer you even more food." After this man finished speaking, another chimed in. "Did you hear that? Look how enthusiastic my cousin is. Hurry and open the door so we can settle into a few villas. We can't let the snow freeze us out here." Xiaoyang scrutinized the speaker more closely, realizing he indeed recognized him. He was one of the survivors he had released that day. At this moment, Tang Ying, standing behind Xiaoyang, suddenly shouted upon seeing the group outside, "Qin Yuquan, it's truly you scoundrels." Hearing Tang Ying's exclamation, a burly man at the forefront turned his gaze towards her. He scrutinized Tang Ying for a moment, and suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he exclaimed, "Captain Tang?" Realizing she had been recognized, Tang Ying sneered and replied, "Indeed, it is I. What a coincidence to meet you here." Xiaoyang, observing the familiarity between Tang Ying and the outsiders, sensed a history of enmity. He turned to her and inquired, "Do you know them?" With gritted teeth, Tang Ying glared at the individuals outside and declared, "Of course I know them. They are employees of Tianqian Financial Company. The man in charge is Qin Yuquan, the company's president. They specialize in predatory lending to university students, coercing female students into taking nude photos and employing violent collection tactics. They even force those female students who cannot repay their loans to sell their bodies to settle debts. This company is notoriously infamous. Many victimized students have reported them to the authorities, yet I find myself powerless against them. I wonder who their protector is." Chapter 50. A single move to defeat the enemy. Upon hearing Tang Ying's account, Xiaoyang responded with an "Oh." It seemed this group was indeed no good. At that moment, Qin Yuquan, the burly man, looked at Tang Ying with a grin and said, "Captain Tang, we truly are fated to cross paths. However, I must advise you, given the circumstances, why dwell on past grievances? I suggest you open the door and join us. We can overlook the unpleasantness of the past. I assure you that you will enjoy a life of luxury under my wing. What do you say?" "Pooh." Tang Ying spat in disdain upon hearing this. "You scoundrels think you are worthy?" Seeing her reaction, Qin Yuquan remained unperturbed, instead continuing to smile as he said, "Captain Tang, to be frank, do you see the 5 vans behind me? They are filled with various foodstuffs and supplies. We've essentially transported a small supermarket, enough to sustain us for quite some time. If you let us in, I can take care of you. Get lost." Tang Ying could not suppress her outrage. Upon hearing her retort, Qin Yuquan's smile vanished, and his expression darkened. "Very well, Captain Tang, just remember not to regret this later." He then turned his attention to Xiaoyang and stated, "Young man, I've heard you are quite formidable. Here's the deal. Today I'll give you a chance. Open the door yourself, and I'll make you my second in command. How does that sound?" "Not at all appealing." Xiaoyang replied coldly. "Ha ha, bold indeed. Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The burly man suddenly raised his right hand and made a slicing gesture towards the door. With a crash, the door swung open. The women inside were left dumbfounded, as the lock had been effortlessly severed by the man's bare hands. Xiaoyang was taken aback. This burly man had awakened an extraordinary power, a rare metallic ability. This power allowed him to transform his hands into sharp metallic weapons, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. No wonder Xiaoyang was astonished to see him unarmed. His secret weapon lay in his own hands. As the door swung open, a throng of people surged in, calling out frantically, "Hold on. Everyone, do not act hastily." The giant suddenly halted his subordinates and turned to Xiaoyang and his companions. "I shall grant you one final opportunity. Surrender your weapons obediently, lest you suffer the consequences." At that moment, the previously released survivor stepped forward, grinning as he addressed Xiaoyang. "Brother, I have witnessed your skills. Indeed, you are a formidable man. Yet, I advise you to recognize your position. You are no match for us. No matter how sharp your blade, it pales in comparison to my cousin's strength. Young man, one must learn to assess the situation and act accordingly." Qian Yuquan continued to counsel. Afterward, he glanced at the group of women behind Xiaoyang, smiling as he added, "Ladies, cease your futile resistance. If you surrender, I assure you the food in the truck outside will be yours to choose from. I, old Qian, may lack many talents, but I excel at treating women well. Indeed, our leader dotes on women," echoed his gang, urging them to comply with laughter. However, Mu Wanqing and the others remained impassive, their expressions cold and unresponsive. This group resembled a band of clowns. "Are you finished?" Xiaoyang said coldly. "Finished, indeed. What? Are you eager to surrender?" The survivor chuckled. "The type of person I despise most in this life is one who repays kindness with malice." In a flash, before anyone could react, Xiaoyang lunged forward, striking the man with his blade. The man's leg was severed cleanly. By the time Qian Yuquan and his followers comprehended what had transpired, the man was already writhing on the ground in agony. "Damn it! How dare you harm my cousin? Everyone, attack! Kill him! Leave the women alive! I shall unleash my fury upon them." Upon hearing Qian Yuquan's command, the crowd surged toward Xiaoyang in a frenzy. Qian Yuquan, leading the charge, aimed directly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang did not hesitate. He swiftly advanced with his blade, severing Qian Yuquan's right hand. Then, he pressed the blade against his throat. This unfolding drama occurred in an instant, leaving Qian Yuquan's subordinates stunned. "Command your men to stand down and lay down their weapons here." Xiaoyang fixed Qian Yuquan with a piercing gaze. It was only then that Qian Yuquan felt the searing pain from his severed arm. He trembled with agony. His mind clouded, unable to comprehend how his arm had been severed. He initially believed himself to be quite formidable. Yet he was taken aback by his own vulnerability in the presence of this young man. Gazing at the knife poised against his neck, he dared not hesitate. Enduring the pain, he commanded his subordinates, "Surrender your weapons, swiftly." The followers of Qian Yuquan were utterly astonished that their leader was so easily overpowered. However, when instructed to relinquish their arms, none were willing to comply. In fact, 5 individuals at the back, sensing the dire situation, turned and fled towards their vehicle, seemingly abandoning their leader's fate in favor of escape. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire rang out, and the 5 who had attempted to flee fell to the ground, clutching their thighs and crying out in agony. Without needing to glance back, Xiaoyang knew it was Tang Ying who had fired the shots. "It appears your men are not particularly obedient," Xiaoyang remarked, pressing the knife firmly against Qian Yuquan's neck, causing a gash from which blood began to flow. "Please, spare me." Qian Yuquan, terrified, quickly pleaded for his life, then turned to his subordinates, chastising them. "You lot, do you wish for my demise? Have I not treated you well? Hurry and surrender your weapons." Upon hearing their leader's plea, the subordinates finally acquiesced to his command, for Qian Yuquan's authority still held sway. Mu Wanqing and her companions stepped forward to collect the weapons, then retreated to await Xiaoyang's further instructions. "Now, instruct your subordinates to transfer the energy from their arms into this crystal. You may each retain 3 minutes for yourselves. However, I advise against any trickery, otherwise, your leader's life will be forfeit." As Xiaoyang spoke, a packet of crystals materialized in his left hand, which he tossed onto the ground. These were the empty crystals he had previously set aside, now proving to be quite useful. Qian Yuquan and his men instinctively glanced at their arms, aware of the energy contained within but ignorant of its transferability. Yet, with their leader's life at stake, they had no choice but to comply. Additionally, with a police officer brandishing a firearm at them, disobedience was not an option. Each of them took a crystal and placed it in their left hand, following Xiaoyang's instructions to channel their temporal energy into the crystals. Subsequently, they handed the crystals over to Mu Wanqing and her companions. Qian Yuquan also transmitted his temporal energy to Xiaoyang through a handshake. Having completed these tasks, Xiaoyang finally smiled with satisfaction, pleased that little of their temporal energy had been squandered. Chapter 51. Yoga attire. As he observed these individuals nearing the brink of death, Xiaoyang turned to Tang Ying and inquired, "Captain Tang, do you have any further questions for him?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yuquan, mistakenly believing he was about to be released, responded with unexpected eagerness, "Yes, yes. Captain Tang, do you have any inquiries for me? I will speak candidly." With nothing to conceal, Tang Ying pondered for a moment before stepping in front of Chen Yuquan and coldly inquired, "I have a question. I would like to know who exactly is the protector behind your company?" Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, Tang Ying remained troubled by this matter, yearning for clarity. Upon hearing her question, Chen Yuquan immediately understood what she was getting at and hastily replied, "Captain Tang, our protector is none other than the chief of your police department. Li Gang, his son, Liang, is my sworn brother. Now do you understand?" Upon hearing this revelation, Tang Ying was struck with realization. No wonder she had been unable to take down Tianqian Financial Company. Their protector was none other than her superior. It was ironic to reflect on her relentless efforts to eliminate threats to the public, only to discover that the greatest menace lay within the police department itself. As Tang Ying was lost in thought, Chen Yuquan looked eagerly at Xiaoyang and pleaded, "Brother, I have done everything I can. Can you let me go now?" Xiaoyang sheathed his knife and smiled. "Sure, you may leave." Just as Tang Ying was about to intervene and prevent Xiaoyang from releasing the tiger back into the wild, she witnessed Chen Yuquan and his subordinates suddenly collapse to the ground. Confused, she rushed over to check on them, only to find that they had all perished. Casting a suspicious glance at Xiaoyang, she was baffled by the means he had employed to cause this group to die instantaneously. Could it be related to the time on his arm? Although she harbored doubts, she refrained from questioning Xiaoyang, as her mind was preoccupied with another matter. "Have you seen Liang? I wish to personally deal with this scoundrel." Tang Ying approached Xiaoyang and asked. Xiaoyang shrugged with a smile, "I don't know. That brat might have sensed danger and fled." Frustrated, Tang Ying retorted, "No matter where he has gone, if I encounter him, I will personally make him pay." Xiaoyang chuckled and chose to disregard her outburst. He gathered the crystals and ordered the bodies to be cleared away. Observing the 5 cargo vans parked outside, Xiaoyang opened the doors and was delighted to find them filled with essential supplies. A smile spread across his face as he thought, what a fortuitous turn of events. Who among you can drive? With so many vehicles, I will have to make multiple trips myself. I can. Me too. I can also. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands in unison. Only the 3 of them, along with Xiaoyang, could drive, making a total of 4. Sighing, Xiaoyang realized he would have to make one more trip. It seemed he would need to teach Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir how to drive in the future. In these dire times, it was essential for female drivers to showcase their skills. "All right, come help me drive these vehicles to my villa." "Sure." Leaving Mu Wanqing and the others to watch, Xiaoyang and his companions drove 4 of the vans back to the villa before returning to retrieve the last one. Leaving Xiao Lu to guard alone, Xiaoyang took Su Tong to assist with unloading the cargo. As Su Tong entered Xiaoyang's villa carrying the goods, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the villa would be so warm, with lights aglow, everything appearing as it did before the calamity struck. Especially after the cargo was unloaded, Xiaoyang called her to wash her hands, and the water was pleasantly warm. Su Tong immediately thought that if there was hot water, then surely a bath was possible. Since the disaster had begun, she had not had a single bath. The cold was unbearable, and the thought of falling ill without any medicine was daunting. It could easily lead to dire consequences. However, within this villa, there was no need for such worries. Su Tong felt a pang of envy, longing for a proper hot bath. Yet, she was acutely aware that, given her status, she did not deserve such luxuries. "What's wrong? Su Tong, why are you standing there in a daze?" Mu Wanqing asked, noticing Su Tong lost in thought at the sink. "Oh, nothing," Su Tong replied, snapping back to reality. Seeing her troubled expression, Mu Wanqing's curiosity piqued, and she discreetly listened to Su Tong's thoughts. "I really wish I could take a bath, but alas, I lack the qualifications." Mu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Tong's inner voice. The simple act of enjoying a hot bath, something she did every day, was, for Su Tong, a distant dream. Filled with sympathy, Mu Wanqing pretended to sniff Su Tong. "Oh dear, Su Tong, you're quite sweaty and have a bit of an odor. Why not take a bath here?" Su Tong was momentarily stunned, her heart swelling with joy. Is it really possible? She cast a hopeful glance towards Xiao Yang in the living room, knowing that he had the final say. Mu Wanqing smiled, understanding her apprehension. Xiao Yang, Su Tong has worked up quite a sweat. May she take a bath here? Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards them and saw Su Tong looking at him with eager anticipation. Reflecting on her commendable performance over the past few days and the considerable effort she had exerted, he thought it reasonable to allow her this small indulgence. Sure. Let us get her a fresh set of clothes afterward. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's approval, Su Tong nearly leaped for joy. Wonderful, I can finally take a bath. Oh, and by the way, his name was Xiao Yang. She had not even known that before. Xiao Yang, what a pleasant name. She mused as she finally enjoyed her first hot bath since the onset of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, while Su Tong bathed, Xiao Yang prepared a thick training outfit for her and gathered a box of food. When Su Tong emerged from her bath, donned in fresh clothing and ready to return to the guardhouse, Xiao Yang handed her the food. Here, take this and share it with Xiao Lu. Su Tong accepted the box, feeling its considerable weight, indicating that it was filled with plenty of provisions. She gazed at Xiao Yang, her eyes glistening with gratitude. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could hardly find the words to express herself, merely offering a deep bow to Xiao Yang before departing the villa. As she walked further away, Su Tong found herself in tears. She was acutely aware that, despite her unworthiness to reside in Xiao Yang's villa, he and his companions had treated her with considerable kindness. Initially, she perceived Xiao Yang as aloof and somewhat heartless, yet it appeared he possessed a softer side. These individuals were indeed quite admirable. Su Tong silently vowed to herself that she would become stronger and earn her place among them through her own capabilities. At that moment, she felt a renewed sense of motivation for the future. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the snowfall escalated into a blizzard. Though it was still midday, venturing out was no longer feasible. In any case, she had gained much today, and Xiao Yang decided to remain at home to rest for the day. Lu Yu prepared a pot of braised pork and steamed rice, which constituted their lunch. After a satisfying meal, everyone relaxed on the living room sofa. Tang Ying appeared somewhat troubled, indicating she had yet to come to terms with the matter of killing Li Yang. At that moment, Mu Wanqing approached Xiao Yang, extending her hand. Didn't you promise to provide us with a set of yoga outfits? Bring them forth. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, and he inquired with a smile. Oh, are you all ready to start practicing yoga? Yes, since we have nothing planned for the afternoon, let Sister Yu guide us. We've indulged quite a bit lately, and we're starting to gain some extra weight. Xiao Yang, eager to see them in yoga attire, dashed to his room and meticulously selected several outfits from his collection. Ah, black is splendid. It has the most allure. The flesh-colored one is also quite nice. Almost as if it were non-existent. Pink. Oh, pink is delightful too, so fresh. Chapter 52. Can you govern the heavens and the earth and also control my imagination? Xiao Yang excitedly presented several yoga outfits to Mu Wanqing and the others. Noticing Tang Ying's gloomy demeanor, Mu Wanqing approached her and said, Come on, Captain Tang. Don't just sit there. Let us get moving. But I don't know how to do yoga. I usually focus on fitness and combat. Sister Yu knows. Let her teach us. By the way, since you're skilled in combat, share some techniques with us. We only have a decent physique, but we lack in other areas. Upon hearing this, Tang Ying quickly waved her hands, saying, How could I dare to teach you? Each of you is far more capable than I am. Oh, we rely on brute strength. With your time and energy, you could do it too. What we lack now is technique. Come on, let us go? With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir urging her on, Tang Ying was reluctantly dragged upstairs to change into her yoga outfit. Li Yu also took her yoga set back to her room. Xiao Yang eagerly awaited in the living room, his heart racing with excitement. Yoga attire was splendid as it showcased the female form so vividly. He was in for a visual treat. Amid his anxious anticipation, Lu Yu was the first to emerge. Wow! Xiao Yang was utterly captivated. Before him stood Lu Yu, adorned in a vibrant green yoga ensemble, which imbued her otherwise mature demeanor with a youthful exuberance. Her voluptuous figure filled the snug attire to perfection, reminiscent of a ripe peach, its skin almost bursting, exuding an irresistible allure. Observing Xiao Yang's infatuated gaze, Lu Yu felt a blush creep across her cheeks, shyly tucking a few strands of hair behind her ears. With a sideways glance, she playfully admonished, Little brother, do refrain from staring so intently, or I shall feel quite embarrassed. Xiao Yang, upon witnessing Lu Yu's expression, felt an exhilarating rush. Her gaze was enchanting, as if it could ensnare one's very soul, radiating an innate sensuality. Perhaps this was the charm of a mature woman, indeed a rare gem. Before Xiaoyang could fully indulge in this sight, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir entered, leading Tang Ying down the stairs. Oh my goodness! Xiaoyang nearly gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mu Wanqing donned black yoga pants paired with a nude-colored tank top, while Tang Ying mirrored her in reverse, wearing nude pants and a black top. Their ability to mix and match was astounding. Lin Shishir, on the other hand, opted for a delicate pink yoga outfit, enhancing her youthful appearance. The trio stood at a similar height, around 170 centimeters, yet it was evident that Tang Ying possessed a more voluptuous physique, particularly in her top, which seemed on the verge of bursting. This was likely a testament to her regular fitness regimen. In contrast, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir appeared somewhat slimmer, perhaps due to their status as students with less frequent exercise. A closer inspection revealed that Mu Wanqing's figure was slightly more pronounced than Lin Shishir's. Oh, perhaps this distinction lay in the presence or absence of a romantic partner. Those in the know would understand. In terms of beauty, each woman was a goddess in her own right. Coupled with their stunning figures, they embodied perfection. Particularly striking was Tang Ying's medium-length hair, which lent her an untamed allure that stirred a primal desire in men to conquer. Xiaoyang was entranced, his gaze flitting among the women, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. Ahem. Mu Wanqing cleared her throat, bringing the entranced Xiaoyang back to reality. Casting a disapproving look in his direction, she remarked to Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, that green is simply perfect for you, making you appear several years younger." Lu Yu then playfully assessed their waists, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I feel so old. You all are so youthful. Look at those slender waists. I can't help but want to embrace you all. Ha ha, Sister Yu. Yours is not lacking either. It's all softness, so delightful." The women laughed and playfully touched one another's waists. Not far off, Xiaoyang watched this scene unfold, unable to suppress a swallow. "Come on, Sister Yu, let us head to the fitness area on the second basement level." Mu Wanqing observed the covetous glint in Xiaoyang's eyes and promptly beckoned several individuals to descend to the lower level. The group, filled with laughter, made their way to the basement, while the police dog Yan Yang, who had been playing with a coal ball, eagerly followed Tang Ying as she descended. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. If even the dog was going, how could he stay behind? He hurriedly retrieved a set of men's sportswear from his space. With no one around, he changed his clothes right there, shedding his previous attire. Eagerly, he joined the others on the lower level. Upon noticing Xiaoyang's arrival in sports attire, Mu Wanqing chuckled, "Why does a man like you follow us to do yoga?" Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. "Can't you see I'm in sportswear? I need to exercise too." "What kind of exercise? Are you planning to join us in yoga?" No. I refuse to do yoga. I am going to practice boxing." With that, Xiaoyang approached the punching bag and unleashed a flurry of punches. Mu Wanqing sighed, resigned to the fact that this man was inherently lecherous. She raised an eyebrow and shot him a warning glance, pointing at her head, signaling him to refrain from any inappropriate thoughts. Just the thought of Mu Wanqing's ability to hear unspoken thoughts made Xiaoyang uneasy. "Can you control my imagination, too?" Ryu began instructing the others in yoga, and whether by design or coincidence, everyone faced away from Xiaoyang. He secretly rejoiced, "Sister Yu truly understands me." As Ryu demonstrated the poses, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying followed suit. From Xiaoyang's perspective, words failed to capture the allure of the scene before him, igniting a fervent excitement within. "I can't take it anymore." He quickly diverted his gaze and resumed his punches. 1, 2, 500, 501, 1000. After delivering 1,000 strikes, he finally quelled his restless spirit. The heat was stifling, and with the boiler on this level, sweat dripped from him, prompting him to remove his shirt. When he glanced back at Ryu and the others, they had halted their yoga, their faces a mix of disbelief as they stared at him. Xiaoyang felt somewhat bewildered. "What's wrong?" Ryu remarked. "Bro, your physical condition is impressive." Tang Ying added, "Quite remarkable." Lin Shishir shot Xiaoyang a glance, then turned to Mu Wanqing, saying, "No wonder. Now I understand why you." Before Lin Shishir could finish her sentence, Mu Wanqing swiftly covered her mouth. "What are you doing?" Lin Shishir protested, breaking free, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "You know too much." With a playful growl, Mu Wanqing lunged at Lin Shishir, and the two erupted into a playful scuffle. Meanwhile, Ryu and Tang Ying watched Xiaoyang, momentarily entranced by his striking physique, his bronze skin radiating masculine allure. With that resolute and handsome visage, which woman would not steal a glance? Tang Ying mused to herself that if she were to seek a partner, it ought to be someone like Xiaoyang. Chapter 53. 4 against 1. After engaging in yoga for a couple of hours, they turned to Tang Ying to impart combat techniques. However, Xiaoyang found these martial skills somewhat lacking in the face of formidable supernatural abilities. Even the most proficient combat techniques seemed futile. Unless one possessed an exceptionally robust physique capable of withstanding such powers, it was of little use. Nevertheless, one could never have too many skills. It was merely a means of physical conditioning. Tang Ying's technique was indeed commendable, at least aesthetically pleasing. High roundhouse kicks, downward strikes, grappling, chokeholds, and groin kicks. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the mention of the latter, which seemed a tad excessive. He reveled in the sight of their graceful forms, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. By the way, Xiaoyang, now that you are a being of a millennium's worth of energy, do you think we could bring you down if we teamed up? Mu Wanqing suddenly proposed, eager to gauge the extent of Xiaoyang's strength. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang dismissed the idea. No way, you've just learned those groin kicks. Let us not go there. Those could be quite perilous for me. The group of women erupted into laughter. Don't worry, we won T-kick. If we were to kick, Wanqing would surely be upset with us, huh? Lin Shishir teased, glancing at Xiaoyang with a smirk. You have quite the sharp tongue, Lin Shishir. Mu Wanqing retorted, playfully wrapping her arms around Lin Shishir's waist while tickling her. Oh, I was wrong. Lin Shishir squealed, bursting into laughter. All right, you two, enough of that. Xiaoyang, I think Wanqing's suggestion has merit. We should give it a try, just for fun. Lu Yu interjected, raising an eyebrow and smiling at Xiaoyang with a teasing glint in her eye. Only Tang Ying remained silent, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing the eagerness of the women around him, Xiaoyang's heart swelled with joy. As long as they refrained from targeting his groin, he was more than willing to indulge in their play. All right, let's do this. But remember, no groin kicks. Understood. Let us begin. If you fall, it counts as your loss. Lin Shishir clapped her hands in excitement. Fine. If I fall, I lose. If all of you fall, then you lose, Xiaoyang declared, stepping into their midst. Come on, show me what you've got. With this declaration, the women's spirits soared, and they charged at him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Tang Ying attempted to secure Xiaoyang's throat, yet her efforts proved futile. In less than a year, her energy was simply insufficient when confronted by Xiaoyang's formidable presence. Conversely, Mu Wanqing and her companions exhibited a considerably greater strength. Although they could not inflict any harm upon Xiaoyang, the impacts of their strikes resonated loudly against his body. Wanqing and Shishir endeavored to grasp his legs, while Yojia attempted to seize his waist and I clutched his neck. Together, we exerted our strength in an effort to topple him. Observing our futile attempts, Tang Ying realized that our punches and kicks were incapable of shaking Xiaoyang, prompting her to instruct us to alter our strategy. All right, she exclaimed, following her guidance. We gritted our teeth and embraced his legs and waist with all our might. As we displayed our limited capabilities, Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Is this all you've got? How utterly pathetic. With that, he swiftly extended his arms backward and seized Tang Ying's arms, lifting her effortlessly above his head before gently tossing her to the ground. He then turned his attention to Lu Yu, wrapping his arms around her waist, and with a slight exertion, lifted her off the ground. In a swift motion, he spun her around his waist, eliciting startled cries from her. He then lightly cast her aside and bent down, wrapping his arms around Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir's slender waists. With a single effort, he hoisted them both up, resting them upon his shoulders. Despite their terrified screams, the two could do little to escape his grasp, their delicate waists ensnared tightly within his hold. Xiaoyang spun in place 3 times, and amid their shrieks, he gently deposited them back onto the ground. A triumphant smile spread across his face. How could they hope to compete with him? It was evident that they remained unaware of the formidable prowess of an ancient being. Now, the expressions of the women reflected a mix of fear and awe, realizing the sheer strength Xiaoyang possessed as he toyed with them as if they were mere weights. Observing his smug demeanor, Tang Ying felt a surge of defiance. Suddenly, she leaped forward, akin to an octopus, firmly pressing Xiaoyang's head against her bosom while locking her long legs around his waist. Xiaoyang found his head enveloped in Tang Ying's embrace, the alluring fragrance of her body intoxicating him, leaving him momentarily dazed. The softness was overwhelming, rendering him slightly breathless. Wanqing, sure, quickly restrain his arms. Tang Ying commanded, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing her, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir sprang into action, each seizing one of Xiaoyang's arms. With his vision obstructed and no means of evasion, he could only muster his strength to lift both women. Yet, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir refused to relent, clinging to him like playful monkeys, their legs entwined around his, and their hands gripping his arms tightly. Xiaoyang felt he might suffocate, struggling to speak, but Tang Ying's hold was too tight, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yu directly crouched down behind Xiaoyang's heels, grasping his ankles with both hands and pulling back with all his might. Yet, he could not budge him. At that moment, even the police dog, Yang, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer stand idly by. It approached and bit onto Xiaoyang's pant leg, tugging vigorously backwards. Haha, my brother, even the dog finds you disagreeable. If you continue to resist, I shall unleash my thunderous powers, Lu Yu playfully threatened. Xiaoyang, upon hearing this, was startled and instinctively relaxed his entire body. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu yanked his legs back, causing Xiaoyang to lose his balance and tumble forward. This fall resulted in the three women atop him landing first. However, Xiaoyang, cushioned by their presence, found the descent rather comfortable. At this moment, Lu Yu executed a swift maneuver, grinning as he declared, "Brother, we have toppled you. This time, you have lost." Xiaoyang, feeling quite indignant, retorted, "I merely allowed you to win. If I truly exerted myself, could you possibly triumph over me?" Hearing this, Lu Yu tightened his grip, asserting, "I care not. It is settled that you have lost. No excuses allowed." Chapter 54. Is Xiaoyang still human? Monkey, I imprint the void. Xiaoyang's head was tightly constrained by Tang Ying, rendering his words nearly incomprehensible. Upon hearing Xiaoyang concede, the others finally released their hold. Yet, they were thoroughly exhausted, lying on the ground, panting heavily. "All right, you must get up quickly. I can scarcely breathe," Lin Shishir complained as she pushed aside Xiaoyang's arm. "Hurry up, Xiaoyang, my back hurts from the fall," Mu Wanqing added, shoving aside his other arm. Xiaoyang had intended to relish the comfort of this human cushion, but under the insistence of the two women, he had no choice but to rise. Standing up, he gazed at Tang Ying on the ground and remarked, "Captain Tang, you are rather hefty. You nearly suffocated me." Tang Ying's face flushed as she recalled the earlier incident, realizing it indeed was somewhat inappropriate. However, she hadn't intended any harm. Her sole focus had been to bring Xiaoyang down, without considering the implications. Hastily, she covered her chest with one hand while propping herself up with the other to stand. "I apologize," Tang Ying said, slightly embarrassed, addressing Xiaoyang. No worries. You all simply took it too seriously." Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, pretending as if he had suffered a great loss. "Enough. Don't act all innocent after taking advantage of us. Now, how shall we punish you for your loss?" Xiaoyang was taken aback. "Punishment? You never mentioned anything about that." "Humph. After we ended up like this, not punishing you would be unfair given the effort we exerted," Lin Shishir insisted relentlessly. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly grinned. "How about I give you a massage? Let that serve as my apology, all right? Get lost, dream on." Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at him. Realizing his cunning ploy had failed, Xiaoyang quickly laughed awkwardly. "How about this? Brother, aren't you quite adept at push-ups? How about we four take turns standing on your back while you perform 1,000 push-ups?" Lu Yu proposed, instantly igniting excitement in the eyes of the other three. "Sounds great. Let us see how we can exhaust him," Lin Shishir exclaimed, raising her hands in approval. "Indeed, I find this idea rather delightful. Let us see how long you can endure." Mu Wanqing concurred with both hands raised. "I'll go with the flow," Tang Ying added with a smile. Xiaoyang observed their gleeful expressions, feeling a twinge of apprehension. This was rather harsh. However, a man's pride is paramount. "Come on, no need to take turns. You four can all hop on at once. I'll take on 4,000 push-ups." The four women were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Xiaoyang's bravado. "All right, you said it. Don't claim we bullied you." With that, they clambered on. Mu Wanqing was the first to ascend, and Xiaoyang immediately felt the weight settle on his shoulders. Next came Lin Shishir, followed by Tang Ying, and finally Lu Yu. "Steady now, I'm about to begin." "Wait, the dog contributed earlier too. Let us have it join us." Lu Yu suddenly called for a halt. Tang Ying chuckled knowingly and summoned Yang. who then perched on Xiaoyang's calves. Xiaoyang could only wear a wry expression, conceding to their relentless spirit. Look at us. Don't we resemble Tang Sung and his 3 disciples riding on a giant turtle across the river of heaven? Lin Shishir's whimsical thought elicited hearty laughter among the group. Indeed, Xiaoyang is the giant turtle. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang nearly deflated, retorting with mock indignation. Who are you calling a giant turtle? Watch out, or I'll toss you all off. All right, let us settle down and begin, Xiaoyang. Lu Yu commanded. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang commenced his push-ups. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 39.99 for 1,000. The 4 women counted from above, and with gritted teeth, Xiaoyang completed the final push-up before collapsing onto the ground. Seeing Xiaoyang truly finish all 4,000 push-ups left them in disbelief. Wow, Xiaoyang, you are truly remarkable. Aminal, Lin Shishir exclaimed, utterly impressed. Xiaoyang, you are indeed formidable. Tang Ying praised, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, today I've gained newfound respect. No wonder you are my Xiaoyang. Lu Yu encouraged him with a pat on the back. Xiaoyang, you did wonderfully. Mu Wanqing added, proudly ruffling his hair. Woof, woof. It was unclear what the police dog Yang Yang wished to convey. All right, we're done now. You may dismount. With a hearty laugh, the 4 women and the dog descended from Xiaoyang's back, and he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lin Shishir gazed at the disheveled Xiaoyang, a wave of delight washing over her. Humph, this time, you surely won't have the energy to frolic with Wanqing at night. At last, I can enjoy a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Tang Ying was genuinely astonished. Together, the 4 of them and the dog weighed over 400 pounds. Is Xiaoyang even human? Lu Yu observed Xiaoyang contemplatively, her gaze shifting to Mu Wanqing with a hint of sympathy. Sister Wanqing, you truly have endured much. When Mu Wanqing caught Lu Yu's glance, her face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Yet, a sense of worry soon crept into her heart. How would she cope with Xiaoyang moving forward? As time passed, Mu Wanqing and the others ascended to wash up with hot water. By the time Xiaoyang arrived upstairs, the 4 of them were already seated on the living room sofa, engaged in conversation. Sister Yu, what shall we have for dinner? Brother, what do you feel like eating? You've worked the hardest. We'll go with your choice, haha. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. How about we indulge in some barbecue today? I have plenty of ingredients here that I'm sure you'll all enjoy. Upon hearing this, the 4 women displayed expressions of sheer delight. Really? That is fantastic. It's been ages since I've had skewers. Lin Shishir exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Tang Ying could barely contain her enthusiasm, as she too relished the thought of grilled skewers. Agreed. All right, I'll fetch the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing their eagerness, Xiaoyang dashed to the lower level. From his space, he retrieved charcoal, a barbecue grill, and an array of grilling essentials. Half a lamb, meat skewers, chicken wings, chives, several large kidneys, some shrimp, oysters, and vegetables. All set. Xiaoyang handed the items to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, you take charge of this. Let them lend you a hand. I need to take a shower and rest. The group was overjoyed at the sight of such a bountiful spread. All right, we'll call you when it's ready. Just prepare to eat. As Xiaoyang watched them busily get to work, he took a shower, his mind wandering to the image of the 4 women in yoga attire. What a delightful thought. Xiaoyang cherished this feeling. However, upon recalling Mu Wanqing, he promptly curtailed his endless daydreaming. No, I must remain composed. I cannot let Wanqing see through me. Patience is key. There is no need to rush. Chapter 55. I am willing Xiaoyang. Come down for barbecue. Mu Wanqing's call shattered Xiaoyang's reverie. Rising, he descended the stairs. The entire living room infused with the delightful aroma of grilled skewers. The table was already adorned with a plethora of grilled meats and oysters. Enjoy yourselves first. I need to cook this leg of lamb thoroughly. Lu Yu, seated beside the barbecue grill in the kitchen, remarked while flipping the lamb leg. Xiaoyang hurried downstairs, bringing up 2 boxes of Qingdao beer. He opened a bottle and handed it to Lu Yu. Here you go, Sister Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Drink while you grill. Observing Xiaoyang's thoughtful demeanor, Lu Yu addressed the group, saying, Do not compete with my younger brother for those kidneys and leeks. Let him indulge. I have no desire for such repugnant fare. I shan't compete. Lin Shishir pouted. Xiaoyang chuckled. You know nothing. Is there anything more delectable than kidneys? He poured everyone a bottle of beer, raising his own in a toast. Come, let us enjoy barbecue and beer together. Cheers. After opening another bottle, he found the women indifferent. The group then enthusiastically devoured skewers, their mouths glistening with oil, particularly the young ladies whose shiny lips appeared especially enticing. When Luyu brought forth a roasted leg of lamb, the atmosphere of the barbecue reached its zenith. Glasses clinked, laughter echoed, and merriment filled the air. At this moment, Xiao Yang approached Tang Ying with a bottle of wine, gazing earnestly at her. "Captain Tang, let us share a drink." Tang Ying quickly grasped the bottle. Rising to her feet, "Do not call me Captain Tang. As the sole commander, I can hardly be considered a captain. Just call me Tang Ying." Xiao Yang clinked his bottle against hers and downed it in a single gulp. Tang Ying, not to be outdone, lifted her face and drank it all at once. "Well done." Mu Wanqing and the others applauded. "Tang Ying, what do you think of us?" Xiao Yang broached the subject directly. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ying sincerely replied, "You are all remarkable, truly impressive. Moreover, I feel quite a connection with these sisters." She smiled warmly at Mu Wanqing and her companions. "Sister Tang Ying, we feel a connection with you too." Lin Shishir, who was of a similar age, referred to her as sister. "Indeed. The moment I laid eyes on you, I took a liking to you," Luyu added with a smile. "Sister Ying, I believe we could become like family." Mu Wanqing stood, taking Tang Ying's hand. "Thank you, you are all wonderful." Tang Ying felt a surge of emotion, having lost so many colleagues and teammates. She knew that without these few, her sorrow would have been even more profound. "Tang Ying, join our family," Xiao Yang implored earnestly. "As you can see, the world has descended into chaos. The future promises to be even more dire. While I cannot claim much, I assure you I can provide for each of you adequately. I possess the means to shield you from the elements and ensure you are well-fed and warm. I will also strive to help you grow stronger. We truly need capable individuals like you among us. Will you join us?" Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixed on Tang Ying's eyes, his invitation sincere. Tang Ying's eyes glistened with tears. She felt a profound sense of happiness at the importance Xiao Yang and the others placed on her. Having witnessed their formidable prowess during their first encounter, she had initially contemplated persuading them to join her team. However, after the battle this morning, Tang Ying came to realize that her combat skills were woefully inadequate. She was on an entirely different level compared to Xiao Yang and his companions. Particularly, the formidable Xiao Yang displayed an extraordinary prowess in battle. It was likely that even 10 of her could not match his strength. Women have always revered the strong. And in Tang Ying's eyes, Xiao Yang was the most powerful individual she had ever encountered. Not only was he exceptionally capable, but he also possessed a strikingly handsome face that she could never tire of admiring. Moreover, Xiao Yang's demeanor towards outsiders contrasted sharply with his attitude towards those he considered his own. She could sense that he was fiercely protective of his friends, a person worthy of trust and reliance. Furthermore, with 3 beautiful women present, remaining here would not be awkward at all. Thus, she had long wished to stay. I agree. Lin Shishir exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Mu Wanqing shot Lin Shishir a fierce glare, causing her to shrink back in fright. "What a misunderstanding, haha," Xiao Yang thought, his expression darkening as Lin Shishir's antics made it seem as though he was proposing to Tang Ying. Tang Ying felt a tinge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Nevertheless, she took a deep breath and resolutely declared to Xiao Yang, "All right, I am willing." "Yay, that's wonderful, Sister Tang Ying. From now on we are family." Lin Shishir leaped with joy. Mu Wanqing also happily embraced Tang Ying, welcoming her to the group. Luyu picked up a bottle of wine, stood up, and proclaimed, "This is splendid. We should celebrate. Let's toast to our new sister." At that moment, no one was as thrilled as Xiao Yang. Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually brimming with excitement inside. He opened several bottles of beer and placed them on the table, taking one for himself. "Yes, we must celebrate. I shall drink 3 bottles in succession." All right. Xiao Yang followed through on his word, downing 3 bottles without so much as a change in his expression amidst cheers from the women. Influenced by Xiao Yang's enthusiasm, Mu Wanqing and the others each downed a bottle as well. It must be said that since joining Xiao Yang, their tolerance for alcohol had greatly improved. "Wait, there's still a procedure, right? Sister Tang Ying, please take an oath to Xiao Yang," reminded Lin Shishir. Tang Ying paused in confusion. "What? Do I really have to take an oath? Here? To Xiao Yang?" She looked at Xiao Yang, who chuckled and said, No need. It's merely a formality. It's fine if you don't." Lin Shishir, however, pouted in discontent. "What do you mean, no need? You made us take an oath before." Noticing Xiao Yang's awkwardness, Tang Ying seemed to understand his concerns. In any team, what is most important? Certainly, it is loyalty and cohesion. She grasped that concept well. In order to spare Xiaoyang any discomfort, Tang Ying stood upright before him and sincerely declared, Xiaoyang, I do not place my faith in oaths. However, I, Tang Ying, pledge my integrity. I shall undoubtedly treat you all as my family. I will never betray you. All right, I believe you. Xiaoyang replied gravely, nodding in acknowledgement. Lin Shishir interjected, and one more thing, we must absolutely obey Xiaoyang's commands. Before Tang Ying could respond, Xiaoyang hastily interjected. Let us consider this. Tang Ying has undergone professional training and has previously served as a team leader. She possesses more experience than we do. Henceforth, in any combat operations, Tang Ying shall lead and command. This is indeed her area of expertise. At this juncture, Xiaoyang paused, casting a sharp glance at everyone, and emphasized, however, the overall strategy and deployment must be determined by me. This is a command you must all unconditionally obey. For I understand the trajectory of future developments better than any of you. Chapter 56. The Rise of the Yang Battle Team. Witnessing Xiaoyang's unwavering confidence, Tang Ying, although uncertain of the reasons behind it, recognized that his ability to inspire such strength in the others indicated his competence. Moreover, Xiaoyang had placed considerable trust in her, and she was not one to dismiss such faith lightly. All right, I shall comply. Seeing Tang Ying's affirmation, Xiaoyang reverted to a more amiable expression. He discreetly glanced at Mu Wanqing, who happened to look back at him. Understanding his unspoken inquiry, she gently nodded, prompting a knowing smile from him. Oh good. We are in the clear. By the way, we now have 5 members, which enables us to form a small battle team. Shall we name our little team? Lin Shishir suggested whimsically. Xiaoyang noted Lin Shishir's quick thinking. Her creativity was indeed unexpected, considering her usual demeanor as a flutist. Nevertheless, her proposal was commendable, and he agreed that it was time to establish their identity. As he pondered, Lin Shishir suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, I've got it. I remember a particularly popular minigame called Sheep, a sheep. Many people played it, all vying to join the flock. Look, Xiaoyang's name has Yang, which sounds like sheep. How about we name our battle team the Yang Battle Team? This also symbolizes our team's future strength. Upon hearing Lin Shishir's suggestion, everyone's eyes lit up. They genuinely admired her imaginative spirit. Indeed, that's quite clever. I concur. From now on, anyone who wishes to join our battle team shall be welcomed into the Yang flock. Haha. Xiaoyang expressed his satisfaction. Excellent. I like it. Just as he was reveling in delight, Lin Shishir suddenly remarked to Tang Ying, however, Sister Tang Ying, isn't it a bit conflicting that your police dog is also named Yang Yang? The smile on Xiaoyang's face abruptly froze, and he shot Lin Shishir a glare, exclaiming, Mind your own business. Why bring that up? He glanced at the police dog Yang Yang, who was currently gnawing on a lamb bone beneath the table, and inwardly mused, this dog should not linger here for long. The blizzard outside had ceased as swiftly as it had come. Xiaoyang and his companions continued drinking until midnight. During this time, he recounted the impending calamities to Tang Ying, leaving her utterly astounded. Without reservation, Xiaoyang showcased his spatial abilities before the group, retrieving various items from his space as if he were Doraemon. This left both Tang Ying and Lin Shishir in awe of his extraordinary powers. Tang Ying remarked, You really are quite the performer. Yet, Lin Shishir inadvertently discovered a pair of lacy black stockings among the items Xiaoyang had produced. Xiaoyang, why on earth do you have black stockings in your space? They are so sheer. Whose are they? Xiaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had carelessly brought this out. Mu Wanqing, observing the black stockings held aloft by Lin Shishir, cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiaoyang. He quickly snatched the stockings back, sheepishly responding, Ah, these are for Wanqing. I apologize for the misunderstanding. The women exchanged knowing glances. Mouths agape as they turned to Mu Wanqing. Oh, so you fancy this sort? Mu Wanqing's face flushed crimson, and she shot Xiaoyang a glare, saying, Don't listen to his nonsense. I have no idea. Seeing that the others still disbelieved her, their faces alight with amusement, Mu Wanqing stood up and dashed upstairs. I'm going to bed now. You all continue. As Mu Wanqing hurried upstairs, Xiaoyang felt it inappropriate to linger. I'll head to bed as well. Good night. With that, he took the black stockings and followed her upstairs. Left behind were Lu Yu, Lin Shishir, and Tang Ying, exchanging bewildered glances. In the master bedroom on the third floor, Xiaoyang said, "Wanqing, try these on and let me see if they fit." He placed the black stockings into her hands, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "No way. They look so sheer." "Exactly. That's what makes them suitable for you. Hurry up. Come on. Are you really giving these to me?" "Of course. Who else would I give them to?" "All right, then close your eyes. Open them only when I say so." "Okay." A few minutes later, "All right. Open your eyes." "Wow. This is too much. I can't handle it." The sight was overwhelming, especially with Mu Wanqing's bashful expression. It was utterly captivating. Xiaoyang, like a hungry tiger, lunged forward, but Mu Wanqing stopped him. "Xiaoyang, let us not tonight. You need to rest." "I am perfectly fine, truly. Listen to me. I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Tomorrow, I shall indeed don it once more. Is that acceptable?" Mu Wanqing coaxed Xiaoyang. "Very well, but you must not refuse again tomorrow." "All right." Rarely did they enjoy a peaceful night, and everyone slept soundly. By noon, they began to rise and freshen up one after another. Lu Yu diligently prepared a sumptuous meal of 4 dishes and a soup, filling Xiaoyang and the others to their heart's content. Glancing at the time, which was still early, and noticing that the snowfall on the ground was not excessively thick, Xiaoyang resolved to descend the mountain once more to harvest some crystals. Remembering the crystals, he hastily retrieved the more than 50 crystals obtained yesterday and presented them to Tang Ying. "Now is the opportune moment to absorb the energy from these crystals. Your temporal energy is currently the least, so you shall use them first." "Very well." Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying swiftly absorbed the energy from the 50-plus crystals. Now, the temporal energy in her arm had reached 60 years. Tang Ying truly felt the transformation the energy brought to her body. She felt invigorated. As if imbued with boundless strength, her vitality multiplied manifold. She couldn't help but marvel at how wondrous this world had become. Reflecting on Xiaoyang's energy, which surpassed 1,000 years, she finally comprehended why his constitution was so formidable. Clearly, these crystals held immense significance. Yet, Xiaoyang, without a hint of reluctance, bestowed all these crystals upon her, fulfilling his promise to empower her. Xiaoyang is a man of his word. This left the deepest impression on Tang Ying. Dressed in his gear, Xiaoyang retrieved his pistol and the box of ammunition, only to discover they were incompatible. Noticing this, Tang Ying directly produced specialized bullets for the revolver from her bag and handed them to Xiaoyang. "Here you go. If you prefer this firearm, these bullets are yours." "Excellent." Xiaoyang graciously accepted the bullets and loaded them into the revolver, subsequently giving Tang Ying another pistol and additional ammunition. Tang Ying filled the revolver with bullets and handed it to Lu Yu. "Sister, you hold on tight. Wanqing and Sure. You both must handle the guns I prepared for you with care." "We've got them." The two responded in unison. Xiaoyang surveyed his team with satisfaction. Now, each member was equipped with a handgun. Although their ammunition was limited, it would suffice for the time being. Moreover, ordinary zombies and survivors were not worth the expenditure of their bullets. Unless faced with unforeseen circumstances and danger, they would refrain from wasting ammunition. With everything in place, Xiaoyang fed 2 crystal cores to Cobalt and set forth with his team, the Yang Battle Squad. Chapter 57. The 4-star mutant, the heavy-duty off-road vehicle, arrived at the entrance of the Villa District, and Xiaoyang called upon the guard, Little Lu, as it was time for her to join in the outdoor training. The entire mountain road lay beneath a blanket of snow, rendering ordinary vehicles prone to slipping. However, for Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle, it was as effortless as walking on flat ground. After descending, they headed straight to several neighborhoods previously cleared, embarking on the task of purging the surrounding new communities. Yet, within the quaint gardens of these new districts, a considerable number of wandering zombies roamed, likely having pursued survivors from their homes. Lin Sure played her flute, luring the outdoor zombies towards them, allowing them to conserve their strength before swiftly eliminating the encroaching threat. This method proved both time-efficient and labor-saving. As for the zombies trapped indoors, Xiaoyang and his team, being few in number, lacked the resources to search each room individually. Those would be left for future survivors to tackle. In the subsequent neighborhoods, they employed the same strategy and quickly eradicated the outdoor zombies. Of course, some of these were pet zombies, yet they posed no significant threat to Xiaoyang and his companions. Once the surrounding communities were cleared, they would soon reach the vicinity of several universities. Time was of the essence, and Xiaoyang resolved to commence the cleanup of the university town the following day. With the cold front having arrived, the The universities had yet to break for vacation, meaning that the dormitory areas would likely be teeming with zombies. Naturally, there would also be many survivors. Xiaoyang felt it was high time to incorporate some youthful members into his team. Relying solely on a handful of individuals was exhausting. He sought those who were capable, possessed special abilities, and exhibited good character. Moreover, one crucial factor stood out. These university students had yet to truly enter society. Unscathed by its harsh realities and untainted by its vices, they were more malleable and easier to recruit. Youth, after all, was an asset. If the team consisted solely of elderly individuals, it would be a constant struggle. Today, it would be a sore leg, tomorrow a stiff neck. Regardless of how much energy one possessed, ailments would inevitably arise. Otherwise, why stockpile so many medications? After thoroughly raiding the street-side shops in the neighborhood, they found little of value. Many small supermarkets had been completely looted, suggesting that survivors were beginning to mobilize in large numbers. Another point of concern caught Xiaoyang's attention. He discovered zombies within the shops, slain by survivors, their crystals extracted from the centers of their foreheads. This indicated that a significant number of individuals were becoming aware of the crystal secrets. Future competition would undoubtedly intensify, presenting greater challenges. Fortunately, his strength had already placed him considerably ahead of others. In this apocalyptic world, the powerful would continue to grow stronger, and those who fell behind at the starting line would find it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Resources were finite and were steadily diminishing. For every individual who gained a little, another would inevitably lose a portion. It seemed that from tomorrow onward, he needed to hasten his pace. Lately, he had been far too lax. Driving steadily towards the luxurious villas of Purple Mountain, the sun was obscured by the mountains, casting a shadow over the winding road despite the lingering daylight. Xiaoyang switched on the headlights, cautiously navigating the dimly lit path. Suddenly, he spotted a long, black object lying across the snow ahead, its ends extending beyond the roadside, rendering it unidentifiable. The already narrow road was entirely blocked by this obstruction. Xiaoyang swiftly applied the brakes, realizing that attempting to drive past could easily lead to losing control. He instructed the women to remain in the car while he ventured out alone to investigate. If it turned out to be a fallen tree, he would call for their assistance. Using the car's headlights for illumination, Xiaoyang approached the mysterious object, eager to discern its nature. Abruptly, he felt it shift. He halted in his tracks, but before he could react, the end of the black mass closest to the mountain rose suddenly. A serpent's head, resembling a basin in size, emerged, flicking its long tongue. Two bulbous, glowing eyes fixated intently on Xiaoyang. At the center of the serpent's head, a bulge glimmered with 4 points of green light. Startled, Xiaoyang broke into a cold sweat upon realizing he had encountered a mutated python of the 4-star variety. He found himself torn between fortune and misfortune. He required a 4-star crystal core to elevate his spatial abilities to level 6, and fate had presented him with this rare opportunity. It seemed the python was merely passing through, coincidentally crossing paths with him. However, the unfortunate truth was that with his current strength, he might not be able to overpower it. The python's innate strength surpassed that of a human, especially being a 4-star mutation. Nevertheless, with his over 1,000 years of energy-based physique, Xiaoyang felt confident in his ability to escape. Yet, there was no chance of driving the RV away. The road was too narrow to turn around, and it was impractical to backtrack. Moreover, he couldn't abandon the women inside the vehicle. Thus, Xiaoyang slowly began to retreat, creating distance between himself and the serpent, intending to back away to the RV for safety. Observing his cautious retreat, the mutated python stirred, prompting a jolt of anxiety in Xiaoyang. It seemed unwilling to let him go. He quickly retrieved a revolver from his spatial storage, preparing to defend himself if necessary. He contemplated shouting for the women to come down from the vehicle, but suddenly, he noticed the python's eyes flash ominously. In an instant, Xiaoyang felt as though he had succumbed to a nightmare, rendered immobile. Though his mind remained alert, his body was frozen. Panic surged through him as he realized he must have fallen victim to the serpent's unique abilities, having gazed into its eyes for too long. As the python inched closer, Xiaoyang's heart raced to his throat. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the serpent's body with precision. Tang Ying, the first to sense the anomaly, exited the vehicle just in time to witness Xiaoyang in a standoff with an enormous python, and without hesitation, she fired her weapon. The python recoiled in pain, twisting its body and retreating a few paces. The moment Xiao Yang's gaze faltered, he realized his body had regained mobility. However, the python, recovering from its shock, erupted in fury, its massive jaws agape, ready to strike. Xiao Yang quickly aimed his gun at the creature, retreating while warning the others, "Be cautious. This is a fourth-tier mutated entity. Do not meet its gaze. Fire." Yet, aside from Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing and the others were utterly inexperienced with firearms, fumbling with the guns for an eternity before realizing the safety was still engaged. Meanwhile, the bullets from Xiao Yang and Tang Ying merely grazed the python, failing to deter its furious onslaught. Suddenly, the python lashed out with its tail, striking Tang Ying with force. She was caught off guard and sent flying 3 to 4 meters, landing in a snowbank by the roadside. Chapter 58. In a perilous moment with Xiao Yang's ammunition depleted and losing Tang Ying's firepower, the mutated python unleashed its attack with even more ferocity. Xiao Yang swiftly seized the gun from Mu Wanqing's hands, urging her, "Go check on Tang Ying." He unleashed another barrage at the python, momentarily pushing it back a few steps. Yo, hand me the gun. If the python charges again, unleash your lightning." Understood. With both hands gripping the firearm, Xiao Yang continued his relentless assault against the python. Yet, the creature's tough hide rendered their bullets ineffective at inflicting fatal damage. It lunged once more, this time targeting Xiao Yang directly. As the python's tail swept toward him, Lu Yuyo seized the moment, casting a bolt of lightning at the serpent's tail. A plume of black smoke erupted. The python writhed in pain, its strength considerably diminished, allowing Xiao Yang to block the attack. Despite Xiao Yang's formidable physique, the impact left his arm numb, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Seeing this, Lu Yuyo unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning at the python's body, inciting its wrath. The serpent suddenly swung its head, sending Lu Yuyo flying. Security guard Xiao Lu rushed to Lu Yuyo's side to check on her. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shishir remained at the forefront. Xiao Yang took Lin Shishir's gun, instructing, "Step back, you cannot withstand its assault." He then directed a furious barrage at the python. The creature swayed side to side, evading until Xiao Yang had exhausted his bullets. The python appeared to have absorbed numerous shots, the snowy ground already stained with its blood. Yet, it still lacked a critical injury. With Xiao Yang ceasing fire, the python reared up, lunging toward him. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang drew his Tang Dao and slashed at it. The blade grazed the python's scales, leaving a deep gash. Yet it failed to penetrate completely. The serpent's assault was unimpeded, its massive body crashing down upon Xiao Yang. A pungent odor filled his nostrils as he was pinned beneath the weight of the python. Fortunately, his robust physique prevented him from being crushed to death. However, he found it difficult to breathe. Before he could react, the serpent wriggled once more, coiling around him with relentless force. Feeling the immense pressure constricting his body, Xiao Yang's face turned crimson. The bones within him cracked audibly under the strain, and he felt as though they might shatter from the vice-like grip. Any ordinary person would have been reduced to a mere pulp by now, struggling to endure. Xiao Yang sensed that the python had realized that this method of constriction would not suffice to end his life. It then opened its massive jaws, aiming directly for his head, intent on swallowing him whole. Unable to move, Xiao Yang faced imminent demise at the serpent's maw, when suddenly, a melodious sound of a flute pierced the air. The python, poised to consume him, abruptly halted its advance, turning its gaze towards the source of the enchanting melody. At that moment, Lin Shishir stood poised, flute in hand, her concentration directed towards the serpent. The python seemed to respond to the sound, and the coils that ensnared Xiao Yang gradually relaxed. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he drew his Tang Dao and plunged it into one of the serpent's eyes. A jet of yellow liquid erupted forth, causing the python to convulse violently, flinging Xiao Yang away. He collided forcefully with the rocky terrain, dazed and disoriented. Struggling to sit up, he observed that the python appeared gravely injured, thrashing on the ground in agony. It seemed the eyes were indeed its vulnerable point. Noticing that Xiao Yang had escaped the serpent's grasp, Lin Shishir quickly ceased her playing and rushed towards him. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, with the assistance of Xiao Lu, had managed to bring Lu Yu and Tang Ying together, both severely wounded. With Lin Shishir's support, Xiao Yang rose to his feet, retrieving his Tang Dao, poised to strike the serpent while it was still incapacitated. However, the mutated python sensed his murderous intent, abruptly rearing up, glaring with its remaining eye, and unleashed a terrifying roar, lunging at both Xiaoyang and Lin Shishir. Enduring the pain, Xiaoyang advanced with his blade, aiming with all his strength at the serpent's uninjured eye. Just as he was about to strike true, the python suddenly twisted its head, evading the blow, causing the Tang Dao to plunge into its neck. The force was tremendous, piercing through the serpent's tough hide. In anguish, the python violently jerked its head, and before Xiaoyang could withdraw his weapon, he was hurled away once more. The impact sent shockwaves through his body, leaving him feeling as though his very organs were displaced. Yet the serpent did not relent. It appeared fixated on Xiaoyang, opening its gaping maw once again, charging towards him with ferocity. Lin Shishir quickly resumed playing the flute, hoping to capture the attention of the python. However, this time her efforts were in vain. The python merely paused momentarily before swinging its tail, sending Lin Shishir flying. Ignoring the airborne Lin Shishir, the python lunged toward Xiaoyang. With all his might, Xiaoyang retrieved a tang knife from his spatial realm, aiming its tip at the gaping maw of the serpent. There was no escaping the inevitable. If death were to come, he would at least strike a blow. At that critical moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly charged forward, thrusting her knife into the unscathed eye of the python. In that instant, both of the creature's eyes were rendered blind. In agony, the python violently tossed its head, knocking Mu Wanqing to the ground, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Though the python could no longer see, it detected Mu Wanqing's voice and immediately coiled around her. The serpent's body, along with the ensnared Mu Wanqing, writhed on the ground, and she intermittently groaned in pain. Xiaoyang, watching in desperation, realized that if this continued, Mu Wanqing would surely be strangled to death by the python. She lacked the formidable physique that he possessed. Summoning his strength, Xiaoyang stood up and charged forward with his knife. He aimed directly for the serpent's head, intent on striking at the center of its brow, where the core of the mutated python resided. However, the python was relentlessly rolling, making it impossible for him to find an opening. Each time, the 4 green spots at its brow flickered away with its movements, leaving Xiaoyang no chance to act. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing's face had turned a shade resembling liver, and she was on the brink of losing consciousness. Frustration surged through Xiaoyang as he lamented his own ineptitude, unable to deliver a fatal blow to the python. He cursed himself for possessing such a feeble spatial ability, which served little purpose beyond stockpiling items. If only he had a combat-oriented ability, they would not find themselves in this dire predicament. Enraged, his blood surged to his head, and his vision turned crimson. No, Wanqing cannot die. I must save her. I must save her. Suddenly, a loud buzzing filled Xiaoyang's head, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, drowning out all surrounding sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the scene before him had dramatically shifted. The python on the ground continued to roll, but its movements had slowed to a fraction of their previous speed, as if the world were being played in slow motion. Beside the off-road vehicle, Lu, who had been waiting by Tang Ying and Lu Yu, looked on with tears streaming down his face, his expression frozen in time. Chapter 59. The hospital. What is happening? The surroundings seemed to be in slow motion, yet his own actions remained unaffected. Xiaoyang felt bewildered, but he recognized this as his final opportunity to vanquish the mutated python. He hastily picked up the gun from the ground, retrieved bullets from his spatial realm, and loaded them. Then, he aimed at the swollen center of the python's brow and unleashed a barrage of shots. Bang, 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 bang. A stream of green liquid erupted forth, as bullets found their mark in the serpent's brow. After several shots, Xiaoyang collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained. At that moment, the surrounding scene returned to normalcy. The mutated python thrashed violently for a brief spell before falling silent, its body slackening. Mu Wanqing struggled to crawl out from beneath the serpent, gasping for breath. Seeing her escape from peril, Xiaoyang finally exhaled in relief. With the python rendered motionless, the guard, Xiao Lu, cautiously approached and helped Mu Wanqing to her feet. Once Xiaoyang regained his composure, he stood and walked to the lifeless python, drawing his knife to extract the 4-star crystal core. The core, roughly the size of a walnut, was entirely black and shimmered with 4 green glimmers, weighing considerably. Xiaoyang promptly stowed the crystal core away before rushing to assess the injuries of his companions. After a thorough examination, concern creased his brow. Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing were relatively unscathed, bearing only bruises. However, Tang Ying had collided with a rock, leaving a deep gash on her back that continued to bleed. As for Lu Yu, One of her arms seemed dislocated, rendering it immobile. None among their group possessed medical knowledge, and they could not afford to delay treatment for long. Hastily, Xiaoyang retrieved some bandages and iodine from his supplies, cleaning Tang Ying's wound before wrapping it in gauze. Throughout the process, Tang Ying gritted her teeth in silence. "How many hospitals are nearby?" Xiaoyang inquired. "Just one major hospital, located in the university town." Mu Wanqing replied promptly. "Let us get them into the car. We must head to the hospital and hope for the best." Xiaoyang resolved, understanding that to ensure safety, they needed someone skilled in medicine to stitch Tang Ying's wound. Otherwise, any misstep could lead to infection and potentially death. Lu Yu's dislocated arm also required prompt reattachment. Prolonged dislocation could result in permanent damage. As for whether any doctors remained alive in the hospital, that was a matter of chance. If necessary, Xiaoyang would resort to rudimentary methods for their treatment, the effectiveness of which remained uncertain. Once they were in the vehicle, Xiaoyang produced some anti-inflammatory medication, instructing Mu Wanqing to administer it to Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He also handed them ointments for treating bruises, urging them to apply it to one another. He then returned to the python's carcass, storing it in his supplies before driving the RV to find a suitable place to turn around, steering towards the hospital in the university town. The hospital, situated in the very heart of the university town, sprawled across a considerable area. As Xiaoyang parked in front of the outpatient building, the roar of the engine instantly attracted a horde of zombies from within the structure. This was an eventuality Xiaoyang had anticipated. After all, could a hospital be devoid of the undead? Xiaoyang illuminated the surroundings of the RV by turning on all the lights, casting a faint glow around it. He then grasped his Tang Dao and, with composure, exited the vehicle, swiftly dispatching the zombies one by one, in a bid to expedite their efforts. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, despite enduring their own injuries, joined him in the fray. Within moments, the trio had efficiently eradicated the horde of over 100 zombies. There was no time to collect the crystals. They hurried into the clinic building instead. Inside, the darkness was overwhelming. Xiaoyang produced 3 high-powered flashlights, distributing one to each of them. Once activated, the flashlights illuminated the interior significantly. "Are there any surviving doctors? Please respond," he called out as he ventured deeper, ensuring that any lurking zombies would be drawn out while also alerting potential survivors. However, after thoroughly checking each floor of the clinic, they found only a sparse handful of zombies and not a single survivor. Had everyone perished or fled? Undeterred, Xiaoyang decided to investigate the ward building, refusing to believe that not a single doctor remained alive within the entire hospital. Upon reaching the entrance of the ward building, he discovered that the door had been locked from the inside. What could this mean? Had it been locked beforehand, or had survivors secured themselves inside? Dismissing his concerns, he instructed Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to remain vigilant behind him and began pounding on the glass door with force. After a considerable time, aside from attracting a few zombies outside, there was no other response. Inside the ward building, not a single zombie appeared. Just as Xiaoyang was about to give up and move on to another ward, 4 figures suddenly emerged behind the glass door, shining his flashlight upon them. He saw 4 men wielding fire axes. A surge of joy filled Xiaoyang. The presence of survivors indicated that there was still hope for the survival of doctors. "What are you doing?" one of the men called out warily. "Are there any surviving doctors here? We have injured personnel in need of medical attention," Xiaoyang implored urgently. "Were you bitten by a zombie?" The man inside immediately adopted a tense and defensive demeanor. "No. Are there any doctors here or not?" Xiaoyang's impatience began to surface. "There are, but not here with us," the leader replied through the door's crack. "Where? Can you tell us? I have a friend who needs immediate treatment," Xiaoyang exclaimed, his heart racing with hope. If there were doctors, then Tang Ying and Lu Yu might just be safe after all. "In the pharmacy on the basement level of the office building," the leader informed him. "But don't get too excited. They won't attend to patients at night due to the lack of electricity." Noticing Xiaoyang's delighted expression, the leader felt the need to caution him. Xiaoyang smiled. "They may lack power, but I have electricity. Thank you." Xiaoyang expressed his gratitude and promptly led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir towards the hospital's administrative building. Upon entering, they discovered the stairway leading to the basement was obstructed by an iron barrier, which was securely locked. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang began to knock while calling out, "Doctor, is anyone there?" After a series of knocks, an impatient voice finally echoed from below. "Who is that fool? Do you not know that it is forbidden to disturb during nightfall? Leave." Only the voice could be heard, with no one appearing in sight, indicating that the individuals below were disinclined to engage in an explanation. We have injured individuals requiring treatment. Could you please allow us entry? Xiao Yang endeavored to maintain a polite tone, as they were indeed requesting assistance. Can't understand what you're saying? It's dark. How can we treat anyone? Come back tomorrow, retorted the irate voice. That won't do. The situation is urgent. Immediate treatment is necessary. Xiao Yang insisted. The dark does not frighten me. I have a flashlight. He produced a flashlight and waved it downwards. Chapter 60. A lion's demands upon noticing the beam of light from Xiao Yang's flashlight. The individuals below fell silent. After a brief moment, 3 men ascended the stairs, clad in military coats and wielding axes. They approached the barrier and scrutinized Xiao Yang and his companions. The leader, a tall man with a scruffy beard, spoke first. Which of you 3 is injured? It is not one of us. The injured party is in the vehicle. Xiao Yang replied. Was it a bite from a zombie? The man inquired. No. Xiao Yang's straightforward response prompted the man to issue a fierce warning. Do not lie. If we discover that your friend has been bitten by a zombie, do not blame us for being merciless. He raised his axe and lightly tapped it against his own head, implying that should the truth emerge, they would not hesitate to execute the injured individual. I am not lying, Xiao Yang asserted. The man continued. Understand that we do not provide treatment free of charge. Is that clear? Xiao Yang nodded. He did not expect altruism. Understood. Just tell me what you require. Seeing Xiao Yang's willingness, the man nodded in satisfaction. What we need will depend on the extent of your friend's injuries. However, you must leave us those 3 flashlights. How does that sound? Xiao Yang, having no objection to relinquishing the flashlights, of which he possessed plenty, agreed. All right, no problem. The man's satisfaction was evident. Good, now go fetch your injured friend. Without further ado, Xiao Yang led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir back to their RV, driving it directly to the entrance of the administrative building, where the 3 men awaited. Upon seeing the imposing RV, their eyes brightened. Boss, what a massive vehicle. It appears to be a recreational vehicle. One of them remarked quietly. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. Boss, if we had a vehicle like that, it would be much more convenient to venture out. Another person whispered. Upon hearing this, the leading man was immediately intrigued. A massive off-road camper like that would offer protection against zombies. They could simply run over them. With such a vehicle, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Glancing at Xiao Yang and the others disembarking from the camper, a plan began to form in his mind. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to guard the vehicle, shouldering Tang Ying as he stepped down, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir assisted Lu Yu, following closely behind. As they approached the entrance, the man abruptly halted them, stating, No weapons are allowed inside. Please surrender your blades. They will be returned upon your departure. At his words, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir furrowed their brows. Xiao Yang chuckled, disregarding the man's command, and turned to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, saying, If we can't bring our knives, let's just leave them in the vehicle. Surrender them? Not a chance. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir nodded in agreement and handed their knives to Xiao Lu in the car. The 3 men, seeing that Xiao Yang did not comply with their instructions, felt a surge of irritation. However, since Xiao Yang and his companions were technically unarmed, they could not voice their discontent, merely shooting a disgruntled glare at Xiao Yang before reluctantly leading him and his group toward the underground pharmacy. You, stay here and keep watch. At the staircase, the leading man signaled to one of his companions, who promptly stationed himself at the top of the stairs. The remaining 2 guided Xiao Yang and his group directly down to the pharmacy. The pharmacy was expansive, with the beam of a flashlight barely reaching the walls. In one corner, a fire burned in a brazier. Beside it stood a table adorned with several bottles of white liquor and a handful of cups. Clearly, the trio had been indulging in drink prior to Xiao Yang's arrival. Yet, with so many cups, where were the other guests? Xiao Yang and his companions were brought to the brazier, where the leading man called out to someone behind a row of shelves. Come on, Dr. Yi. Your clients are here. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It sounded rather like an establishment for hairdressing. However, upon seeing Dr. Yi emerge from behind the shelves, his heart stirred. The so-called Dr. Yi was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her long hair was styled in a bun atop her head, accentuating her delicate features and rendering her even more enchanting. Dr. Yi glanced at Xiao Yang, then at Tang Ying on his back and Lu Yu behind him, before inquiring with an impassive expression, Where are the injuries? There's a wound on the back, and the one behind has a dislocated arm, Xiao Yang responded candidly. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yi frowned and instructed, "First, carry the one on your back inside. I need to examine her." With that, she stepped into the area behind the shelves. Xiao Yang hurriedly followed inside, only to discover that it was a makeshift and rudimentary medical room. Dr. Yi instructed Xiao Yang to lay Tang Ying face down on a bed. She then took Xiao Yang's flashlight and unwrapped the bandage on Tang Ying's back, shining the light on the wound. Suddenly, Dr. Yi frowned and remarked, "The wound is too deep. Given the limited medical conditions, there is no need to attempt saving her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang felt a surge of anger and confusion. What did she mean by saying there was no need to save her? She hadn't even attempted to save her yet. He angrily shouted at Dr. Yi. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, hearing Xiao Yang's outburst, quickly supported Liu Yu to come in and check. The two men followed closely behind. "Dr. Yi, if there's a chance to save her, we should try, right?" The leading man suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing his voice, a flicker of disdain crossed Dr. Ye's eyes. Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement, saying, "It is worth a try." The man, seeing her response, smiled broadly and said, "Exactly. However, given the severity of the injury, the compensation must be substantial. Am I correct, Dr. Yi?" Dr. Yi, responding coldly, affirmed. Xiao Yang glanced at Dr. Yi and then at the man, stating, "Compensation is not an issue. As long as my friend can be saved, I will pay whatever it takes." Dr. Yi looked at Xiao Yang in surprise upon hearing his words. The man clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good. You are a person of honor. Now, let Dr. Yi do her utmost to save your friend. In return, aside from these 3 flashlights, you must also give us that heavy-duty off-road vehicle." At this declaration, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were momentarily stunned. What a brazen demand. This is nothing short of taking advantage of misfortune. You really dare to ask for a vehicle just to treat a wound? Lin Shishir retorted angrily. The man, hearing her response, sneered dismissively. "Huh, I thought you were loyal and righteous, but it seems your friend is worth less than a vehicle in your eyes. How laughable." Just as Lin Shishir was about to retort, Xiao Yang intervened, declaring, "Fine. As long as you can save my friend, the heavy-duty off-road vehicle is yours." His expression remained calm, seemingly indifferent. However, internally, he was scoffing. "Humph, you think you can play this game with me? You are not far from your demise." Chapter 61. Dr. Ye's inner thoughts. The others were unaware of Xiao Yang's thoughts. Lin Shishir and Liu Yu furrowed their brows. They could understand Xiao Yang's eagerness to save Tang Ying, but how could he not see that these people were taking the opportunity to extort them? Dr. Yi regarded Xiao Yang with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that in a world so chaotic, there still existed such a loyal and foolish soul. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's agreement, the two men were instantly beaming with joy. Only Mu Wanqing managed to overhear Xiao Yang's inner thoughts, though she feigned ignorance while quietly bracing herself. "All right, I am about to commence surgery on this injured individual, so I kindly ask you all to step outside. And where are my assistants? Please summon them to assist." Dr. Yi began ushering people out, leaving Xiao Yang and his companions with no choice but to comply. The leading man, however, let out a hearty laugh and called into the dark corner, "Hey, those in the small room, enough of the games. Hurry up and send a few nurses over to work." Shortly after his shout, the sound of a door opening resonated, followed by the entrance of 4 disheveled women clad in nurse uniforms, fastening their buttons as they approached. Upon seeing the strangers, they remained silent and proceeded directly to assist Dr. Yi within the shelves. At that moment, another 4 men emerged from the direction of the nurses, each donned military coats, fastening their belts as they approached. "Boss, it's already night. Why are we still taking on work?" one of the men remarked, casting a glance at Xiao Yang. "This gentleman is willing to offer a heavy-duty off-road RV as a reward to save his friend. I was moved by his loyalty, which is why I made an exception," the leader explained with a cheerful demeanor. The other 4 men then glanced at Xiao Yang and his companions, their eyes widening in surprise when they beheld the beauty of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, despite their disheveled appearance from a recent life-and-death struggle. "Wow, so many beautiful ladies have arrived," exclaimed the leading man, his eyes sparkling as he hurried over to greet Mu Wanqing and the others, completely disregarding Xiao Yang. Noticing their lack of response, he remained unfazed and turned to the 3 men behind him, instructing, "You 3, quickly bring out our delicious food and drinks. Hurry." The 3 men, upon hearing this, scurried off. Moments later, they returned, each carrying an assortment of biscuits, bread, and beverages, filling a table to the brim. Come, ladies. You must be famished. Please, take a seat and help yourselves. If this is insufficient, we have plenty more. The man sat down, waving his hand with a smile, beckoning Mu Wanqing and her companions. His face radiated pride, as if he believed that they could not possibly resist such culinary temptations. However, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir merely shot him a disdainful glance, choosing to ignore him completely. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet did not grow angry. I understand. The more beautiful the woman, the more reserved and discerning she is. Perhaps this does not meet their standards? No matter. Go, you lot, bring forth the finest provisions, quickly. Upon hearing this command, the three men scurried away with great enthusiasm. In no time, each returned, cradling an assortment of items, which they placed upon the table. Upon inspection, Xiaoyang noted a considerable bounty. There were ham sausages, spicy strips, packaged chicken legs, duck wings, and even half a bottle of red wine. To his surprise, the group's supplies were rather plentiful. Come, ladies. It has been a while since you savored meat, hasn't it? Feel free to indulge in these delicacies, and afterwards, enjoy a sip of red wine. What a delight it shall be. We have been nursing this bottle for 7 days, reluctant to finish it. You are truly fortunate. The man spoke with much fervor, as if presenting these items was a grand gesture towards Mu Wanqing and her companions. However, the women merely exchanged a cold laugh, turning away without a second glance at the offerings. This reaction genuinely flustered the man. Is this not worthy of your attention? These are my most prized possessions. He could not comprehend their disdain. Had they dined on extravagant feasts in the past few days, or had they simply lost their wits? Such exquisite fare. And they turned their noses up at it? Anger mingled with humiliation surged within him, and he slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "You are truly ungrateful. The only reason I presented these to you is because of your appealing countenance. Do not act aloof in my territory." Lin Shishir could no longer contain herself and was about to retort when suddenly, Dr. Ye's voice echoed from within. "Quiet outside. The friends of the injured are coming in." Upon hearing Dr. Ye's words, the man huffed in annoyance and fell silent, casting glances at the group instead. Xiaoyang smirked. Had it not been for his reliance on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, that man would have met his demise long ago. Yet, it was merely a matter of time. Xiaoyang entered the makeshift medical room behind the shelves, followed closely by Mu Wanqing. Given the limited conditions, I can only disinfect and stitch your friend's wounds for now. Whether she can withstand this ordeal depends on her fate. Dr. Yi indicated towards Tang Ying, who lay unconscious on the bed, her back freshly bandaged. Xiaoyang's heart was heavy with concern. According to Dr. Yi, Tang Ying's survival remained uncertain. At that moment, Mu Wanqing leaned closer to Xiaoyang and whispered, "This Dr. Yi actually has the means to heal Tang Ying, but it seems she harbors a secret. I can sense her inner thoughts." Xiaoyang was taken aback. What did Dr. Yi mean? If she could indeed cure Tang Ying, why keep it hidden? Was she guarding against someone? Where is your other injured friend? I need to examine her arm. Dr. Ye's words interrupted Xiaoyang's musings. He momentarily set aside his doubts and guided Dr. Yi to Lu Yu's side. Dr. Yi meticulously examined Ru Yu's arm, gently stroking it from top to bottom before seizing her shoulder with one hand and grasping her arm with the other. Suddenly, with a decisive force, a distinct crack echoed as Ru Yu's dislocated arm was swiftly set back into place. "There you go, your friend's arm is fixed. A few days of rest and she shall recover," Dr. Yi remarked nonchalantly, as if this were merely a trivial inconvenience. However, upon noticing the significant temporal energy emanating from Ru Yu's exposed arm, she was momentarily taken aback. Over 119 years of temporal energy. How could these individuals have achieved this? It was no wonder they placed such importance on this woman. She might indeed be the strongest among them. Yet, she was injured. Otherwise, with her prowess, she might have been able to rescue me. Dr. Yi stared blankly at Ru Yu's arm, lost in thought, while her musings were inadvertently overheard by the astute Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing discreetly whispered to Xiaoyang, "This Dr. Yi is being coerced by this group. She wishes to escape from here." Chapter 62. This is no big deal. Xiaoyang pondered carefully over the information Mu Wanqing had shared with him. This Dr. Yi evidently possessed the means to heal Tang Ying's injuries, yet she refrained from doing so. Moreover, she sought to flee this place. They are not on the same side, which simplifies matters. At that moment, several other men also noticed the temporal energy in Ru Yu's arm and began to converge around her. "You possess such an abundance of temporal energy? I must admit, I underestimated you all. The leader among them could not help but regard Xiaoyang and his companions with newfound respect. The man who had earlier slammed the table approached and remarked, "Indeed, over 100 years. This woman is quite formidable. You all associate with her, don't you?" After saying this, he shot a mocking smile toward Xiaoyang's side, believing that with Ru Yu's significant energy, she must be the leader, while Xiaoyang and his companions appeared to be rather weak in comparison. Furthermore, a person with over 100 years of energy is already a rarity. It would be improbable for a group to consist entirely of individuals with such strength. Among them, aside from the leader with nearly 90 years of energy, the others hovered around the 50-year mark. Nevertheless, this was already quite powerful. Within this hospital vicinity, no one could rival them. However, their energy was not acquired through slaying zombies, but extorted from those they treated. A box of medicine or a vial of serum would fetch exorbitant prices. They demanded either ample supplies or a trade of their own temporal energy. As for those on the brink of death, they would deceive them into transferring their temporal energy while they were in a state of confusion. Through such unscrupulous methods, they amassed this considerable energy. Now, witnessing Ru Yu's substantial reserves, their ulterior motives resurfaced. "Now that Dr. Yi has healed you all, it is time to settle the payment," the leader proclaimed. "Indeed, the individual within is compensated with a caravan, is she not? As for this one, let her repay us with her time and energy. 119 years, retain one for herself, and transfer the remainder to us." The man who had previously pounded the table spoke with brazen arrogance. "Huh, are you attempting to extort us?" Xiaoyang finally laughed in exasperation. "I have encountered greed before, but never such insatiable avarice." "Huh, extortion? You have hit the nail on the head. It is indeed extortion. What can you do to me? Allow me to be forthright. Each of us possesses over 50 years of time energy. My elder brother boasts an impressive 90 years, not much less than your esteemed elder sister. And you? The strongest among you has already been injured. Shouldn't you obediently comply?" As the man spoke, he gestured for others to encircle Xiaoyang and his companions. Xiaoyang's laughter grew more pronounced. A group of individuals with less than a century of energy dares to extort someone with over 1,000 years of energy? Truly, they are unaware of their own insignificance. "And what if we refuse?" Xiaoyang replied with calm amusement. Witnessing his composure, Dr. Yi was compelled to reassess Xiaoyang. Was he truly the strongest? If a confrontation ensued, would she have an opportunity to escape? Refuse? Huh. Then none of you shall leave today. I shall slay you first, and then these few women shall attend to me. The man, as if he had heard the greatest jest, grasped an axe and sneered. "Very well. Since you are so audacious, I shall not be polite." Suddenly, a knife appeared in Xiaoyang's hand. Before the boastful man could react, Xiaoyang swiftly severed his head from his body. The severed head fell to the ground, still wearing an expression of arrogance. The speed of the strike was so swift and unexpected that he had no time to respond. A few nurses who had heard the commotion emerged, only to be met with a scene that sent them screaming in fright. Dr. Yi cast a stunned glance at Xiaoyang before hastily pushing the nurses back behind the shelves to take cover. The other men were left in shock. This individual is formidable. The man who had just been slain was the second strongest among them, and yet he could not withstand a single blow from Xiaoyang. A sense of trepidation began to creep in among the group. Such audacity to commit murder before my very eyes. "Brothers, let us all charge together and slay him." The leader, raising his axe, charged at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, unfazed, simply swung his knife toward him. With a swift motion, the man's right hand was severed, and the axe clattered to the ground. "Ah!" The man, realizing the pain, collapsed to his knees, howling in agony. Seizing the moment while the others were momentarily stunned, Xiaoyang ruthlessly unleashed his blade, and within moments, several men lay injured on the ground, wailing incessantly. He approached the man who was screaming, brandishing his knife, and leaned down to say, "Is it so difficult to heal someone properly? Must you resort to underhanded methods? Transfer all your time energy to me. You only need to keep a year for yourselves. Hurry, otherwise, I shall end your lives this very moment." The terrified individuals, their hearts racing with fear, complied without hesitation, transferring their time energy to Xiaoyang. Once his objective was achieved, Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. Swiftly wielding his knife, he dispatched them all. "I do not deceive you. Could you have followed my orders so obediently otherwise?" After dealing with these individuals, Xiaoyang turned his attention towards the back of the shelves. Upon seeing him enter with a knife, The four nurses shrieked in terror. However, Dr. Yi maintained her composure, quickly explaining, "We are not in league with them. We too are being coerced." Xiaoyang paid little heed to her words, sheathing his knife and stepping closer to her. "You possess a method to restore my friend to health, do you not?" Dr. Yi was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, her expression betraying a hint of fear. She could not fathom how this man had uncovered her secret. I do not understand what you are saying. I have done my utmost." Xiaoyang sneered. "Do not feign ignorance. Do you truly believe we know nothing? Listen closely. If you can heal my friend, I will ensure your safe passage from this place. Moreover, I will arrange for you a far more comfortable residence." Although Dr. Yi was puzzled as to how they had discovered her secret, the gravity of the situation compelled her to drop her facade. Nonetheless, she remained wary. How could she be certain that this man was not akin to the beasts lurking in the pharmacy? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing approached. "Dr. Yi, have no fear. If you can save our friend, we will guarantee your safety along with that of the four nurses behind you. If you do not trust him, surely you must trust us women." Mu Wanqing had sensed Dr. Yi's apprehensions and spoke soothingly. Dr. Yi's eyes widened in astonishment at Mu Wanqing's insight. How could this girl know her innermost thoughts? These individuals were truly extraordinary. Could they, like her, possess some unique abilities? Glancing back at Xiaoyang, she reasoned that if he were a beast, she would have been overpowered long ago, rather than conversing with him at length. "Very well, I shall assist you. However, it is far too cold here. To treat your friend, we must find a warmer location and remove our outer garments. It will require some time." Xiaoyang smiled. "That is a trivial matter." Chapter 63. Life Healing Technique. Xiaoyang instructed Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to take everyone back to the RV while he dealt with the last individual remaining outside. Xiaoyang handed the Tang Dao to Mu Wanqing, and after they departed, he employed his spatial abilities to collect all available resources. A curious sensation enveloped him. It felt as though the surrounding scene had slowed down during the use of his spatial powers. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as yet another illusion, likely conjured by memories of vanquishing the mutated giant python. Yet, he pondered why that moment appeared to unfold in slow motion. He gazed at his right hand, contemplating whether it truly had something to do with his spatial abilities. Deciding to set aside his musings for the moment, he returned to the RV, only to find the man left behind had already succumbed. Inside the RV, it was now filled to capacity, along with Dr. Yi and four nurses. A total of 11 individuals occupied the space. As Xiaoyang entered, he discerned a notable shift in the demeanor of Dr. Yi and the nurses towards him. Was it reverence? Perhaps not entirely. It simply felt as though their gazes were less resistant. Ignoring their stares, he drove directly to the outpatient building to extract the crystals from the nearly 100 zombie corpses. Such resources could not be squandered. Subsequently, Xiaoyang sped towards the Zijin mountain villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa district, Su Tong, who had received word over the intercom, promptly opened the gate. "Are they both unharmed?" Su Tong inquired with visible concern. "They are fine. We found a doctor." Su Tong nodded in acknowledgement, surprised to see several new faces in the RV. It seemed Xiaoyang had quite the fruitful outing today, returning with so many women. However, she refrained from probing further, recognizing it was not her place to inquire. After letting Xiao Lu exit the vehicle, Xiaoyang drove the RV back to the villa. Upon disembarking, he opened the door and turned on the lights, carrying Tang Ying to her room. "Nurses, stay behind to assist. The rest of you, please step outside. I need to undress the injured," Dr. Yi commanded, casting a pointed glance at Xiaoyang. With no alternative, they complied and retreated to wait at the entrance. The four nurses busied themselves, moving in and out for a while, until Dr. Yi eventually ushered them out as well. Seeing they had no further tasks, Xiaoyang urged them to take turns bathing, as they were quite odorous. He even provided each of them with a fresh set of nurse uniforms, originally intended for another purpose, yet now repurposed for the nurses. The four nurses stared blankly at the uniforms in their hands, contemplating. "You could at least provide us with some undergarments. How can we wear just the nurse uniforms without anything beneath?" Oblivious to their thoughts, Xiaoyang had no ulterior motives. He merely stood anxiously at the door, awaiting news from within the room. Finally, after an hour, the door opened. Dr. Yi emerged, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, clearly fatigued. "How is it, Dr. Yi?" Xiaoyang inquired eagerly. "It's fine. Your friend is all right. Just a night of rest will suffice," Dr. Yi replied, her voice somewhat feeble, likely due to exhaustion. "Let us go in and take a look." Mu Wanqing and the others hastily entered, with Xiaoyang quickly following, eager to see as well. Inside, Tang Ying lay on the bed, her back covered by a blanket, revealing only her smooth shoulders. Dr. Yi, with such a long incision, will it leave a deep scar? Oh dear, what if Tang Ying? Lin Shishir asked, lifting the blanket from Tang Ying's back, only to cover her mouth in astonishment. The others, witnessing this, were equally incredulous. What happened? Let me see. Xiaoyang, unable to discern from the back, pushed forward to get a better view. Tang Ying's back was as smooth as snow. The wound had vanished, appearing as though she had never been injured. Xiaoyang stood there, mouth agape in disbelief. All right, you need to leave. A girl's back is not something for men to gaze upon so casually. Mu Wanqing exclaimed as she hurriedly pushed him out. Xiaoyang, speechless, thought to himself, am I really that kind of person? Nevertheless, curiosity filled his heart. How could Tang Ying's back be perfectly unblemished? Dr. Yi, this is truly miraculous. Could you enlighten us on how you accomplished this? Lin Shishir asked in astonishment. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also looked at Dr. Yi with keen interest. After a moment of hesitation, Dr. Yi decided to share her secret. Recognizing that before such delightful company, she had no need for secrets. Having already witnessed their reactions in the pharmacy, she felt it best to be forthright and leave a good impression. In fact, I possess a unique ability. A few days ago, I discovered that my hands can heal wounds. Upon uttering these words, the girls were rendered speechless. Is there really such an extraordinary power? They turned to Xiaoyang, who wore a face of delight, yet was not surprised. Healing technique. Xiaoyang blurted out. Dr. Yi and the girls looked at him, bewildered. Is that what it's called, healing technique? Dr. Yi sought confirmation, aware of the ability's effects but oblivious to its name. Seeing Xiaoyang's expression, she sensed he possessed knowledge of it. Indeed, it is called healing technique. You are truly remarkable, Dr. Yi. Xiaoyang praised, his heart brimming with joy. It felt like a treasure had been unearthed. Those who awaken the healing technique in a post-apocalyptic world are affectionately referred to as nurturers by survivors. Any team fortunate enough to have such a person would undoubtedly treat them with the utmost reverence, for in such dire times, who doesn't suffer from minor ailments? However, with the presence of a healer, challenges seem insignificant. Moreover, this refers merely to a basic healer. Those possessing advanced healing abilities can restore team members' vitality during combat, thereby significantly enhancing the team's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Xiaoyang gazed at Dr. Yi with the fervor of a treasure hunter, his eyes burning with intensity, causing her a touch of unease. It seems you possess a profound understanding of my abilities, Dr. Yi remarked, tightening her collar and subtly shifting closer to Mu Wanqing. Noticing her slight movement, Xiaoyang sheepishly chuckled, realizing he had perhaps been a bit overly enthusiastic. Ahem, it's not that I fully comprehend. I merely possess a bit more knowledge than you do. This healing technique is truly remarkable. It can completely heal wounds. Lin Shishir admired Dr. Yi with earnest eyes. Dr. Yi smiled, offering no response, yet her face clearly radiated pride. Observing this, Xiaoyang thought, this person becomes unmanageable once pride sets in. It is imperative to temper her enthusiasm now. While this healing technique is indeed formidable, there is a caveat. At this juncture, he paused, prompting Dr. Yi and the other women to focus their curiosity on him, eager to hear his elaboration. However, it lacks resilience. With such abilities, one must remain in the rear. Without a robust team for protection, should one come under attack, the consequences would be dire. The women nodded in agreement, acknowledging the weakness. Dr. Yi's earlier pride swiftly morphed into a tinge of dejection. Indeed, if one cannot safeguard their own life, how can they save others? Therefore, Dr. Yi, you must seek a formidable team to join, ensuring your own protection and allowing your healing abilities to reach their full potential. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of Xiaoyang's words. However, where could she find such a powerful team? Contemplating this, she glanced at Xiaoyang, who was gazing at her with a warm smile. Could it be that he was subtly inviting her to join them? Indeed, these individuals are quite strong. And with so many female members, it would be a commendable choice. At the very least, she would not have to endure the constant scrutiny of a multitude of men. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang realized he had successfully captivated Dr. Yi. It was now essential to seize the opportunity and claim her allegiance. He removed his outer garment and rolled up his sleeves, revealing the temporal energy coursing through his left arm. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi gasped in astonishment. No wonder he could effortlessly defeat those adversaries. He was indeed the strongest. We all possess over a century of energy, so if you choose to join us, we can not only ensure your safety, but also empower you to become even stronger. Consider it. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir gracefully unveiled their left arms, demonstrating their vitality to Dr. Yi. I almost forgot to mention, by joining us, you shall no longer need to fret over supplies. We possess ample resources to sustain everyone. Furthermore, as you can see, the villa is equipped with heating and water, truly a haven of comfort. Xiaoyang added. Dr. Yi was indeed captivated. From any perspective, the conditions offered by Xiaoyang and his companions were impeccable. In the face of the current weather and calamities, this place was nearly a flawless sanctuary. However, Dr. Yi harbored one final concern. With such a formidable group, why had anyone sustained such severe injuries? As this thought crossed her mind, Mu Wanqing approached and stood before her. Dr. Yi, the reason for today's injuries is that we encountered a mutated giant python. The strength of this aberration has surpassed all human comprehension. It is no exaggeration to assert that this mutated giant python could easily annihilate a team of 500. Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was utterly astonished. She not only witnessed Mu Wanqing's uncanny ability to perceive her thoughts, but was also taken aback by their formidable prowess. At that moment, four nurses, freshly bathed and clad in new uniforms, approached. Xiaoyang observed that, in their attire, the nurses appeared quite charming. However, he sensed that none of them seemed to be wearing undergarments beneath their uniforms. How intriguing. Dr. Yi, it's such a delight to have hot showers here. It's incredibly comfortable. You should hurry and wash up. We will keep an eye on things. One of the nurses cheerfully remarked to Dr. Yi. Upon hearing about the hot shower, Dr. Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed wonderful. She had not bathed in quite some time, and after expending considerable energy and effort to treat Tang Ying's back injury, she was drenched in sweat and felt quite uncomfortable. She glanced at Xiaoyang, seeking his approval. With a knowing smile, Xiaoyang suggested, "Why don't you take a shower first, Dr. Yi, and take your time to ponder? Give me your answer after you're done." All right. After Dr. Yi departed, the four nurses entered Tang Ying's room to stand by her side. Xiaoyang suddenly thought that if these four nurses were willing to stay, having them around as attentive assistants would be quite delightful. They were caring and skilled, albeit not as striking in appearance as Mu Wanqing and her companions, yet still pleasant to the eye. Realizing the time, he instructed Mu Wanqing to deliver a set of pajamas to Dr. Yi. Moments later, Dr. Yi emerged in her new pajamas, standing before Xiaoyang. His eyes brightened. He could not help but acknowledge that Dr. Yi's beauty was beyond reproach. Observing her, one cannot help but perceive a sense of maturity and composure, likely influenced by her profession. Her physique is undeniably admirable, perfectly embodying the qualities of allure and grace that meet Xiaoyang's aesthetic standards. Dr. Yi approached Xiaoyang earnestly, declaring, "I have made my decision. I am willing to join you." In her recent moments of solitude during a shower, she deeply grasped the significance of a sanctuary. The domestic life here bore an uncanny resemblance to that which existed before the calamity, characterized by a comfortable temperature, access to electricity and water, and the luxury of warm baths. Most importantly, the proprietor exuded strength and bore no semblance to a villain. What reason could she possibly have to decline? This is truly splendid. We wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Yi into our fold. From this moment forth, we shall be akin to family. Xiaoyang smiled as he extended his hand, shaking Dr. Yi's. "You may simply call me Yiling." Yiling? What a melodious name. Indeed, Yiling. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce everyone. I am Xiaoyang. This is Mu Wanqing. This is Lin Shishir, and this is Lu Yu. The one lounging on the bed is Tang Ying. Upon hearing Xiaoyang's introductions, the others greeted Yiling warmly. The entire group rejoiced at Yiling's inclusion, for her healing prowess would alleviate fears of future injuries. "Can we stay as well?" The four nurses inquired pitifully of Xiaoyang. "Certainly." He nodded. The four nurses were immediately filled with exhilaration. "However, I must clarify. This is not a place for leisure. I do not harbor idlers. You will be responsible for the household chores and miscellaneous tasks for the time being. Moreover, you must take turns accompanying me in combat to enhance your skills. If not, I will have to ask you to leave." Xiaoyang solemnly warned them. The four nurses exchanged glances, their hearts still tinged with trepidation towards the zombies. Nevertheless, they understood that without personal growth, they would inevitably be cast aside in this world. Even a formidable team like Xiao Yang's could suffer injuries. If they lacked the capability, no one would unconditionally support them. Coming to this realization, they nodded in agreement. Very well, as there are limited rooms available, you four shall temporarily reside in the nursery on the second basement level. Yiling will occupy the room adjacent to ours on the third floor, Xiaoyang instructed. Understood. They readily complied with their leader's arrangements. Once everything was settled, Xiaoyang relaxed his tense demeanor, only to be suddenly beset by a wave of soreness throughout his body. Today had been perilously taxing, nearly resulting in his demise at the hands of the mutated giant python. Even with his millennia-old constitution brimming with energy, he was undoubtedly marked by numerous bruises, each movement eliciting discomfort. Suddenly, his eyes brightened at the sight of Yiling's hand. Yiling, could you utilize your life-healing technique to provide me with a full-body massage and alleviate my bruises? Chapter 65. What do you take me for? What? Using life-healing for a massage? A formidable ability capable of completely healing wounds, and yet Xiaoyang dares to request it for mere massage? Yiling gazed incredulously at Xiaoyang, questioning whether he jested. What's the matter, Dr. Yi? I am genuinely in pain all over. Just take a look. Noticing Yiling's momentary distraction, Xiaoyang, fearing she might misunderstand his intentions, quickly removed his upper garment. His bronzed skin, well-proportioned physique exuded a wild masculine allure. Yiling's heart raced at the sight. Although she was a doctor and had encountered numerous shirtless patients, she had never seen anyone with such a complexion and physique as Xiaoyang, coupled with his strikingly handsome and resolute face. Yiling thought he was the most perfect man she had ever encountered. The four female nurses, witnessing this, exhibited looks of infatuation. In their eyes, Xiaoyang had transformed into their ideal man, igniting an impulsive desire to embrace him. Let me take a look. At that moment, Mu Wanqing approached with a concerned expression, carefully examining Xiaoyang. Indeed, there are quite a few bruises. Sister Yiling, how about you give Xiaoyang a massage? We all depend on him. Mu Wanqing implored Yiling, her empathy for Xiaoyang evident. Seeing Mu Wanqing advocate for him, Yiling felt compelled to acquiesce. Besides, as a newcomer, it was only fitting she contribute something to the group. Xiaoyang was clearly the backbone of the team, and serving him was only right. Very well. I happen to have learned a bit of traditional Chinese therapeutic techniques, and I can combine that with my life healing to assist you. Upon Yiling's agreement, Xiaoyang's spirits soared. All right, I'll go wash up first. I'll call you when I'm ready. Just come to my room. Xiaoyang instructed Yiling. Then turned to Mu Wanqing. You all should also wash up and change your clothes. Once Yiling has finished my massage, we can all enjoy a late-night snack together. Understood. With arrangements in place, Xiaoyang hurriedly dashed to his bedroom. After thoroughly cleansing himself, he retrieved a pair of shorts from his space storage. He called out to Yiling from downstairs, and then obediently lay on the bed, awaiting her arrival. Before long, Xiaoyang heard the sound of the door opening. Then, how could you be wearing so little? Yiling chided, her face flushing slightly upon seeing Xiaoyang clad only in shorts. Xiaoyang looked up and noticed that Yiling was avoiding eye contact, her gaze flitting away. Please refrain from shouting. Someone might misconstrue the situation. Noting Yiling's lingering embarrassment, Xiaoyang encouraged, hurry up. Just treat me like a patient, and do not be overly concerned with my attire. Upon hearing this, Yiling immediately retorted, who is paying attention to your attire? Now hurry up. After reflecting on it, she realized that Xiaoyang was merely a patient. How could a doctor feel bashful in front of a patient? With this thought, she felt at ease. She approached the bedside, gently urged Xiaoyang to shift along the edge of the bed, and adjusted her position before placing her hand delicately on his shoulder. The initial sensation of Xiaoyang's skin was cool to her touch. However, it felt quite comforting. As for Xiaoyang, he found her hand warm and soothing. He could discern that Yiling's hand was soft and delicate. Even without the massage, the mere contact was quite pleasant. Gradually, Yiling applied the therapeutic techniques she had learned, combined with her unique healing abilities, gently kneading the areas of bruising on Xiaoyang's body. Wherever her hands traveled, the bruises gradually dissipated until they vanished completely. Xiaoyang now felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Yiling's therapeutic methods were truly remarkable. However, he found himself slightly embarrassed, as he was experiencing somewhat unusual reactions to her treatment. Having addressed the bruises on his back, she instructed, now, turn over so I can tend to the bruises on your front. Coincidentally, Yiling requested Xiaoyang to flip over at that very moment. Feeling a bit self-conscious, He thought it might not be appropriate to be seen lying down in this manner. Noticing that he was hesitating and fidgeting, Yiling urged, "Come on, hurry up. My healing technique is quite mentally taxing, and I can't maintain it for long." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang steeled himself. "All right, you asked me to turn." With a swift motion, he flipped over. Yiling was startled by his sudden movement and was about to continue with the treatment when her gaze fell upon an unexpected sight. Her face immediately flushed crimson, and her hand hovered uncertainly in the air, unsure of how to proceed. "What should I do?" she thought, feeling a bit flustered and at a loss. Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiaoyang dared a glance at her and saw her lost in thought, staring at a certain spot. Clearing his throat, he mustered the courage to say, "Dr. Yi, I am merely a simple patient. Please continue with your work." Yiling was taken aback, pulling her gaze away. "What is wrong with me? Have I never seen a patient before? Why do I keep zoning out today?" She chided herself. "Stay calm. You must remain composed." Thus, she pretended not to have seen anything and resumed the treatment. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was striving to suppress his reactions, though he was unsuccessful. The embarrassment was palpable. After finally completing the treatment, Yiling felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been exceedingly tense. "All right, it's done. After a night of rest, you shall be fully rejuvenated." Upon finishing her words, Yiling immediately stood up, preparing to make her escape. "Wait." Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang called out to her. "What is it?" Yiling asked, turning her back to him. Could you perhaps massage my head and feet? I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. My feet ache and my head throbs," Xiaoyang said, somewhat shamelessly. Yiling tilted her head, gazing at Xiaoyang with a frown. "What do you take me for? I am a doctor, not a technician." Seeing that Yiling was upset, Xiaoyang quickly replied with a smile. "All right then, just a head massage will suffice." Yiling shot him a glare but, with no other choice, fetched a small stool and seated herself before him. She placed her hands on Xiaoyang's temples and began to gently knead. Seated so close, Xiaoyang could catch a faint, refreshing fragrance wafting from her, which made him feel utterly enchanted and his body and mind relaxed. One couldn't deny that Yiling's therapeutic techniques were indeed quite pleasant. Suddenly, Xiaoyang pondered whether Yiling's healing arts could restore the brain cells he had burned away. Could she perhaps make the mindless become more astute? Could she aid in curing prostatitis or psoriasis? Moreover, would the hair he had lost these days miraculously regrow? If his hair were to suddenly sprout again, wouldn't she be able to treat hair loss? How splendid it would be to establish a clinic on his turf, thus reaping great profits. Chapter 66. Temporal abilities. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyang had drifted into slumber. Upon waking, he discovered a blanket draped over him. A glance around revealed that Yiling had departed at some point. Observing the blanket, Xiaoyang smiled. How considerate. He rose and stretched his body. Marvelous. Fully revitalized, he changed into his pajamas and descended the stairs. The living room on the first floor was now filled with people. To Xiaoyang's delight, Tang Ying had already awakened and was chatting with Yiling and the others on the sofa. As Xiaoyang made his entrance, the women turned their attention to him. Yiling glanced at him before quickly averting her gaze, her demeanor noticeably awkward. Xiaoyang chuckled softly and ignored her. Approaching Tang Ying, he inquired with concern. "Why are you up? You should be resting more." Tang Ying, however, dismissed his concern, saying, "I am not that fragile, but it is all thanks to Yiling. Without her, I don't know if I could have pulled through." As she spoke, Tang Ying gratefully grasped Yiling's hand. "Please, no need for such formalities. From now on, we are family." "Yes, family." Xiaoyang felt a deep satisfaction witnessing their harmonious interaction. "By the way, I suppose you're all hungry. What would you like for a midnight snack? Just say the word, and I shall fulfill your wishes." Upon hearing this, Yiling's stomach rumbled incessantly. Indeed, she was famished. It had been quite a while since she had eaten, and her abilities had drained much of her energy and strength. She was on the verge of being unable to bear it any longer. The others were in a similar predicament, particularly Mu Wanqing and her companions, who felt utterly exhausted. "It was late. Let us just have something to eat. Just a few sausages would suffice," Yiling cautiously suggested. Feeling that even a few sausages would be a luxurious treat, the four young nurses nodded in agreement, not daring to hope for a lavish midnight snack. As for Mu Wanqing and her friends, their stance was even clearer. Whatever Xiaoyang provided, they would eat. After all, there was nothing unpalatable from Xiaoyang's side. Xiaoyang shook his head in response, declaring that this was unacceptable. "We cannot settle for less." since you are all too shy to voice your desires. I shall take charge." Ignoring their opinions, he strode to the vacant area in the dining room and summoned an entire banquet from his spatial abilities. This sudden display left Yi Ling and the four nurses utterly astonished. They rubbed their eyes, hardly believing what they were witnessing. Xiaoyang had conjured an entire table of dishes out of thin air, some still emitting steam. They thought they were hallucinating, but the delightful aromas wafting through the room assured them that this was indeed reality. "Is this your ability?" Yi Ling stammered in astonishment. Indeed, Xiaoyang had intentionally revealed this talent to them. Since they were all allies, there was no need for secrecy. "All right, everyone, come and eat. Afterward, rest up." Everyone hurried over and sat together. Faced with such a sumptuous feast, the four nurses could not contain their tears. "I never imagined I would ever taste such exquisite food again in my life. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyang." "Me too, Brother Xiaoyang. From now on, I will do whatever you ask of me. Brother Xiaoyang, I would gladly serve you. Brother Xiaoyang, from this day forth, you are my idol." The four nurses expressed their heartfelt gratitude, each interjecting with fervor. All right, let us eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold." This lavish midnight feast concluded amidst their ravenous enjoyment. The four nurses, being sensible, took responsibility for clearing the dishes and tidying up. The others returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, after feeding the four crystal cores to the coal ball, Xiaoyang hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing back to his bedroom. He closed the door behind them. Mu Wanqing, breaking free from Xiaoyang's grasp, inquired with a perplexed expression, "What is going on?" Xiaoyang grinned mischievously, suddenly revealing a piece of black silk. Upon seeing it, Mu Wanqing immediately turned her face away, her cheeks flushing crimson. Pretending not to see, Xiaoyang waved a pair of black stockings before Mu Wanqing, causing her to cover her face in embarrassment. "Trying to back out? Hurry and put them on. This was your promise from yesterday." With no way to escape, Mu Wanqing stamped her foot, snatched the stockings from him, shot Xiaoyang a glare, and reluctantly retreated into the dressing room. Moments later, she called out, "All right, you turn off the light first." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang thought, "How can I see anything if I turn off the light?" He quickly stepped into the dressing room. "You naughty boy," Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise. Xiaoyang gazed at her, realizing that Mu Wanqing resembled a delicate work of art, one that could not only be admired from afar, but also playfully engaged with. He swept her into his arms and tossed her onto the bed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he found himself holding a belt. As the night deepened, Mu Wanqing fell into a deep slumber while Xiaoyang lay awake, staring at the ceiling. His mind was consumed with memories of battling the mutated python. He remained perplexed by the slow-motion imagery of the moment he defeated the snake. Such a scene could not have arisen without reason. If it were to be explained, it must be related to his spatial abilities. It was undoubtedly in that moment of crisis that his body instinctively awakened the potential of his powers. Yes, that must be it. With this realization, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly sparkled. He retrieved the 4-star crystal core from the mutated python from his spatial realm. The previously dark bedroom was illuminated by the 4 glowing points of green light emanating from the core. With his spatial abilities having reached their maximum level of 5, acquiring another 4-star crystal core would elevate him to level 6. Initially, he had worried that using the crystal core would be a waste, as his previous upgrades had merely expanded his spatial dimension without any significant change. However, the recent battle with the mutated python had led him to sense that his spatial abilities were not as straightforward as he had presumed. He felt a strong premonition that advancing to level 6 would bring about unforeseen transformations. Resolving his indecision, he placed the 4-star crystal core in his mouth. The green light was swiftly engulfed. The core was somewhat large, so he held it in his mouth until it gradually diminished before swallowing it. Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed in his mind, followed by a vision of light. He felt as if time was slowing down, and he seemed to grasp a fragment of the secret pertaining to the order of time. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in this revelation. An hour later, Xiaoyang abruptly opened his eyes, and a keen observer would notice that they shimmered more brightly than usual, like a dazzling star in the night sky. Xiaoyang smiled radiantly. At this moment, his spatial ability had finally reached level 6, and astonishingly, he had initially grasped the power of time. Indeed, he could slow down time within a certain radius around him, with the ability to decelerate it by up to 10-fold. Chapter 67. Sister, I will always believe in you. Haha. Xiaoyang nearly burst into laughter as he glanced at the sleeping Mu Wanqing. A whimsical thought struck him. What if he employed this skill with Mu Wanqing and added a touch of speed? Haha, wouldn't she soar into the heavens? The mere thought exhilarated him. However, he restrained his eager impulses. After all, Mu Wanqing was already quite fatigued, and it would be unkind to disturb her. He resolved to wait until dawn. Once morning broke, he would have Yi Ling give Mu Wanqing a massage to alleviate her bruises. And then, in the evening, he would certainly have to experiment. The night stretched on, and Xiaoyang found himself insomniac. He finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours. In his dreams, he envisioned all the members of his team. In this dream, he utilized his time abilities to spar with them, showcasing an array of martial arts that led them to defeat one after another. Behind him, the 4 female nurses stood in a row, cheering him on. Mu Wanqing, however, was in a state of panic, darting about while calling out, "Xiaoyang, don't come any closer." Xiaoyang was roused from his dream by Mu Wanqing's frantic shaking, abruptly interrupting the reverie, still basking in the remnants of the dream. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he slowly opened his eyes to find Mu Wanqing, flustered and anxiously gazing at him, repeatedly calling his name. "What's wrong?" Xiaoyang mumbled, still half asleep. "Xiaoyang, do you have any sanitary pads?" I've got my period," Mu Wanqing said, her voice trailing off as she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. "What?" Xiaoyang sprang up in shock. "I said I have my period. Do you have any sanitary pads?" Mu Wanqing repeated, her voice diminishing further. Xiaoyang instinctively glanced down at her. She was still wearing tattered black stockings, but the sheets bore a slight crimson hue. Oh dear. Xiaoyang suddenly felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. This was it. His plans for the night were utterly ruined, and for the next few days, he could forget about any other possibilities. Xiaoyang's distress was not unfounded. Ever since his temporal energy had surged to 1,000 years, he had discovered his desires had intensified remarkably. Moreover, the duration had lengthened. To be honest, if it weren't for his affection for Mu Wanqing, her delicate frame would hardly suffice for his exuberance. Nevertheless, having something was better than having nothing. He could make do. However, if I were to wait idly for a few days, Xiaoyang truly feared he might not endure it. He glanced at Mu Wanqing's cherry-like lips. When God closes one door, he invariably opens a window. With this thought, he promptly retrieved a package of sanitary napkins from his space and handed them to Mu Wanqing. "Here, take this. Ask me for more once you've used them." Mu Wanqing accepted them, her face radiating joy. Such trifling hygiene products before the apocalypse now appeared immensely significant in this dire world. Elated, she leaned in and planted a kiss on Xiaoyang's cheek. "Thank you, Xiaoyang. I truly adore you." With that, she dashed off to the bathroom. Watching her retreating figure, Xiaoyang let out a resigned sigh. Darn you, Aunt Flo. His desire to continue sleeping and dreaming dissipated. He promptly rose, dressed, and made his way downstairs. Upon entering the living room, he discovered that the 4 little nurses had already risen and were busily attending to their tasks. Luyu had also commenced her activities in the kitchen. Her silhouette remained as enchanting as ever. "Sister Yu, you sustained quite an injury yesterday. You needn't rise so early to prepare breakfast." Xiaoyang approached Luyu from behind, expressing concern. Upon hearing his voice, Luyu turned around, shook her arms, and smiled, saying, "Look, I'm already fine. Yi Ling's medical skills are truly remarkable. Moreover, your sister Yu, am not that fragile. My physique is quite robust." Hee. Observing her arms swing back and forth, Xiaoyang feared she might be straining herself. He quickly grasped her arm and said, "All right, don't move so vigorously. You still need to be cautious." "I know, my dear brother," Liu replied sweetly. Reluctantly, Xiaoyang released her soft arm. After contemplating, he decided to share the delightful news of his mastery over time abilities with her. "Sister Yu, I have a piece of good news to share." Just as Liu was about to turn back to continue cooking, she quickly pivoted with curiosity lighting her face. "What good news?" Xiaoyang smiled, leaned closer to her ear, and whispered, "Last night, my spatial abilities broke through to level 6. Furthermore, I activated a skill that allows time within a certain radius around me to slow down." Luyu felt a tickle as Xiaoyang's breath brushed her ear. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured in confusion, "Slowing down time?" Suddenly, she recalled the scene yesterday when Xiaoyang delivered the final blow to the mutated python. Could it be that your ability to deliver that lethal strike at the last moment was due to this skill? Exactly. However, at that moment, it was a reflex. Now, I have completely mastered it. Xiaoyang's face brimmed with confidence. Oh wow. Lu Yu suddenly exclaimed with delight, then enveloped Xiaoyang in a warm embrace, her body bouncing joyfully. That's wonderful, dear brother. Congratulations. In the future, when we encounter such monstrous beings again, we shall no longer fear them. My dear brother, you are truly remarkable. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She still harbored lingering fears about that mutated serpent. The power it wielded was beyond her capacity to endure. Without Xiaoyang, it is likely that they would have faced utter annihilation. Though they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the creature, it came at a considerable cost to themselves. Now, with Xiaoyang possessing such formidable skills, she fully comprehended the weight of this achievement. Thus, in her elation, she could not help but embrace Xiaoyang, caught off guard by her soft form in his arms. Xiaoyang found himself momentarily speechless. Lu Yu was exceedingly exuberant. The fact that she continued to jump only intensified his bewilderment. With his hands still outstretched, he was unsure of where to place them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally wrapped his arms around Lu Yu's waist. I will ensure that you will not suffer any harm again. Trust me, Xiaoyang declared earnestly as he held Lu Yu close. Suddenly, Lu Yu halted her jubilant movements, her body tensing slightly. She realized that being in such close proximity to Xiaoyang felt somewhat inappropriate. If Wan Qing were to witness this, she would undoubtedly misconstrue the situation. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu quickly pushed Xiaoyang away, casting a furtive glance around. Fortunately, the few nurses nearby seemed preoccupied with their own tasks and were oblivious to the moment. Oh, dear brother, I was just a tad too excited earlier, huh? However, I will always believe in you. Though Lu Yu's expression was awkward, the determination in her gaze toward Xiaoyang remained steadfast. Xiaoyang chuckled lightly, assuring her that it was perfectly fine, as they were not strangers. The atmosphere grew a bit tense, prompting Xiaoyang to excuse himself under the pretext of tending to his little coal ball. Meanwhile, on the basement level, the four nurses, gathered together, were engaged in hushed whispers. You all mustn't speak recklessly about what you just witnessed. Rest assured, we are not foolish. Oh, what a trivial matter. It's quite normal for a man like him to have multiple women. Sigh, how wonderful it would be if I were the one he embraced. Chapter 68. Guzi. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, the four nurses were gossiping about him. At that moment, he was tenderly stroking his little coal ball. It was no longer appropriate to refer to it as a little coal ball, as its size had now grown comparable to that of a hen. Its feathers gleamed a deep, lustrous black, and its bright, intelligent eyes sparkled with wisdom. At that moment, the coal ball perched upon Xiaoyang's arm, tilting its head to gaze at him. Xiaoyang produced 4 crystal cores, playfully waving them in front of its eyes. The coal ball's eyes lit up, and it began to flap its wings in excitement. Call me Daddy. 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 Oh, such a good little one. Xiaoyang rewarded it with a crystal core. Now say welcome. The coal ball's eyes darted as it tilted its head in contemplation. Welcome. The word of thanks emerged from the coal ball's beak, surprisingly articulate. However, it merely sounded like Xiaoyang's tone. Remarkable. Xiaoyang was overjoyed. Ever since the coal ball consumed those ordinary crystal cores, it had indeed become more intelligent than before. Unlike those parrots that merely mimic human speech, it could now comprehend the meaning behind Xiaoyang's words. With further training, it would be capable of conversing with humans normally. This was merely under the condition of being fed ordinary crystal cores. If it were to consume a stellar crystal core, Suddenly, Xiaoyang pondered. What if he fed the coal ball a 1-star crystal core? Would it mutate as well? If that were the case, having a mutated pet would be quite impressive. Yes. If he were to acquire more 1-star crystal cores in the future, he must certainly feed one to it. However, the immediate priority was to elevate Mu Wanqing and her companion's ability levels, particularly Lu Yu's lightning abilities, which, if enhanced, would wield formidable power. After rewarding the coal ball with 2 crystal cores, Xiaoyang lowered his gaze to find the police dog Yang sitting on the ground, eagerly looking up at him. Its eyes occasionally darted toward the remaining crystal core in his hand, drool escaping its mouth. Xiaoyang chuckled and said, Do you want to eat? Yang whimpered twice, its front paws patting the ground, wagging its tail. If you want to eat, you must change your name. You need to understand the importance of avoiding taboos. If it weren't for your mistress, I would have thrown you out long ago. Xiaoyang muttered, indifferent to whether it understood. A dog's name sharing his pronunciation was utterly ridiculous. What if someone called out Yang, and both he and the dog turned around? That was no joke. What should he rename it? How about the Huang? Wang Fu? No, too cliché. Xiao Yang dismissed the ideas. Tianling. Xiao Tian. No, those names were too grand. It wouldn't be able to bear them and might perish. Xiao Yang was troubled. Sigh, naming was such a hassle. A perfectly good dog. Why give it a human name? Perhaps he should just call it Guzzi from now on. How does that sound? Yang, confused, only had eyes for the crystal core. Xiao Yang waved the crystal core in his hand, holding it aloft, and said, "Come here, Guzzi, stand up." Yang was momentarily taken aback. I am not called Guzzi. However, upon seeing the crystal core, it obediently stood up. All right, Guzzi, lie down. Though Yang did not understand why Xiao Yang called it Guzzi, for the sake of the crystal core, it complied. Xiao Yang was quite satisfied. Indeed, no matter how a dog gnaws on a bone, it never develops a backbone. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the dog would accept Guzzi as its own name. Xiao Yang rewarded Yang with the crystal core. Henceforth, you shall be reborn. Your life as Guzzi begins now. Excited, Guzzi swallowed the crystal core in one bite. As the coal ball observed Guzzi consuming a crystal core, it became quite displeased. How dare you snatch my food? I shall not let you off easily, exclaimed the coal ball, letting out a couple of cries before soaring behind Guzzi, using its elongated beak to nip at his tail. Guzzi, utterly outmatched, yelped in distress. At that moment, Mu Wanqing and several others descended from the upper floor. Once Lu Yu had prepared breakfast, everyone gathered around the table, filling it to capacity. As the meal neared its conclusion, Xiao Yang spoke up. Let us convene a meeting. The women promptly set down their utensils and sat attentively, directing their gaze towards him. Xiao Yang gestured towards the 4 nurses, stating, From now on, you 4 shall be divided into 2 groups, taking turns to accompany us for training. Those who remain behind are to tend to the household and manage various tasks. Please ensure that the ingredients are prepared before our return to spare Sister Yu from further trouble. The 4 nurses nodded in agreement, fully aware that Xiao Yang was their guiding star, and they would follow his commands without question. Pleased with their response, Xiao Yang continued. Our most pressing mission now is to gather resources, eliminate zombies, and seize crystals. As you have witnessed, the secret of the crystals has already reached some outside, and competition will intensify. Thus, we must act swiftly. Furthermore, the number of awakened individuals will continue to rise, necessitating our constant enhancement of abilities for our safety. The women nodded in understanding. Xiao Yang then retrieved the crystals acquired the previous day from his spatial storage and placed them on the table. For you 4 little nurses who have yet to awaken your powers, each of you will take 10 crystals to elevate your energy to over 10 years. The remainder shall be utilized by Tang Ying and Yi Ling first. Once their energies surpass 100 years, you may divide the rest among yourselves. Having arranged the distribution, Xiao Yang moved to the living room, where he retrieved several sets of equipment intended for Yi Ling and the nurses. He also produced a compound bow along with arrows. Once they had absorbed the crystals, Xiao Yang called Tang Ying over, presenting her with the compound bow, saying, Your strength lies in marksmanship, which is essential for ranged attacks. In the event of unexpected situations, do not position yourself too far forward. Learn to conceal yourself. We will support each other. Although the compound bow's power may not rival that of a handgun, it was more than sufficient for dispatching both enemies and zombies. Tang Ying accepted the compound bow, examining it with satisfaction. Yi Ling, come here. Xiao Yang beckoned Yi Ling over, instructing her, You will take 2 nurses and form a team with Tang Ying. Practice alongside her. While words may fail, your combat prowess will flourish, ensuring your self-defense. Understood. Yi Ling nodded affirmatively. In my space, there remains a Brabus off-road vehicle. From now on, you shall use this for your excursions, trailing behind my vehicle, and adapt to any circumstances that may arise. With these instructions conveyed, Xiao Yang distributed the equipment among the few individuals, instructing them to don it. He ensured that all the handguns were loaded with ammunition before returning them. 2 of the nurses were designated to guard the home, while the others prepared for departure. Xiao Yang dashed to the courtyard and retrieved the Brabus off-road vehicle. Subsequently, all individuals divided into 2 groups and set forth. Upon reaching the guardhouse, they picked up Su Tong. Let us proceed towards the university town. Chapter 69. The pickup truck convoy Xiao Yang drove at a leisurely pace, with Tang Ying trailing behind at a distance of 200 meters. After conferring with Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, Xiao Yang resolved to make their initial destination the Haiqing Academy of Arts, the very institution attended by the two ladies. This decision was predicated on the familiarity they possessed with the campus layout, facilitating their movements. Furthermore, the presence of a multitude of students at the academy indicated a potential abundance of zombies, though it could also imply a greater number of survivors. The latter would be advantageous. If there were more survivors, they would likely recognize Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. How could two campus beauties of such stature go unnoticed? Thus, should they encounter students with awakened abilities, it would be relatively easier to rally them to their cause. Consequently, the group unanimously designated the Haiqing Academy of Arts as their first destination. The off-road vehicle cruised steadily along a narrow road, nearing the Haiqing Academy of Arts, when suddenly, several pickup trucks were spotted approaching from a distance. The women inside the vehicle became alert. Xiaoyang, there are vehicles ahead. Lin Shishir pointed out. I am aware of the vehicles. I am not blind. Everyone, settle in. No need for alarm. It is quite normal to encounter survivors on the road at this time. As long as we keep to our own paths, there should be no issues, Xiaoyang reassured them. Moreover, given Xiaoyang's current prowess, there was little to fear from anyone. Tang Ying, there are other convoys passing by. Exercise caution. Xiaoyang reminded Tang Ying and the others via the intercom. Received, came the reply. Meanwhile, the occupants of the oncoming vehicles had also spotted Xiaoyang's imposing off-road truck. In the lead pickup truck, 4 men were seated. Zhanggu, a truck is approaching. Should we intercept it? The driver inquired of the man in the passenger seat. Zhanggu leaned forward, scrutinizing the situation. Let us not act hastily. Observe whether there are any vehicles following them. If they are also a convoy and outnumber us, we would be courting disaster. Indeed, that makes sense. No wonder Hong Jie holds you in such high regard. The driver flattered. Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang, seated in the passenger seat, chuckled, relishing the flattery directed at him. Within mere seconds, the two convoys converged. Xiaoyang observed that the opposing convoy consisted of 5 pickup trucks. It was quite remarkable to find so many operable pickup trucks after the ferocious cold wave. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, countless vehicles had succumbed to the chill. This was precisely why Xiaoyang had secured his heavy-duty off-road RV and Brabus off-road vehicle within the confines of his space. Leaving them exposed would have been a troublesome affair if any issues arose. As Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road RV brushed past the 5 pickup trucks, neither party halted. Subsequently, Tang Ying's Brabus off-road vehicle encountered the same 5 pickups. Once again, neither side stopped, and all remained peaceful. Just as Tang Ying's vehicle had passed, a voice emerged from the rear of the leading pickup truck. Brother Zhang, I just saw that the driver of the off-road vehicle is a woman. I noticed that too. It seems there's another woman in the passenger seat. Moreover, that heavy-duty truck that just went by appears to be an RV. Quite impressive. Men ought to drive such formidable off-road vehicles. The individual in the back continued, and that one behind it isn't shabby either, a Brabus. I wager that woman is either a rich second generation or a mistress. How infuriating. These people have barely survived, yet they flaunt themselves in public. The two conversed back and forth, their faces betraying jealousy and indignation. Brother Zhang, what do you think? The driver glanced at Brother Zhang, making a gesture as if to grasp a ball. Brother Zhang felt a flicker of temptation. However, he remained cautious. Let us drive a bit further and see if there are any other vehicles behind us. After a short while, they noticed that no other vehicles were in sight, and the urgency among them began to escalate. Brother Zhang, there are no more cars. It's just the 2 of them. Let us go for it. Yes, Brother Zhang. This time, Sister Hong sent us to the Haiqing Art Academy to inquire if there is a survivor named Mu Wanqing. But that wretched academy is teeming with zombies. We lost 2 brothers trying to breach it, and still couldn't get in. If we return without completing the task, it won't be easy to explain. If we could bring back a few women and these 2 luxury vehicles, I believe Sister Hong wouldn't just overlook our failure. She might even view you in a new light, Brother Zhang. Indeed, Brother Zhang, you know well what Sister Hong requires. She needs a multitude of women. Brother Zhang displayed evident hesitation. He was naturally a cautious individual. Yet, spurred on by his companions, he felt increasingly tempted. Particularly, the thought of impressing Sister Hong upon his return promised a more comfortable future. As Brother Zhang lingered in indecision, the driver grew increasingly anxious. Zhang, make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, they will flee beyond reach. Indeed, Zhang, once we capture those 2 women, you may take them directly to the RV for your enjoyment. Once you have indulged, we shall assist you in cleaning up. After all, Bringing these women back would merely benefit others. Damn it, turn around. Upon hearing about the prospect of entertainment in the RV, Zhang was instantly exhilarated. The women under Hong's command were exceedingly costly, demanding not only food and drink, but also their time. Although he considered himself a confidant of Hong and could negotiate discounts, the current circumstances rendered resources exceedingly precious. With calamity looming, one cannot afford to toil endlessly for mere survival. To forego an opportunity for free indulgence would be sheer folly. As Zhang spoke, the others in the vehicle erupted in excitement. The chance to assist him was a tremendous stroke of fortune. The lead vehicle suddenly executed a sharp turn on the road, signaling the 4 pickup trucks behind. The trucks swiftly pivoted in unison, following suit. Ensure the last 2 vehicles do not halt near that Brabus. Our 3 lead trucks will intercept the heavy-duty RV ahead. Understood. Upon Zhang's command, one individual in the back seat immediately rolled down the window and gestured to the rear. The 5 vehicles, each with a clear objective, commenced their pursuit of Xiao Yang and his party. Tang Ying, observing the movement in the rearview mirror, had initially dismissed them as they drifted away. However, she soon noticed the pickup trucks had reversed direction in pursuit. She promptly grabbed the walkie-talkie to contact Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, the pickup trucks have turned around and are chasing us. What should we do? Xiao Yang responded with a cold smile. Truly, when heaven offers a path, one must not stray. When hell has no gate, one must not linger. People often lose their reason in the face of temptation. If they come for us, there will be no mercy. Chapter 70. How can you be so swift? Received. Tang Ying relayed the directive to Yi Ling, Su Tong, and the 2 nurses in the vehicle. Fasten your seatbelts. The 4 complied hastily, their anxiety palpable. At that moment, 3 pickup trucks surged past them, targeting Xiao Yang's heavy-duty RV ahead. The 2 trailing pickups positioned themselves, one in front and the other alongside, blocking their escape. The window of the left pickup descended, revealing a menacing figure brandishing a knife, demanding that Tang Ying and her companions halt. Foolish, Tang Ying muttered, sharply veering the steering wheel to the left. The unsuspecting pickup was abruptly forced off the road, colliding with a tree. Tang Ying smirked disdainfully. As the captain of the Urban Security Brigade in Haicheng, it is astonishing that someone would dare to challenge her driving skills. One ought to consider their own capabilities before engaging in such reckless behavior. Upon witnessing one of their companions being forced off the road, the pickup truck ahead swiftly veered towards Tang Ying and her group. Without hesitation, Tang Ying directed her vehicle towards the left rear of the opposing truck and pressed down on the accelerator. The pickup was sent careening sideways, ultimately skidding towards the curb. With a resounding crash, it flipped over, resting on its roof. The 2 trucks behind came to a halt. Should we offer assistance? Tang Ying inquired through the radio. Well done. Don't mind me. Finish them off, came the response. Tang Ying exited her vehicle, wielding a compound bow, while the other 4 followed suit with knives in hand. Stay behind me. If you spot anyone still breathing, finish them off. She instructed her companions, drawing her bowstring taut, aiming at a man who had just crawled out of the pickup. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang found himself sandwiched between 3 pickups, one in front and one behind. With one to his left, he pondered, do they not understand the futility of their actions? Attempting to halt a 23-ton heavy-duty off-road vehicle with a pickup? It was time for them to learn the difference between a golden needle and a cucumber. With a sharp turn to the left, he accelerated, sending the front pickup flying far away. Then, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, propelling the left pickup onto the curb. Following that, he slammed the brakes. But the rear pickup was unable to stop in time, crashing into the back of the heavy-duty vehicle. Xiao Yang shifted into reverse, pushing the rear pickup against a tree, which broke under the impact, while the pickup was nearly crushed into a twisted mass. The entire sequence of actions was executed flawlessly, resulting in the utter defeat of the 3 pickups. The occupants of the first 2 vehicles were left dazed and confused, while it was likely that the occupants of the last pickup were already incapacitated. As he halted the vehicle, he stepped out with a knife in hand. Mu Wanqing and the others followed suit, their expressions cold as ice. Wow, this driver is fierce, launching an attack without uttering a word. Look, they've stopped. They're getting out, exclaimed one onlooker. Damn, so many women. We hit the jackpot, Zhangge. Hurry, grab your weapons and get out. This fool dares to confront us. 10 men emerged from the 2 vehicles, brandishing machetes and hurling insults as they charged towards Xiao Yang. You dared to ignore our command to stop. It seems you're looking for trouble, shouted one of them. Ladies, step aside. Once we deal with this kid, we'll treat you well. This group perceived Xiaoyang as merely a surviving scion of a wealthy family, assuming that such privileged young men were only capable of indulgence. Thus, when they saw him wielding a knife, they felt no fear. Fear of a blade? Preposterous. In the grandest nightclub of Haicheng, Royal One, each individual present had emerged from the crucible of chaos. Eliminate him, commanded Brother Zhang, and the other 9, brandishing knives, surged forward with fervor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Xiaoyang could even make a move, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Lu Yu directly advanced, each wielding a knife in a swift, decisive motion. Thud, thud, thud. The individuals rushing behind were taken aback, suddenly witnessing the heads and hands of 3 brothers soaring into the air. Blood gushed from their severed necks, splattering the faces of those behind them. Even though they had encountered scenes of brutality before, the sight before them was enough to leave them momentarily stunned, especially since the assailants were 3 women. However, before they could fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, they noticed Xiaoyang springing into action. The frontmost individuals suddenly felt a piercing sensation, as though something had penetrated their bodies. Before they could lower their gaze, they felt something being drawn from within them. In mere moments, the 4 in the middle began to bleed profusely from their bellies and chests. Xiaoyang's series of movements had left them thoroughly incapacitated. With expressions of disbelief, they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Brother Zhang and the remaining 2 were paralyzed by fear, promptly turning to flee towards the nearby pickup truck. Encountering such formidable opposition, it would be foolish not to escape. Whoosh! 2 arrows whistled through the air, striking the back of the heads of the 2 fleeing men. Following muffled groans, they crumpled into the snow. Upon glancing towards the source of the arrows, Xiaoyang discovered that Tang Ying had dealt with the rear threats and was now free to launch her projectiles. He nodded in approval. Turning his attention to the last remaining straggler nearing the pickup truck, Xiaoyang thought, "You wish to flee? How amusing." Suddenly, he activated his time-slowing ability, enveloping the man within its range. Estimating the span of his skill, he discerned that the radius fell between approximately 30 to 100 meters. At this moment, the fleeing man was merely 30 meters away, his movements appearing as if played in slow motion. In contrast, Tang Ying, situated 100 meters away, moved with unimpeded ease. This provided Xiaoyang with a clearer understanding of his skill for future applications. He brandished his knife, gradually approaching the final adversary. Although he took 20 seconds to reach him, to the fleeing man's perception, it felt as if only 2 seconds had passed. Upon finally catching sight of Xiaoyang, the man's expression morphed through confusion, panic, and ultimately, terror. Xiaoyang raised his knife, point directed at the man's chest, before retracting his skill. With a sudden thrust, the man, still in motion, collided with the knife's tip. The blade pierced through his chest. In disbelief, he glanced down at the knife's hilt embedded in his body, then raised his gaze to meet Xiaoyang's smiling countenance. "Why?" He forced himself to utter his final words. "After all, you brought this upon yourself." Xiaoyang shrugged. It was unclear whether the man heard him. Regardless, after Xiaoyang finished speaking, the man collapsed, lifeless and unblinking. Xiaoyang swiftly withdrew the knife embedded in the man's chest and returned. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir stared wide-eyed, their expressions exaggerated as they looked at Xiaoyang. How did you suddenly run over there? I barely saw anything." Mu Wanqing asked incredulously. "Yes, how did you move so swiftly?" Lin Shishir pressed for an explanation. Only Lu Yu regarded Xiaoyang with a faint smile, her eyes brimming with pride. Chapter 71. The photo of Mu Guang'o. I almost forgot to tell you. My spatial ability has reached level 6, and I have mastered the skill of slowing time. Don't idolize me too much," Xiaoyang said with a playful grin. "Wow, you're impressive," Lin Shishir exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she playfully punched Xiaoyang's chest with her delicate fists. Xiaoyang brushed her hands away, saying, "Remove your tiny paws, stop being so touchy with me." Lin Shishir, displeased, tugged on Mu Wanqing's hand, complaining, "Look at your man, praise him, and he gets all cocky." Mu Wanqing chuckled, playfully retorting to Xiaoyang, "You really are getting a bit full of yourself. My Shishir is known as the goddess of flute at school. I can't count how many boys ask her for a chance to perform with her. And you're still not satisfied. What a fool, right, Shishir?" "Humph, indeed," Lin Shishir replied proudly, casting a glance at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, unfazed, teased, "I've seen people play the flute, and they're usually graceful and demure. How come you're so lively and spirited? Because I want to be. Lin Shishir, flustered and blushing, struggled to retort. At that moment, Tang Ying drove up. She exited the vehicle and approached Mu Wanqing, pulling out a photograph from her pocket. Guess what I found? What is it? A photo? Mu Wanqing inquired, puzzled. Xiaoyang leaned in to see what interesting discovery Tang Ying was showcasing. Tang Ying slowly turned the photograph around, revealing its front to Mu Wanqing. Upon seeing the image, Mu Wanqing suddenly became ecstatic and snatched the photo into her hands. She never expected that the photograph Tang Ying uncovered was a cherished picture of her and her brother, Mu Guang. Tears welled up in Mu Wanqing's eyes as she tenderly caressed Mu Guang's face in the photo, weeping. Brother. Xiaoyang was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. He gently took the photograph from Mu Wanqing's hands to examine it closely. Meanwhile, Lin Shishir and Lu Yu also leaned in, their heads craned with curiosity. The photograph depicted the smiling siblings, Mu Wanqing and Mu Guang, in a joyful embrace. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Shishir exclaimed in astonishment, Wanqing, how could they possess photographs of you and your brother? I am unsure. That photograph has always been kept in my brother's wallet, Mu Wanqing replied, her voice trembling. Where did you discover this photograph? Xiaoyang inquired, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Tang Ying. Tang Ying pointed towards the back, explaining, I found it on one of the individuals over there. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances, a shared sense of anxiety reflected in their eyes. Xiaoyang, feeling a surge of frustration, thought, could the occupants of those two pickup trucks behind us be Mu Guang? He recalled that Tang Ying and Mu Guang were not acquainted, which only heightened his concern. The thought of what might transpire weighed heavily on him, prompting him to hasten towards the two pickup trucks. Mu Wanqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, anxiously followed in Xiaoyang's wake. At that moment, Xiaoyang's mind was in disarray, inundated with various scenarios. He pondered the possibility that Mu Guang might be among them, potentially harmed by Tang Ying. Although Mu Guang had never struck him as the kind to resort to violence, human nature could indeed change. Perhaps Mu Guang was merely coerced or lacked agency in the matter. He fervently hoped that was not the case. Together, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing sprinted to the pickup truck that Tang Ying had overturned, meticulously inspecting the scene. Surrounding the first vehicle were several lifeless bodies, each marked by a fatal wound to the forehead, suggesting they had all succumbed to a single arrow. Mu Wanqing's heart raced as she scrutinized the corpses, relieved to find that none belonged to her brother, Mu Guang. They then moved to the second vehicle, conducting a thorough examination, only to find no sign of Mu Guang there either. A slight sigh of relief escaped their lips. However, they realized they had yet to inspect the vehicle that Xiaoyang had crushed with his car. Determined, Xiaoyang led Mu Wanqing back to that location for a careful search. Though the bodies inside were nearly unrecognizable due to the compression, their heads remained discernible. At that moment, Xiaoyang recognized that they had transformed into zombies, trapped and unable to escape due to their entrapment. Fortunately, after a meticulous examination, he confirmed that Mu Guang was not among them. Next, Xiaoyang inspected the final two pickup trucks, searching for any clues. Regrettably, apart from some debris, there was nothing of value to be found. Mu Wanqing gazed at the photograph of herself and her brother, overwhelmed with emotion and sobbing uncontrollably. The other women, witnessing her distress, rushed to offer comfort. What should we do? Has something happened to my brother? He never casually shares his photos with others, she lamented. Lin Shishir embraced her tightly, reassuring her, do not let your imagination run wild. Your brother is not among these people. He will be fine. Yes. Do not indulge in irrational thoughts. As long as we have not seen a corpse, there remains hope, Tang Ying added, attempting to console her. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang took a moment to gather his thoughts regarding the situation they had uncovered. He then approached Mu Wanqing with a serious expression, stating, Wanqing, please do not despair. Allow me to analyze the situation for you. Among these individuals, there exists neither your brother nor his vehicle, yet a photograph of you and your brother has surfaced. One must ponder, in a world so ravaged, who possesses the inclination to carry another's photograph. Thus, I speculate that these individuals either have a connection to your brother, acting on his behalf to inquire about your whereabouts at the Haiqing Academy of Arts, or that your brother has fallen into their clutches for reasons unknown, prompting them to seek you with your shared picture in hand. Moreover, considering the proximity to your academy, my conjecture seems plausible. As Xiaoyang's analysis resonated with the group, they nodded in agreement. Particularly, Mu Wanqing, wiping away her tears, exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "Are you suggesting that my brother is still alive?" Xiaoyang solemnly affirmed with a nod. Although he too harbored uncertainties about Mu Guang's fate, he deemed it wise to instill a glimmer of hope in Mu Wanqing. Bolstered by Xiaoyang's unwavering gaze, Mu Wanqing felt a sense of reassurance. What he asserted must hold some truth. "We must meticulously re-examine all vehicles and remains for any overlooked clues," Xiaoyang instructed, his instincts suggesting a connection between these individuals and Mu Guang. Subsequently, they scoured every pickup truck and corpse once more, yet unearthed no valuable leads. Alas, Xiaoyang lamented not having spared a captive earlier. Yet, who could have anticipated such a predicament? At that moment, Mu Wanqing's spirits waned. Though she learned of her brother's survival, his whereabouts remained a mystery, igniting her anxiety. Since the onset of the apocalyptic calamity, her thoughts had been ceaselessly occupied with her brother. However, she recognized the futility of expecting Xiaoyang to embark on a citywide search for him. In a metropolis as vast as Haiqing, renowned as the demon capital of Longhua, with countless bathing establishments, locating a single individual would be an arduous task. Moreover, who could ascertain that her brother Mu Guang was indeed at a bathing center? Thus, she buried her worries and yearnings for her brother deep within her heart. Yet today, the sudden sighting of their photograph unleashed a torrent of long-suppressed longing. Chapter 72. The survivors of the security room. Noticing the despondency etched on Mu Wanqing's face, Xiaoyang approached and embraced her, gently stroking her hair. "Do not fret. Your brother possesses such remarkable character. Fortune favors the virtuous. He shall be unharmed." Mu Wanqing nestled deeper into Xiaoyang's embrace, responding softly, "By the way, let us first head to the Haiqing Academy of Arts. The direction from which these individuals came points towards your academy. There may be a lead there. Who knows? Your brother might have visited there seeking you." Instantly, Mu Wanqing straightened, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Yes, let us hurry," she urged eagerly. All right. Everyone climbed into the vehicle, continuing their journey toward the Haiqing Academy of Arts. As Xiaoyang and his companions drove to the entrance of Haiqing Art Academy, they discovered a considerable number of zombies wandering about. The iron gate had been forcibly breached. Observing the attire of the undead, Xiaoyang deduced that these were university student zombies, dressed in long skirts, shorts, and short-sleeved t-shirts, with some even shambling about in nothing but their undergarments. To his dismay, there were even a few completely naked, clearly those who favored sleeping in the nude. Alas, what a tragic fate. It was evident that there were far more female zombies than males. From Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, he learned that the female dormitory was situated near the entrance, suggesting that these female zombies had fled from there. Estimating their numbers to be around 200, Xiaoyang and his group disembarked, systematically clearing the area of the zombies. In no time, the horde at the entrance was vanquished. However, two particular zombies caught Xiaoyang's attention. These were older male figures, clearly not university students, and it appeared they had been recently bitten, their blood still a vivid red. On the ground, Xiaoyang noticed two machetes, identical to those wielded by the earlier encountered group. This led him to surmise that these two individuals might have been part of that same group, albeit they had not managed to escape. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Upon further inspection of the surroundings, he discovered numerous overlapping tire tracks, indicating that many vehicles had traversed this area. Now, Xiaoyang was even more convinced that the group he had encountered earlier had indeed been here before, only to be besieged by the zombies, resulting in two fatalities before their hasty retreat. Thinking along these lines, Xiaoyang promptly called Mu Wanqing over to share his conjecture. Upon hearing his thoughts, her spirits lifted considerably. "Are you suggesting that these individuals came to the academy searching for me, and that they might have been sent by my brother?" she asked, her hope rekindled. "Indeed, it's quite likely. This is wonderful news, as long as my brother is alive. That's all that matters." Mu Wanqing's previous gloom dissipated, leaving her in a much brighter mood. "All right, let us venture inside and see if there are any surviving students. We can inquire further." Certainly. After concluding their conversation, Xiaoyang instructed Yi Ling and the nurse to gather crystals, encouraging them to acclimatize to the task. Surprisingly, the three of them were swift and efficient, showing no signs of discomfort. Suddenly recalling their backgrounds, Xiaoyang realized that they had likely encountered far graver injuries than these. Why would they fear the sight of blood? Once they had collected the crystals, they dutifully presented them to Xiaoyang. just as they were preparing to re-enter their vehicle and continue deeper into the academy. Xiaoyang inadvertently noticed a figure peering through the window of the security room at the entrance. Is there a survivor inside the security room? Could it be one of those who failed to escape, hiding within? Upon reaching this realization, Xiaoyang abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. He then exited the car and made a beeline for the security room. The others, bewildered by his sudden action, could only follow suit, disembarking and hastily trailing behind him. Without uttering a word, Xiaoyang forcefully kicked open the door to the security room, charging inside and subsequently sending the door to the lounge flying with another swift kick. In the corner of the room, there stood a man clad in a security coat, gripping a rubber roller. His face a mask of panic as he stared at Xiaoyang. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang drew his knife, advancing menacingly towards the man. The sight of the blade made the man tremble with fear. Hey, brother, let us talk this over calmly. I haven't done anything to provoke you, have I? He exclaimed, his voice laced with anxiety as he realized there was nowhere left to retreat. Xiaoyang paused his advance. He had no intention of killing him just yet. After all, if this man belonged to the pickup truck team, he needed to extract some clues about Mu Guang from him. Are you allied with the individuals who just arrived in the pickup truck? Xiaoyang asked coldly. Pickup truck? The man echoed in confusion. You mean the group that just ran away? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was certain that the pickup truck team had indeed been here. Yes. The man quickly waved his hands, pleading, Brother, I'm not with them. I've been in this security room the whole time before they arrived. Xiaoyang scrutinized the man's expression. It did not appear to be deceitful. Glancing at his attire, he inquired, Are you a security guard at this academy? The man hesitated before responding, Not exactly. Xiaoyang's expression turned icy. Then what is your purpose here? I'm here to find my newlywed wife. The man suddenly retorted, gritting his teeth in frustration. Excuse me? Xiaoyang was taken aback by the man's vehement expression. Your newlywed wife? Is she a teacher at this school? No. She is a student here. The man scoffed. A university student? Newlywed? Married at such a young age? Xiaoyang felt a twinge of skepticism. He gestured for Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to step closer, then asked the man, What is your wife's name? Which department and class is she in? Xiaoyang aimed to test whether the man was lying. With Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir present, if he failed to provide coherent answers, the deception would be unveiled. To Xiaoyang's surprise, the man did not hesitate and promptly revealed his wife's name. Her name is Wang Jejia, from the second class of the Performing Arts Department. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir gasped in astonishment. What? Wang Jejia? You are her husband? Lin Shishir exclaimed incredulously. Xiaoyang was puzzled by the strong reaction from Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing upon hearing Wang Jejia's name. Do you two know her? I cannot believe it. Not only do I know her, but she resides in the dormitory next to mine. Indeed, she is a student of the performing arts. What? Both Xiaoyang and that man turned their gazes towards Lin Shishir. However, we have not heard any news of her being married. She has even had several boyfriends within our academy. Little did they know, upon hearing this, the man's agitation grew intensely. Several? What the hell, this wretched woman. He immediately crouched down, cradling his head, his hands frantically raking through his hair. Xiaoyang coldly remarked, You are lying. My friend asserts that Wang Jejia is not married. Now who exactly are you? The man, seemingly shaken by the revelation, no longer appeared anxious in the face of Xiaoyang's rebuke. He steadied his emotions and plopped down onto the ground. I am Qinbo. Wang Jejia is indeed my newlywed wife. We have nearly been married for 10 months. Chapter 73. The brave warrior charging for love. Xiaoyang glanced at Mu Wanqing, who instantly understood and employed her ability to eavesdrop on thoughts directed towards Qinbo. Subsequently, she nodded at Xiaoyang, indicating that Qinbo had not spoken untruths. Since you are here to find Wang Jejia, how did you end up in the security room? Xiaoyang inquired. However, upon this question, Qinbo became agitated once more. Damn it, just thinking about this infuriates me. I inadvertently stumbled upon a short video posted by Wang Jejia's friend on my social media, revealing her being intimate with another man. To clarify matters face to face, I rode my bicycle for 3 days and nights to reach here. Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were all taken aback. Qinbo was indeed relentless, cycling for 3 days and nights just to confront Wang Jejia. Such obsession was remarkable. Little did I know, upon my arrival, the security guard at the entrance denied me entry. With no other option, I had to scale the wall to find her. Lo and behold, I caught sight of this wretched woman fervently kissing a man beneath the dormitory. It was utterly heartbreaking. Do you understand, brother? Chen Bo seemed to relive that moment, his emotions surging. He spoke to Xiaoyang, perhaps believing that a man should comprehend another man's plight. Well, my brother, how should I put this? To make ends meet, one must inevitably carry a little green on oneself. Xiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Reminiscing about his former self before the apocalypse, who had been the one to betray others. Yet, upon hearing this, Chen Bo became even more distraught. Brother, is that merely a little green? I have become the Hulk of green. I toil tirelessly to earn a living. Each month, I set aside only 300 yuan for my living expenses, dedicating the rest to support her education and daily needs. I even work day and night during holidays to afford her gifts, all for the sake of providing her with a better life. Yet, my sacrifices have led to her treating me in such a manner. As Chen Bo reached an emotional peak, he found himself unable to contain his fury and erupted in a furious roar. The most despicable part was that I caught her in the act. Yet she showed no remorse. Instead, she commanded that man to summon 4 or 5 others to gang up on me. That wretched woman, had she not fled, I would have truly considered taking her life. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. This narrative was utterly absurd. Who would have thought that Wang Jiejia could be such a person? And what happened next? Lin Shishir, now transformed into a curious bystander, could not help but inquire. Oh, what happened next? Those 5 men were nothing more than a bunch of inept fools. I single-handedly left them scrambling for their teeth, especially the one who had kissed her. I delivered a few punishing kicks to his groin. Damn, that was exhilarating. Chen Bo chuckled, as if this was the sole source of his joy. And what transpired thereafter? Lin Shishir pressed on, unable to suppress her curiosity. Then, the school security and teachers arrived. They sought to apprehend me, but I ran with all my might. They could not catch up to me. Ultimately, after traversing half the campus, they, buoyed by their numbers, managed to encircle me. Subsequently, I was taken to the security room. Coincidentally, it was midnight, and the air grew suddenly cold. The campus was in disarray, with all the security personnel occupied maintaining order, leaving me locked in the security room. No one returned, and I remained hidden there. Had I not discovered 2 boxes of instant noodles beneath the bed, I would have perished from hunger. After hearing Chen Bo's account, Xiaoyang could not help but silently commend him. A true man, ready to act when the moment called for it. Xiaoyang could vividly imagine Chen Bo pedaling furiously to the academy and then fearlessly charging at those 5 men intent on assaulting him, ultimately sprinting away from a throng of pursuers. This lad was indeed a valiant warrior, charging forth for love. Wang Jiejia was truly a shameless creature to commit such disgraceful acts, a true case of not judging a book by its cover. Lin Shishir, outraged, found it intolerable, even as a woman herself. Did you encounter Wang Jiejia again afterward? Mu Wanqing asked. No, but I know she is still alive. A few days ago, a surviving student emerged, and from him, I learned that Wang Jiejia is indeed alive. She, along with those men and a group of other survivors, are hiding in the academy's supermarket. That is why I have remained here. I must confront her and those men, and personally exact my vengeance to quell the rage within my heart. I see. Chen Bo recounted the entire saga of his stay in the transmission room with clarity. Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir had already come to a realization. By the way, did the occupants of that pickup truck not notice you? Xiaoyang felt compelled to inquire further, hoping Chen Bo could provide some clues about those individuals. Of course they noticed me. They even thought I was the security guard surviving at the academy. They asked me where the girls' dormitory was located and inquired about a female student, whose name I momentarily couldn't recall. Chen Bo recounted, struggling to remember. Was her name Mu Wanqing? Xiaoyang suggested. Yes, that seems to be the name. Chen Bo exclaimed. How do you know? He asked, suddenly taken aback. Because I am Mu Wanqing, she replied, furrowing her brow. Mu Wanqing understood that the people in the pickup truck were indeed looking for her. She felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the possibility that her brother was still alive, just as Xiaoyang had surmised. However, she was worried. Why had her brother not come to find her personally? Had something happened? Noticing the troubled expression on Mu Wanqing's face, Chen Bo reminded her, I see. You should be cautious. Those people are clearly up to no good. They previously tried to recruit me, but I refused. They even attempted to kill me. Thankfully, I can run faster now than I could before. Otherwise, I would have met my end without avenging myself. Upon hearing Chun Bo boast about his newfound speed, Xiaoyang couldn't help but recall his fervor for love. He chuckled, "You can run faster now? Just how fast can you be?" Chun Bo, noticing Xiaoyang laughing at him, immediately stood up. "Brother, don't doubt me. I can run and show you just how fast I am." Xiaoyang smirked. "You think you can outrun Bolt? Unless you've awakened some speed-related ability." Suddenly, Xiaoyang scrutinized Chun Bo once more. Indeed, it was possible that this lad had awakened a speed power. "Then show me." "All right, brother, let us head outside." With that, Chun Bo made his way out of the security room. "Brother, watch closely. I'm about to run." He assumed a starting position, and upon receiving a nod from Xiaoyang, he shot out like an arrow. Wow! Xiaoyang and the others were astounded by his speed. It was truly remarkable, rivaling that of Bolt himself. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. Xiaoyang sensed something was amiss. Chun Bo had already covered a considerable distance. Yet, he continued running. "Goodbye." Chun Bo, having sprinted over 60 meters, abruptly halted, turned around, and waved at Xiaoyang. Chapter 74. The clues mentioned by Chun Bo. In truth, Chun Bo had acted on a whim. Although he did not perceive Xiaoyang and the others as malicious, they were undoubtedly individuals he could not afford to provoke. Yet, could he not simply avoid them? He exuded confidence in his speed, feeling as though he were a man akin to the wind, with no one capable of pursuing him. He had resolved that after Xiaoyang and the others departed, he would return. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was infuriated by his antics. How dare Chun Bo attempt to escape? Just as he was about to turn and flee, Xiaoyang swiftly activated his time-slowing ability. Observing Chun Bo's movements, he noted that they now resembled those of a tortoise. It appeared that the distance still lay within the purview of his skill. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Chun Bo, and waited. At that moment, he could see the triumphant expression on Chun Bo's face. However, as Chun Bo laid eyes on him, his expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment. Xiaoyang wasted no time. He seized Chun Bo by the collar and deactivated his skill. Due to his body's inertia, Chun Bo surged forward, only to be yanked back by Xiaoyang. With over a millennium of energy coursing through him, Xiaoyang found it as effortless as grasping a small chick. Had it been anyone else, they would have been flung away. Now, Chun Bo's face was entirely replaced by sheer terror. "Brother, are you even human?" he stammered. He had believed himself to be swift enough, only to find Xiaoyang waiting for him in the blink of an eye. How could he not be astonished? Xiaoyang retorted gruffly, "What are you running from?" "Brother, I was merely afraid of you. I just wanted to keep my distance. I harbor no ill intentions." Chun Bo frantically waved his hands in explanation as Xiaoyang dragged him back to the conveyance room and tossed him to the ground. "If you dare to run again, you'll face the consequences." Xiaoyang brandished a firearm, waving it menacingly before Chun Bo. At the sight of the gun, Chun Bo's expression hardened, and he froze in place. "Brother, I swear I won't run again. If I do, I'll be a coward." Seeing his genuine compliance, Xiaoyang inquired, "I have one final question for you." "Brother, please ask. You mentioned that the group in the pickup trucks wanted to recruit you. Did they reveal who they were or where they hailed from?" Xiaoyang had restrained him solely to pose this inquiry. A minor incident had nearly led to Chun Bo's escape. Complying, Chun Bo sat up and recalled, "Oh yes. They mentioned something about a nightclub. What was it called?" "Ah, yes, Royal One. They claimed to be from the Royal One nightclub." Upon Chun Bo's revelation, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. The Royal One nightclub? That name struck a familiar chord. He felt as though he had visited it, though the specifics eluded him due to the passage of time. "Royal One. I remember now." At this moment, Tang Ying spoke up. Xiaoyang's eyes brightened as he turned to her. Indeed, was there a recreational venue in the entire city that Tang Ying was unaware of? Mu Wanqing also anxiously looked at Tang Ying, aware that her brother, Mu Guang, was likely there. "Where is it?" "In the city center. A bit of a distance from here." Upon hearing Tang Ying's response, Mu Wanqing was instantly filled with excitement. "Can we rush over there now?" she implored, glancing at Xiaoyang with urgency. Xiaoyang, however, did not immediately respond. He weighed his options carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "Wanqing, we now know the potential whereabouts of your brother. However, the situation there remains uncertain. Since we are already at your academy today, let us first clear the zombies within the premises and gather more crystals to enhance our strength. We can return tonight, devise a solid plan, and venture out tomorrow. This would be a more prudent approach." After Xiaoyang spoke, Tang Ying nodded in agreement, adding, Wanqing, Xiaoyang is correct. The royal no. One establishment in Haiqing is no trifling matter. The headquarters alone employs thousands and has a notorious reputation. We have faced obstructions from the forces behind it whenever we attempted to investigate. They can dispatch multiple vehicles simultaneously to gather intelligence. Just imagine the scale of their power. With Tang Ying's insights, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but adopt a more serious demeanor. Given Tang Ying's knowledge of Haiqing, she knew the situation could not be dismissed lightly. While she yearned to see her brother, it would indeed be unwise to rush and without understanding the circumstances. She could not allow her personal desires to endanger everyone. Xiaoyang was right. The immediate priority was to enhance their own abilities. Only then could they face any unexpected developments with composure. All right, I will follow your lead. As long as I know my brother is alive, I feel reassured. At least for now, he is safe. Xiaoyang felt a sense of relief upon hearing Mu Wanqing's thoughts. Yes, it is good that you think this way. Come on, since we are here. Let us first clear out the zombies. We cannot let this trip be in vain. Okay, let's go. With Xiaoyang's call, the group of women immediately sprang into action. Hey, bro, can I join you? I want to see how that vixen Wang Jejia is faring now. Chen Bo, noticing that Xiaoyang and the others were about to leave, hurriedly stood up. Xiaoyang scrutinized him for a moment and remarked, apart from running fast, do you possess any other skills? Chen Bo pondered for a moment and replied, it seems running fast is my only talent. But don't worry, big brother. I won't be a burden. If things go awry, I will simply run away and not cause you any trouble. Xiaoyang was aware that Chen Bo had undoubtedly awakened the ability of speed. This power, while primarily characterized by swiftness, bore no additional advantages. However, should its level increase, his speed would escalate correspondingly, making stealthy ambushes feasible. Suit yourself. Xiaoyang dismissed him, indifferent to Chen Bo's choice to accompany them. As his fate was of no concern to him, Xiaoyang and his companions boarded the vehicle, continuing their journey towards the female dormitory area. Meanwhile, Chen Bo picked up a machete that had been discarded by someone from the previous pickup truck and hastened to follow suit. The female dormitories consisted of approximately a dozen six-story buildings. Clearing them one by one would be excessively tedious. Thus, Xiaoyang resorted to his previous tactic, allowing Lin Shishir to play a melody on her flute to lure the zombies. They would then seize the opportunity to eliminate them. The group had long since become accustomed to working in concert, and Xiaoyang also encouraged Yi Ling and the two young nurses to participate and hone their skills. By the time they had dispatched all the zombies that could be lured from the female dormitory, 3 hours had elapsed. Upon tallying their spoils, Xiaoyang discovered a substantial bounty. They had amassed a total of 2,000 crystals. However, Lin Shishir was visibly exhausted, nearly devoid of the strength to continue blowing her flute. Yet, with time still on their side, Xiaoyang was reluctant to conclude their efforts prematurely. There were surely many zombies remaining in the male dormitory, and he wished to avoid making an additional trip. However, generating noise to attract the zombies posed a significant risk, far surpassing the efficacy of Lin Shishir's flute. One method involved the zombies charging directly at you, while the other allowed them to approach in a dazed state, rendering them vulnerable to elimination. Chapter 75. Chen Bo's assistants. Chen Bo, who had been trailing Xiaoyang and the others from a distance, observed their methodical slaughter of the zombies as if they were mere chives being harvested, one batch after another. He was utterly astounded by their prowess. What manner of individuals were they, exhibiting such extraordinary capabilities? Fortuitously, he had remained amicable and had not offended them. Otherwise, he might not have even realized how he would meet his demise. At that moment, seeing that Xiaoyang and his companions had paused, he seized the opportunity to approach them. Big brother, you are truly incredible. I am in awe. Chen Bo exclaimed with a beaming smile. Xiaoyang glanced at him, but chose to ignore his compliment. Undeterred, Chen Bo continued, Big brother, have you encountered any difficulties? Why have you ceased your efforts? My friend is fatigued and cannot attract the zombies, Xiaoyang replied, gesturing towards Lin Shishir, who was resting nearby. Chen Bo regarded Lin Shishir with admiration, having witnessed her remarkable abilities firsthand. It was precisely due to her that Xiaoyang and his group had been able to operate with such efficiency. Without her, they would not have been able to lure so many zombies. Unable to attract the zombies? Chen Bo's eyes brightened at this notion. Brother, I believe I can assist you in drawing the zombies over. Upon hearing Chen Bo's declaration, Xiaoyang looked at him with skepticism. You? Indeed, my brother, I run swiftly. And those zombies cannot catch up with me. I could lead a wave of them towards you. It need not be many. I can make several trips. Bo articulated his thoughts, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This approach is indeed feasible. It seems that this speed ability still holds value in the early stages. How about you give it a try? Xiao Yang suggested with a smile. All right, prepare yourselves. I shall set off. With Xiao Yang's agreement, Bo promptly grasped his knife and dashed out. He sprinted to the entrance of a dormitory building, picked up a discarded basin from the ground, and began to strike it with his knife repeatedly to attract the zombies. In no time, several zombies, drawn by the noise, emerged from the shadows. Observing this, Bo immediately began to run back towards Xiao Yang and the others while continuing to beat the basin. A horde of approximately 100 zombies pursued him, creating a long line due to their varying speeds. Xiao Yang nodded approvingly. This plan was quite effective, preventing the zombies from overwhelming them all at once, thus ensuring a safer cleanup. As the zombies approached, Xiao Yang and his companions swiftly readied their knives and began to reap the harvest. Within just a few minutes, this wave of zombies was thoroughly dispatched. During this time, Bo emulated Xiao Yang and the others, utilizing his speed advantage to dart behind the zombies and strike at their heads. Although his technique was initially unrefined, with practice, he gradually became more adept. To Xiao Yang's surprise, Su Tong exhibited remarkable improvement compared to her previous performance. Could it be that she has awakened her own abilities? Xiao Yang resolved to inquire further during their journey back. Subsequently, Bo continued this method, making no less than 20 trips, successfully luring most of the zombies from the male dormitory. In the end, after a thorough tally, they amassed over 500 crystals. Coupled with the more than 2,000 obtained from the female dormitory, their total reached an impressive 500 crystals. This day could certainly be deemed a bountiful harvest. Naturally, Bo's efforts were indispensable to this success. Xiao Yang decided that once they had cleared all the zombies from the academy, he would allocate a portion of the crystals to Bo. It would be unjust to let him toil without reward. After a brief respite, the group made their way towards the large supermarket not far from the dormitory. From a distance, the supermarket appeared quite substantial. Given the multitude of faculty and students at the academy, a smaller establishment would surely be insufficient. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Yang observed numerous slain zombies scattered about. However, the crystals within their foreheads remained untouched. It seemed the inhabitants of this place were still unaware of the crystal's true value. Meanwhile, Bo stood there, gritting his teeth as he gazed intently at the supermarket. He knew that his wife, Wang Jiejia, should be inside. Today, he intended to resolve all lingering grievances with her. Within an office of the academy's supermarket, on the ground lay an iron basin, within which wood was ablaze. Although the room was not particularly warm, the temperature remained bearable. At this moment, Wang Jiejia reclined on the sofa, panting heavily. Surrounding the sofa were 5 men, each savoring their cigarettes with expressions of indulgence. Should Bo catch sight of them, he would undoubtedly recognize these individuals. They were the very college students he had recently bested in a confrontation. Among them, the man with whom Wang Jiejia had strayed chuckled and remarked to the others, "See, I treat you all well. I share everything with you." The other 4 men, quick to flatter, responded with eager faces, "Indeed, Brother Qing is magnificent. This is simply delightful." Their sycophantic praise pleased the one they referred to as Brother Qing immensely. "Brother Qing, there are still many female students in the supermarket. When will you collect them all?" One of them inquired, his face alight with anticipation. "Why the rush? Patience is key. We must ensure they willingly come to us," Brother Qing replied nonchalantly, a lewd grin adorning his face. "Wang Qing, you are utterly shameless. How could you treat me this way?" At that moment, Wang Jiejia, disheveled and lying on the sofa, interjected, her tone laced with indignation. Wang Qing glanced at her, scoffing. "Humph, don't act all innocent. You really think you're something special? Because of you, I am still in pain from that night when Bo dealt me a blow." The mere memory of being beaten by Bo ignited his fury. Wang Jiejia had never mentioned her marital status to him, and when her husband confronted her, she had the audacity to claim he was merely her ex-boyfriend. Otherwise, he would not have summoned his 4 comrades to retaliate against him. "You played both sides, and now I'll have you juggling 5. Wang Qing resolved to embrace this chaotic world, believing that women, much like clothing, had become worthless. He deemed that nurturing bonds with his comrades was far more reliable. In this tumultuous environment, Survival demanded strength. The supermarket alone housed no fewer than 100 students, alongside several teachers. In this arena, none were willing to back down, each embroiled in a web of intrigue and rivalry. Thus, to establish oneself here, one must rely on sheer numbers. Wang Jejia found herself at a loss for words. Silenced by their taunts, she straightened her clothes and sat up, filled with regret for having strayed with such a scoundrel. Memories of Chun Bo's kindness flooded her mind. Yet she had betrayed him. But what good was regret? In this world, she still needed the support of these men. Without them, her fate would undoubtedly be far worse. Moreover, Wang Qing seemed to possess some peculiar advantage. Without him, she would not even be in the comfort of this supermarket office, which was, after all, the finest room in the establishment. Alas, it seemed that a woman's life was destined for hardship. As long as she could endure, it was better than the alternative. As for her husband, Chun Bo, perhaps he has long since departed from this world. Chapter 76. Why did you betray me? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped at the door. Wang Qing and the others hastily pulled up their trousers and opened the door. Brother Qing. A crowd has gathered outside the supermarket. Can you guess who I just saw? The speaker was a male student, a recent addition to Wang Qing's entourage. Who? Curious. Wang Qing couldn't help but ask, intrigued by the boy's air of mystery. Our college's belle, Mu Wanqing, and the music department's goddess, the flute virtuoso, Lin Shishir. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing and the others were instantly taken aback. Is that true? 2 of the 3 most beautiful women in our college are still alive. Wang Qing exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, they are right at the door. And you won't believe who else I saw? The male student glanced at Wang Jejia, who was seated on the sofa. Who? Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us. Wang Jejia urged. Your husband, the one who fought with you all that night. The moment the male student uttered those words, Wang Jejia sprang to her feet from the sofa. What did you say? Chun Bo is still alive? Her voice quivered with disbelief. She could never have imagined that her husband was alive, and that he had come to the supermarket. Deep down, she wished to avoid facing Chun Bo, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps because she had never truly regarded him highly. In any case, she did not want to see him again. If he were dead, it would be for the best. Damn it, that brat is still alive. Come on. I'll make sure to take him down this time. Last time I let my guard down, he managed to give us a good thrashing. This time, I will reclaim my honor. Wang Qing's face twisted in anger, but then he glanced at Wang Jejia and said, No, let's not kill him just yet. I want to humiliate Wang Jejia in front of him. I want him to suffer more than death. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wang Qing chuckled lewdly, while Wang Jejia frowned at his words. Let us go meet them. Wang Qing had no regard for Wang Jejia's feelings. To him, she was merely a plaything. After Wang Qing and the others left, Wang Jejia hesitated for a moment before following them outside. As Xiao Yang and the others approached the supermarket entrance, survivors inside had already spotted them. Upon seeing Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, someone inside opened the door. My heavens, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, you both are still alive. A student exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, 2 of the college's 3 goddesses have appeared at once. If Teacher Jiang were still alive, the trio would be complete. Look behind. There are even more beauties. Those 3 are just as stunning as our college goddesses. Incredible. The boy in the front, who was quite handsome, caught everyone's attention. Absolutely loved. Ah, the man at the back, is he not the one apprehended by security that night? Remarkably, he is alive and has returned. Wang Jejia happens to be here. A spectacle is surely in store. Inside, a throng of students gathered, both male and female, whispering amongst themselves. Make way. At that moment, Wang Qing, accompanied by several others, forcefully emerged from the crowd. He greeted Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir with a smile, then turned with a menacing glare towards Chun Bo. Chun Bo shot him an equally fierce look and demanded, Where's my wife Wang Jejia? Have her come out. Humph, your wife is now one of ours. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare return. Let me show you how I will deal with you today. Wang Qing emphasized the word ours with palpable disdain, clearly insulting Chun Bo. Chun Bo's expression darkened as he stepped forward defiantly, retorting, Deal with me? I could easily thrash you scoundrels before, and I can certainly do so again today. Wang Qing scoffed, a look of derision on his face. Very well. Today you shall experience the might of my wind blade. Wait. Just as Wang Qing was about to strike, Wang Jejia's voice resonated through the air. The crowd parted, and she emerged from the back. She had resolved to confront Chun Bo, but not to apologize. Chen Bo, you should not have returned. You are no longer their match. You will suffer greatly. Wang Jejia regarded Chen Bo with cold indifference. Upon seeing her, Chen Bo was consumed by a fury that rendered his eyes bloodshot, and he bellowed at Wang Jejia. Wang Jejia, you finally have the audacity to show yourself. I want to know what I did wrong that led you to betray me? This was the question Chen Bo had longed to ask her, struggling to comprehend why, despite his unwavering kindness, she chose to forsake him. However, Wang Jejia displayed no remorse in response to his inquiry. Her voice remained icy as she remarked, "You are indeed good to me, but what of it?" As her words left her lips, the surrounding students began to murmur, astonished by Wang Jejia's audacity. Xiaoyang cast a glance at her, noting her fair appearance, yet questioning why her demeanor was so brazen. Chen Bo, infuriated by Wang Jejia's tone, shouted, "I toil day and night just to earn more money to support your education and help you achieve your dreams. I juggle 3 jobs, handing over every penny to you. I even buy you gifts and surprises during holidays. I simply cannot fathom why you would betray me." Witnessing Chen Bo's frantic outburst, Wang Jejia took a step back. Yet her expression remained unyielding. She coldly replied, "If you truly wish to understand why, I shall enlighten you shortly. It is because you are not as handsome as he is. It is because you lack his capabilities, due to your low education, because you cower before me. I find it difficult to hold any interest in you. Is this sufficient?" Every word from Wang Jejia struck Chen Bo's heart like a thunderclap. His expression was one of shock. Only now did he realize how deeply dissatisfied his wife truly was with him. "Then why did you choose to marry me?" Chen Bo suddenly felt a pang of inferiority, realizing how utterly inadequate he appeared in his wife's eyes. "Why? Because your family offered a substantial bride price. Because you are willing to be a fool, earning money for me to spend. With someone to support me, I can pursue my dreams and enjoy life to the fullest. Isn't that wonderful?" Wang Jejia spoke these words without a hint of embarrassment, gazing disdainfully at Chen Bo, as if all of this was simply to be expected from him. Suddenly, Chen Bo struck out, delivering a forceful slap to Wang Jejia's face. The force was so great that she stumbled and fell to the ground. "You wretched woman, how could I have been so blind as to choose you?" Chen Bo glared at Wang Jejia through gritted teeth. "I'll tell you now, your wife is our woman. How dare you lay a hand on her? Just watch. I will make you suffer." Wang Qing, witnessing Wang Jejia being struck, was filled with indignation. This was an affront to him. Wang Jejia sat on the ground, one hand propped up while the other covered her bruised cheek. With a venomous glare directed at Chen Bo, she uttered, "I never want to see him again. Kill him. Kill him." Chapter 77. Windblade. As Chen Bo beheld Wang Jejia's vengeful expression, he finally understood the depths of a woman's malice. In that moment of distraction, Wang Qing and his companions had already closed in. "Kid, I will make your life a living hell." With those words, Wang Qing raised his right hand and waved it through the air. A visible crescent-shaped wave of energy shot forth from his hand, swiftly aimed at Chen Bo. As the crescent energy approached his face, Chen Bo instinctively raised his right hand to block it. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as his sleeve was effortlessly sliced open. A sharp pain coursed through him, causing the knife he held to clatter to the ground. He staggered back, glancing at his arm, only to see the wound profusely bleeding, deep enough to expose bone. Xiaoyang's brow furrowed at this sight. He hadn't anticipated that Wang Qing had awakened an extraordinary ability. Moreover, it was a magical ability known as Windblade. This Windblade power allowed him to condense air currents into blade-like shapes for ranged attacks. The higher the level, the greater the attack range, speed, and sharpness. It seemed that Wang Qing's Windblade ability was merely level 1. Otherwise, his arm would have been severed. The crowd around witnessed Wang Qing injuring Chen Bo with a single strike, their gazes towards him now filled with trepidation. Among them were those who had seen Wang Qing wield his supernatural abilities. The corpse of the zombie at the entrance was a testament to his lethal prowess. It was evident that his control over these powers had become increasingly adept. In this supermarket, he had already established his dominance. If this trend continued, it seemed likely that no one could rival him, and the entire establishment would ultimately become his territory. Seated on the ground, Wang Jia had been fixated on Chen Bo, and upon seeing him wounded, she burst into laughter. "Huh, I told you, you would meet a gruesome end. Yet you refused to believe it. Now you've seen the truth. Unfortunately, it's too late." Her words drew disdainful glances from many around her. This woman was truly shameless. Not only did she refuse to repent for her own misdeeds, but she also sought to place her husband in peril. It was indeed an eye-opening spectacle. Wang Qing, reveling in Chun Bo's injury, proclaimed, "Boy, surrender obediently, and I might allow you a complete corpse. Furthermore, I can ensure you witness some utterly exhilarating scenes before your demise. Ha ha." The mere thought of toying with Wang Jiajia in front of Chun Bo exhilarated him. In response, Chun Bo, having bandaged his wound and enduring the pain, retorted, "I was careless earlier, falling into your trap. This isn't over yet. Who knows who will meet their end first? Huh, so stubborn even at death's door. I shall sever your legs and see what you're still capable of." Wang Qing laughed heartily, his face illuminated by a fierce glint. He raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind aimed at Chun Bo's thigh. However, Chun Bo had anticipated this and swiftly evaded the attack. The wind blade missed its target, striking a small tree instead, which was promptly severed. Realizing his first attempt had failed, Wang Qing pursued Chun Bo, continuously launching wind blades. Yet, he had underestimated Chun Bo's speed. Each blade narrowly missed its target as Chun Bo deftly dodged them. Observing this, Wang Qing's team members began to encircle Chun Bo, hoping to capitalize on their numerical advantage to subdue him. Thus, they enacted a game of cat and mouse before the assembled crowd. However, even as they grew weary from the chase, they could not seize Chun Bo. At that moment, Chun Bo, having lost significant blood and exhausted from the prolonged flight, was nearly out of strength. Both sides found themselves at an impasse, maintaining a standoff at a distance. "Kill him! Kill him! Why have you stopped?" Wang Jiajia, seeing Wang Qing and his team hesitate, anxiously stood and shouted at them. "Wang Jiajia, I never imagined you could be so malicious. He is your husband." At that instant, Lin Shishir could no longer bear the sight and shouted in condemnation. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiajia glared at Lin Shishir, exclaiming, "Who are you to meddle in our affairs? What gives you the right? It would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Otherwise, once I finish with Chun Bo, I shall instruct Wang Qing and his cohort to deal with you." Unable to tolerate Wang Jiajia's insufferable demeanor any longer, Mu Wanqing tugged at Xiaoyang's sleeve and implored, "Xiaoyang, perhaps we should assist Chun Bo, for Wang Jiajia and her companions are utterly despicable. Moreover, Chun Bo aided us by luring the zombies this afternoon." Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Xiaoyang nodded. Though he held no interest in the grievances of others, he felt a sense of solidarity with Chun Bo particularly. Witnessing Wang Qing and his group relentlessly pursuing Chun Bo ignited a sense of anger within him. Such a band of miscreants had none who could rival Chun Bo's courage. Resolving this, he approached Chun Bo, retrieving 20 crystals and placing them before him. Noticing the astonished expression on Chun Bo's face, Xiaoyang spoke in a calm manner. "Here, these are rightfully yours. Observe the numbers inscribed on these crystals and commit them to memory." He then grasped the crystals in his left hand, reciting the sequence of numbers quietly. "Be swift." Though Chun Bo was uncertain of the purpose behind Xiaoyang's actions, he understood that Xiaoyang was offering him assistance. Without further contemplation, he took a crystal and followed Xiaoyang's instructions. A surge of energy coursed through him, and he sensed a subtle transformation within his body. He quickly absorbed another crystal, and the changes became increasingly pronounced. Realizing his physical constitution had strengthened, he glanced at Xiaoyang, who remained impassive, prompting him to refrain from further inquiry. Instead, he hastened to absorb the remaining crystals. "Yiling, come here." Upon noticing the injury on Chun Bo's right hand, Xiaoyang summoned Yiling, tend to his wound. As Yiling approached, she complied with his directive. Certainly, she pulled back Chun Bo's sleeve, exposing his arm, and placed her hand over the wound. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and his companions, witnessing Xiaoyang standing alongside Chun Bo, were filled with fury. How audacious it was for someone to openly side with Chun Bo. Such an act was a direct affront to them. However, fatigue overwhelmed their anger, compelling them to endure. Wang Qing resolved that once he dealt with Chun Bo, he would turn his attention to this unfamiliar man. He had long perceived that Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing were allies. He was the sole male among that group. Once he subdued Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir would have no choice but to submit to him. After all, they were all renowned beauties, far superior to Wang Jiajia. Contemplating this, Wang Qing's anger began to dissipate. If Xiaoyang refrained from intervening, he had no grounds to confront him. Now, however, a justification had presented itself. Before long, after a brief respite, the group rose and made their way toward Chun Bo, who had just completed absorbing the final crystal. He was left utterly astonished, speechless by the transformation he had undergone. The crystal inexplicably empowered him, endowing his physique with remarkable strength. He felt as though he could effortlessly crush the necks of those around him with a mere hand. Even more astonishing was the fact that the wound on his right arm had miraculously healed. Chapter 78. The traitor deserves damnation. Chun Bo's mind felt somewhat clouded, unable to comprehend the reasons behind this transformation. A sudden realization struck him. Xiao Yang and his companions were terrifying. Fortunately, he had managed to leave a favorable impression on them. As he observed Wang Qing and his group approaching with renewed vigor, Chun Bo hastily pushed aside his thoughts. He was now brimming with power and had grown more self-assured. Anyone not involved should step aside, lest my wind blade strike indiscriminately, Wang Qing shouted toward Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, unfazed, handed a tang knife to Chun Bo. Brother, some grievances must be resolved by oneself. I can assist you only up to this point. He patted Chun Bo on the shoulder before turning back with Yi Ling gripping the heavy tang knife. Chun Bo felt a surge of gratitude. Meanwhile, Wang Qing and his companions seethed with rage upon witnessing Xiao Yang's aid to Chun Bo. How blatant. Very well. After dealing with Chun Bo, he will be next. Wang Qing decided to leave no survivors. He aimed for a swift resolution. With a wind blade launched towards Chun Bo's face, Chun Bo merely scoffed, sidestepping effortlessly. Wang Qing and his group were taken aback, sensing that Chun Bo had grown stronger in this brief moment. Humph, it is indeed time to settle this. Chun Bo sneered, suddenly accelerating. He pushed his speed to its limits, and, before Wang Qing and his companions could react, he dashed behind one of them, raising the tang knife and striking without hesitation. With a sickening thud, a head tumbled to the ground. This display startled Wang Qing and the others. Such swift movement. Such a sharp blade. The group felt an inexplicable tension rise and instinctively drew closer together to confront Chun Bo's assault. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing Chun Bo's remarkable transformation after Xiao Yang's intervention. What kind of person was that man? Their gazes instinctively shifted toward Xiao Yang, feeling the curious stares from the crowd. Xiao Yang remained undeterred, focusing intently on Chun Bo. At that moment, Chun Bo leveraged his speed advantage, darting left and right. And soon 4 more of Wang Qing's group lay defeated on the ground. Now, only Chun Bo and Wang Qing stood. Wang Qing's fear escalated, having overused his wind blades. He was mentally exhausted and could no longer summon them. Realizing he had lost the support of his team, he understood that defeat was imminent. He cast a fierce glance toward Xiao Yang. All of this was due to him. Without this man, Chun Bo would never have become so formidable. He suddenly shouted to the crowd, "Esteemed alumni, will you simply stand by and watch as outsiders bully our fellow students? We are all in this together. Why do you hesitate to lend a hand?" At this moment, his only hope rested on these surviving alumni. If they were willing to intervene, he might still have a glimmer of survival. However, to his dismay, the students merely regarded him with indifference upon hearing his plea. Even the 2 surviving teachers present remained silent, offering no words of support. No one paid him any heed. In their eyes, Wang Qing's death would be preferable. It would eliminate a formidable opponent among them. Moreover, Xiao Yang and his group were anything but ordinary. No one wished to make enemies for someone else's sake. See that? You must realize how poor your character is. Not a single person is willing to assist you. You're nothing but trash. You deserve to die. Chun Bo suddenly launched a relentless assault, leaving Wang Qing flustered and overwhelmed. Eventually, Chun Bo seized the opportunity, appearing suddenly behind Wang Qing. He plunged a knife into his back, the blade piercing through his chest. In disbelief, Wang Qing looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, blood spilling from his mouth. He attempted to turn around, but after a mere movement, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes forever closed. Chun Bo cast a disdainful glance at Wang Qing's lifeless body, extracting the tang knife from within him and wiping the blood on his clothing. He then approached Wang Jejia, who, having witnessed the earlier scene, was already paralyzed with fear and collapsed onto the ground. As she saw Chun Bo advancing with the knife, she trembled uncontrollably. She could never have anticipated that Chun Bo would become this powerful. Regret flooded her heart. She lamented her decision to act so ruthlessly. Now, there was no turning back. "Chun Bo, my love, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me." As Chun Bo stood before her, Wang Jejia suddenly began to plead for mercy. The sight of her pitiful demeanor filled Chun Bo with disgust. Just moments ago, She had urged others to kill him, and now she was begging for her life. Truly, her change of heart was swifter than the shifting of the skies. Didn't you wish for my demise before? Chunbo said coldly, looking down at her. I was wrong, my love. It was Wang Qing and the others who forced my hand. They sullied me. I had no choice but to act as I did. My love, please forgive me. I know you care for me. I will treat you well from now on. I am willing to be your devoted servant in return. Wang Jia clung to Chunbo's legs, pleading earnestly. Chunbo let out a cold laugh. I am not capable of making a fortune. I am not handsome, and I cannot inspire your interest. Why must you grovel so desperately before me? Upon hearing Chunbo's words, Wang Jia immediately began to weep and pleaded, I was wrong. My love, those were merely my angry words, not my true intentions. Please do not take them to heart. Let the past remain in the past, from now on. I shall wholeheartedly share my life with you, if you would allow it. She raised her face, gazing at Chunbo with a pitiful expression. Wang Jia, had you known it would come to this, why did you act so foolishly? Alas, it is too late. Perhaps in another time, you might have been spared. But now, alas, betrayal can only lead to demise. Chunbo ceased to engage in further dialogue with Wang Jia. Without a trace of mercy, he plunged the knife into her body. Suddenly, she felt as though something had pierced through her, and it seemed as if all her blood was flowing away. Her face was a canvas of unwillingness, shock, and regret. Gradually, she released her grip on Chunbo's thigh, her body slumping lifelessly to the ground. Chunbo took a deep breath, withdrew the dagger, and without casting another glance, turned to face Xiaoyang. He returned the knife to Xiaoyang, expressing his gratitude. Brother, thank you. Xiaoyang accepted the blade with a nod, remaining silent. Brother, I have a request, and I wonder if you might grant it? Chunbo continued. Speak. I wish to join your ranks, if that is permissible. I am aware of your formidable strength, and my abilities may seem insignificant in comparison. Nevertheless, I can assist you in your endeavors. I am willing to serve you faithfully and take on any physical tasks you require. Is that acceptable? Noting Chunbo's hopeful gaze and recalling his previous acts of attracting the zombies, Xiaoyang believed that accepting Chunbo would indeed be beneficial. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 79. Chunbo and Su Tong join. Upon receiving Xiaoyang's consent, Chunbo was overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing and the others smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The sweet smiles of the lovely women dispelled the gloom in Chunbo's heart. As the onlookers witnessed the battle's conclusion, some familiar students approached Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to greet them. Wanqing, Shishir, where have you come from? Was it from the cafeteria? Wanqing, would you and Shishir like to join us? Shishir, come over here. We have plenty of food to share. Who are those beautiful ladies with you? Invite them to join us. Numerous individuals extended invitations to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, indicating their popularity and charm. However, none approached Xiaoyang or Chunbo with similar invitations. They appeared to regard them with wariness and aversion. We have come from outside and have our own sanctuary. Thank you all for your kind offers. Mu Wanqing politely declined. Upon hearing that Mu Wanqing had a sanctuary outside, some individuals immediately became intrigued. Where is your sanctuary? Is it safe? Can we go there? Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment before refraining from answering, instead shifting her gaze toward Xiaoyang. She sought his opinion, as he was the one in charge. Noticing Mu Wanqing seeking his guidance, Xiaoyang smiled. He stepped forward to stand beside her and addressed the group of students. Our sanctuary is located on Purple Gold Mountain, where numerous villas reside, and it is indeed secure. It is not impossible for you to visit. However, as soon as the students heard that they could go, they were elated, but the moment Xiaoyang added, however, they realized there must be conditions attached. Observing the eager faces waiting for him to continue, Xiaoyang elaborated. However, only those who have awakened their special abilities and are willing to join us will be eligible to visit. As soon as his words were uttered, the crowd exchanged glances. They understood that the special abilities Xiaoyang referred to were akin to the wind blade technique exhibited by Wang Qing. This was no small threshold. Among this group of students, there were hardly any who had awakened such abilities. Moreover, who among those like Wang Qing would be willing to subordinate themselves to another? A stir ran through the crowd, but it quickly subsided. Xiaoyang, seeing that no one stepped forward to join, had anticipated this. He did not expect anyone to willingly align with him so soon. All right, for those who have awakened their abilities, the doors of the villas on Purple Gold Mountain will always be open to you. Not wishing to linger on the matter, he turned to Mu Wanqing and the others, declaring, "Let us depart. Time is of the essence, and there are still many wandering zombies in the academy that we need to clear." After Xiaoyang left, the surviving college students within the supermarket began to murmur among themselves. Who is that man? Why do Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir seem so obedient to him? I don't know. Could it be that they are both under his influence? Enough about their affairs. Now that Wang Qing and his group have perished, we should devise a way to seize the territory he occupied. Yes, let's hurry back. It seemed that their thoughts converged, and they began to surge back into the supermarket. Before long, the sounds of fighting echoed from within. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and his companions had arrived at the academy's playground, where college student zombies roamed about, no fewer than 3,000 of them. Now that Lin Shishir had recovered, with Chun Bo's assistance, they employed their previous tactics and managed to clear the zombies from the playground before nightfall. After collecting all the crystals, Xiaoyang counted a total of 500 crystals this time. Combined with the previous 620, they amassed a grand total of 150 crystals today. After giving Chun Bo 20 crystals, Xiaoyang still had 100 remaining in his space. This is undoubtedly the most significant harvest since the onset of the apocalypse. However, now everyone, including Xiaoyang, is utterly exhausted. Moreover, the day has grown late, rendering it unsuitable to continue the cleanup. After all, the zombies within cannot escape. They can be dealt with another time. Thus, Xiaoyang signaled to the group to return to the villa by car. He instructed Chun Bo to accompany Tang Ying in the Maybach, while he called Su Tong to the off-road RV. On the way, Xiaoyang inquired about Su Tong's condition, having noticed her remarkable performance that day. "Su Tong, have you awakened your abilities?" he asked. Su Tong appeared perplexed upon hearing this. "I'm not quite sure. This morning, I just felt that my strength suddenly increased exponentially. I thought it might be due to the enhancement of my temporal energy." Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Xiaoyang surmised that she had indeed awakened a power. In less than 4 years, her temporal energy could not have grown so formidable in such a brief span. It is highly likely that she has awakened a strength-based ability within the martial arts category. Possessing such an ability means that even with low temporal energy, one could wield strength comparable to that of a 100-year-old energy physique at the novice level. Furthermore, with upgrades, she could potentially eliminate foes with her bare hands, embodying a close combat fighter. Nonetheless, this type of ability is relatively common in the apocalypse. It is not particularly rare. However, with good fortune and swift upgrades, she could distinguish herself among others. "Su Tong, you have awakened a strength ability." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's certainty, Su Tong was immediately overjoyed. Had she truly awakened her powers? Would she now qualify as an official member of Xiaoyang's team? Eagerly, she asked, "Does this mean I have the qualifications to formally join you?" Xiaoyang smiled. "Of course, you are most welcome to join us." Upon hearing his response, Su Tong was suddenly overwhelmed with joy and tears of happiness streamed down her face. Xiaoyang retrieved 100 crystals from his space and handed them to Su Tong. "Take these, absorb all of them. From now on, you will guard the gates of the villa area. Additionally, I will arrange for Chun Bo to join you. This will provide you with more manpower." Su Tong accepted the crystals, her heart brimming with emotion, and eagerly nodded in agreement. She did not aspire to reside in Xiaoyang's villa. She simply desired his recognition and was willing to safeguard the entrance for him. "Su Tong, congratulations on awakening your abilities. Indeed, your strength ability sounds incredibly impressive." The girls congratulated Su Tong in unison, filling her heart with joy. The two vehicles made their way toward the Zijin Mountain Villa. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa area, everyone disembarked. Xiaoyang took out the down sleeping bags, solar panels, and mobile batteries he had prepared for the journey. There was a furnace, a bag of coal, provisions, weapons, and various other supplies, all hastily placed within the guardhouse. "Chun Bo, you will henceforth collaborate with Su Tong and her companions to oversee the gate. Should any matters arise, communicate with me via the intercom." Chun Bo, of course, unconditionally complied with Xiaoyang's directives, promptly nodding in agreement. Once these arrangements were made, Xiaoyang drove back to the villa. Upon returning to the villa, the group changed into comfortable attire and sank into the sofa, reluctant to move. Two attentive nurses quickly served tea and water to everyone, tidying up the clothes they had discarded. Xiaoyang instructed them to retrieve a substantial amount of food from the storeroom to share among the group, urging them to fill their stomachs first. Subsequently, Xiaoyang laid out all the crystals he had acquired that day, covering the floor with approximately 8,000 pieces. Wanqing, Shishir, Yojia, Tang Ying, and Yi Ling. Each of you shall take 400 to absorb. Witnessing Xiao Yang's generosity, even Tang Ying and Yi Ling were taken aback. Not just dozens or hundreds, but thousands of crystals. Did Xiao Yang truly not care? Even if he was willing to share, they felt embarrassed to accept such a large quantity. It was Lu Yu who spoke first, addressing Xiao Yang. Xiao Laodi, I believe that receiving 100 each would suffice. There's no need for such an abundance. It would be wiser for you to retain some to enhance your own strength. Following Lu Yu's statement, Lin Shishir eagerly chimed in. Yes, please keep some for yourself. We are not in a rush. Tang Ying added, somewhat shyly. You just gave us some this morning, and I truly feel hesitant to ask for more. I've only just arrived, so I certainly wouldn't dare to take so much, huh? Yi Ling quickly waved her hands at Xiao Yang in agreement. Seeing their modesty, Xiao Yang felt a surge of admiration. Their lack of greed was commendable. However, he urged them, listen to me, quickly distribute the crystals. I have a purpose in doing this. The women exchanged curious glances upon hearing his words. Xiao Yang cleared his throat and explained earnestly, today, we learned of Wanqing's brother's whereabouts. Therefore, I have decided to investigate the Royal No. 1 nightclub tomorrow. Upon hearing Xiao Yang mention her brother, Wanqing's eyes instantly sparkled with hope. Xiao Yang glanced at her and continued, however, we are currently unaware of the situation there. Based on our encounter with the pickup truck convoy today, it seems likely that there are numerous individuals on that side. For safety's sake, it would be prudent for you all to elevate your energy levels to over 500. This way, your physical capabilities will reach a new height, allowing you to protect yourselves in the event of danger. I do this for your own good, do you understand? After listening to Xiao Yang's words, the women fell silent. It became clear that his intentions were rooted in genuine concern for their safety, and he was never stingy when it came to their well-being. They were deeply moved and felt fortunate to have encountered him, taking immense pride in being part of such a team. Upon learning that Xiao Yang had orchestrated everything to assist her in finding her brother, Mu Wanqing was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes welling with tears. She realized that her affection for Xiao Yang was growing stronger. Thank you, Xiao Yang, she exclaimed, as she nestled her head into his embrace, her voice choked with emotion. We are one family. There is no need for formality. We are a united community, and your brother is our brother. We share everything. Xiao Yang gently stroked her head, responding softly. All right, everyone, let's hurry. With so many crystals, it will take a while to absorb them all. With Xiao Yang's encouragement, the others ceased their reluctance and eagerly took their share. They then retreated to their rooms to focus on absorbing the energy from the crystals. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang settled in the living room, methodically absorbing the remaining 6,000 crystals. It was indeed a mental endeavor, and halfway through, he began to feel a headache. Noticing the two young nurses remaining at home, gazing at him in a daze, Xiao Yang beckoned them over. Do you two know how to massage? Upon hearing his question, the nurses nodded eagerly. One of you can massage my feet, and the other can give me a head rub. Let us see how skilled you are. Thrilled by the opportunity to attend to Xiao Yang, the two nurses quickly obliged. Thus, Xiao Yang reclined on the sofa, being pampered by the two nurses while simultaneously absorbing the crystals, a delightful experience. To his surprise, their techniques were quite commendable, although not entirely professional. They were sufficient for the task. Indeed, when one is comfortable, productivity increases significantly. By the time Mu Wanqing and the others had completed absorbing their 400 crystals, Xiao Yang had finished with his 6,000. When Mu Wanqing descended the stairs and saw Xiao Yang being attended to by the two nurses, she felt no pangs of jealousy. Instead, she believed he deserved such treatment. It was akin to ancient times when every household had a maid or two. Having these nurses to ease his burdens was a relief. Aside from the few nurses, everyone else experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical capabilities. Particularly, Mu Wanqing and her 4 companions felt an unprecedented transformation. This was a qualitative leap. Their bodily strength was now formidable enough to withstand blades and axes, no longer fearing the grasp of ordinary zombies. Moreover, they suddenly noticed some changes in their physiques. How should one describe it? They had become more curvaceous. Their skin had also become fairer and smoother. This delighted the women immensely. Wasn't this far superior to practicing yoga? The pursuit of a flawless physique and radiant skin is, for nearly every beauty-loving woman, a lifelong endeavor. Such aspirations instill within them a sense of confidence and pride. After over 5 centuries of energy, the spirits of these women have notably elevated, each radiating vitality and allure. Lu Yu, in particular, was so elated that she hurried to the kitchen, declaring her intention to prepare a sumptuous dinner for everyone. As she observed the graceful figures gliding through the living room, accompanied by their playful laughter, Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After sending away 2 young nurses, Xiaoyang produced 4 crystal cores, his last 4. Upon seeing the shimmering cores in his hand, the previously listless coal ball hanging from the rod suddenly brightened with excitement. "Daddy, daddy," it exclaimed, fluttering to Xiaoyang's arm with enthusiasm. Xiaoyang chuckled, stroking its feathers, remarking, "I see you, my dear, are but a child of the crystal core." He offered one of the cores to the coal ball, which prompted Erguzi to scamper over to Xiaoyang's feet, eager for attention. When Xiaoyang ignored him, the pup barked twice in an attempt to mimic the coal ball calling for its father, but found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Xiaoyang's indifference, he stood up, extending his front paws to scratch at him. "Hey, Yang, do not be impolite," exclaimed Tang Ying, who had just witnessed the scene. Upon hearing his mistress's reprimand, Erguzi promptly lay down, whimpering in protest. Xiaoyang, meanwhile, wore a bemused expression when Tang Ying called out Yang. He nearly turned around, which felt rather awkward. He held up a crystal core, waving it in the air, and addressed Erguzi. "From now on, you shall be called Erguzi. If anyone calls you Yang, you must ignore them. Understood? Give a bark if you comprehend." Erguzi glanced at his astonished mistress, Tang Ying, and then at the enticing crystal core in Xiaoyang's hand. Finally, he wagged his tail and whimpered a single woof. Chapter 81. Voiceless. Seeing Erguzi bow down for a crystal core filled Xiaoyang with a sense of accomplishment. "Haha, truly you are Erguzi. Here, enjoy." He generously rewarded the pup with a crystal core. Erguzi, lacking any semblance of dignity, swallowed it eagerly, and then gazed at Xiaoyang with longing. At that moment, Tang Ying could no longer bear to watch. She approached and pinched Erguzi's ear with a look of disappointment, saying, "Yang, do you not have a shred of dignity? Are you willing to forsake your name for a single crystal core?" Cough, cough. He is no longer called Yang. Henceforth, he is Erguzi. Xiaoyang interjected with a cough to remind Tang Ying. However, she paid him no heed, focusing solely on teasing Erguzi. "Come here, Yang. Let me hold you." The dog remained unresponsive. "Come, Yang, give me a kiss." Still, the pup ignored her. "Come, Yang, give me a lick." Not only did he refuse to comply, but he also turned his head away in disinterest. Tang Ying followed Erguzi's gaze and looked up, only to see Xiaoyang waving a crystal core in his hand, trying to capture Erguzi's attention. Instantly, Tang Ying was filled with indignation and slapped the dog's head. "I won't bother with you anymore." Ignoring the bewildered expression on the dog's face, she huffed and stood up to leave. As she brushed past Xiaoyang, she muttered through gritted teeth, "Humph, smelly Yang." Xiaoyang was taken aback, turning to gaze at Tang Ying's retreating figure in confusion. "Hey, who are you cursing at?" he called out. Tang Ying, twisting her waist, replied without looking back, "Whoever is called Yang is who I'm cursing." "Wow, you." Xiaoyang was left speechless. The nearby girls erupted in laughter at Xiaoyang's misfortune. Unbothered by them, he turned back and continued to feed the coal ball another crystal core, ultimately bestowing the last one upon Erguzi. "Well done. Keep up the good work, Erguzi." Erguzi barked in response. Meanwhile, the coal ball, witnessing Erguzi devour 2 crystal cores today, felt a surge of jealousy. Competing for affection? No way. The coal ball began to nip at Erguzi's tail, while Erguzi remained unfazed, anxiously pacing in circles. Observing the comical scene of the bird and dog at odds, Xiaoyang noted that Ru Yu had prepared the meal. Everyone, feeling at ease, took 2 bowls of rice each and began to eat. After the meal, the 4 young nurses tidied up, while the others settled on the living room sofa to listen to Xiaoyang's plans for the following day. Tomorrow, it will be me, Wanqing, Yujia, along with Chunbo, leading the way in the heavy-duty off-road RV. Tang Ying, Sure, and Yi Ling, you 3 will follow in the Babo's off-road vehicle. Upon arrival, we will take the lead, while you maintain a safe distance, ensuring you remain within Tang Ying's shooting range. Should any unusual circumstances arise, Tang Ying, you may choose to shoot at will. If any of us sustain injuries, Sure and Yi Ling will be responsible for rescue. The girls listened attentively to Xiao Yang's arrangements, nodding in agreement. After discussing the route of travel, they gradually dispersed. The 4 young nurses had already cleaned up and stood in a line, awaiting Xiao Yang's instructions. You 4 need not accompany us. Tomorrow, all of you will stay by the front gate to help with security. Xiao Yang believed that given the distance they would travel, it would be wise to have more people monitoring the entrance. Naturally, the nurses complied without hesitation. After seeing them ascend the stairs, Xiao Yang followed closely behind, arriving at the main bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, he discovered the lighting in the room was somewhat dim. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing had donned a yoga outfit and was kneeling on the bed, appearing particularly alluring in the subdued light. Xiao Yang quickly closed the door, surprised. Wanqing, what are you doing? Mu Wanqing smiled shyly, remaining silent as she reclined on her side, propping herself up with one hand while the other rested on her yoga pants. Her red lips parted slightly as she softly said, I ran out of stockings. Didn't you say you liked seeing us in yoga outfits? Today promises to be quite an experience. Goodness gracious. Has Mu Wanqing finally come to her senses? Xiao Yang was genuinely astonished. Is it true that a girl, upon becoming a woman, gains a profound understanding of herself? Xiao Yang felt an irresistible urge, almost wishing to take immediate action. However, with Mu Wanqing's relatives visiting, he had to suppress his impulses. Wait, that is not right. There are limits to patience. The following morning, everyone rose early. The past 2 nights had been unusually tranquil, allowing everyone to enjoy a restful slumber. But where was Wanqing? Why hadn't she come down yet? Lin Shishir, noticing that Xiao Yang had descended alone, inquired curiously. Xiao Yang chuckled softly. Oh, she is brushing her teeth. Lin Shishir didn't press further. But as Liu Yu brought breakfast to the table and noticed Mu Wanqing still hadn't appeared, her curiosity got the better of her. What is taking Wanqing so long to brush her teeth? Before Xiao Yang could reply, Mu Wanqing finally emerged. Observing her distressed expression, Lin Shishir asked with concern, Wanqing, what is wrong? Suddenly, Mu Wanqing's face flushed, and in a hoarse voice, she stammered, and nothing at all. I must be inflamed. Do you need to take some medicine? Yi Ling quickly interjected with concern. No, that is not necessary. Xiao Yang already gave me some. She insisted. Let us hurry and eat. Upon hearing her words, the others thought nothing of it and resumed their meals. Only Liu Yu cast a knowing glance at Xiao Yang, smiling meaningfully. Caught in an awkward moment, Xiao Yang forced a smile and focused on his food, internally lamenting, this woman seems to understand everything. After breakfast, Xiao Yang and the others donned their gear and set off in their vehicle. They dropped the 4 nurses off at the guardhouse, where Xiao Yang handed each of them a knife. Then, he retrieved his revolver and handed it to Su Tong. Keep a close watch. If anyone approaches with ill intentions, use this for self-defense. Su Tong accepted the gun, nodding earnestly at Xiao Yang. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I won't allow anyone to step foot through that door. Excellent. Xiao Yang patted her shoulder and then joined Chun Bo in the car as they drove down the mountain. Following the route they had agreed upon the previous night, the 2 vehicles took the ring road to bypass the city center, maximizing their chances of avoiding urban traffic. Although the distance was slightly greater, they would certainly save time. And this route was comparatively safer. Their sole objective today was to gather information about Mu Guang. If possible, they aimed to bring him back, reuniting the siblings. As the 2 cars progressed along the ring road, they indeed encountered little obstruction, aside from a few scattered abandoned vehicles along the way. Upon exiting the ring road highway, only 10 kilometers remained to reach the location marked on the map as Royal No. 1. However, traversing this stretch of road proved to be quite troublesome. The path was littered with debris and damaged vehicles. The storefronts lining the road had long been vandalized and pillaged. Occasionally, they encountered groups of zombies. Yet Xiao Yang and his companions were not inclined to clear them out. He simply pressed the accelerator, bulldozing the obstructing vehicles to pave the way for Tang Ying and the others as they advanced towards their destination. Chapter 82. Tier 1 Zombie King. Prior to the disaster, Royal No. 1 was one of the most prestigious entertainment venues in Haicheng, offering an array of services including bars, dance halls, dining, KTV, bathing, and foot massages. The grandeur of the establishment was evident from afar, with its golden sign glimmering atop the building. After driving a short distance further, Xiao Yang parked the vehicle on the roadside opposite the entrance of Royal No. 1. From across the street, he noticed that the grand entrance was ajar. More accurately, it had been forcefully breached, as the glass doors lay shattered. However, The situation inside remained shrouded in uncertainty. Tang Ying, find a suitable place to stop. We need to investigate, Xiaoyang communicated via walkie-talkie. Understood. Stay safe. Tang Ying replied promptly. Xiaoyang maneuvered the vehicle to a position adjacent to the entrance of Royal No. 1. This location not only provided an unobstructed view for Tang Ying, but also allowed for a swift retreat in case of any unforeseen circumstances inside. Leading the way, Xiaoyang exited the vehicle and stepped into the lobby. The scene was chaotic. Bloodstains marred the floor, and several dismembered corpses lay scattered about, suggesting that a fierce battle had transpired. Upon witnessing this grim sight, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Could this place have already succumbed to the zombies? What if something happened to my brother? She cast a worried glance at Xiaoyang, who was issuing orders to Chunbo. Do you see these bloodstains? You're quick, so follow them and ascertain the situation inside. Report back immediately if you discover anything. Understood. Acknowledging Xiaoyang's command, Chunbo adjusted his attire, brandished his knife, and sprinted down the trail of blood. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang, accompanied by Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, cautiously followed behind. As they progressed, Xiaoyang began to recognize the layout, though the passage of time had dulled his memories. The trio continued onward until Chunbo returned, slightly out of breath. Brother, there's something going on. Chunbo exclaimed. What did you find? Before Xiaoyang could speak, Mu Wanqing interjected with urgency. There's a corridor up ahead, seemingly leading to the bathing area. Remarkably, the lights are still on. There are numerous corpses inside, and it appears that the battle is still ongoing. I dared not enter, so I hurriedly fled. Chunbo recounted the situation in one breath. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing exchanged glances and said, Let us go and ascertain the circumstances. If your brother is inside, we shall intervene to rescue him. Mu Wanqing nodded eagerly and quickly followed Xiaoyang into the depths. Upon reaching the corridor, the scene was indeed quite horrific. The narrow passage was strewn with corpses, some with shattered skulls, others with their abdomens ripped open, their innards scattered across the floor. Inside, the sounds of combat and agonizing cries echoed incessantly. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang and the others traversed over the bodies, dispatching a few zombies that were crawling on the ground, their legs broken. As they passed through the corridor and reached the door at the end, the interior was significantly brighter than the outside. The sight that greeted them was even more gruesome. In this changing area, numerous dismembered remains lay scattered, and a row of lockers had toppled over. Further inside was the grand hall housing the bathing area, now littered with corpses. Clearly, the preceding battle had been extraordinarily fierce. Meanwhile, the clamor of shouting and killing continued to echo from the upper floors. Xiaoyang and the others wasted no time and swiftly ascended to the second floor. Here, in the foot massage area, the carnage was less severe than on the first floor. However, Xiaoyang observed a higher number of deceased women. Moreover, several women before them had just transformed into zombies, evidently having died not long ago. Chunbo and Lu Yu stepped forward decisively to eliminate them. After discovering no more zombies or survivors, they followed the sounds to the third floor. The third floor featured a long corridor lined with small private rooms on either side. The sounds of battle emanated from the corridor's end. Along the way, they encountered numerous female corpses, some barely clinging to life. Ignoring these, they hastened to the corridor's terminus, where they found a hall. At that moment, several men were engaged in combat, with two slightly larger zombies in the center of the hall. Not far behind them, in a corner, stood a woman clad in red, watchfully observing the fray. Behind her huddled a group of trembling women, cowering in fear. Xiaoyang shifted his gaze from Mu Guang to the scene unfolding before them. Upon closer inspection, he realized that not all were human. 6 survivors were battling against 2 zombies. These zombies were evidently larger and had a reddish hue, displaying agility surpassing that of ordinary zombies. What astonished Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu was that one of the zombies appeared to possess supernatural abilities. They witnessed it raise its hand and cleave a man in half. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoyang exclaimed, "The Zombie King." While the others were bewildered, Xiaoyang understood all too well. The so-called Corpse King is a survivor who, upon awakening their extraordinary abilities and accumulating over a century's worth of energy, transforms into a formidable being upon death. The higher the level of their abilities, the greater the energy they possess, thereby elevating the rank and strength of the Corpse King. Some more advanced Corpse Kings even retain a fragment of their intellect, making them elusive and particularly challenging to confront. Thus, When faced with adversaries, Xiaoyang always aims for decapitation or a shot to the head, ensuring that none are afforded the opportunity to become a corpse king. In encounters where two combatants possess similar prowess, should one fall and rise as a corpse king, the survivor would find themselves in dire straits. Xiaoyang has encountered corpse kings of up to the 5th tier, whose prowess could easily crush him as one would an ant. The classification of a corpse king's rank is determined by the size and color of the undead. 1st tier being red, 2nd tier orange, 3rd tier yellow, 4th tier green, 5th tier blue, 6th tier indigo, and 7th tier violet. The two before him were evidently 1st tier corpse kings. Xiaoyang, it's my brother. He's still alive. As Xiaoyang reflected on the nature of corpse kings, Mu Wanqing excitedly tugged at his sleeve, pointing towards a group of individuals. Xiaoyang quickly turned to see one among them suddenly grow in size, his hat unable to contain the transformation and falling to the ground. This allowed them to discern the individual's face more clearly, which bore a striking resemblance to Mu Guang. However, his face and body had doubled in size, resembling a small giant. Could it be giant abilities? Xiaoyang mused, surprised to learn that Mu Guang had awakened such powers. Impressive. My brother-in-law. Once Mu Guang unleashed his giant abilities, the two 1st-tier corpse kings, who had previously held the advantage, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. However, it appeared that a resolution would not come swiftly. Xiaoyang, what has happened to my brother? We must assist him, Mu Wanqing exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and concern evident in her voice. Chapter 83. Siblings reunited. At the moment Mu Wanqing spoke, another corpse king activated its powers, launching a punch towards a man. The impact sent the man flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Xiaoyang recognized this as the manifestation of brute strength, capable of obliterating a person with bare hands, much like Su Tong's abilities. The sudden loss of an ally placed immense pressure on Mu Guang. Just as the other corpse king prepared to unleash its powers against him, Xiaoyang sprang into action. If he hesitated any longer, his brother-in-law would surely sustain grievous injuries. As time seemed to slow, the entire hall transformed into a scene of deliberate motion. Xiaoyang advanced with his blade, striking down upon the neck of the corpse king that threatened Mu Guang. The blade sliced directly through the neck, and Xiaoyang could witness the head of the corpse king slowly separating upwards. With no time to linger, he swiftly swung his hand once more, severing the neck of another corpse king. After executing these actions, Xiaoyang retreated a step, propping himself against his tang knife, halting his skill. The heads of the two corpse kings were hurled into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. This sequence of events felt to Xiaoyang as though it lasted 10 seconds, yet to those observing from the opposite side, it transpired in but a heartbeat. As the two bodies of the corpse kings collapsed, the onlookers finally beheld Xiaoyang standing there, leaning on his blade. They had sensed a fleeting shadow just moments prior, only to witness the decapitation of the two corpse kings. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, they were rendered speechless with shock. This individual wielded his knife with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Mu Guang had ceased his giant transformation, returning to his original form. Upon glimpsing Xiaoyang's faint smile, he suddenly froze. Brother! Before Mu Guang could fully comprehend, Mu Wanqing dashed towards him in tears. Upon hearing her voice, Mu Guang's body jolted. He recognized it all too well. When Mu Wanqing reached him, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Upon clearly seeing her visage, this formidable man was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. He stepped forward, enveloping Mu Wanqing in his embrace. Tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Sister, you are alive. This is wonderful." Mu Wanqing clung tightly to Mu Guang, crying, "Brother, I thought I would never see you again." Hearing her words, Mu Guang's heart sank with guilt. "It is all my fault for not finding you sooner. I should have been there." With that, the siblings once again collapsed into each other's arms, weeping bitterly. Xiaoyang observed the poignant reunion, his heart swelling with sentiment. They were undoubtedly fortunate. In the wake of calamity, countless individuals around the world faced daily farewells, many of whom would never reunite once separated. At that moment, Lu Yu and Chenbo approached. Habitually, they drew their knives to extract the crystals from the foreheads of the two corpse kings, presenting them to Xiaoyang before standing aside, quietly watching the siblings. Lu Yu, deeply moved by the emotions surrounding her, discreetly wiped away a tear. The three companions remaining by Mu Guang's side, upon realizing Xiaoyang was with Mu Guang's sister, relaxed their vigilance and hurried to check on their comrade who had been hurled away by the corpse king. Meanwhile, the woman in red behind them, seeing the danger had passed, began to comfort the group of women huddled in the corner. Once Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing had calmed their emotions, Mu Guang turned to Xiao Yang once more, promptly moving to his side and grasping his hand. Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for the supplies you provided me that night, I would surely have perished. As Xiao Yang reflected, indeed, he had once bestowed upon the siblings a package each, containing down jackets, stab-resistant vests, and military knives. However, it was only Mu Wanqing's items that remained unused, while Mu Guang had put his to good use, validating Xiao Yang's efforts. Brother, the reason I am still alive is thanks to Xiao Yang's shelter. Otherwise, I would have perished long ago, Mu Wanqing expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Little did they know, Mu Guang was even more astounded by this revelation. The siblings, who had merely crossed paths with Xiao Yang, had both been saved by his benevolence, a profound act of grace indeed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Mu Guang suddenly bent his knees, intending to kneel in thanks to Xiao Yang. Seeing this, Xiao Yang hurriedly lifted Mu Guang, alarmed at the thought of the brother-in-law kneeling before him, which would surely lead to future awkwardness. Come now, you needn't be so formal. I cannot bear such a gesture. Xiao Yang chuckled. However, Mu Guang, upon hearing this, remained resolute, exclaiming, "You are our savior. I ought to address you as brother." Xiao Yang found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Mu Wanqing tugged at Mu Guang's hand and shyly remarked, "Brother, it's actually not incorrect for Xiao Yang to call you brother." Yet, Mu Guang disagreed, stating, "Wanqing, we must not be impolite to our benefactor." Mu Wanqing, observing her brother's serious demeanor, felt a chuckle bubbling within her. How could he not grasp the underlying meaning? She decided that actions would speak louder than words. With that thought, Mu Wanqing intertwined her arm with Xiao Yang's and rested her head on his shoulder. Then bashfully informed Mu Guang, "Brother, Xiao Yang is now my boyfriend." Upon witnessing his sister's demeanor and actions, Mu Guang immediately grasped the situation. He glanced between Mu Wanqing and Xiao Yang, exclaiming in disbelief, "So, you've taken on a renovation project, and now my sister is involved." Nevertheless, he pondered the reality. Without Xiao Yang, he and his sister might not have survived at all. Furthermore, Xiao Yang was quite pleasing to the eye, and in terms of appearance, he was indeed a match for his sister. Moreover, Xiao Yang's capabilities extended beyond mere looks. He had effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies that had bested several others. In light of this, Mu Guang felt reassured, and a broad smile spread across his face. Nodding, he expressed his satisfaction. "Indeed, I always said that Mr. Xiao is a remarkable individual, young and accomplished. You two together are undoubtedly a match made in heaven. I wholeheartedly approve." "Thank you, brother." Mu Wanqing beamed sweetly. "Thank you, brother." Xiao Yang echoed. Mu Guang felt a bit uncomfortable when Xiao Yang addressed him as brother, and with a hint of shyness, he replied, Mr. Xiao. I suppose I shall accept that." "Absolutely." Both Xiao Yang and Mu Guang exchanged smiles, sensing that their relationship had grown considerably closer in that moment. At this moment, the woman in red, who had just calmed the group of ladies behind Mu Guang, approached. She first cast a glance at Xiao Yang's group before finally resting her gaze upon Mu Wanqing, her eyes brimming with admiration. "Ah Guang, is this your sister? She resembles a fairy," the woman exclaimed with a warm smile. Xiao Yang observed the woman in red, noting her exquisite beauty, rivaling that of Lu Yu. However, her aura exuded a unique charm, suggesting a more commanding presence. The woman possessed an undeniable essence of the martial world, clearly embodying the role of a leader. Chapter 84. Suitable for warmth. What struck him most was her attire. On such a frigid day, she donned only a red robe. Did she not feel cold? Furthermore, did she just refer to Mu Guang as Ah Guang? Their relationship seemed intriguing. Mu Wanqing, glancing at the woman in red, curiously inquired, "Brother, who is this?" Realizing he needed to introduce her, Mu Guang promptly replied, "Oh, allow me to introduce. This is Liang Hong, the head of Royal No. 1. You can simply call her Sister Hong. She is also somewhat of a lifesaver for me." Upon hearing that Liang Hong was her brother's benefactor, Mu Wanqing quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Sister Hong, thank you." Liang Hong warmly took Mu Wanqing's hand, responding affectionately, "Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Your brother has been a great help to me as well." Afterward, Liang Hong turned her gaze towards Xiao Yang, Lu Yu, and Chen Bo, smiling and nodding in greeting. Xiao Yang reciprocated her smile. Sister Hong, Xiao Lu is not going to make it. He is about to transform. At that moment, a man shouted from beneath a nearby wall, precisely where the previously defeated individual had fallen. Liang Hong's expression shifted slightly. She offered an apologetic smile to Xiao Yang and the others before turning to investigate. As she approached, Xiao Yang observed her examining the man on the ground. After assessing the corpse that began to writhe, she shook her head. Then, extending her right hand, she grasped the man's neck. Suddenly, flames erupted from Liang Hong's hand, searing the man's head in an instant. A plume of smoke rose as the recently transformed corpse met its final demise. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu exchanged astonished glances, while Xiao Yang realized why Liang Hong seemed unaffected by the cold. She had awakened a fiery ability from the realm of magic. Those endowed with such powers possess an abundance of internal warmth, rendering them impervious to the chill. Reflecting on this revelation, Xiao Yang glanced thoughtfully at Mu Guang. Goodness. He had previously reassured Mu Wanqing that Mu Guang might have someone to keep him warm, urging her not to worry. Could this truly be coming to fruition? Individuals like Liang Hong, endowed with extraordinary abilities, are undeniably well suited for the comfort of warm blankets. It feels so delightful. Coupled with the recent revelation of Mu Guang's giant powers, one cannot help but imagine the scenario. Should Mu Guang transform into a colossal figure and share a bed with Liang Hong? It would be a quintessential tale of Beauty and the Beast. Xiao Yang indulged in this vivid mental imagery, finding it quite exhilarating. By the way, how did you manage to find your way here? Just as Xiao Yang was lost in his thoughts, Mu Guang inquired of him and Mu Wanqing. Taken aback by the question, Mu Wanqing pondered how to respond. Surely, she could not divulge the truth, fearing that Mu Wanqing might inadvertently reveal too much. Xiao Yang quickly interjected, "Oh, it's quite simple. Chen Bo is stationed at the security office of Haiqing Art Academy. We heard from someone in the Pikachu team about it. Thus, we thought it plausible that you had orchestrated this, and we came to investigate. And indeed, here you are." As he spoke, Xiao Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Bo. Although Chen Bo was unaware of Xiao Yang's exploits against the Pikachu team, he was astute enough to sense that something was amiss. He nodded with a smile. Indeed, those individuals had inquired about Mu Wanqing's name. Mu Guang acknowledged this with a nod, realizing the connection. At that moment, Liang Hong approached, having overheard their conversation. She asked, "Have you encountered those individuals since then?" "I had dispatched them to assist Guang in locating Wanqing. Yet, as of today, none have returned." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Mu Wanqing was relieved to hear Xiao Yang, unflustered, respond, "We have not seen them." A flicker of regret crossed Liang Hong's eyes upon hearing Xiao Yang's reply. The individuals she had sent were loyal subordinates who had been with her for many years. Though not particularly powerful, their unwavering loyalty was commendable. The sudden silence from them caused her concern. However, perhaps it was for the best that they had not returned. There remained a glimmer of hope for their survival. Had they returned yesterday, given their capabilities, they would likely have perished in the ensuing zombie chaos. By the way, Xiao, what about that villa of yours? Mu Guang suddenly recalled the apocalyptic shelter he had envisioned transforming for Xiao Yang. His curiosity about Xiao Yang intensified. Who exactly was this person, seemingly prescient of impending disaster? Surely, it must be mere coincidence, right? "Oh, we are currently residing in that villa. The entire villa complex has also been cleared, becoming our territory." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Mu Guang glanced at his sister again. She appeared vibrant and unscathed, a stark contrast to the weary women trailing behind them. It seemed that Wanqing's companionship with Xiao Yang was indeed the wisest choice, ensuring that she had not suffered. His gaze shifted to Lu Yu, the enchanting young matron he had noticed earlier. Her radiant complexion and graceful demeanor, coupled with her close relationship with Xiao Yang, suggested they were part of the same team. Residing in a villa as well? With such a woman following Xiao Yang, could he truly maintain his composure? Men, after all, are prone to desires, a fact he himself acknowledges. However, when it comes to his sister's husband, the matter takes on a different dimension. Just as Mu Guang worried for his sister, Mu Wanqing spoke up, "Brother, come back with us. You know that villa area is quite spacious. Currently, apart from our team of over a dozen, there is no one else around. From now on, we shall be together forever, never to part again." Upon hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Mu Guang cast a glance at Xiao Yang. Noticing Xiao Yang smile and nod in agreement, he felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, he hesitated, revealing his inner conflict. Wan Qing. Knowing that you are alive and thriving brings me great satisfaction. However, as you can see, the situation here is dire. Over 200 people have dwindled to but a handful. At this point, he turned to Liang Hong and added, "Moreover, Sister Hong has saved me before, and I cannot leave her behind. She still needs me." After saying this, he turned back to Xiao Yang. "With you, Mr. Xiao, looking after her, I feel reassured. Once I manage the situation here, I will come to find you. After all, I am familiar with the location." Xiao Yang discerned that Mu Guang was reluctant to abandon Liang Hong. She had aided him, and he did not wish to come across as ungrateful. Mu Wanqing, upon hearing this, could not hide her disappointment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "He Guang. Wanqing is eagerly awaiting your return, so why not come back with us? If not, we could all move to that villa area. That way, you wouldn't be put in a difficult position." Mu Guang, taken aback by Liang Hong's suggestion, exclaimed, "Liang Hong, what are you saying? Look at what has become of this place. Everything that could be destroyed has been, and we are left with just ourselves. If more zombies come, we shall not withstand it. We might as well move to Wanqing's place." Liang Hong, at this juncture, cast a deliberate glance at Xiao Yang and said, "Indeed. We wonder if this handsome gentleman would be willing to accept us." Chapter 85. Collaboration. Seeing Liang Hong's smiling face as she sought his opinion, Xiao Yang regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. This woman possesses considerable insight. Given her suggestion, for Mu Guang's sake, he could not decline. "I can accept you. However, we will only be responsible for Brother Guang's provisions. I cannot take on the responsibility for your group." Xiao Yang glanced at the more than 20 men and women behind Liang Hong, feeling it prudent to clarify his stance. He had no obligation to sustain such a large number of people. Liang Hong, undeterred by his straightforwardness, maintained her cheerful demeanor. "I am simply delighted that you can accept us. There is no way we would impose on you. Indeed, we still have some supplies remaining." Upon hearing Liang Hong's words, Xiao Yang nodded. Only those with self-awareness can avoid causing annoyance to others. Furthermore, when we arrive there, I hope everyone can abide by the rules. We shall not interfere in your lives. However, I trust you will consider the greater good of the villa community in your actions. Xiao Yang realized that it would be unrealistic to directly integrate these individuals into his team. Moreover, entry into his team was not something that could be taken for granted. Thus, establishing a cooperative relationship was the optimal choice. As for safety concerns, he felt relatively unconcerned. Firstly, Mu Guang was present, and he would not stand idly by while anyone harmed his sister. Secondly, he did not regard the capabilities of these individuals as significant. They seemed to be at a level comparable to Su Tong and Chen Bo, and even Mu Wanqing might surpass them. Hence, he felt no trepidation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's stipulations, Liang Hong smiled and nodded. "Of course, I understand this rule." Seeing the other party willingly accept all his requests, Xiao Yang refrained from further comments. It was evident that Liang Hong was a shrewd woman, and there was no need for superfluous words. "By the way, to express our sincerity, I must share a piece of news with you." Liang Hong suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued. What news could be of such importance to this formidable woman? "Oh, please do tell," Xiao Yang replied with calm composure. Liang Hong was straightforward and did not keep him in suspense. "Before the disaster struck, our Royal Number 1 received a shipment of supplies, approximately equivalent to 5 large trucks. However, after the disaster occurred, those vehicles and supplies were halted at a transit station. I dispatched someone to investigate yesterday, and all 5 trucks remain there. Additionally, there are another 5 trucks parked in the same location. They likely contain goods, though I am uncertain of their contents." After speaking, Liang Hong observed Xiao Yang's expression with a smile. However, upon noticing his unperturbed demeanor, her interest in him deepened. This man appeared youthful, yet displayed an unusual composure. Was he not intrigued by such an abundance of supplies? As for Xiao Yang, he felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a calm facade. He understood that Liang Hong had not yet finished her revelation. The fact that so many supplies had been discovered yet not retrieved indicated potential complications. Noticing that Xiao Yang remained silent, Liang Hong felt compelled to continue. However, those who returned reported that the transit station is overrun with zombies. Moreover, there are some peculiar creatures within. They did not dare to venture further, so they returned. At this juncture, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Xiao Yang's eyes. Peculiar creatures? Could there be mutated animals present? This notion captivated Xiao Yang's interest immensely. As long as it is not a 5-star mutant, Xiao Yang can handle it with relative ease. Much like the 4-star mutant python he previously dispatched, it would now require only a modicum of effort on his part. As for the 5-star mutants, while he is not incapable of eliminating them, his weapons are rather inadequate. Engaging such formidable creatures with ordinary knives and firearms is utterly futile. One must wield weapons crafted by the Earth dwarfs. Alternatively, one could utilize attack abilities of level 5 or higher. Although Xiao Yang's spatial ability has reached level 6, he has yet to activate any offensive skills. How lamentable. However, he has an inkling that once his spatial ability ascends to level 7, it will undoubtedly unlock additional skills. Thus, he eagerly anticipates this advancement. To reach level 7, he requires a 7-star crystal core, or 10 6-star cores, or 100 5-star cores. Alas, the prospect of acquiring 5-star cores seems futile. In a sprawling metropolis like Haicheng, it is improbable to encounter such a multitude of 5-star mutants. Presently, his primary focus should be relentlessly eliminating zombies to obtain crystals, thereby allowing his temporal energy to surpass the million-year mark. At that juncture, his physical prowess would equip him to contend with 7-star mutants. Whether he can vanquish them would depend on the weapons at his disposal, which is a source of considerable headache for Xiao Yang. Specialized weaponry necessitates the craftsmanship of Earth dwarfs, who are formed from the spiritual essence of the Earth's veins in the wake of the apocalypse. Such resources are exceedingly rare, especially in coastal cities like Haicheng, where their presence is scarce. Enough of this contemplation. He resolves to take each step as it comes. Retrieving his thoughts, Xiao Yang turned to Liang Hong and inquired, "What would you like to convey?" Liang Hong, noticing Xiao Yang's newfound interest, responded with a smile, "I wish to propose that your strength is quite formidable. If we collaborate, we should be able to procure those supplies. At that time, the distribution could be 7 for you and 3 for me as a token of our introduction." "What do you say?" "Agreed." Xiao Yang swiftly acquiesced, which took Liang Hong by surprise. At that moment, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Xiao Yang, what is the situation inside?" It was Tang Ying's voice, evidently concerned by the prolonged silence since their entry. "All is well. We will be exiting shortly," Xiao Yang replied before turning to Mu Guang and Liang Hong, urging, "Let us hasten our efforts. It is better to act promptly." Liang Hong, observing the walkie-talkie in Xiao Yang's hand, was taken aback. Not only did he possess a walkie-talkie, but it also indicated that there were individuals outside ready to assist him, a rather prudent individual indeed. Initially, Liang Hong and her companions had walkie-talkies as well, but after a fierce battle, they had long since misplaced them. "Very well. We still have some supplies to gather. Let us convene at the entrance." "Agreed." Xiao Yang ceased to engage in further trivialities with them and led Mu Wanqing and the others outside. Meanwhile, Mu Guang remained behind to assist Liang Hong in transporting supplies. As they made their way out, Xiao Yang and his companions busied themselves extracting all the crystals from the zombies. Such valuable resources could not be squandered. By the time they emerged, half an hour had elapsed. Upon counting the crystals, they found a modest total of fewer than 300. Additionally, they had the crystals from the 2 corpse kings, each containing over 150 years of energy. Together, these surpassed the energy contained in the 300 ordinary crystals. Indeed, it proved more efficient to slay corpse kings. However, it was still the early days of the apocalypse, and encounters with them were rare. Xiao Yang handed 100 crystals to Chunbo, urging him to absorb them while they had the chance. This would elevate Chunbo's energy to over 100 years, significantly enhancing his safety. Chunbo expressed his gratitude with a glance at Xiao Yang and proceeded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Guang and Liang Hong had finished organizing the supplies and emerged from the side door of Royal No. One with 2 large trucks, one laden with supplies, and the other transporting people. Just as they were preparing to depart, the intercom crackled to life. "Xiao Yang, a bus is approaching." Chapter 86. National football team. Upon hearing Tang Ying's alert, Xiao Yang glanced towards the roadside. A bus rounded the corner and came to a halt at the entrance of Royal No. 1. Sensing the arrival of newcomers, Xiao Yang and his companions took a defensive stance. He noticed with surprise that the bus bore the inscription, "National Football Team Exclusive." "Oh, the Dragon Nation's football team?" The bus doors swung open, and more than 20 robust men disembarked. The leader, upon spotting Liang Hong, broke into a grin and remarked, "Ah, Hong Jia, did you know we were coming?" How could you trouble yourself to wait outside? However, noticing Liang Hong's less than pleased expression, he cast a glance toward the entrance, his brow furrowing in concern. What could have transpired? Had they been robbed or attacked by zombies? As he spoke, the man's gaze drifted toward Xiaoyang. Hearing his question, Liang Hong replied coolly, "We were attacked by zombies." The man's expression turned grave. Alas, you truly have had your share of misfortune. Are the young ladies unharmed? His last words carried a weight of concern, particularly for the girls under Liang Hong's care. Liang Hong remained silent and merely shook her head. The man suddenly appeared anxious. Then, what about Xiaoyu? Is she still alive? Liang Hong's response was chilling. She is dead. Upon hearing this, the man stomped his foot in despair, exclaiming, "What a pity. How many young ladies remain with you? Will there be enough for my brothers to enjoy?" Xiaoyang, upon overhearing this, cast a contemplative glance at Liang Hong. Listening to the man's words, it became evident that even in the apocalyptic world, Liang Hong and her companions continued to direct the girls in their business endeavors. Such dedication is commendable. My apologies, Coach Li, but we shall not conduct business today. Upon hearing this from Liang Hong, Coach Li immediately expressed his displeasure. What is the matter? We have come all this way. These past few days, my brothers have toiled tirelessly slaying zombies, and we sought to unwind here. The usual fare, please, 2 loaves of bread and 4 sausages per person. Do not worry about our supplies. However, Liang Hong shook her head and replied, I truly apologize. The girls are frightened, and we must leave this place. I beg your pardon, Coach Li. We are departing. Seeing Liang Hong prepare to leave, Coach Li quickly intervened, exclaiming, You cannot leave. Today, our national football team must revel. No one has ever dared to refuse us. If the girls are unavailable, then you shall suffice. Coach Li declared in exasperation. His gaze fell upon Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, and his eyes brightened. We shall have these 2 as well. I can offer them each 2 packs of sausages. What nonsense! Mu Guang exclaimed angrily, rushing forward to seize Coach Li by the collar. The 20 or so team members behind Coach Li, witnessing Mu Guang's aggression, swiftly surrounded him. Release your filthy hands. With your current numbers, do you truly think you can contend with us, the national football team? Indeed. Do you really believe our legs are merely for show? With your lot, I could dispatch you with a single kick. My head is formidable too. My hands are powerful. With a sudden burst, the last team member, unable to finish his sentence, had his head severed and fell to the ground. Following suit, Lu Yu, Mu Wanqing, and Chen Bo each dispatched one of their adversaries. Mu Guang and Liang Hong were momentarily taken aback by Xiaoyang's swift action, having not uttered a word before engaging. However, they quickly regained their composure and joined the fray. In mere moments, only 5 individuals remained from the national football team, huddled together in terror. Oh dear! I was mistaken, Red Sister. It was my folly, my inability to recognize your might, and my blind audacity to offend you. Please, let us off lightly. Coach Li, having shed his earlier arrogance, adopted a humble demeanor, pleading with downcast eyes. He had observed that Liang Hong's side seemed to have suffered considerable losses, with only a few remaining. Thus, emboldened by a false sense of bravado, he had provoked them, unaware of their true strength. Liang Hong remained silent, her gaze directed toward Xiaoyang. As the one who led the assault, it was fitting that the decision lay with him. At that moment, Xiaoyang looked upon these individuals with disdain. I see your national football team excels in many endeavors, but your skills in football are lacking. Moreover, your feet reek. The stench is revolting. Upon concluding his remark, Xiaoyang picked up the walkie-talkie and called out, Tang-ing. As the words fell, a swift sound pierced the air. Coach Li's head was abruptly penetrated by an arrow. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, 4 more arrows followed, each finding their mark in the remaining 4 team members. Each struck through the forehead. Liang Hong and Mu Guang, finally regaining their senses, began to scan their surroundings in search of the assailant. Questioning how anyone could possess such remarkable archery skills, their gaze soon settled on a vehicle parked across the road, where stood a young lady wielding a bow and arrow. Liang Hong was taken aback. The distance was great, yet every arrow struck true. Impressive indeed. She ultimately diverted her gaze towards Xiaoyang, who, at that moment, was gaining a renewed understanding of the formidable prowess of Xiaoyang's team. This individual could only be an ally, never an adversary. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang maintained an innocuous demeanor, smiling at Liang Hong and Mu Guang as he remarked, Well, it seems we've been gifted a bus. Your ladies are truly fortunate. Once you have changed vehicles, Lead the way." With that, Xiaoyang, accompanied by Mu Wanqing and the others, boarded the heavy-duty off-road vehicle. Mu Guang was also drawn onto the vehicle by Mu Wanqing, eager to converse with her brother. Liang Hong, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's rugged vehicle, felt no surprise. She thought that even if he possessed a cannon, it would not astonish her. After transferring all the ladies onto the bus, the remaining 3 men each took the wheel of a vehicle, proceeding towards the transfer station, closely followed by Xiao Yang and his entourage. After approximately an hour's journey, the convoy came to a halt at the entrance of a large freight station. As everyone disembarked, Liang Hong spotted Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Yi Ling emerging from a Babos off-roader. Her eyes brightened. Although she was a woman, she was captivated by the beauty of the 3. Each of them rivaled Mu Wanqing in allure. Such beauty, in the pre-apocalyptic world, would undoubtedly have made them leading figures in any elite establishment. They could be considered top tier in the entire Haiqing city. Upon a closer look at the archer, Tang Ying, she felt an uncanny familiarity. Meanwhile, Mu Guang was equally taken aback upon seeing Tang Ying and the others. He scrutinized Xiao Yang with a contemplative gaze, pondering the preponderance of women in his team. All strikingly beautiful. Would his sister's position be secure? Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face. Was that not his sister's close friend, Lin Shishir? At that moment, Lin Shishir spotted Mu Guang and rushed over, beaming as she greeted him. "Brother Mu Guang, I'm so delighted to see you again." Mu Guang quickly responded with a smile. "Shishir, it's wonderful to see you and Wanqing doing well." Meanwhile, Xiao Yang remained detached from their reunion. As he suddenly found a pair of binoculars in his hand, he elevated the second level of the heavy-duty off-road vehicle and ascended to observe the conditions at the freight station intently. Chapter 87. The mutants in the freight station. This freight transfer station spans an area roughly equivalent to 10 football fields. Essentially, it is a vast open space with a colossal warehouse constructed at its center. The entrance of the warehouse stood ajar, revealing a significant number of trucks parked inside. However, visibility beyond the entrance was obscured by the trucks. Surrounding the warehouse, a handful of zombies wandered aimlessly. Their numbers were not substantial, totaling just over 1,000. For Xiaoyang, this posed no threat, as they were far from being a challenge. Armed with binoculars, he meticulously scanned the area, searching for the peculiar creatures mentioned by Liang Hong's subordinates. Yet, after a thorough examination, he found no signs of any animals. It appeared they had all taken refuge within the warehouse. It seemed he would have to venture inside to assess the situation further. Just as Xiaoyang lowered his binoculars and prepared to disembark, a sudden roar erupted from within the warehouse. Moments later, a dozen animals burst forth. Xiaoyang quickly lifted his binoculars once more. To his astonishment, he observed a group of sizable monkeys, baring their teeth and vociferously calling towards the warehouse. Some of the monkeys clutched packaged snacks in their hands. Were they raiding for food? Adjusting the magnification on his binoculars, he scrutinized these monkeys closely. To his surprise, he discovered that 2 of the monkeys were 1-star mutants, while 10 were 2-star mutants. The largest among them, presumably the alpha of the troop, was a remarkable 3-star mutant. Impressive. He had stumbled upon a troop of mutant monkeys. Xiao Yang was elated. In his eyes, these were akin to crystal cores. With such resources, he could elevate the abilities of his team members. However, he harbored a twinge of concern regarding a noise emanating from within the warehouse, which he suspected was a tiger. He was uncertain whether it too was a mutant. Pondering the presence of so many animals, he gazed through his binoculars at the distant surroundings. Upon sighting the Haiqing Zoo, a realization dawned upon him. This freight station was adjacent to the zoo. No wonder there were so many monkeys. They must have escaped from there. With this thought, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A zoo? Surely, it must house numerous mutant animals. This was splendid news. As long as they were below 5 stars in mutation, Xiao Yang could easily handle them. The acquisition of more crystal cores would significantly bolster his team's strength. Determined, Xiao Yang resolved to eliminate the mutants within the freight station before making his way to the zoo for further exploration. With his spirits lifted, he stowed away his binoculars and addressed Chun Bo, "Bring those monkeys from the warehouse to me." Xiao Yang summoned those mutated monkeys out of concern for the aberrant creature within the storage. The presence of so many wary monkeys indicated that the creature inside must be exceptionally formidable. Upon receiving the command, Chun Bo dashed into the freight station without hesitation. To him, Xiao Yang was akin to an elder brother, He would follow his directives without question. Moreover, with his enhanced physique honed over a century, he possessed not only remarkable speed, but also outstanding stamina. This trivial task was a mere trifle for him. He sprinted toward the interior and soon arrived near the warehouse. Chunbo halted close to the troop of monkeys and picked up a chunk of ice from the ground, hurling it at the leading monkey king. This tactic proved effective, inciting the full ire of the monkey horde. Instantly, all attention shifted to Chunbo, who, baring their teeth, began to hurl objects from the ground in his direction. However, Chunbo was not one to linger. Seeing the commotion, he swiftly turned and ran. The Monkey King, noticing Chunbo's retreat, promptly commanded the troop to pursue him. Their speed was no less than his, and had there not been some distance between them, Chunbo might have been overtaken. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiaoyang and the others revealed themselves. The sight of so many people startled the monkeys, prompting them to scatter in fright. Xiaoyang would not grant them such an opportunity. He employed a time-slowing skill, causing all the monkeys' movements to decelerate. Without hesitation, he advanced with his blade, unleashing a merciless onslaught. In what seemed but a few breaths to the others, Xiaoyang had vanquished the entire group of mutated monkeys. Unceremoniously, he extracted the crystal cores from each monkey's head, placing them into his pocket. Amidst the astonished gazes of his companions, Xiaoyang instructed Chunbo to lure the zombies in the open area outside the warehouse. Subsequently, they all engaged in clearing the undead. Afterward, they excavated the crystals and handed them all over to Xiaoyang. Even Liang Hong did not withhold any crystals, surrendering them entirely. Xiaoyang, somewhat surprised, remarked, "You could have kept these for yourselves." Yet Liang Hong smiled and replied, "We agreed to take only 30 of the resources. The rest belongs to you." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoyang accepted the crystals without reservation. He then directed everyone to disperse and approach the central warehouse. Upon reaching a distance of 30 meters from the entrance, Xiaoyang signaled for the group to halt. He called out to Lin Shishir, "Shishir, play your xiao and see if you can lure out the mutated creature inside." "All right." Lin Shishir obediently took the xiao and brought it to her lips. The enchanting melody filled the air. Upon closer inspection, she was playing 2 tigers. Indeed, after a brief moment of melodious playing, the warehouse was once again filled with the sounds of roars. Soon after, 2 imposing tigers appeared at the entrance of the warehouse. With keen eyes, Xiaoyang had already noticed the shimmering stars on their foreheads, 2 mutated tigers of the 3-star variety. However, it seemed that these mutated tigers were not entranced by Lin Shishir's flute music. Upon seeing the multitude of people outside, their eyes gleamed with excitement as they lunged toward the crowd, perhaps starved for flesh after a long period. They, however, underestimated the strength of these humans. Just as one of them leaped, poised to pounce on the throng, a flash of steel glinted. The enormous heads of the tigers were severed, their massive bodies collapsing heavily onto the ground. Xiaoyang joyfully approached to extract 2 3-star crystal cores, gleefully placing them into his pocket. "Play again," he urged Lin Shishir, eager to see if any more mutated creatures remained inside. The haunting melody of the flute continued to resonate. Yet, even after a full minute, no further mutated beings emerged. It seemed the interior was devoid of life. "Chunbo, go in and take a look." "All right." Without hesitation, Chunbo dashed inside. However, it was not long before he emerged, his body covered in soot, frantically exclaiming, "My goodness, brother, there's a fire-breathing peacock in there. It nearly burned me alive." Chapter 88. Gathering resources as they observed Chunbo, whose hair was still smoldering, the others were taken aback. Only Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. If even Chunbo, with his century-old energy physique, was nearly scorched, the mutated peacock within must possess formidable strength. It was at least a 3-star variant, and capable of breathing fire. Had Liang Hong's group entered, they might have been utterly incinerated. "Are there any other mutated creatures inside?" Xiaoyang inquired. "None left, just this one. It's at the very back of the warehouse. Did you see how many stars were shining on its head?" "No. The moment I spotted it, it attacked." Chunbo shook his head, lamenting his misfortune. Xiaoyang nodded, casting a glance at Chunbo's exposed, burnt skin. He summoned Yi Ling, instructing, "Provide him with treatment." He then turned to Tang Ying, saying, "Tang Ying, come with me to investigate. The rest should stand guard outside." As a skilled ranged attacker, she was the best suited to deal with the peacock should it take flight. Xiaoyang estimated the mutated peacock to be a 3 to 4-star variant. Had it been a 5-star, Chunbo would likely not have survived. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's orders, even Liang Hong complied without question. At that moment, Xiao Yang had undeniably assumed the role of their leader. It was an inescapable truth. Humans naturally revere the strong, for only the powerful possess authority and command. Moreover, they sensed that Xiao Yang had a deeper understanding of the situation than they did. Following his lead was undoubtedly the right choice. Xiao Yang stealthily entered the warehouse with Tang Ying. Navigating around the large truck parked at the entrance, the duo surveyed the scene within. The warehouse was expansive, its periphery cluttered with an assortment of goods, the nature of which remained obscured. The floor at the center was in disarray, strewn with various animal and human remains, some reduced to mere skeletons. These aberrant creatures not only feasted upon humanity, but also turned upon one another. The higher-rank mutations had achieved their status by consuming crystalline cores, a fact that was hardly surprising. As they ventured further, they beheld a peacock, the size of a sedan, perched atop a beam at the far end of the warehouse. At that moment, the peacock fixed its piercing gaze upon Xiao Yang. Upon noticing the 4 twinkling stars above its head, a wave of relief washed over him. It was merely a 4-star mutation, posing no imminent threat. However, due to its elevated position, eliminating it was not feasible. Tang Ying, shoot its eyes, he commanded. Understood. Tang Ying swiftly drew her bow and released an arrow towards the peacock. The arrow glinted coldly as it struck one of the peacock's eyes. Though the tip did not penetrate its skull, the creature let out a blood-curdling scream and, flapping its wings, soared toward Xiao Yang and Tang Ying. The peacock, vibrant and resplendent in its colors, was a sight to behold, yet they had no time to appreciate its beauty. As the peacock approached, Tang Ying quickly nocked another arrow, seizing the opportunity to target the other eye. Once again, her aim was true. Blinded in both eyes, the peacock erupted in a frenzy, spewing forth a torrent of flames. Everything scorched by the flames turned to char, and wooden crates were reduced to ash. Fortunately, its lack of sight rendered the peacock's aim ineffective, sparing Xiao Yang and Tang Ying from harm. The peacock thrashed wildly, colliding with a central iron pillar before crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Xiao Yang activated his time-slowing skill. Drawing his knife, he rushed toward the mutated creature and struck down upon its head. The blade sank into its neck, but did not sever it entirely. The strength of this 4-star mutation was formidable. With determination, he yanked the knife free and delivered another powerful blow to the wound, this time decapitating the peacock. With the threat of the mutated peacock eliminated, the danger in the freight station dissipated. After extracting the crystalline core from the creature's head, Xiao Yang proceeded to pluck its feathers, storing them in his spatial compartment. Having completed these tasks, he instructed Tang Ying to summon the others outside to assist in transporting the supplies. Moments later, a throng of individuals poured into the warehouse, including the young women from the bus, as they began to inspect the goods. In the latest report, the 5 trucks carrying Royal One supplies remained intact, while 2 of the other 5 trucks had their compartments breached, leaving the contents in disarray, likely devoured by the mutated beings. Of the remaining 3 trucks, 2 contained flour, while the other housed several parcels. The assorted goods piled within the warehouse were primarily useless odds and ends. Xiao Yang and his companions meticulously sifted through the items, ensuring that nothing useful was overlooked. Before loading the vehicles, Xiao Yang instructed them to start each truck individually to determine their operability. Fortunately, only one truck, which had been breached, failed to start, despite various attempts to revive it. Xiao Yang decided to abandon that vehicle in favor of a small empty box truck belonging to Liang Hong and the others. Though smaller in size, it would suffice for their needs. After loading all usable supplies into the trucks, they managed to pack the 2 vehicles to their limits. With the addition of 9 vehicles, Lu Yu, Yi Ling, and Shun Bo also took on the role of drivers, together with Liang Hong, Mu Guang, and 4 capable women selected from the group. They barely assembled enough personnel. Although none had experience driving such large vehicles, in this post-apocalyptic world, as long as one avoided ditches, the roads were theirs to traverse. They drove all vehicles to an open area, forming a convoy. Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road vehicle led the way, with Tang Ying bringing up the rear in a Brabus off-roader. A substantial caravan was poised to embark. At that moment, Xiao Yang's thoughts drifted to the nearby zoo. With such a vast expanse, it was improbable that only a few monkeys, tigers, and peacocks had survived. Were there other mutated beings lurking within? Unable to quell his curiosity, Xiao Yang resolved to investigate. If any creatures were present, He could eliminate those he could and postpone the rest for another time. With this in mind, he turned the vehicle around, steering towards the wall adjacent to the cargo station and the zoo. The wall had long collapsed, presumably due to the impact of a mutated entity. Xiaoyang elevated the roof of his vehicle once more, ascending to the second level, where he retrieved a high-powered telescope for a closer look. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing the ground to tremble and startling a flock of birds from their perches. Xiaoyang swiftly aimed the telescope towards the source of the sound, deep within the zoo. In one of the enclosures, a colossal elephant, the size of a truck, was attacking several lions, which were comparable in size to small box trucks. Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of so many mutated beings, and judging by their sizes, their threat level was significant. Adjusting the telescope to its highest magnification, he scrutinized the elephant, counting the stars on its prominent forehead. 1, 2, 37. Astonishing. A 7-star mutant. How could such a formidable creature exist here? Forget it. This is not a place one can venture into alone. Xiaoyang did not linger. He promptly returned to the cockpit and retracted the roof. Then, he drove back to the front of the convoy, pressed the horn, and gradually led the convoy away.